My Reincarnation as the Villainess and My Reincarnation as the Villain Prince. Volume 1. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, Broken Engagement. Sighed Hoka. Sorry, Hoka, I want us to break up. The one who delivered those words was supposed to be my official fiancé, Masaya Shimizu. There was a woman beside him, looking like she was about to cry. Ongoka Yamamoto, was right in the middle of a chaotic situation. You're strong, and you can live without me, right? But she can't live without me. In other words, this man had been dating another woman while officially engaged to me. The other woman was still in her early 20s. She had recently quit her job due to the strict working conditions. She had been struggling to find a new job and ended up meeting Masaya by chance at a party a friend invited her to. Going to a party while engaged was already a red flag. Fine, let's break off the engagement. I'm glad I found out what a scumbag you are before we got married. Why, you don't have to put it like that. Masaya, when you were reading about celebrities' infidelity scandals on the internet news, you bashed them relentlessly, calling them scumbags. Now, when it's your turn, you're being awfully lenient, aren't you? I am not married, so it's not infidelity. Really? So, cheating isn't being a scumbag? She and I had a fateful encounter. It's not cheating. It's true love. I see. So, it's okay to two-time someone if it's true love, huh? Ugh. That's why I got sick of a nagging woman like you. I've had enough. He became indignant as soon as he couldn't argue anymore. Well, I understand that I'm not exactly the most charming person, you know. Because of my assertive personality, I was called a boss lady at work, but even so, you were there, and I could handle anything people said because you were someone worth protecting. But it seems you got tired of me too. I felt that it was all ridiculous and got up from my seat. It was just a brief moment, but I felt like the other woman smiled. I was annoyed on the inside as I made my way to the cash register, swiping the bill. Oh, pay for my part too. The idiot dared to say that from behind me. Who does he think he is saying that? I quickly paid for my part and then took out my smartphone from my bag. I proceeded to delete Masaya's number. Of course, I blocked him online as well. But seriously, can Masaya, who has no life skills, really take care of a delicate girl? I wonder if she's ever been to his apartment, which turns into a pigsty every time she visits. I think he is an unparalleled talent for making a mess. I feel relieved at the thought that I don't have to clean up that room anymore. At that moment, I felt a sense of relief along with the loneliness and loss. There might be other good encounters waiting for me, and I'm glad I found out that Masaya was a scumbag before getting married. There were so many enjoyable days. Going to amusement parks together, visiting the zoo, and having aimless conversations at cafes were all comforting. When I was with him, I could feel like a child again. My chest tightened, and tears flowed from my eyes when I remembered those times. And so, my love ended in the form of a broken engagement. When my parents heard that I had called off the engagement, they sent me pictures of potential matches with great joy. They never really liked Masaya. The photos of the potential matches they sent were, well, they all seemed like serious individuals. The common factor was that most of them wore glasses. Wait, I found someone who doesn't wear glasses. His face might be my type. Yuki Tachi. Oh, Tachi-kun. Oh, but he works at the same company as my ex. It's a big company, and they're in different departments. So I shouldn't worry, right? It might be better to avoid it, though. His face isn't exceptionally good looking, but it's not bad either. He's what you might call an average guy. I actually like faces that have this kind of plain look. While his workplace bothers me, maybe I should meet this person for an arranged date sometime. No, I just became single, so I want to enjoy being alone for a while. I can consider arranged dates after I've sorted out my feelings. For now, I think I'll read the light novel my niece recommended. It's a typical Cinderella story, but it was quite interesting. Destined Love, From a Commoner Girl to a Queen. It's a story about the love between commoner girl Miria and Prince Arnold, the second prince of the Harding Kingdom. But that prince already has a fiancée. Oh no. This story is just digging up old wounds for me right now. I could have enjoyed it wholeheartedly if I hadn't been through a broken engagement. Instead of staying home, it's been a while since I had a day off, so I think I'll go shopping. I want to enjoy some carefree shopping now that I'm single. My mood changes when I wear different makeup, clothes, and shoes. As I left my apartment to go down the stairs, I wondered if I wasn't used to the high heels I was wearing. I ended up missing a step and falling. I remember the sensation of hitting my head in the corner. I remember the excruciating pain. But beyond that, I don't know what happened. My consciousness was severed at that moment. Chapter 2. When I woke up, I was the villainous side Claris. When I opened my eyes, a dull ceiling filled my field of vision. Huh? A dull ceiling? My apartment is just a year old, and the ceiling should be pure white. Hold on, where is this? I jumped out of bed and cautiously looked around. A dirty little window, a tattered wooden wall, and a grimy floor. As I got up and walked, the floor creaked. This place looked like a storage room. Various old, unused pieces of furniture and knickknacks were scattered around. Wait, my room had pink curtains, and there was a teddy bear by the bed. But what I was seeing now was a grimy storage room with a rickety window that let in a draft. A parlor set was there, too, but if you looked closely, the sofa's fabric was worn and faded, and the table was scratched. This was just an old parlor set that had been dumped here. When I opened the closet, the creaking noise echoed in the room. I was wearing a faded one-piece dress, and I remembered my current name. My name is Oka Yamamoto. No, it's Claris Charlotte. Huh? Claris Charlotte, that name sounds familiar, doesn't it? I remembered the novel I was about to read right before I died in my previous life. A story titled Destined Love, From a Commoner Girl to a Queen. The protagonist, Mimilia Boldor, was a commoner girl who had a rose-shaped birthmark that was a sign of being the chosen saint of the goddess. Because the chosen saint was revered by the people, she couldn't remain a commoner. After becoming an adopted daughter of a baron due to her saintly status, Mimilia, now a daughter of the aristocracy, entered Hardin Academy, a school for nobles. There, she met Prince Arnold and fell in love. Claris Charlotte, the fiancée of Prince Arnold, learned about this and began to harass Mimilia. The bullying escalated, and Claris even attempted to take Mimilia's life. During a ball, Arnold reprimanded Claris for her wrongdoing and broke off their engagement, declaring that Mimilia was his true fiancée. On the other hand, Arnold's half-brother, commonly known as the Idiot Prince, was Prince Ediardo, who harbored feelings of inferiority towards his exceptional half-brother. To make matters worse, the girl he had feelings for, Mimilia, was in love with Arnold, which led Ediardo to develop hatred. Lending their support to Claris and Ediardo in their endeavors was Prince Dino, the son of the demon race. Claris, who naturally possessed extraordinary magical abilities, received dark magic from Dino, granting her immense power. She came to be known as the Black Flame Witch and was feared by the people. As for Ediardo, who had a talent for the sword, he was bestowed with the Black Flame Magic Sword, capable of cutting through light, and became feared as the Dark Hero. Claris and Ediardo, now armed with an army of demons, attacked the royal castle. Claris unleashed her black flames and aimed to incinerate Mimilia, but Arnold shielded her and suffered a deep wound. Faced with the prospect of losing the one he loved, Ediardo attempted to deliver a fatal blow to Arnold with the magic sword. In the depths of sorrow, Mimilia's power as a saint awakened. The black flames released by Claris were nullified by the holy light Mimilia emitted, and Arnold, who was severely injured, was fully healed. Ediardo was stabbed through the heart with the holy sword by the revived Arnold and died. Dino, the demon prince, who had granted dark powers to both of them, lost his power due to the holy light Mimilia emitted and was similarly struck down by Arnold with the holy sword. Surrounded by knights, Claris committed suicide by setting her own body on fire. And so, Mimilia and Arnold overcame the difference in their social statuses and were united in love. A happy ending. Absolutely not happy at all. It was only at that moment that I finally became aware of who I was in this present world. When you say Claris Charlotte, she was considered a villainess known as the Black Flame Witch in the novel Destined Love, From a Commoner Girl to a Queen. No, no, no. This is just a coincidence. I might not necessarily be the same Claris as in that novel. Having the same name is not enough to establish identity. However, the more I trace back my memories from this world, the more I become aware that I am indeed Clarice Charlotte from that novel. Our family name is the same, and we live in the kingdom of Hardin. But what's a little different is that the room I am living in right now is extremely simple, not to mention shabby. Also, the clothes I'm wearing look quite shabby. I hold the position of a duke's daughter, but my life is by no means rich. The protagonist is always Mimilia. The novel didn't go into detail about the home of the Villainess. I can't believe that I was subjected to such harsh treatment in this story. As I dug into my memories as Clarice Charlotte in this world, I recalled losing my mother 5 years ago. Shortly after, my stepmother and her daughter came into this house. I was constantly bullied by my stepmother and her daughter, and even the servants treated me coldly on the orders of the new mistress, my stepmother. In reality, I was a hard-working villainess. The Clarice in the novel may not have wanted to return to a life like the present, and she might have been fixated on her position as the prince's fiancée. So, does this mean that if things continue like this, I will be the villain in the story and the engagement will be broken by the prince, the one with whom the heroine falls in love? What? Was I born under an unlucky star? And on top of that, I commit suicide. But wait. I am currently 17 years old. I haven't even gotten engaged to Arnold yet. I recall that there was supposed to be a tea party where I would meet Arnold for the first time soon, right? In the novel, Clarice attended as Arnold's most prominent engagement candidate, but Arnold did not show up. Arnold was rumored to dislike the spoiled and arrogant Lady Clarice, let alone the fact that he couldn't stand the thought of such a lady being a candidate for his engagement. What time is it now? It's 2 p.m. Oh, right. I must have fallen asleep while reading a book. At that moment, someone entered the room without knocking. She is the same age as me, but she was born 2 months later, making her my stepsister, Natalie Charlotte. She and I are half-sisters. Her brown, long hair had soft curls, and her brown eyes were round and large. Natalie was the daughter of my father's second wife, Belmira, while I was the child of my late first wife. Sister, I heard from father just now. You've been invited to the Queen's tea party, right? Take me with you. I couldn't help but wince at the loudness of her voice. Natalie, my half-sister, who is the cause of the bad rumors about me. I'm always at her mercy. Her statement now is another example of her whims. I'm the one officially invited to the tea party. I can't just take my sister along without the host's permission. Our father, who is the head of the Marquis family, and his wife, Lady Belmira, have also been invited. I suppose it's because of the lack of a companion. She's not officially invited, but it's probably because she's not officially invited that she's not satisfied. No, you haven't been invited. Oh, come on. What difference does it make if one more person comes? She tilted her head cutely. Her face is adorable like a doll's, but her calculating nature is clear. I sighed and tried to reason with my stepsister. When you have to bring one family member for a specific reason, you need permission from the host. It's too late to request permission from the royal family now. This is different from a casual gathering. What's the big deal? Just because you were chosen as a candidate for the prince's fiancé, I was formally invited by the royal family. There's nothing I can do. Sister is so stingy. You're so selfish. Who's really being selfish here? Natalie expressed her anger and rudely slammed the door, a rather improper behavior for a noblewoman. I was thoroughly trained to behave like a lady from a very young age, at least until my mother passed away. However, Natalie's mother doesn't seem to be putting much effort into teaching her such manners. At this rate, further will be here soon. I sighed and stood in front of the 3-pane mirror, which had cracks here and there. My hairstyle might be a bit plain, but my crimson hair reaches down to my back. When I push up my bangs, what's visible are my somewhat slanted but large pink gold eyes and clear, fair skin. I usually give off a rather modest impression since my bangs cover my eyes, but looking at it this way, I might resemble a doll. As I stared at my face in the mirror with my bangs lifted, I suddenly heard a rough knocking on the door. Oh, it's father. He must have hurried over after being begged by Natalie. Well, at least he's just knocking, which is better than what Natalie did. Clarice, I heard you've been stubborn again. It's going too far not to take Natalie to the tea party. She's your sister. Chapter 3. The Unseen Reality of the Villainous One-Side. Claris, it seems you've said something selfish again. Not taking Natalie to the tea party, that's inconsiderate. How old was my father again? Let's see, he's about 40 years old, right? He's a grown man. But what's he thinking? Even if you're a noble, you should understand that you can't just add another person, right? He seems to be quite worked up due to Natalie's pleading. Father, but you can't suddenly increase the number of attendees, can you? I was the only one invited! Exclamation mark. In response to my calm reply, Father's eyes bulged. Oh, I guess he didn't expect a retort. Well, before my memories returned, I thought it was unreasonable too, but I didn't dare to argue back. Just shut up. Then, I'll take Natalie in your place. After all, Prince Arnold would surely prefer the lovely Natalie over you. In this manner, it ends up being my fault in the end. While the novel does depict the tea party, I had no idea there was such an underlying situation. This is the undisclosed reality of the villainess. In the novel, I believe Claris was supposed to attend the tea party, but how could I end up going in this situation? Oh, could it be that I changed the course of events by answering back? Well, this might be a chance. If I act differently from the novel's development, everything will be fine. I understand, Father. I thought I might be a burden at Queen's tea party, so please, let Natalie attend in my place. Mew. You're surprisingly obedient. Due to my praiseworthy behavior and the emphasis on the word please, Father had nothing more to say, unable to argue further. Phew, he's a simple person, which I'm grateful for. This time, it's an important tea party hosted by the Queen, where the royal fiancé candidates are invited. Unlike a regular tea party, we can't just substitute someone without permission. Father, do you understand that part? Or maybe you don't care. Not that I'd know. Anyway, after my mother's death, Baron Vermeer's daughter, who is the same age as me, came here as the second wife. Thus, my mother was the mother of both Natalie and me, and Father was involved with her despite being married to Mother. After Vermeer arrived, I, being the child of the previous wife, was neglected, and Father no longer paid attention to me, and even the servants started ignoring me. The first room they gave me was once a storeroom. The ceiling and wallpaper were dull, and the room itself was dim. The bed creaked loudly too. On the other hand, Natalie was given a spacious room filled with cute stuffed animals and toys. Many books were also given as a gift. Oh, except for books. She said she didn't need them and gave them to me, so I could always read books, and I could easily get expensive magic books, but it's really helpful, no matter what. Isn't Prince Arnold just pretending to be sick and won't attend the party? I can't be bothered with that. It's ridiculous. Miss, I've brought water and tea snacks. A maid named Carla knocked on the door and entered. On the tray was a glass of water and a plate with fresh purple yams. The yams were very similar to the sweet potatoes from my previous life. They had long, slender shapes and purple skin. But of course, they weren't meant to be eaten raw. Please enjoy them to your heart's content. The maid Carla, wearing a wicked smile, carelessly placed the tray on the table. Oh no, the glass of water has spilled. I smiled and said pleasantly, "Thank you, Carla." Carla furrowed her brows, showing no signs of surprise. "Oh, I'm sorry for not delivering the reaction you expected," she muttered under her breath. "What's the point when you're just going to leave some behind?" Then she left the room. Before my memories returned, I didn't even consider the idea of baking these fresh yams. I used to gnaw on them, enduring their raw taste. But now that my previous life's memories have returned, I won't settle for that. I pointed my index finger at the yam and chanted a fire-summoning magic, "Merry Flame." The next moment, the yam on the plate was enveloped in a small flame, sizzling as it cooked perfectly. It's starting to smell good. I controlled the magical energy, ensuring it was cooked just right, as I intended. Delicious roasted yam, here I come. When I took a bite, I experienced its fluffy texture and the sweet taste spreading through my mouth, making me feel so happy. Oh, I might as well have tea instead of water. The maids will ignore me anyway, so I'll prepare it myself. I went to the kitchen, ignoring the puzzled looks from the cooks, and took a teacup and teapot from the shelf. The head cook gave me a disgruntled look and said, "Miss, it would be troublesome if you entered the kitchen uninvited. If you want tea, you should ask one of the maids. The maids ignore me, so I'm making tea myself." With a piercing gaze, I retorted, leaving them surprised. They probably didn't expect me to respond defiantly. "No." "But, miss, you can't make tea, can you?" "That's right. They've never seen me make tea, and they don't know that it's something I'm skilled at. I was taught how to make tea by my mother, and I had a period of fascination with tea in my previous life, so it's a piece of cake for me. However, it never occurred to me to go to the kitchen myself and take a tea set from there. Even with making tea, when my mother was alive, the servants always prepared everything." I smiled sweetly and said to the cooks, "There's no need to worry. Could I please have some hot water?" The cooks exchanged confused glances. Eventually, the youngest among them hesitantly handed me a kettle filled with hot water. I poured hot water into the teapot and placed it on the tray, the teacup, too. As I expertly prepared the tea, the cooks were left dumbfounded. By the way, the head cook was audibly clicking his tongue in frustration. I set sugar and milk on the tray as well. "All that's left is to carry this to my room." "Oh, it's dangerous." "Let me carry it, you fool." "If you help the miss, you'll be punished by madam." The cook who offered to help was hastily restrained by the head cook. Right. All the servants who sided with me were fired by my stepmother, so he probably doesn't want to be next. "It's all right. I can manage it by myself. Thank you for your concern." I smiled at the cook who wanted to help. He was shyly smiling behind the head cook, and he had a sincere look in his straight eyes. In comparison, the head cook's gaze was murky. I've encountered people like him in my previous life, those who have no opinions of their own and constantly curry favor with those above. For my stepmother, such obedient individuals were quite convenient. He was the one who prepared the fresh yams. Yesterday's tea snack was a cake that had gone stale. The meals sometimes had weak soups or excessively spicy dishes, but the muddy salad was a whole different story. Everything was prepared under the orders of my stepmother and Natalie, and it was this head cook who executed them. If I complained about the food, I would get scolded by my father, saying, "How selfish you are." So, I decided to eat without saying anything. However, I couldn't eat the salad with mud on it, so I had to wash it myself. The servants laughed at me in secret, and my father scolded me for poor manners during meals. When I returned to my room, I sipped my tea and felt irritated, thinking I would have to eat such a meal for dinner tonight. Oh, right. Natalie gave me a magic book with a magic for cleansing dirt and bacteria, clear. If I could use that, there would be no need to go wash things. I picked up a book from the pile on the floor and began reading silently. I imagined the object becoming clean and activating the magic using the magic energy within my body, called Clear. For now, should I try cleaning this empty teacup? Pure Clear. I tried saying it and, immediately, the dirt on the teacup vanished. Not a trace of having drunk tea remained. It was completely clean, but there might still be some dullness. To activate magic, I had to concentrate the magic energy in my palm, and it seemed like I didn't concentrate it enough. I decided to try it again. After all, I have plenty of time. Pure Clear. Perhaps I concentrated too much magic energy this time because it instantly became as clean as new. Ah, right. I should try using this magic to clean various things. For instance, the bed sheets and pillows, and those dusty curtains, too. I decided to practice the cleansing magic while using it as an opportunity for cleaning. Thanks to it, the room became sparkling. Well, not exactly, but at least the dust disappeared, leaving it fresh. At that moment, my stomach clock informed me that it was dinner time. The servants wouldn't come to get me, so I had to go to dinner myself. Family meals were the most dreaded part of my day. Chapter 4, The Unseen Reality of the Villainous Two-Side Claris. Dinner time arrived. Since no servant came to fetch me, I took the initiative and entered the dining room when I thought it was the right time. The rest of the family was already seated, having their meal. "You're late." My father glared at me. He used to be quite handsome, or so I heard. but now there was no trace of it. He had a big protruding belly, bulldog-like jowls, and a neatly patterned bald head, the head of the Marquis Charlotte family, Burgess Charlotte. "Sorry for being late, Marquis," my father responded with a derisive click of his tongue. I used to address him as father, but I've been instructed to call him Marquis now, given my status as a noble's daughter. On the other hand, Natalie, who is also a noble's daughter, addresses him as Daddy. Once I took my seat, the first course, a salad, was brought in. Charlotte and Natalie chuckled. To my surprise, I noticed there were earthworms and dirt in the salad. "Well, that's quite an upgrade." I picked up one of the earthworms with my fingers and placed it on Natalie's plate. Natalie's face turned pale as she shrieked, "Kaya, what are you doing? Anisama, I don't like this, so you eat it." "Natalie, what are you talking about? You're telling me to eat a bug?" "Well, the head chef prepared it with care. I'm too selfish to eat it. But since you're so kind and obedient, you can, right?" Stop joking. "There's no way I'm eating insects." "Someone, take this salad away." As Natalie screamed about the salad with insects, a butler rushed over to clear her plate. While my sister was making a fuss, I secretly chanted the purification spell and cleaned the salad. Yep, it came out well. The salad was sparkling clean. My father's face turned red, and he shouted, "What's the matter with you, giving your food to your sister?" "You're ill-mannered." "I apologize, Marquis. It seems that my manners haven't developed properly. As I haven't received a proper education from you." They seemed shocked that I dared to respond this way, as they'd been used to the obedient Claris who would remain quiet when reprimanded by her father. "Let me clarify. I have no intention of being quiet now, no matter how politely I act. These people will portray me as the villain. So why should I continue being obedient? In high society, Claris Charlotte is already known as the willful and uncontrollable daughter. So, I might as well play the part. Being oppressed by my family and trying to live quietly, no matter how badly they treat me, seems utterly ridiculous." "Ugh, if you leave some salad, eat it properly. I won't allow you to stand up and wash it on your own." Forcing someone to eat a salad with dirt even though they know it's there, isn't that a form of abuse? "Well, no issue for me since I've cleaned it." Afterward, the main course was served. Mine was muddy freshwater fish meunier, while the others had beef fillet steaks. Dessert for me was merely ice on a plate, while the rest enjoyed gelato. They even prepared a separate menu for me. I decided to cast the cleansing magic just to be sure before eating the muddy fish. Having to cast magic at every meal is quite tiring. My magic skills might level up needlessly. I briefly glanced at the head chef standing by the wall. He was looking at me with an exceptionally unusual expression. "Can't believe I'm calmly eating." Well, he better do his best tomorrow and prepare a special menu for me. 3 days later, I had been confined to my room as punishment for hurling insults at my sister and placing insects on her plate. Well, it's not much different from my usual routine since I usually stay in my room, reading books. Outside the door, there were bustling footsteps. The maids were probably fetching new dresses from the dressing room. Every time Natalie expressed her dissatisfaction with what she was planning to wear to the tea party, "That child has a mountain of dresses that she's bought but never worn. I remember she showed me an extravagant red dress with gold embroidery yesterday, boasting about wearing it tomorrow. She must have changed her mind about the red dress since she's so fickle. She's putting in all this effort to dress up for the tea party, but unfortunately, Prince Arnold isn't coming." Finally, after taking about 3 hours to get ready, Natalie put on a shocking pink draped dress and left in a carriage with father and stepmother Belmira. Phew, it's finally quiet, but being cooped up in my room all the time is boring. Reading magic books all day is making my eyes tired, and I'm starting to feel a bit hungry. If I were to go to the kitchen and ask the head chef for a snack, I doubt he'd give me one willingly. Not to mention, who knows what he'd make me eat. I absent-mindedly looked out the window. Beyond the vast garden, you could see a town with white and blue roofs as the main motif. Right. I can go to town, can't I? There should be delicious food sold in the town. I can buy some and eat it, right? Actually, my mother left some money for me, before her passing. She had exchanged all her clothes and jewelry for money and deposited it in a bank. My mother, a member of the Grand Duke's family, cherished these belongings. Even after marrying into the Charlotte family, she continued to receive high-priced jewelry and art pieces from her parents on her birthdays. While my grandparents were alive, they even gifted me dolls and stuffed animals. Well, Natalie took my stuffed animals and toys, but still. After my grandparents passed away, my uncle took over. Since then, all contact between the Grand Duke's family and the Charlotte was cut off. From what I've heard, there were financial disputes between my father and uncle. When my uncle became the head, the Grand Duke's family and the Charlotte family were estranged. However, the jewelry and art pieces my mother had collected turned into a substantial amount of money when converted. That money was deposited in the bank, and I was the only one who could use it. Even after searching high and low, stepmother Belmira couldn't find my mother's jewelry and decorative items, which left her stomping her feet in frustration. My father had gone to the bank a few times to try to withdraw my mother's money, but the bank refused. It's a matter of domestic law. Money owned by someone other than the account holder, even if their family, can't be withdrawn without their permission. I'm the only one who can withdraw my mother's money. My father considered having me withdraw the money and handing it over to him, but minors can't withdraw large sums of money, so he eventually gave up. It seems he's planning to get his hands on my mother's money once I come of age. Sorry, but it won't go the way you want, father. Fortunately, my wardrobe has plenty of clothing like what commoners wear. Those dresses were prepared by stepmother Belmira for my harassment. I do have some formal dresses, but they are all old and plain. Before I remembered my past life, I thought I could never wear such shabby clothes, but now it doesn't bother me at all. Dressed as a commoner, I will wander around the town. Now that I've made up my mind, I'm off. To do it, I changed from my casual dress to a simple one. A simple ponytail should do for my hair. The best thing is that my room is on the ground floor. So, if I want to sneak out, it's easy to do. Why didn't I do this before now? Well, without my past life's memories, it might have been impossible. I used to think that the town was a dangerous place. In reality, if a young lady like me were to wander around alone, I would undoubtedly become a target for kidnapping. But with this shabby dress, at least no one would kidnap me for money. If someone attempted to abduct me for human trafficking, I'd drive them away with my flame magic. I locked the door to ensure that the servant couldn't easily enter my room. After closing the curtains tightly, I opened the window and stepped outside. Starting with a short stroll of about an hour would be ideal. Once I've bought what I need, I'll return promptly. I waited for the right moment when no one was around and then used the small entrance that the servant typically used to exit to go outside. It was the first time since my reincarnation that I had stepped outside the estate under my own will. Chapter 5. That's why I'm heading into townside Claris, the town of Lenny. It's one of the liveliest towns within the Charlotte territory, mainly because it's the closest one to the capital city. Many people living here commute to work in the capital, making it somewhat like a bedroom community from my previous life. The Charlotte family mansion is on the outskirts of Lenny town. When you leave the mansion through the back door, you find yourself on a white path surrounded by a small forest of trees. As you walk along the path, you eventually enter a narrow alleyway, and after a short walk, you reach the main street. At that moment, the world opened up before me. Wow, it's so lively here. Just as I thought, there are lots of food stalls, and they're selling delicious-looking fruits. But first, I need to go to the bank. Since I'm not sure where it is, I'll ask the lady who runs the grocery stand for directions. Do you know where the bank is? My sister should be waiting in front of the bank, but I've lost my way. Going to the bank as a 17-year-old girl dressed as a commoner was a bit awkward, so I had to come up with a plausible reason to ask for directions to the bank. Oh, in that case, just go straight down this road and take the second side street on your left. Thank you. Following the directions given by the lady, I walked along the route. As I walked down the dark alley, I saw some people sitting on the ground, muttering to themselves. Others were lifting a bowl while wearing tattered clothes, and there were even elderly folks sleeping by the road. Such economic inequality. I wonder if my father is taking measures to address it. With those thoughts in my mind, I arrived at the bank and opened the door. The bank looked similar to the ones from my previous life, with counters where nobles and merchants were conducting their transactions. In the lobby, there were several partition spaces with round tables and crystal balls placed on golden pedestals. When you place your hand on the crystal ball and think of the desired amount, the corresponding sum of money appears on the round table. It's like an ATM. I had been brought here by my mother once before, where she had my hand registered and set up a procedure for me to take out money by placing my hand on the crystal ball. At that time, I think my mother, aware that she didn't have much time left, had done this to ensure that I could withdraw money when the need arose. For now, I withdrew 5 1,000 euro notes and placed them in the pockets of my dress. Euro is the currency unit here. The 1,000 euro notes looked quite similar to the 1,000 yen notes from my previous life, with famous figures printed on the banknotes. Since I'm still a minor, I couldn't withdraw a large amount of money, but this much should be sufficient. I think the limit was 20,000 euro, but I didn't need that much, so I withdrew only the amount I required and left the bank. Now then, I should head to the general store. I need to buy a purse and a bag. It's also a way to show my gratitude for the lady who directed me here. Oh, did you meet your sister? Thanks to your directions, I did. I appreciate it. I actually need a new purse and a bag for myself. Currently, the most popular items among young girls are around here. The lady pointed to items made of pastel fabric, such as bags and accessories. Wow, they're so cute. This drawstring pouch has pink fabric with a twining vine pattern in white embroidery. And this purse is adorned with beaded flowers that sparkle beautifully. This bag is made of patchwork fabric. While they're not made from expensive materials, the embroidery is intricate, and the colors are beautiful. I prefer this over the flashy bag adorned with jewels I have back home. I decided to buy a pink drawstring purse and a larger shoulder bag. That would be 1,900 euro. I handed the lady 2,000 euro. While she prepared my change, I put the money I had in my pocket into the purse. I took the change and put it into my purse as well. Then I asked the lady for the names of some stores where I could find good food and medicine. Now, the first place I came to was a bakery. There were delicious-looking baguettes. Nut bread looked so good too. And also, those round white loaves. Is that the famous Hajj white bread? Right. This is a different world. Calm down, me. For now, I had them pack baguettes, nut bread, and soft white bread in a bag. I decided to snack on freshly baked rolls as I walked around. The piping baked rolls are incredibly delicious. Then, I enjoyed skewered meat and fruit being sold at the stalls. Oh, bliss. Afterward, I went to the confectionery and bought some baked goods. I also purchased some medicines and nutritional supplements. They're not small pills or capsules like in my previous life but rather round balls about the size of marbles, packed in bottles. They're what expeditionary soldiers use, and they seem to be popular among commoners as an easy way to get nutrients. I need to get nutrients since I'm not given proper food at home. While I was doing all this, I glanced at the clock tower in the park and realized that more than just a little time had passed. More like an hour. Well, it should be fine. Today, I'm ignoring both my family and the servants. But, I should probably head home soon. I don't want to go back, but I have to. As I was sneakily entering the room from the window and changing into my casual dress, I heard a knocking sound. I had locked the room, so I unlocked it and opened the door. In front of me stood an unhappy, middle-aged butler named Red. He looked like he was in his mid-50s. He had the appearance of a movie actor but had a personality that I found terrible. Red was exceptionally harsh on me, even more so than the other servants. This was partly because he was originally brought in by my stepmother. So, as my father's previous wife's daughter, it seemed impossible for me to exist without being seen as an enemy. I addressed Red with a puzzled expression. What is it? Your father is calling for you. What? But isn't the Queen's tea party today? I wouldn't know. Anyway, your father is waiting at the front door. Red quickly led me to the front door. He didn't consider the fact that I was a woman with a much smaller stride, and he was muttering, Why? Why didn't the royal family like Lady Natalie? As we walked, what in the world was happening? My father was waiting at the front door? I couldn't make sense of it. I left the house with a bewildered look on my face. When I walked out, my father ran over to me with a pale face, grabbed my hand roughly, and said, "Let's go to the tea party." Why me? I don't know. The prince, the first prince he has no taste. To think he would prefer Claris over Natalie. His Highness must have heard the rumors about you, right? I unintentionally let out a silly voice at my father's words. Plus, he just called his daughter you, didn't he? Ugh, this guy is something else. Truly a terrible father. Should I set his barcode hair on fire with fire magic? The first prince is Ediardo, right? The villain who targets Arnold, the novel's protagonist. He's good looking but a complete idiot compared to his talented younger brother. No. Ediardo first appears in the novel after the heroine, Mimilia, arrives. According to the novel, he, like Arnold, did not attend the tea party. Ediardo was avoiding meeting the arrogant Claris, too. The villainess and villain, while cooperating for their mutual interests, didn't consider each other allies. In fact, they disliked each other. In this situation with no protagonist or heroine, what could Ediardo Harden possibly want with me? Chapter 6, Without Falling in Love. Saitachi. My name is Yukitachi. I've always thought of my life as going smoothly. I had a strict father, a kind mother, and younger siblings who were growing up to be cute and a bit cheeky. I was loved and protected to some extent, and perhaps thanks to my father's strict upbringing, I made it into a top university and landed a job at a leading company. I was assigned to the HR department right after college, maybe because I made a good impression in the interview, or perhaps they judged me based on my performance during training. It's uncommon for a new graduate to be placed in HR, so my father was quite pleased, thinking that I was on the fast track to success. In fact, it seemed like HR was a natural fit for me. Thinking about the development of new recruits and human resources assignments in line with corporate strategy was very fulfilling. Well, there was one concern. I hadn't been able to find a girlfriend. I have an average face, so to speak, not particularly stand out. When I go on group dates, I always end up in the supporting role. But even so, I had a good enough title, and my parents eagerly brought me many arranged marriage photos. As I casually looked through the arranged marriage photos, I thought, oh, this girl is cute. She seemed a bit strong-willed but also determined. Her smile was charming. Her name is Ongoka Yamamoto. Yeah, with her, When I called my parents and told them that I wanted to marry her, they finally felt like we could get married, and my father was more excited than anyone. However, sometime later, my father conveyed to me with a very disappointed look, that girl had recently passed away in an accident. Such a pity because she was a cute girl, he said. After that, my work began to hit some rough patches. One of the reasons was a junior colleague in the planning department, Masaya Shimizu. This guy had caused trouble several times with clients and is currently on leave due to mental and physical health issues, temporarily placed in the HR department. Although he claimed to have mental and physical health issues, all he did was sigh heavily and grumble about things. He was coming to the office as usual and was capable of handling simple tasks. It hadn't been decided where to reassign this person who had become ineffective in the planning department. My boss was currently in a bit of a bind. Having this guy around was distracting me from work, so I wished they would decide on his new assignment soon. It seemed that Shimizu wasn't getting along well with his girlfriend either, and they argued every day. I once listened to him vent about it, but I immediately regretted it. I got stuck while writing a project proposal, so I asked my ex for help, but she rejected me. So I had no choice but to go to her workplace, and when I visited her, she had passed away in an accident. I mean, come on. He asked his ex for help just because he got stuck with work, and then, he went to her workplace? He could have been charged with stalking, you know? I was already speechless by that point, but he continued to sob and tell me the story, so I decided to endure it. Her workplace has turned into a difficult situation now, and many employees were lamenting that if the girl who passed away were still alive, there would be many employees relying on her. Well, it seems she was quite an outstanding employee. This girl in the company, she was often gossiped about as the boss lady. It seemed like the younger employees always relied on her. Once she passed away, they realized how valuable she was because there was no one to support them anymore. Well, you could say the same about you. Who's relying on your ex rather than your current girlfriend, right? Blatantly criticizing the company where Shimizu's ex used to work and shedding tears while complaining. Ugh, my current girlfriend doesn't clean like my ex used to. She doesn't make delicious apple pie or quiche. She doesn't do the laundry, and even when I'm tired and come home, she just goes to sleep without making dinner. She doesn't support me in my work either. I want to eat that apple pie she used to make again. You should just die already. That's what was about to come out of my mouth. You're comparing her to your ex way too much, don't you think? Girls who support you at work like your ex are few and far between. Before Shimizu suffered from mental and physical health issues, it seemed he had come up with many good project proposals and was making quite a significant contribution, possibly thanks to the projects that his ex had come up with. It appeared that he was heavily dependent on his ex in both his personal life and work. To make matters worse, when he left her, he started dating another woman. My current girlfriend is delicate, and I have to protect her. My ex-girlfriend was fine without me. So, why did he think that his current delicate girlfriend, as he put it, would help him just like his ex-girlfriend did? Even though he couldn't stand on his own, how could he believe that he would be able to protect the fragile girl? He had been dependent on a girlfriend who could make apple pie and quiche, excelled at other household chores, and even helped him at work. Yet he transitioned to a younger woman without even realizing the extent of his dependency. What an unbelievable scumbag. If I had a girlfriend who could handle household tasks perfectly and assist me at work when needed, I'd be incredibly grateful and cherish her for life. Why do guys like him always seem to end up with such a great woman? This world is so unequal, and life itself can be ruthless. One day, I was unusually tired, nodding off in my bus seat as it swayed gently, but I was abruptly woken up by the screeching of brakes. Through the window, I saw a trailer truck heading straight for us. There was the sound of shattering glass and the clang of crushed metal. I had no idea what was happening. The bus had tipped over, and I was crushed beneath many people, feeling a sensation of impact on the back of my head. My life, which had been smooth sailing, still lacked the experience of love and marriage. To die in a place like this? No way. Come on, God. Chapter 7. When I woke up, I was the villain Prince Isekai. When I opened my eyes, I found myself lying on a luxurious bed. Where am I? Did some incredibly wealthy person rescue and care for me? No, such novel-like scenarios are impossible. First, I should get up and thank the owner. I got out of bed and started walking towards the door. However, on the way, I was startled when I saw my reflection in the trifold mirror. Who is this? Who's this young boy? I had golden hair, sky blue eyes, fair skin, and a perfectly structured face. I looked like an angelic boy straight out of a Western film. I touched my cheek. The golden-haired boy in the mirror did the same to his cheek. What is this? Is this me? What on earth is going on? As I tried to make sense of this, I began to recollect my current memories. Right, I am the first prince of the kingdom of Hardin. I am Ediardo Hardin. However, my past life memories started mixing in, causing me to become confused. Ediardo Hardin, that's my name. It's the same as the character in the novel Destined Love. From a commoner girl to a queen, which my little sister recommended I read. The story revolves around the second prince of the kingdom of Hardin, Arnold Hardin, and a commoner girl named Mimilia, chosen as the saint. Mimilia, adopted by a baron's family, starts attending the school where nobles study. There, she meets Arnold and they fall in love. However, Arnold's half-brother, the first prince, Ediardo Hardin, is also smitten with Mimilia upon first sight. Fueled by jealousy and inferiority, Ediardo, who is already burdened by the talented younger brother, attempts to assassinate Arnold upon learning of his relationship with Mimilia. On the other hand, Claris Charlotte, Arnold's fiancée, also attempts to kill Mimilia. Subsequently, Claris gains dark powers from the demon Prince Dino, transforming into a witch with black flames. Ediardo leads a legion of monsters to attack the castle. Claris confronts Mimilia and releases black flames towards her. Arnold shields Mimilia, taking the full brunt of the black flames. Witnessing Arnold's near-fatal injuries, Ediardo sees it as an opportunity to strike him down. However, the thought of losing Arnold awakens Mimilia's powers as the saint. The black flames released by Claris are cancelled out by a holy white light, which not only purifies the flames but also heals Arnold's injuries. Ediardo, ready to deal a fatal blow to the now fully revived Arnold, is stopped by Arnold's hand. Arnold pierces Ediardo's heart with a holy sword, causing Ediardo to die. Surrounded by knights, Claris, who is about to be captured, takes her own life. Mimilia and Arnold's love story ends in a typical, cliched manner. Well, it must have been thrilling for my little sister, a beginner in romance novels. In my opinion, Arnold Hardin, regardless of his royal status, was a scoundrel who had a fiancée and flirted with another girl. Moreover, the absurd plot of marrying an uneducated commoner girl as queen was laughable and incredibly convenient. However, the more I dug up my memories of the past world, the more I realized that I had become Ediardo Hardin, the villain prince killed by the scoundrel prince in the story. What is this? Is this what they call reincarnation? It's not like a novel but rather the world of a novel itself. But if I think about it, making the character from the illustrations a reality would result in something like this. Have I really become the character in the story? Why, of all people, did I have to become the villain prince? Anyway, I need to sort out my thoughts. I am currently 17 years old. I struggle with my studies, have been told by my magic tutor that I lack talent in magic, and even my proficiency in the one thing I'm good at, swordsmanship, isn't readily acknowledged. I am a young man burdened by a sense of inferiority toward my talented younger brother. I wonder if, in the novel, it's about time for the engagement between Arnold and Claris to be decided. Right. I remember, today Claris Charlotte is supposed to come here. She's expected to attend the tea party hosted by my mother, the Queen, as a prospective fiancé for Arnold. According to the novel, Arnold is unwilling to meet the rumored arrogant young lady who is supposed to be his prospective fiancé, and he even plans to skip the tea party to avoid meeting Claris. It's a shame to be intimidated by mere rumors. You can't know someone's true nature until you meet them in person, right? In the novel, Ediardo used to avoid meeting Claris based on rumors, but I'm different. I want to see for myself who the black-flamed witch that shook the kingdom is. Usually, I would have called for a maid to help me change, but Ediardo, you are already 17. In the context of your past life, you would be a high school second-year student. You should at least dress yourself. First, I should groom my hair. Oh, I should also tidy up my eyebrows. They look rather unruly, don't they? I remember there was a makeup set box on the shelf in the adjacent dressing room. It should contain a razor, among other things. I retrieved a razor from the drawer of the makeup box placed on the shelf. Sitting in front of the trifold mirror, I used the razor to tidy up my eyebrows, brushed my hair with a comb, and applied some hair styling products. It was a premium hair oil made from natural ingredients, well suited for royalty. Using it to style my hair, I chose relatively comfortable and easy to move in clothing. Now that I've also put on my cape, shall I leave the room? Participating in social events is a hassle, but I was born as the prince of this kingdom, and I have a duty to fulfill. As I stepped out of the room, the maids who had been waiting outside were taken aback. Perhaps they were surprised that I had already dressed perfectly. Curtis, my aide, rushed forward. According to the novel, he served by my side, but in reality, he was working behind the scenes to have Arnold placed on the throne. While he might be a reliable ally for the protagonist, Arnold, I viewed him as a traitor. Well, he claims he was serving Arnold from the beginning, so he doesn't see it as a betrayal. However, Curtis Haley in the novel often compared me to my brother, which would leave me feeling inferior each time. In the novel, when Curtis makes Ediardo feel down, the heroine Mimilia encourages him. Ediardo was deeply moved by Mimilia's kindness and fell in love with her even more. Men are easily swayed by women who lift them. Especially for a sheltered prince who has rarely received compliments, it would be a lost cause. Or so I thought, as if it was someone else's concern. I'm surprised. Did you dress yourself? Yeah. Haha, that's right. You need to learn to dress yourself. Arnold has been dressing himself for quite some time. Well, in such a manner. He's belittling me. Every time I do something, he tries to compare it to Arnold. If he thinks so highly of my brother, he might as well serve him instead. However, in the novel's setting, I remember that he was a spy for Arnold's mother, the second queen, Teresa. If the current reality follows the novel's setting, he probably can't distance himself from me. Still, if he's a spy, he should at least behave like one. It would be better not to openly praise Arnold. Honestly, Curtis Haley isn't cut out for the role of a spy. Well, I think Ediardo, before his memories resurfaced, had his own set of issues. But ultimately, he was a victim of a power struggle. Now that my past life memories have returned, I won't be swayed by the words of those around me. I won't rely too much on others. Most importantly, I won't be plagued by feelings of inferiority. If my brother is exceptional, that's perfectly fine. Frankly, I have no interest in the troublesome position of king. Chapter 8. The villain prince attends the tea party. Side Ediardo. The current tea party is hosted by my mother, Queen Miria Hardin. It is attended by potential fiancés for both me and Arnold, as well as noble sons and daughters seeking to meet these young ladies. It's somewhat like a matchmaking party from my previous life. Claris Charlotte is one of the potential fiancés chosen by the royal family for Arnold. She is considered one of the top candidates based on her social status and lineage. Her family, the Marquis Charlotte, holds vast estates, and her mother is from a ducal family. It seems the royal family is already considering making Arnold the crown prince, and they are leaving no stone unturned in the selection of a fiancé. At this point, I am just the pitiable older prince overshadowed by my younger brother, so I'm not too enthusiastic about choosing a fiancé. Well, if that's the royal family's plan, I'll go ahead and choose a promising candidate myself. I have no interest in the throne, but being reborn into the royal family, it's only natural to seek a talented future partner. However, even though the royal family arranged everything, Arnold, the most crucial figure, is not present here. I discreetly inquired with Curtis. Is Arnold not attending? His Highness Arnold is absent due to stomachache. A stomachache? As per the original story, Arnold is indeed absent from the tea party, using a stomachache as an excuse to avoid meeting Claris. The White Rose Garden, located on the eastern side of the palace, has been perfectly prepared for the tea party, and the guests are already arriving. Oh, you've come earlier than I expected. Eddie, rolling her eyes as if they were sparkling bells. There's my mother, Queen Miria Hardin. Her vibrant golden hair is tied up in an elaborate hairstyle, and her purple eyes have a distinctive double eyelid. She has a straightforward and kind-hearted personality. This tea party was her idea since she thought it would be pitiful for fiancés to meet for the first time in a formal setting. Sorry, I overslept. He. You made it on time, so it's fine. Besides, you've dressed up even more stylishly than usual today. You look absolutely lovely. I hadn't received any assistance from the maids for my attire, but I decided to stay silent. I had a feeling they wouldn't believe me even if I said I dressed myself. Many guests are already in the White Rose Garden. Is Arnold's potential fiancé among them? Just when I was thinking that, a girl approached. Nice to meet you, Prince Ediardo. I am Natalie, the second daughter of the Marquis Charlotte. The second daughter? What about Claris? In response to my question, Natalie's shoulders twitched slightly, and she began to shed tears. She tried to hold back her teardrops with a handkerchief, and her voice trembled as she spoke. I was scolded by my older sister not to attend this tea party. But I wanted to meet you, the one I've always admired. So, I begged my father to let me participate in this tea party. And what about Claris? My sister was scolded by our father and is now confined to her room. I am attending the tea party in her place today. Wiping away her tears with the handkerchief, Natalie held it to her mouth as she spoke with her head down. I smiled wryly. If I were a simple-minded man, I might be easily deceived by her innocent and adorable face. However, it was still too naive. She started by claiming she was bullied and almost in tears, but her tone turned to one of excitement when revealing that her sister was confined. It seems she's very happy about her sister's punishment. According to the novel, the tea party isn't described in much detail. What's crucial here is that Arnold didn't attend the tea party, emphasizing his aversion to the fiancée chosen by his parents. This description of the tea party is merely touched upon to underline his reluctance. However, in reality, it's not Claris who has come to the tea party but Natalie. The story seems to be taking a different turn. Ediardo-sama, I've admired you for such a long time. The sweet voice and her fidgety demeanor might make her appear cute at first glance, but her lack of etiquette is evident. When addressing a member of the royal family by their given name, the proper honorific should always be Your Highness. Unless you are in a very close relationship, an honorific like Sama would be unthinkable. If Arnold had been present, Natalie probably wouldn't have dared to approach me. I am the first prince and the queen's child. In the natural order of things, I could be considered a legitimate candidate for the crown prince. However, it seems Arnold is more talented, and among the common people, there are many voices supporting him to become the crown prince. Moreover, the royal family, except for our father, the king, is leaning towards Arnold. Nevertheless, I am still a prince. As a worthy candidate for the crown prince, Natalie is trying to ingratiate herself with me as well. According to the novel, Claris and Natalie, one of the two, were supposed to marry into the royal family. However, the royal family chose Claris as the fiancée, as she was born to a woman from a ducal family, a more prestigious lineage compared to Natalie, who is the daughter of a baron. After Claris became the fiancée to the crown prince, Natalie is not mentioned in the novel, so it's not clear what kind of person she was. What's clear at this point is that she has a severe lack of manners. Then, a woman approached and curtsied like a lady. Judging by their similar appearances, she must be Natalie's mother. She introduced herself as Belmira, the wife of the Marquis Charlotte. I regret to inform you that, due to our daughter's noticeably ill-mannered behavior, we decided she wasn't suitable for this tea party. As a result, we brought our second daughter, Natalie, here as her proxy. Well, I see. Listening to Belmira's words and watching my mother nod sympathetically, I couldn't help but want to roll my eyes. This woman has absolutely no skepticism. It's a wonder she's fit to be a queen. She's shockingly naive. Natalie, much like Claris, also lacks manners. What's even more astonishing is how they both openly display their misconduct in society. Furthermore, appointing a proxy without the royal family's consent is utterly unacceptable. If such things are allowed to persist, it's not just my mother but the royal family as a whole that risks being disrespected. Or perhaps it already is. I let out a discreet sigh and then questioned Belmira in a cold tone. So, does this mean you won't comply with the royal family's request? Belmira's expression was a mix of shock. After a prolonged gaze in my direction, she finally managed to respond in a more composed tone. No, that's not what I meant. The formal invitation was extended to Claris Charlotte, while using a proxy for an ordinary tea party might be acceptable. This time we've invited her as a potential fiancée to the royal family. It seems like you are seriously undermining the royal family's request. Why, you're still too young to understand. We, ourselves, have decided that Claris isn't suitable for a royal fiancé. The royal family has considered various factors, such as social status, lineage, and strong recommendations from ducal and noble families, in selecting Claris. To disregard the royal family's judgment and make your own decisions, it appears you're underestimating the royal family quite a bit, don't you think? I didn't mean to. In that case, I will report to father that the Charlotte family is underestimating the royal family. Wait a moment, we would never. In that case, bring Claris Charlotte here right now. Chapter 9. The villain prince encounters the villainous side. Ediardo. The royal family is considering various factors, such as social status, lineage, and strong recommendations from the Grand Dukes and other nobles, in their choice of Claris. Disregarding the judgment of the royal family and are making decisions independently. It seems like you're underestimating the royal family quite a bit, doesn't it? Well, no. I will report to my father that the Charlotte family is underestimating the royal family. Please wait. We absolutely didn't mean that. In that case, bring Claris Charlotte here right now. To my emphatic tone, Natalie and Belmira paled, their mouths hanging agape. Among the nobility gathered here, hushed whispers filled the room. What I was saying was entirely reasonable. Some of the nobles even sent cold glances Belmira's way. Unable to withstand the scrutiny, Belmira hastily withdrew with Natalie in tow. My bewildered mother inquired with a nervous tone. Eddie, when did you become so scary? Belmira is my friend, you know. She became part of the Charlotte family as a second wife, but she was lamenting how much trouble Claris, her predecessor's daughter, is causing her. What if she's troubled by a 17-year-old girl's whims? It doesn't seem fitting for a Marchioness, does it? What are you saying? It would be cruel to say such a thing. I'm just stating the facts. Mother, you are being too lenient with Belmira because she's your friend. I clearly articulated my thoughts to my perplexed mother. Queen Miria Harden is highly proficient in languages and a great socialite, but her naivety often leads her to be easily deceived. Queen Miria and the side consort, Tellys, are publicly regarded as close friends. However, behind the scenes, Tellys is undoubtedly building her faction within the nobility. While this is merely a plotline in a novel, I suspect that Tellys might be disloyal to my mother in reality. The current situation, where many nobles support Arnold over me as the heir, despite my status as the eldest prince, is quite abnormal. While my mother remains oblivious, I can't just sit back and watch as Tellys or her faction uses wealth and influence to sway other nobles. According to the novel's plot, Miria Harden eventually becomes disillusioned with her foolish son Ediardo's actions, where he leads a horde of monsters to kill his half-brother, and she ends her own life to avoid the same fate. To prevent my mother's death, I can't continue being a fool. By the way, Curtis's gaze has been bothering me for a while. He's been watching me strangely. Well, given my past self, it would have been unthinkable to reprimand a Marchioness of his mother's age. I want to behave like a normal 17-year-old. I prefer not to attract attention. However, Belmira and Natalie's actions and behavior were far too egregious for me to ignore. For now, I decided to sit across from my mother and have some tea. I plan to wait for the real Claris to arrive. I want to personally ascertain if she truly is the villainess as depicted. She becomes a fearsome witch known as the Black Flame Witch in the novel, but originally, she was a talented mage. Furthermore, it seemed that she was devoted to Arnold, making great efforts to prepare herself for becoming the queen. Based on what I've read in the novel, I would never consider marrying Mimilia. Having an ally in the form of a witch who can guarantee defense against unforeseen powers is much more sensible. With an unimpressed look, Marquis Charlotte rushed over to me after approximately an hour had passed. He hung his head and began making excuses. I apologize sincerely for causing His Highness any discomfort due to my wife's unilateral decision. However, my wife believed that she was acting for the good of the royal family and brought our finest daughter here as a substitute. That's their finest daughter. Don't make me laugh. It's one thing to dote on your child, but this is going too far. If a discourteous girl like Natalie is their finest daughter, then the Charlotte Marquis family doesn't have a bright future. I directed a piercing glare at Marquis Charlotte and questioned him sternly. I don't want to hear excuses. You did bring Claris with you, didn't you? We brought her with us. But suitable for His Highness is. Hey, Claris, come over here. He unceremoniously summoned Claris with an arrogant tone. Dressed in a faded, plain dress with her crimson hair tied in a simple ponytail, she had no makeup or any apparent care for her complexion. She seemed to have arrived here as is. As you can see, she's a plain girl, and earlier, she couldn't handle my sister, even resorting to verbal abuse. It's appreciated that the royal family would consider our daughter, but she is not suitable to be the crown prince's consort. Therefore, I, Burgess Charlotte, would like to recommend my second daughter, Natalie Charlotte, as a candidate for the prince's betrothal. Even if he had indeed uttered abusive words to his sister, It seems like this man doesn't recognize Claris as part of his family. I asked the Marquis with a cold tone. By the way, is your family's financial situation dire? What? You can't even provide your daughter with a suitable dress for social events, and there are no accessories or hair ornaments. Well, we left the choice of clothing to the maids. Oh? She's wearing clothes chosen by the maids, then? Yes. Well, Mrs. Charlotte should be struggling with the whims of her eldest daughter. How could you have chosen such a plain and dirty dress? If she's such a handful, wouldn't you expect her to demand something more extravagant? Well, the maids recommended that she wear a modest dress suitable for this occasion, but this girl insisted on wearing this dress. Just a moment ago, you said that this modest dress was chosen by the maids. Your words don't hold much credibility if you forget what you just said! Exclamation mark. I rebuked the Marquis without mercy. It seems that Burgess Charlotte is lacking in cognitive abilities. Natalie's dress from earlier was strikingly expensive and flashy, while Claris's attire appeared to be that of a commoner's casual outfit. I could already tell that Claris was being mistreated by her family. Perhaps this mistreatment contributed to her becoming the villainess in the story. I rose from my seat and walked over to Claris. She looked at me curiously, her pink gold eyes peeking out from under her long bangs, giving her a somewhat cat-like appearance, exuding a spirited demeanor. She had fair skin, and without the ponytail, her crimson hair would likely reach down her back. A strange sensation tightened in my chest. Her appearance might be plain, but up close, she was a beautiful girl. Her eyes, although slightly slanted, were doll-like and charming. In my past life, I was what one would call average. I had a common face that didn't stand out. Since I went to an all-boys school and even in college, I remained unremarkable and unnoticed by girls. I was in my early 30s in my past life, but as a 17-year-old boy, I couldn't help feeling a teenage flutter of emotions upon meeting a beautiful girl of my age for the first time. But, choosing a member of the royal family based on looks alone was out of the question. It's nice to meet you. I'm Claris Charlotte, the eldest daughter of the Marquis Charlotte family. She performed a ladylike courtesy and tried to avoid looking directly at me. This Claris was different from the one I knew from the novel. In the story, the villainous Claris looks down on Ediardo Hardin and uses his jealousy and inferiority complex to her advantage. However, the Claris before me greeted me politely and didn't look down on me. Of course, it could be just an act for a first meeting. Nice to meet you. Can you please lift your head? In response to my words, she slowly raised her head. Yeah, she has a good look in her eyes. The unwavering glint in her eyes conveys strong determination. It's not the ambitious, glaring gaze, but rather the kind that reveals inner strength. I am Ediardo Hardin. I hope you'll enjoy the tea party with ease today. I said that, but there aren't any nobles who will take it at face value and enjoy the tea party with ease. Perhaps Claris understands that, as she lowered her head once more and unexpectedly said, I'm afraid to say this, but earlier, Your Highness seemed to have chosen me. Is it truly acceptable for someone like me? As my father mentioned, I have been quite selfish and caused trouble for our servants. It's a fact that I also uttered rude words to my younger sister. If she were truly an arrogant and insolent individual, she wouldn't be confessing her behavior like this. In the novel, Claris is desperate to highlight her strengths to become the Crown Prince's fiancée. But the words she is saying now are quite the opposite. Based on her previous actions and words, it seems like she doesn't have any intention of actively becoming Arnold's fiancée. It might be best to consider Claris from the novel and this girl as two different entities. Chapter 10. The Villain Prince questions the Marquis Ediardo. In response to my words, Marquis Charlotte, who was present at the scene, had completely shrunk down. The nobles present in the room seemed restless as well. Claris, with her eyes wide open, stared at me. It's embarrassing to be looked at so intently. She also snapped back to herself and quickly changed the subject. By the way, where is Prince Arnold? He's absent due to stomach pains. He decided to skip today's tea party to prioritize his health. As expected, I see. It's a season when one is prone to health issues, so please take care. She doesn't seem to be too disappointed about Arnold's absence. In fact, she looked relieved. While she is considered the leading candidate for Arnold's fiancé, it might have felt like a burden to her. Claris walked over to the Queen Mother and bowed. I offer my greetings to Her Highness Queen Miria, the symbol of the prosperity of the Kingdom of Hardin. It is customary to give such greetings to the king, queen, and royal consorts. It's not obligatory, but nobles who value etiquette usually offer these greetings first. If the queen is difficult to deal with and these greetings are not given, she might not say a word to the visiting noble. Mother is not that demanding, though. Your Majesty, I would like to express my gratitude for inviting me to this wonderful tea party today. Yufufafu, please do not make too many demands and trouble Belmira. She is my friend. I will keep that in mind. I felt a bit annoyed that she took Belmira's words at face value, but Claris bowed deeply. She appeared more mature by not arguing and submitting rather than the Queen Mother. I offered Claris a seat, and as I sat down next to her, I glanced at Marquis Charlotte, who was standing behind her. What kind of demands has Claris made specifically? In response to my question, Marquis Charlotte flinched slightly. In reality, Claris probably didn't make excessive demands. It's possible that she considered legitimate protests as demands. Marquis Charlotte was likely struggling to come up with Claris's supposed unreasonable behavior that would win sympathy from the aristocracy. After a while, Marquis Charlotte wiped his forehead with a handkerchief and began speaking. For instance, she caused a commotion when she couldn't eat the sweets prepared by the chef, complained when she couldn't wear the clothes my wife had painstakingly prepared, yelled when the room was dirty or didn't meet her standards, and even pushed a bug that was in her salad onto her sister, Natalie. Oh, really? I gave an approving nod as if showing sympathy, and Marquis Charlotte, who had been speaking with annoyance, froze when he heard my sarcastic words. Is that so? Well, I'd complain if there was a bug in my salad too. But is that considered being demanding? Well, it's not like the chef intentionally put the bug there. Of course not. Deliberately doing so would be disrespectful. Your Majesty, would you quietly eat your salad if you found a bug in it? I asked the mother. She imagined a salad with a bug and turned pale while shaking her head. There's no way. I might be surprised and make a fuss. But she pushed the bug onto her sister. Isn't that right, Claris? In response to the Queen Mother's words, Marquis Charlotte hurriedly spoke out and urged Claris in a threatening tone. As father said. Claris nodded silently in response, but the nobles in the room looked at her coldly. Even the Queen Mother seemed displeased, frowning as she witnessed this scene. It appeared as if she was forcing her child to admit to wrongdoing that she hadn't even committed. Did you also get angry with Claris for complaining about that bug in the salad? Did Claris deliberately put the bug next to her sister to highlight her situation and then you scolded her for it? No, that's not it. Claris put the bug on her sister to bully her. I was just reprimanding her for it. Well, but wouldn't it be better to get angry with the chef before scolding Claris? But Claris, I hope you're not about to claim that Claris intentionally brought the bug this time. Are you? At my words, Marquis Charlotte's face contorted. It was as if he was thinking, how did he know what I was going to say? Well, if he intended to portray Claris as the villain, he could have easily predicted that I would anticipate such an excuse. After taking a sip of tea, I said to Marquis Charlotte, oh, and by the way, if Claris were a proper noble's daughter, she might want to complain about being given such a faded, plain dress, don't you think? Marquis Charlotte remained silent, his face turning pale as he looked down. He couldn't say anything in response. After listening to this entire exchange, the Queen Mother murmured, well, I suppose that's true. As if she had come to understand. Then she wore a pained expression and looked at Marquis Charlotte. Marquis Charlotte, aren't you being too harsh on Claris? Well, but in his attempt to justify his actions to Mother, Marquis Charlotte struggled to find a suitable explanation and stumbled over his words. I added further criticism, making the situation more challenging for him. More importantly, you should teach Natalie some proper social etiquette. It is incredibly rude to casually address a member of the royal family by their first name upon first meeting. When using a first name, don't forget to use the title Your Highness. Oh my! Did Natalie really address you like that? Even Mother, upon hearing this for the first time, was appalled by Natalie's lack of common sense. Mother appeared to be taken aback by this revelation, as it complicated matters. Other nobles shared their thoughts as well. Considering the situation, it seems like Claris might be the one who is being mistreated, doesn't it? Her dress is so dull, and her hair isn't even properly styled. A responsible parent would make an effort to dress up their daughter, no matter what. But Natalie went all out with her appearance. It's just too big of a difference. It would make more sense if the stepmother and her daughter were the ones mistreating the daughter from the previous marriage. Well, Belmira has always been good at manipulating people. Falling for her words and making a stepdaughter into a villain would be a walk in the park for her. The nobles who didn't particularly like Marquis Charlotte and Vermeer took this opportunity to gossip and whisper behind their backs. It's quite typical that as soon as the situation changes, such people emerge, even after praising them just moments ago. Marquis Charlotte's face turned bright red, and Clarice appeared bewildered by the current situation. It's understandable, she has been labeled as willful by her family and society. Her situation has been reversed in this way. Clarice, please have some baked goods, I said, offering her tea cakes. She stared at my face for a moment, as if in a daze, and then hesitantly reached for a cookie. When she took a bite, her cheeks turned rosy, and her eyes sparkled with delight. She savored the texture and flavor of the cookie, clearly enjoying it. If I were the pastry chef who made those cookies, I'd consider her reaction to be the highest praise. As soon as Clarice made eye contact with me, her face turned a deeper shade of red, and she bowed her head. Oh, thank you. These cookies are delicious. I'm truly impressed. Where are they from? It seems you like the cookies. Yes, this is the first time I've ever tasted cookies this delicious. These cookies are a signature tea-time treat that became a standard among the nobility, created by a pastry chef who, a few years ago, used to work exclusively for the royal family but later opened a confectionery shop to sell them. It's not something particularly rare. Have you never tasted them before? What have you been eating all this time? She mentioned finding faults with the snacks the maids provided, but judging from the recent events, it's more likely that there were issues with the snacks the maids prepared. This, along with the incident with the salad and the bug, makes that possibility high. It wasn't written in the novel, but during her time living with her family, Clarice Charlotte must have faced significant hardships. The nobles were whispering as well. Rather than the stepmother being tormented by her willful stepdaughter, it seemed more plausible that the stepmother had been oppressing her stepdaughter. In the novel, Clarice's persistence in becoming Arnold's fiancée might also have been motivated by a desire to get back at her family and avoid returning to such a life. Even though she lives in an adverse environment, Clarice still retains a radiant spirit. At her first social gathering, while she's a bit nervous, there's no sign of her being timid. She calmly observes her surroundings, never pushing herself forward, and maintains impeccable behavior. She doesn't seem like Natalie's sister at all. Even Mother appears impressed by Clarice, as she watches her manners and subtle gestures while drinking her tea. She responds smoothly to questions from others and never oversteps her boundaries as a newcomer. Whoever claimed that she lacks manners, is arrogant, or selfish, well, they were telling outrageous lies. At least the Clarice in front of me now is a respectable lady who wouldn't be embarrassed in the social world. In fact, she's quite praiseworthy. I've made up my mind. I officially appoint Clarice Charlotte as my fiancée. As far as I'm concerned, there's no issue with having her as a fiancée. Besides, Arnold is rejecting her, so there shouldn't be any problem. In fact, he might even welcome the idea of a willful and arrogant fiancé. Choosing the Villainess as a fiancé will lead to a completely different development from the novel. There are other reasons, of course, but the most important reason I want her as my fiancé is that I fell in love at first sight. Clarice Charlotte is just too adorable. The more I look at her, the more she fits my preferences. A villainess, willful, arrogant, no problem. If those are her true qualities, I'm ready to employ all my skills from my previous life to educate her from the ground up. My fiancée is Clarice Charlotte. Chapter 11. The Villainess enjoys tea with the villain prince. Sighed Clarice. I am Clarice Charlotte. I ended up at a royal tea party just as I am, without any preparations. The first prince, Ediardo Hardin, who is Arnold's half-brother, was furious that Further had brought Natalie to the tea party without royal permission, instead of me, the formal guest. He ordered Father to bring me here. I was known in social circles as a willful young lady who troubled my stepmother and the servants. So, when Further brought me to the tea party, the gazes of the surrounding nobles were quite chilly, but Ediardo-sama alone seemed to understand something by observing my appearance, my attire, and my family's attitude. Despite the rumors, he harshly questioned Further about what I had demanded. I simply protested with very reasonable behavior. Since my actual actions were not considered willful, even if they were called so, Further was surely quite flustered inside. Unable to find any excuses to satisfy Ediardo-sama's inquiries, Further faced the cold gazes that were directed at me. And now, Ediardo-sama is seated beside me, offering cookies with a gentle smile. In the novel, Ediardo Harden secretly despises Claris and never exchanges a word with her at social gatherings. I was just before the age of 30. I have memories and knowledge of my previous life, but mentally I'm still 17 years old. Well, Ediardo-sama was referred to as the foolish prince by the readers, but being a prominent character in the novel, he's undoubtedly a striking beauty. To avoid revealing the racing of my heart, I accepted the offered cookie, and after taking a bite, it was unbelievably delicious. It's no wonder. These are the kind of sweets you'd expect at a royal tea party. I've never tasted such delicately crisp cookies even in my past life. Oh my, it's already melted in my mouth. Unconsciously, my eyes became moist, and I savored the cookie. Ediardo-sama was staring at me intently, and I suddenly felt embarrassed, my voice cracking. It's so delicious. I'm really impressed. Where are these sweets from? It seems you like the cookies. Why yes. I've never had cookies this delicious before. Ediardo-sama displayed a complex expression at that moment. Oh? Did I say something strange? Well, these are sweets provided by the royal family, so they're undoubtedly different from regular ones, right? Maybe they were different. Then, Miria, the queen, placed her hand on her cheek and looked at Further with curiosity. I thought these cookies were well known among the nobility. Sir Charlotte, haven't you ever had cookies before? Absolutely not. This girl is clearly lying. Her reaction didn't seem like a lie, though. It's Further who's clearly lying. But Ediardo-sama has seen right through him, considering what he has done to me so far. It's fine if the nobles look at him disapprovingly. But even if it's a lie, I'm happy. You seem to be enjoying it so much. That's not. I didn't lie. Foo. I understand. Oh, that smile. If he keeps smiling at me like that, it's okay to say I lied. Just for a moment, that thought crossed my mind. Ediardo-sama's smile is incredibly captivating. Just making eye contact with him feels like my heart's going to explode. Despite being the villain, he truly is a significant character in the novel. I casually lowered my head and took a sip of tea to calm my heart. Ediardo-sama keeps staring at me. What is it? It's definitely a kind look, but it feels like he's observing something. It's like the gaze of an interviewer during a job interview. It's a gentle smile, but it's as though he's seeing right through me. But a boy of just 17 wouldn't be looking at me like that, right? It's probably just my imagination. Starting school this year, huh? I hope we end up in the same class. Why yes, that's right. Well, as someone who doesn't want to get involved with significant novel characters, would prefer being in different classes. Class assignments are based on academic rankings, so there's no telling. In the novel, Ediardo seems to be weak academically. But who knows in reality? Once the long spring break comes to an end, we will be going to school. The Royal Harden Academy is where children of nobles and royalty attend. The school system here is different from my previous life school. You can start at the age of 17. In addition to academics, we learn magic, swordsmanship, and social dancing. For noble children, it's like a vocational training school for serving the royal family, and for women, it's a place to learn social skills and manners, like bride etiquette. While Harden Academy is technically a 3-year program, many students graduate early due to inheriting titles or getting married. By the way, Ediardo-sama and Arnold Sama are half-brothers of the same age. So, Despite being brothers, they are in the same grade. Natalie and I are the same. One of the good things about school life is that those who wish can live in the dormitories. Of course, I wished for that. I could technically commute from my family's home, but I don't want to stay in that house. My family doesn't particularly object. They don't really care about me. In return, they told me to figure out the dormitory fees myself. Fortunately, I have my mother's inheritance, so I'm not worried about that. But I'd like to become self-sufficient before enrolling. Natalie also wanted to stay in the capital to have fun, but her parents were strongly against it. Well, that selfish girl won't fit into dormitory life anyway, so both her father and stepmother should oppose it. I don't want to be in the same dorm as that girl either. What's your specialty? Is it magic? After all, I almost choked on the tea I was sipping. Magic? Seriously? I don't remember ever claiming to be good at magic. I tried to change my strained expression into a smile. What do you mean? My specialty is magic. I may have some knowledge, but I don't recall ever publicly announcing it. Well, it just felt that way. For some reason, Ediardo-sama is averting his gaze. Maybe he thinks he asked something weird. Well, I do have confidence in magic. I've locked myself in my room every day, diligently studying magical books for self-training, and I've reached a level where I can use intermediate magic, but at this point, I haven't shown my magical abilities to anyone. Why do you think I'm good at magic with no basis? I don't have a basis, but you seem to exude a vibe of being good at it. This magical vibe, what exactly is that? I somehow feel like he's playing it off, or maybe he's just saying something random. I didn't reveal my complex feelings and decided to smile instead. And, to calm my emotions, I took another sip of my tea. Yes, it's mildly sweet milk tea. Speaking of it, I recall that in the novel, Ediardo-sama liked milk tea. The real Ediardo-sama is also drinking milk tea with roses blooming in various colors, white brick walls, and blue roofs. It's like a fairy tale castle's exterior. I'm truly in a world that feels like it's from a story. It's like a world that isn't real. What's going to happen to me from now on? Chapter 12, The Villainess. Proposed to by the villain prince sighed Claris. Does your highness Ediardo like milk tea? Oh, I add milk and sugar to both tea and coffee without fail. Curtis, who is behind us, calls me childish for it. Your highness Ediardo said this in a low voice so that Curtis, the boy with light brown eyes and hair standing behind us, couldn't hear. Oh, that boy is Curtis Haley, as one of the main characters. He has a good-looking face. His gaze is sharp, and although you can't say he's very friendly, he is extremely loyal to Arnold, the protagonist. He even takes on the role of a spy for the sake of his master. He may come across as sarcastic when dealing with the villain Ediardo, but he's obedient as a faithful dog to Arnold. In the novel, Curtis tends to constantly compare Arnold to Ediardo in front of Ediardo, since he was so infatuated with Arnold. Readers used to criticize him for not realizing he was a spy, but rather, he acted in a distressed manner. Even over a simple cup of tea, he'd probably say something like, His Highness Arnold prefers his tea without sugar. I glanced at Curtis and couldn't help but chuckle. Curtis noticed my gaze and looked at me suspiciously, so I casually averted my eyes. Afterward, we talked about various topics such as the sweets we were eating, tea, seasonal plants, and what our school life would be like. Although I was nervous at first, I realized that I was naturally chatting with Prince Ediardo. It was just small talk, but it felt enjoyable, probably because it had been a while since I had a conversation with someone other than my family and servants. I suddenly looked at the Queen, and she was smiling while looking in our direction. Earlier, she had been very reserved when she was dealing with me, but now she had a happy smile. Come to think of it, in the novel, the Queen was troubled by Ediardo, who was unable to get along with boys and girls of the same age. Ediardo looked down on nobles other than those of the royal family, and those nobles ridiculed Ediardo, who was inferior to Arnold. In fact, he didn't know how to interact with boys and girls of the same age. So, the novel's Ediardo ended up developing a negative attitude. In reality, Prince Ediardo doesn't seem to have a superior attitude towards anyone. Based on our conversation, he doesn't seem to have social anxiety to that extent. Nevertheless, due to his status, he might not have been very close to boys and girls of the same age. Thanks to Belmira, it seems that the Queen had a bad impression of me. Have I managed to dispel it a bit? I don't want to become an enemy of the King and Queen, and I hope they don't think of me that way. Your Highness Ediardo is surprisingly easygoing and easy to talk to. You know how some people make you feel calm and comfortable when you're around them? I feel a bit uneasy that I have this feeling towards the prince. He is a prince, after all. But, if our eyes meet for a moment, my heart flutters. That exceedingly beautiful face is unfair. Hey, Claris. Why yes? As I was feeling nervous with our eyes locked, he whispered into my ear. I flinched and let out a high-pitched voice. He found my reaction amusing, and he chuckled softly. What's happening to me? I'm feeling so flustered. At this point, you're Arnold's prospective fiancé. But what if my little brother refuses you? Will you become my fiancé instead? Huh? What is happening right now? I thought you were joking. I instinctively shook my head vigorously. That's too presumptuous. As my father said, I'm very selfish. From what I've heard, you don't seem selfish. My sister Natalie is much more charming and adorable than me. Charm and cuteness alone won't cut it for royal duties. It's a heavy burden. Far too heavy. It's because you understand the weight of that responsibility that I like you. What's this? This prince. He's way ahead of me and already persuading me without giving me a chance to say anything. He's nothing like the Ediardo from the novel. That villainous prince in the novel would fall head over heels for the heroine's cute face and a few kind words. But this person is completely different. He's not judging me based on rumors. He can see through my father's lies, and above all, he's articulate. And strangely enough, we get along well. Even though there's quite a generation gap, as he's a 17-year-old boy and I have the memories of a 29-year-old. There's no awkwardness when we're together. His Highness Ediardo stacked his left hand on top of my right hand and said while staring at me, Claris, I want you to become my fiancé. I was mesmerized by his heart-wrenching beauty, the kind of beauty that left a lasting impression. My heart was squeezed tightly. I didn't want to disappoint His Highness Ediardo, and my feelings were overwhelming. Almost unconsciously, it happened. I nodded. When I got home, I didn't even eat dinner. I just dived onto my bed. I'm so tired, so tired, so tired. I never expected to go to a tea party all of a sudden. Moreover, having tea with His Highness Ediardo. Claris, I want you to become my fiancé. The beauty that gazes at me with a longing look remains seared in my eyes. I couldn't answer anything and just reflexively nodded. I'm such a fool. Why did I nod at that moment? I should have avoided getting involved with the novel's main characters as much as possible. But now that I've become engaged, there's no avoiding it. I angrily pounded on my worn-out pillow. Feathers flew every time I did, but I wasn't in a situation to care about that now. After a while, I let out a deep sigh again, still clutching the pillow, and stared at the ceiling. But, well, just because I nodded, it doesn't mean the engagement is a done deal, right? It was just a verbal agreement, and sometimes things change in the heat of the moment, don't they? Besides, the royal family can't possibly approve of me, who was originally a fiancé candidate for His Highness Arnold, becoming engaged to His Highness Ediardo. At that moment, I heard the sound of hurried footsteps in the corridor. These loud footsteps belonged to Natalie. As usual, she entered the room without knocking, just like always. Sister, what's going on? What kind of tricks did you use to deceive Ediardo-sama? I wonder how many decibels my half-sister's voice is today. It always rings in my ears. She's coming at me with her hysterical voice. I didn't use any tricks. His Highness Ediardo simply invited me to have tea with him. That can't be true, right? Unless you use your charms, there's no way Ediardo-sama would invite you. Sister, you definitely used charm magic, didn't you? Charm magic is forbidden, and the castle is protected by defensive magic that would negate such spells. Lies. I'm going to tell everyone. His Highness Ediardo has fallen under your charm magic. Go ahead, if you like. Father's credibility has taken a big hit because of this tea party, but I wonder how many people will believe your words. Moreover, if you start spreading the word that I used forbidden spells, the court magicians might come and investigate, you know? Natalie, frustrated by my indifferent attitude, slammed the door shut and left the room. I sighed deeply once more. If I keep making such foolish remarks, I'll lose credibility in society eventually. Father's judgment seems to get even worse when Natalie is involved, and he's been squandering our resources without properly managing the estate, so this household might not last much longer. Before worrying about the engagement, it might be better to be concerned about this house declining. I should look for a job to live as a commoner. I'd prefer to be an adventurer who can make use of my magical abilities. But I need to improve my magical skills first. Feeling the urgent need to master magic as soon as possible, I got up from my bed and decided to read my magic books. Chapter 13, The Villainess becomes an apprentice to the court apothecary. One side Claris. 3 days later. The butler, Tread, opened the door without even knocking, and with an irritated tone, he said, "The master is summoning you." "Please, proceed to the study." I thought butlers were supposed to be more refined individuals. Well, if we're being raised by a butler like him, it's no wonder Natalie's manners have deteriorated. Furthermore, you're even using charm on the first prince. The dignity of the Grand Duke's bloodline weeps. You know, I haven't used any charm. Considering the rumors about you, there's no way the prince would be interested in you. Resorting to underhanded tricks like bewitchment is a disgrace to the Charlotte family. The butler, a fool, readily believed Natalie's words without any doubt. Charm is an advanced magic, and powerful nullification spells prevent the use of forbidden magic within the castle. With a deep sigh, I followed Tread's instructions and entered the study, where my father was resting his cheek on his hand, looking extremely displeased. "The royal family has made a formal engagement proposal. Claris, you will become His Highness Ediardo's official fiancé." Huh? When there is a formal proposal from the royal family, one cannot refuse unless they are a noble with leverage. The Charlotte family couldn't possibly decline the engagement request. Although they probably wanted to refuse deep down, openly declining would be seen as disrespectful to the royal family. Thus, when an engagement proposal arrives from the royal family, it's effectively a done deal. According to my father, Arnold Hardin, the first prince, disliked me, so he willingly gave me, a fiancé candidate, to Ediardo, the second prince. That's quite an unpleasant way to put it. It's not like I belonged to Arnold in the first place. My father pounded the desk in frustration. Why is it you and not Natalie? Did you use charm on His Highness Ediardo? Charm can't be used within the castle, right? You're taking Natalie's words too seriously. Could it be you used a love potion? Those are illegal in the country. Besides, I've never even been to society, so how could I obtain one? However, there's no way His Highness Ediardo would choose you over Natalie without some kind of trick. Even if I weren't here, a girl like Natalie, who lacks proper etiquette and even addresses royals by their first names, would be the first to be disqualified as a candidate. I think Natalie's blind adoration has reached a pitiful point. However, I never would have imagined becoming the fiancé of the villain, Ediardo, rather than the protagonist, Arnold. Is it even possible for villains to end up together? Perhaps it's one of the patterns to avoid a future bad ending. Ediardo, unlike in the novel, is no fool. In fact, he seems more intelligent than his years would suggest. Moreover, our conversations flow naturally. His stable conversational skills are probably due to his royal status. Marriage to him might not be such a bad idea. I just hope Arnold and Mimilia find happiness on their own. But still, a part of me wishes to avoid involvement with the main characters of the novel. So, I decided to make my case to my father. Father, it's a great honor to be considered as His Highness's fiancé candidate. I implore you to recommend Natalie as a fiancé candidate as well. NGH. You understand the situation. However, it's beyond my control. Furthermore, by bringing Natalie to this tea party, I have already earned the disfavor of His Highness Ediardo. Right, that's true. I was invited, but I decided to bring a substitute without notifying the royal family in advance. I was participating in the same spirit as a friend's noble tea party, so it's pointless to discuss it now. As His Highness Ediardo's fiancé, you can't afford to make any more mistakes. If he ever grows tired of you, and the engagement is annulled, you'll be of no use anymore. You will have to leave this house. I understand. His Highness Ediardo growing tired of me. That's a possibility, isn't it? After all, in the setting, Ediardo Harden is supposed to fall in love with the heroine, Mimilia. That's exactly what I wanted to avoid, so I stayed away from the tea party. In the end, I've become the official fiancé of a royal family member, and it's not even His Highness Arnold but His Highness Ediardo. While having a different fiancé might prevent the story from following its novel pattern, I'd rather avoid being entangled in disputes over the crown prince's position. Anyway, I must work hard to ensure I can be independent no matter what. Since I became His Highness Ediardo's official fiancé, my family's treatment of me has become even harsher. If people had normal brains, I'd expect them to treat a royal family member engaged to the prince with a bit more respect. In particular, our butler, Tread, has increased his snide remarks, like, "Natalie is far more beautiful," and His Highness Ediardo has terrible taste, targeting me on various occasions. Perhaps the reason my family is so severe with me, despite my status as the royal fiancé, is because His Highness Arnold, the first prince, is the more probable candidate for the crown prince position. My parents believe that His Highness Ediardo's future doesn't look bright. Throughout history, royal family members who vied for the throne faced executions, exile, or, at best, were given peerages and sent to remote regions. They anticipate that Ediardo will face the same fate, though it's more a hope than an expectation. My parents are deeply resentful about the incident at the tea party, where His Highness Ediardo scolded them. After all, they were publicly berated by a 17-year-old boy. That's enough to hold a grudge. Since the incident, Natalie, who became increasingly frustrated with His Highness Ediardo's indifference, changed her target from him to His Highness Arnold. She thought it would be better to catch a promising prince and one-up her sister, rather than stealing her sister's fiancé. Why did my sister end up with such a foolish and useless prince? I feel sorry for her. I'm very happy right now. If anything, I think it's you who lacks common sense. What did you say? Father, sister is. Since my memories resurfaced, my spirited personality from my previous life seems to have returned. I used to cower in fear of my father's angry outbursts whenever Natalie said something, and I couldn't respond. Now, though, I calmly reply while reading my spell book. And, without fail, my father bursts into shouts. Claris, how many times are you going to bully Natalie? Hey, are you even listening? The scolding that used to terrify me before my memories returned doesn't affect me now. I've even started treating it like background noise while reading my spell book. No matter how infuriating it may be, I can't raise my hand against the prince's fiancé. Well, that day's dinner included rotten tomato salad and moldy bread, which was even worse. By the way, ever since the incident with Natalie finding a bug in her salad, I've been told to have my meals in my room. That's more convenient for me because I can discreetly dispose of the rotten food. I don't need to eat such things anyway since I have delicious bread I bought in town and nutrition pills. Occasionally, I feign a stomachache to be on the safe side. I have stomach medicine just in case, but I haven't used it yet because my stomachache is just knacked. Plus, even if the medicine runs out, I can use the healing magic I've learned recently to treat minor injuries and stomachaches, though it might not be as potent as a saint's magic. Still, it would be great if I could learn to make my potions in case I run out of magic and medicine. Maybe I should study pharmacology in addition to magic. As a matter of fact, in the novel, Claris tries to obtain poison to kill Mimilia. To obtain the poison, Claris takes the son of a certain apothecary hostage and forces him to create the poison. This poison is ingested in small quantities, and when the lethal dose is reached, it's fatal. It's a perfect poison for creating alibis, but it's challenging to concoct, and only a few advanced apothecaries can make it. In the story, Arnold ends up rescuing the apothecary's son who had been locked up by Claris. Claris's act of forcing the apothecary to create the poison is exposed, leading to her expulsion from noble society. The name of the apothecary is Vinariana, a female genius apothecary with skills rivaling the court apothecary. Chapter 14. The Villainess becomes an apprentice to apothecary two-side Claris. The name of that apothecary is Vinariana. She was considered one of the top genius apothecaries who would likely become the next court apothecary. However, due to overwork that led to her collapse, she decided to leave the royal palace and live a slower life with her son. Currently, she runs a pharmacy in a corner of the town. According to the novel's setting, Claris's birth mother held Vine's skills in high regard. Even when she was bedridden, Vine prescribed her medicine. Thanks to this, she managed to live an extra year when her life expectancy was just 6 months. For the villainous Claris to request her son as a hostage in exchange for a prescription of poison from such a benefactor is utterly outrageous. Vinariana was described as a woman with undulating purple hair and thick, spiraling glasses, appearing as a very enigmatic figure. In the real world, I, Claris, remember seeing my mother, Licorice Charlotte, having friendly conversations with Vine. They were friends beyond the doctor-patient relationship, crossing age differences and social statuses. When my mother was still a bachelor serving as a lady-in-waiting to the previous king's queen, she befriended Vine, a court apothecary, and they became friends. Wouldn't it be a good idea to ask Vinariana for lessons in pharmacology? Becoming an apothecary requires knowledge of magic, and I believe Vine probably knew at least intermediate-level magic. It would be great if I could learn a little about magic as well. Relying only on books has its limits. The Claris in the novel may have been an abhorrent villainess who asked Vine to create poison, but I would never do such a thing. Especially the despicable act of taking her son hostage. I'm going to become Vinariana's apprentice to learn pharmacology. As usual, I sneaked out of my room and arrived in Lenny's town, where I immediately began asking around. Since the novel didn't provide detailed information about the location, I didn't know where Vine's shop was. I imagined it would be in a quiet corner outside the town. So, I decided to visit the stall owner who had sold me a purse and pouch earlier. Thank you for last time. I'm looking for an effective pharmacy now. My sister's cold just won't go away. Oh. You're the young lady from before. That's tough. Vine's place is good for quality medicines. It's a bit of a walk, though. Is that okay? Bingo. Just as I expected. The reputation of a genius apothecary spreads through word of mouth. Following the directions from the stall owner, I walked down the main street for a while and then turned right into a narrow alley with a weapons shop. After a short walk, I saw a brick cube-shaped building. It seemed that this was Vine's shop, just as described in the novel, resembling a dice-shaped structure. The wooden door made a creaking sound when I touched the doorknob, and it slammed shut with a thud due to its weight. Inside the dimly lit room, shelves on both sides displayed jars of various colored powders, jars of pills, and bottles filled with clear liquids. It seemed like I was the only customer. An elderly woman, shrouded deeply in a black hood, was sitting as if crouching behind the front counter. I also had my khaki-colored hood pulled down deeply, presenting myself in the attire of a wizard's apprentice. The elderly woman rasped out a question. Do you need something, miss? Cold medicine, perhaps? Or something for an upset stomach? I do plan to get some medicine later, but before that, I came here today with a request. A request? The elderly woman raised her face to look in my direction, but with her hawk-like nose as the only visible feature, the area above her eyes was hidden beneath the hood. I've come here to learn pharmacology. Ah, an apprentice, huh? You're the 100th one to ask. Unfortunately, I'm too old. I don't have the energy or strength left to teach anyone, the old woman said, shaking her shoulders as she let out a chuckle. Then, she gestured for me to leave by sweeping her hand like a broom. She was undoubtedly a skilled apothecary. Many people know about her feats during her time as the court apothecary, which explains the numerous aspiring apprentices. I chuckled and replied, oh, you jest, Vinariana. You're still in your mid-20s. He. I see. You have some talent to see through my illusion magic. As soon as she said that, her body was enveloped in smoke. Within the veiled view of the gauze-like smoke, the small elderly woman's height quickly increased, and her figure transformed into that of a young lady. When the smoke cleared, a young and beautiful woman stood before me. Moreover, she had a striking figure, with all the right curves and slender legs that seemed to emerge from her black skirt with a deep slit, making her look like a perfect, glamorous woman. Although her wavy hair remained purple, she wasn't wearing glasses, and her reddish-purple eyes had a slightly drooping, seductive double eyelid. A beauty mark just below her lips accentuated her allure. "So, you want to learn pharmacology from me?" she asked with a somewhat provocative glance. I was taken aback by her appearance. It was different from the image I had in my mind. The novel described her as a shadowy woman who wore thick, bottle-bottom glasses. This sultry lady was not what I expected. Besides, she should have a son, as far as I knew. "Mom, do we have a visitor?" A boy, around 5 years old, emerged from a door behind the counter. He had silky lavender hair, round reddish-purple eyes, plump cheeks, and fair skin. His angelic appearance was adorable, and just looking at his smile was comforting. If I could see this child's smile, I wouldn't regret it even if I spent all my savings. That's how much power his smile had in breaking down restraints. When the boy's eyes met mine, his face turned bright red, and he looked down shyly, hiding behind Vine. I wondered if he was just shy. Although I knew who he was from the novel, it was our first meeting in reality, so I asked Vine, "Is this your son?" "No, he's my nephew." "Nephew, you say?" "He's the son of my late sister. Now he's living with me as my adopted child. While it might be her nephew in terms of aunts, technically speaking, he was her nephew." Did the novel mention something like this? I couldn't recall clearly. I hadn't read the novel thoroughly. "I think his name is Jin, right? Jin Ariana." "He's an adorable boy now, but in the novel's conclusion, he grows up to become a court apothecary, supporting the royal family, all for the sake of his admired Arnold and his first love, Mimiria." Vine looked at me and said, "You're Licorice's daughter, aren't you?" "Well, you've grown quite a bit." I was relieved that she remembered me. Vine used to call my mother Lyco. Although we had met occasionally, it had been 5 years since my mother's passing, and I was a bit anxious. "It's a good thing you've grown to look just like your mother. It would have been tragic if you'd taken after that bald father." "Ha. Ah ha ha ha." Vine was quite blunt, which was different from her portrayal in the novel. Just like how His Highness Ediardo had a different character from the novel, not everything seemed to follow the novel's path. In fact, there seemed to be less resemblance to the novel than otherwise. As I mentioned earlier, I want to learn pharmacology. "Why pharmacology?" "It's for my future." "You're a noble, aren't you? Do you really need that?" "Of course, I'm currently the daughter of a marquis, but one never knows what will happen in life. There's always a possibility of losing that position. That's why I want to learn as much as I can." "I see. You're concerned about the current situation in the Charlotte family. Well, given the growing discontent with your father in town, it's not surprising." Vine nodded in agreement. Lenny's town, located in the Marquis Charlotte, was lively, but it also had extreme disparities in wealth. "Well, considering you're none other than Lyco's daughter, I can teach you the basics of pharmacology." "Ah really?" What I'd like to learn, in particular, is things like cold remedies, gastrointestinal medicine, and other healing drugs. My reason for wanting to learn these was that I could use them to treat myself in emergencies and, at the same time, potentially earn some money. Mastering magic was good, but to make quick money, it was better to be able to create and sell products. However, it's not for free. "Of course." "How much would it be?" "Your monthly tuition will be." Vine raised a single finger, and I tilted my head to ask, "Is it 1,000 gyros?" "It's 10,000 gyros." "Even with that, it's a discounted rate for a friend." "Wow, it's so expensive." Chapter 15. The Villainess becomes an apprentice to apothecary 3-side Claris. "This is your monthly tuition." As Vine raised a single finger, I tilted my head and asked, "Is it 1,000 gyros?" "It's 10,000 gyros." "Even at that price, It's a friend's discount. What? So expensive? Well, if I think about it as an investment in acquiring a skill, maybe it's justified. After all, there are likely material costs to consider, and it might indeed be a friend's discount. However, I have my mother's inheritance to cover it. Still, I should try to negotiate a bit. At least half the price, please. No. How about 6,000 euros? Still too low. 7,000? Not even close. 8,000? Listen. 8,100 euros. You're haggling in such small increments. Fine. I'll settle for 8,000 euros. Phew, at least I managed to negotiate down by 2,000 euros. Vine looked at me with an incredulous expression. I didn't expect you to haggle over the tuition. Not something a noble's daughter should do. Ha. In my past life, I often haggled for vegetables and fish at the local morning market. When I thought about it, Vine had her child to look after, and she likely wanted to secure her income as much as possible. Nevertheless, I didn't know what the future held, so I wanted to keep my expenses to a minimum. I had anticipated discussing compensation, so I already had 10,000 euros with me. I counted out 8 bills from my purse and handed them to her. Paying up front is certainly fitting for a Charlotte family young lady. My mother's inheritance is helping. But, considering it will eventually run out, I want to learn as many skills as possible to earn my income. Wait. How's your father doing? You can't count on my father. He squandered most of the family's assets on my stepmother and her daughter. I see. Vine listened to my story and seemed to understand the situation without further comments. Then she gestured for me to follow her to the adjacent room. The room where Jin-kun had come out earlier. In that room, there was a basket of dried herbs, bottles of nuts, and various things like bright red branches and pitch black flowers that I'd never seen before. There were even preserved lizards, though I wasn't sure if they were in formaldehyde. They had a similar appearance. There was also a liquid in a container on the stove, boiling away. It was like a room straight out of a witch's tale. Vine lightly twirled her index finger, and the flame on the stove, which had been burning low, extinguished. Of course, this world didn't have gas or electricity, so they used magic to ignite fires. For those who couldn't use magic, there were stoves infused with magic stones that could be used to start fires, and most commoners used them. All right, I'll start by teaching you how to make a healing potion. Jin, bring over the herbs and sesame seeds from over there. Sesame seeds? The same sesame seeds from my previous life? They looked just like the tiny black seeds I remembered. Sesame seeds are good for your body, aren't they? In that sense, they might be suitable for making a healing potion. However, the sesame seeds from my past life and those in this world might have different properties. It was hard to say for sure. Jin-kun brought the materials, and I was handed a mortar and pestle. Just having the ingredients isn't enough. The outcome can change depending on the quantity, so be sure to measure it properly. I nodded in response to Vine's words. Furthermore, it seemed that the size of the raw materials and the growth of herbs could also affect the amount needed, so it wasn't a matter of just weighing it correctly. It seemed complicated but also fascinating. I'll demonstrate the mixture, so watch closely. She put the dried sesame seeds, herbs, and flower petals into the mortar and quickly crushed them. Once they were mixed to a certain extent, I added purified water and slowly stirred while chanting a recovery spell. The previously murky water gradually cleared, and a beautiful green liquid formed. Now, pour this into a small bottle. There you go. Your healing potion is ready. Incredible. It happened so quickly. My expression must have revealed my amazement because Vine was either embarrassed or shy, scratching her cheek with her index finger and looking away. Don't look at me with such sparkling eyes like that. Sorry. I'm just so impressed by your amazing skills. You're quite dramatic about it. A blush crept onto Vine's pale cheeks. She seemed genuinely flustered. It was kind of cute, and I was starting to feel a sense of camaraderie with her. Tasting it is important too, so go ahead and try it. I took the freshly made healing potion, opened the lid, and took a sip. It had no particular taste. Although I wasn't injured or sick, I felt the fatigue that had been weighing on me, and the tension in my shoulders and neck disappeared. My body felt lighter. Amazing. This is the power of a healing potion. My mood seemed to improve as well, and I beamed with happiness. Vine watched me with a seemingly dazzled expression. Why was she looking at me like that? I wondered. Then, as if she had read my mind, Vine answered, "The smile you have when you're so impressed with my potions is just like your mother's." "Is that so? I loved your mother's smile." Saying this, Vine smiled happily. It was clear that she and my mother had been close friends. Amid the duties and responsibilities of a countess, it must have been great to have such a close and informal friend. "Now, it's your turn to make one." After a somewhat somber conversation about my late mother, Vine perked up and said this. I nodded and began to make the potion. Just as I had seen before, I put the mixed ingredients into a container and added purified water, stirring while chanting the recovery spell. As a result, I had a clear, pale green liquid. It seemed a bit lighter in color compared to Vine's potion. "Oh, it seems you put in a bit too much magical power. This way, the effect of the herbs may be diluted. Try mixing in a small amount of magical power. The amount of herbs and ingredients should be fine." I nodded and mixed the potion while adding a small amount of magic. As I did, the liquid gradually became transparent. The resulting potion was a bit denser and clearer than earlier, but it felt even more concentrated than Vine's. Vine sighed with amazement and said, "You're quite something." "Making a high-grade recovery potion just like that." "A high-grade recovery potion?" "Yes. There are different ranks of recovery potions. The one I just made as a sample is average, and it can restore half of your stamina. A high-grade recovery potion can fully restore stamina. When it becomes a top-grade recovery potion, it not only fully restores stamina but also magical power. For major injuries or minor illnesses like a cold, it can instantly heal them. Typically, it's referred to as a universal medicine." Universal medicine? Yes. It's a universal medicine that can completely restore both magical power and stamina. Only I and the previous court apothecary are capable of making it. The universal medicine stocked in the castle was made by the court apothecary, but its quality doesn't seem to be that great. Vine said and left the room, showing me one small bottle that she must have taken from the store shelf. "Wow, it shines like the emerald of gemstones." I think in a game I played in a previous life, these things were called elixirs. "Beautiful." "That's right. It consumes a considerable amount of magical power, so even I can only make one a day. Besides, it's so expensive that there aren't many buyers. It's almost become a decoration in the shop, but if it were to sell, it'll be at least 300,000 euros. T 30,000? Why is it so expensive?" There are various reasons. There are too few creators, the consumption of magical power is intense, and it's incredibly labor-intensive. Making potions to restore stamina or heal wounds is relatively easy, but creating a potion to recover magical power is several times more difficult. And if you want a potion that restores both stamina and magical power simultaneously, it becomes even more complicated. Impressive. I want to make universal medicine too. At this point, I think my eyes weren't just sparkling but were practically on fire. After all, the idea of making universal medicine felt like a dream. Not only did it heal your body, but it also restored magical power, which was incredibly convenient. Furthermore, if I could sell it at a high price, I wouldn't have to worry about money, even if my family were to face ruin. Vine patted my shoulder and smiled warmly. "Universal medicine is difficult to create even for expert apothecaries, but I believe you can do it. You have the skill and an extraordinary level of motivation." It wasn't just motivation, it was a matter of life and death for me. My entire future hinged on this. I aimed to become an expert apothecary capable of making universal medicine, so I would leave the mansion, learning about pharmacy from Vine every day. Since my family completely ignored me, it wasn't an issue for now. So, I made sure to return before Carla brought dinner. Recently, they seemed to have run out of ideas for teasing me during meals and snacks. Now, they only brought me dinner once a day. Even then, it was usually leftover food, which was mostly spoiled. Of course, I had no intention of eating any of it. Instead, since becoming Vine's apprentice, I started having dinner at her house. "Hey, as a Marquis daughter, aren't you a bit too thin?" "Have you been eating well?" Since she inquired, I honestly told her about the situation I was currently in. It seemed she had more compassion than I expected, as she became somewhat angry, as if the situation personally concerned her, and said, "Should we burn down that mansion? Starting today, you'll eat before you leave. Eating is part of your lessons." With those words, she brought me a plate with bread, stir-fried vegetables, and soup. While it wasn't as luxurious as the meals Natalie and the others had, it was piping hot, well-balanced, and looked delicious. When the plate with the steaming food was placed in front of me, I really felt like crying. The taste was also wonderful, and as I savored it with tears in my eyes, Vine gently patted my shoulder, saying, "If you eat with such a happy expression, it's rewarding for me." Vine's dinners were exquisite, especially the milk stew, which was superb. The chicken was tender, and it was filled with seasonal vegetables. When I returned home, Jin-kun often wore a lonely expression and tried to persuade me, "Hey, why don't you stop going back to that house and live with us? Be my big sister." "Hey, Jin, don't bother Claris," Vine interjected. However, as she warned Jin, she seemed a bit distressed. As I left her house, I felt like I was being tugged back by the feelings left behind. Maybe I should become Vine's little sister. I really don't want to return to that house. That's how comfortable Vinariana's house has become for me. Chapter 16. The villain prince takes a snobbish magician as his mentor. One-side Ediardo. I, Yukitachi, a common salaryman who met an unfortunate death, was reincarnated in another world. My current name is Ediardo Hardin. I'm a villain in the novel Destined Love, from a commoner girl to a queen, but I'm also a significant character who fights the protagonist towards the end. In game terms, I'm strong, just below the final boss. Thinking about it, I must have some hidden abilities. It's quite impressive that I can freely use intermediate magic through self-study. Some people take 10 years to obtain the qualification of an intermediate magician. Before my memories returned, I didn't know how to study, but now that I know the method, I can learn to a certain extent on my own, even without a mentor. The Ediardo in the novel was originally an incompetent prince with only a handsome face. He became strong only after receiving dark magic from Dino, the prince of the demon tribe, unlocking his true potential. However, as someone who doesn't want to live as a villain, I can't rely on the demon tribe to bring out my abilities. I have to improve my magical abilities with my strength. I brought beginner-level history books from the Royal Library. The history of the ancient people who laid the foundation of the world and the birth of magic was fascinating, but I finished reading it in less than an hour. Feeling unsatisfied with just beginner-level history, I decided to drag out advanced magic books from the Royal Library shelves. Returning to my room with other intriguing books, I happily immersed myself in reading. Magic books are incredibly interesting. The development of magic feels like reading an epic fantasy novel. Seeing me like that, Curtis remarked, "Arnold-sama would have finished reading such books long ago." "Go away, you're distracting me." Before Curtis could finish his sentence, I retorted, unfazed. In the past, if I tried to read, Curtis would mock me for still reading such books and embarrass me into not reading them. But now, I'm not bothered by a kid's comment. I smirked with a villainous smile befitting a villainous prince and asked Curtis, "If you're talking about that book, then you must naturally be well versed in it, right? Who created the flame ritual 3,000 years ago?" "Irina Heath." "Of course." "That's obvious." "Yeah, but Irina's ritual was still incomplete. It took another 20 years to perfect it. The one who perfected the flame ritual was someone else, Irina's disciple, Aflos. It's been proven that magic won't be complete without weaving at least two different words. What are you saying?" "If you were asked, who created the flame ritual? And all you could come up with is Irina Heath's name, it's strange." "Before you casually call this book just another book, make sure you read it properly. Acting like you know it all is frankly quite embarrassing, you know." "Wow." Curtis turned red, bit his lip, and hastily left the room, slamming the door. "Did you all see that attitude? It's not how you should behave toward royalty. I can fire him anytime for his bad attitude, but But even if I make him quit, Tears will undoubtedly send a new spy here. To avoid getting a troublesome spy, I decided to let a foolish one swim for now. I secretly stuck my tongue out at Curtis and resumed reading. In this world, a being known as the Saint is destined to be born. Simultaneously, a hero is also born. The Saint and the hero chosen by the goddess July, who created this world, possess immense magical power and willed power beyond human comprehension. However, the power of the Saint is unstable, and dependent on her own emotions. Some saints end their lives without ever manifesting their power due to mental instability. The power of the hero awakens through the Saint's power, and the strength of the hero's abilities depends on the Saint's emotions, making it similarly unstable. In any case, there are too many uncertainties to use the Saint and hero as the main forces of the royal family. It might be better to consider the powers of the Saint and hero as optional. Rather than relying on them, it would be far more rational to focus on strengthening the knights, cultivating magicians, and producing highly effective healing potions. Generally, kings from eras when the Saint and hero played an active role tended to be in dark circumstances. They turned to the power of the Saint and hero out of desperation. Well, Arnold, as portrayed in the novel, was the same. He was not only a king but also a hero. Yet ultimately, he relied on the power of the Saint to resolve various matters. Relying on the power of the Saint is never enough, no matter how many lives one has. As mentioned earlier, I, being set as the second strongest after Dino, the prince of the demon tribe, should have considerable latent potential. First and foremost, I need to draw out my abilities and become proficient in powerful magic to potentially attain the strength equivalent to a hero. For that, I need an excellent magician to teach me. Although I can use intermediate level magic through self-study, when it comes to advanced magic, I still need someone to instruct me. However, my current magic mentor, Birios, the court magician, is completely absorbed in teaching Arnold, who has shown magical talent from an early age and pays no attention to me. Moreover, since Tears, the queen, and Arnold's mother, introduced him, it's only natural. She's actively steering him away from teaching me magic. You should first learn the basics on your own. With your current abilities, I can't teach you anything. Before recalling my past life, I naively believed Birios's words, and cursed myself for lacking talent. Even when I became somewhat proficient in basic magic, Birios would scoff at me, saying, "Such weak magic is not worth discussing. If you want me to teach you, improve your abilities more." If someone has zero ability, it's the teacher's job to start from the basics and enhance their capabilities. Yet, he boldly abandoned that responsibility. Moreover, he still receives a salary from my mother. If you receive a salary, you should work. If you don't intend to teach, you're fired. If he has no intention of teaching me, I'll find a new mentor on my own. I've already decided who to choose. George is Remio, one of the court magicians whose name is even mentioned as the next head of the court magicians. Although he is incredibly skilled, he is notorious for being a heavy drinker and a womanizer. Among court magicians, he is a snubbed figure among the court magicians for this reason. However, according to the novel, this person meets Saint Mimilia and starts teaching her magic. Mimilia, whose abilities had not yet blossomed, quickly acquires the abilities of an advanced magician. As Georges interacts seriously with Mimilia, he stops womanizing and quits drinking. He develops feelings for Mimilia, growing beyond those of a mere disciple. However, knowing that her heart belongs to Arnold, Georges keeps those feelings locked away inside him. Yes, the heroine of this novel, destined love, from a commoner girl to a queen, is not only loved by Arnold and Ediardo but also by the magician Georges and the Prime Minister's son Adonis. It's not exactly a reverse harem, but it's a situation where she is liked by various types of the opposite sex, a coveted scenario. Didn't my sister in my past life have Georges as her favorite character for that heart-fluttering scene? Georges Remio ultimately dies while protecting his beloved disciple Mimilia from an attack by Dino, the prince of the demon tribe. His devoted love for Mimilia was quite heartwarming. Setting aside my sister's favorite heart-fluttering character from my past life, considering that he successfully nurtured Mimilia from an intermediate magician struggling to advance to an advanced magician, Georges seems to be quite adept at teaching. Whether the real Georges has the teaching prowess of the novel is uncertain, but for now, he's the only magician I have in mind. Well, unlike in the novel, if he turns out to be a bad teacher, he'll be fired immediately. At that moment, I heard footsteps approaching from beyond the door. Chapter 17. The villain prince takes a snobbish magician as his mentor to side Ediardo. What business does the prince have with someone like me? The voice belongs to Georges Remio, right? He's practically saying it's a bother, mixed with a yawn. The reason I can hear the conversation outside so clearly is that there's a security item placed in the corridor like an ornament. It looks like a squirrel statue, but a magic stone is embedded in the eyes of the squirrel, allowing the conversation outside to be heard through it. Although I had the squirrel ornament installed by ordering the servants, they don't know that it serves the purpose of eavesdropping on outside conversations. So, unaware that I'm listening, they continue their conversation. I don't know. It's a miracle that someone like you is called by the royal family. The other voice is probably the colleague of George's, another court magician who found him. Even just hearing the voice, you can imagine a face that looks like they've bitten a bitter bug. It seems calling a snobbish person to the royal family is not amusing. Oh, what a pain in the ass. I have a promise to drink with Lily-chan later. Yeah, he's saying it's a bother. Who's Lily-chan anyway? It's probably just a matter of being flattered and ending it. With his usual attitude, it's no wonder he's become a snobbish person. Then, the colleague, seemingly a man, said with a laugh. Well, too bad it's not His Highness Arnold. Even if called by the Spare Prince, I don't see any merit for you. Spare Prince Ediardo. His Highness Ediardo? Yeah, that's right. Inside the castle, it's rumored that His Highness Arnold, who is excellent, is more suitable as the Crown Prince. There are rumors that he's always comparing himself to his half-brother and feeling inferior. Is that so? It feels too early to decide hits and misses at this point. I awakened to magic when I was 18, you know. Royalty and commoners have different circumstances. Yeah, it's too early to decide at this point. Although his attitude is bad, I see Georges Remio as someone who doesn't get swayed by rumors. The magical stone installed for security purposes turned out to be useful in glimpsing George's character. George's colleague mocks me as the Spare Prince and makes fun of Georges, a commoner. If I hadn't heard the conversation, I might have thanked that colleague for bringing Georges. The two court magicians knock on the door, then enter with innocent expressions, bowing respectfully. I apologize for being late. I am court magician Furistva, the leader of the Magic Corps 6th Division. I have brought Georges Remio with me. After introducing himself with a long title, the fox-faced court magician named Fury presents the young man in a blue hooded cloak standing behind him. Since the hood is pulled down, his face isn't visible. Among court magicians, those proficient in attack magic belong to the Magic Corps, which plays an active role in battles and monster extermination. According to my research, Georges is skilled in both attack and healing magic but is not a member of the Magic Corps. Well, he was initially a member, but he was expelled for disrupting discipline. Georges doesn't belong to the Magic Corps, the Research Division, or the Medical Corps. He's what you'd call an unaffiliated freelance court magician. However, because of his skills, he is occasionally dispatched to the Magic Corps or the Medical Corps. The young man introduced by Fury steps forward and removes his hood. Fair skin, slanted green-gray eyes, slightly droopy, a well-shaped nose, oddly perfect lips, and slightly curled milky tea-colored hair. He's the owner of an unnecessarily sweet face. I am Georges Remio, Your Highness Ediardo. I hope you are well. We don't need formal greetings. Oh, and thanks to you there who guided them. You can leave now, can't you? I said to Fury, but he just smiled and didn't move. He must be curious about why George's game. Also, he probably underestimates me, thinking I'm still a kid. While laughing, the fox-face magician said, "Please don't mind me," and didn't seem to obey. So, in a slightly lower voice, I said, furistva. I appreciate you bringing George's. So, I'll overlook the fact that you talked behind my back, calling me the spare prince. In response to my words, Fury turned pale enough for me to see from here and timidly asked a question. Did you hear that? Yeah, I heard everything crystal clear through the magic stone. Normally, that's a one-way ticket to prison for disrespect, you know? Exclamation mark. I maintained a smile on my face, tilted my head playfully, and informed him with a mischievous twinkle. The fox-faced man deeply bowed, made a quick about-face, and hurriedly exited the room. Sighing at his colleague's behavior, Georges crossed his arms and looked at me. You seem surprised. By the way, was that magic stone the squirrel ornament from earlier? You caught on quickly. When we passed by, I saw the squirrel's eyes gleam ever so slightly. Well, Fury didn't seem to notice at all, though. The light of the magic stone is extremely faint, and you wouldn't notice it if you were just walking down the hallway. Still, he's quite perceptive. He must always be paying attention to changes in his surroundings. By the way, where did that fearful attitude from earlier disappear to? You were the one who said we didn't need formal greetings, right? If you don't like it, I don't mind being thrown in jail for disrespect either. Certainly, I did say we didn't need formal greetings. However, that doesn't mean I've allowed informal language. If this were an interview, it would be a deduction. However, considering that he might have the ability to cover the deduction, it's not easy to simply reject him. Let me be straightforward. I want you to teach me magic. I've managed to use intermediate level magic through self-study, but it's not so easy when it comes to advanced magic. Aren't you being taught by Berrios? He boasted about teaching the two princes. He abandoned his workplace, so I decided to dismiss him. Abandoned his workplace? He said I wasn't worth teaching and that he would only instruct me after I gained the ability worth teaching. Hey, that's quite the embezzler. Georges burst into laughter with an amused expression. I didn't mean to make him laugh, though, but he is nothing but an embezzler, taking the salary and not providing guidance. Georges tilted his head and asked me, "You've heard the rumors about me, right? Yet you still want to learn magic from me?" Even with the negative points like a drinking problem and womanizing, George's abilities stand out. I hate being bound by someone. You know that, right? Yeah, I know. I also know that you've run up a huge tab in various taverns. Seeing the clear reluctance on George's face and in his attitude to serve someone like me, I confronted him with the reality of the situation. I had already investigated that his accumulated debts were reaching a point where the taverns, his places of respite, were on the verge of banning him from entry. I'll cover those tabs for you. Also, there won't be any constraints outside of magic class. I gladly accept. Before I could finish my line, Georges readily agreed. Then, he placed his hand on his chest and assumed a kneeling position. Well, even if there was a bit of hesitation or a reaction suggesting he was considering it, that would have been fine, but he probably had accumulated too much debt and was in a tight spot. Also, the words that he won't be restrained outside of class might have had an impact. Well, I'll teach you right away since there are many things you don't understand. Georges-sensei. I pulled out a stack of magic books from under the desk and smiled at Georges. I'll cram every possible kind of magic into this head. And I'm going to learn to use the powerful magic power hidden in this body. Looking at the books piled on the desk, George's face twisted in apparent displeasure. Chapter 18. The protagonist laments his brother's actions. Sighed Arnold. My name is Arnold Hardin, the second prince of the Hardin Kingdom. Upon reaching the age of 17, all members of the royal and noble families are required to attend the Royal Hardin Academy. In preparation for my enrollment, I not only studied textbooks but also delved into magical newspapers called the Magic Gazette for the past 6 months. During this time, my aide Curtis came to report on my elder brother's recent activities. Did my brother welcome a new magician? Even with Berrios around? Absolutely. He's doing something reckless and causing trouble. My brother is quite foolish. Now he won't be able to learn from Berrios anymore. Well, it's his fault. I sighed heavily at the report from Curtis. Every time I hear about my brother's actions, I can't help but be amazed. Despite having Berrios as his magic teacher, He brings in a new teacher. Birio's gain is a kind and thorough instructor, so what dissatisfaction could there possibly be? Bringing in a new magician without consulting Birio's seems like picking a fight with him. Rumors that Prince Edward welcomed a new magician spread quickly, and Birio's is reportedly furious. That makes sense. Bringing in a new magician without considering Birio's. I could intervene, but knowing my brother, he'd likely say, "Don't interfere with unnecessary matters." I couldn't help but place my hand on my forehead and sigh. What on earth is my brother thinking? Even though he's only capable of basic magic, changing teachers when entering the Harden Academy makes the royal family a laughingstock. So, what kind of person is the new magician my brother brought in? According to Birio's, he has a pretty bad reputation, even among the court magicians. He's considered quite unruly and not someone with the qualities to teach a prince. My brother has no judgment when it comes to people. There's a world of difference between you and Prince Edward. Isn't it a bit pitiful to say such things about my brother? Even if the other party is my foolish brother, speaking in such a manner about royalty is a bit much. Curtis is incredibly loyal to me, but I can't appreciate him disparaging my royal brother. It wouldn't be surprising if he were accused of disrespect at any moment. Despite his appearance, I wonder if my brother is surprisingly tolerant, as he strangely doesn't say anything to Curtis. Perhaps it's because they have spent their childhood together, and there's a certain sentiment between them. You're too lenient on Prince Edward. Whenever I make remarks supporting my brother even a little, Curtis becomes displeased. It's natural for brothers to defend each other. Why does he get so upset? Curtis completely looks down on my brother. I know that many subjects support me, including the Count Haley family, Curtis's hometown, and numerous nobles advocating for me as the crown prince. I think to myself, there's probably no other choice for the crown prince but me. Nevertheless, my brother is still the son of the queen and the first prince. Although my brother may be inferior in academics and magic compared to me, he excels in swordsmanship among the knights of our generation. Some nobles mutter that we must thoroughly crush my brother now. Unfortunately, Curtis seems to share a similar sentiment. Personally, I don't think I need to crush my brother. I would prefer to get along with him. Is that not possible? Moreover, to appoint that self-centered and arrogant Claris as his fiancé, is he trying to snatch away my fiancé candidate? Why yes, that seems to be the case. Even Curtis wears an expression that can't quite comment on that point. According to him, he observed Claris at the previous tea party, but she didn't seem as arrogant as the rumors suggest. On the contrary, it seemed like Natalie, the younger sister, had a worse attitude and left a more selfish impression. I tilt my head at Curtis's words. Maybe the rumors about Claris and Natalie are getting mixed up? Their names are similar, and since rumors are spread by word of mouth, it's possible he was referring to my sister. However, even if the person in question turned out to be different from the rumors, my feelings wouldn't change at this point. She might be acting modestly on the spot. If my sister is selfish, there's a high chance her elder sister is as well. It's only a matter of time before their true colors show. If I were to choose a fiancé, it should be a kind-hearted, elegant, and beautiful woman. Curtis sighs dramatically before continuing. His Highness Ediardo has finally learned to change clothes by himself without relying on maids. Well, that's a good thing. It's too late. Lamentable. I try to soothe Curtis, who is like that. Why did Mother insist on placing Curtis by my brother's side? It seems she intentionally placed him there to admonish my brother's actions, but I've only heard complaints about my brother from Curtis. Both father and mother, the Queen, have maids to assist with dressing. Especially for women, it's difficult to put on a dress alone. I think it's not worth getting so upset about letting maids handle such matters. I complained that the maids were spoiling His Highness Ediardo too much, and Queen Tiaras recommended changing maids for a more reliable one to promote His Highness Ediardo's independence. A reliable maid? A maid who only does what is necessary to encourage His Highness Ediardo's self-reliance. I wonder if my brother, who has been relying on maids, can endure that. If he can't endure, it will be troublesome. Well, some degree of independence might be necessary for unforeseen situations. Even though Mother and the Queen are close, I feel like the queen interferes too much in their lives. If my brother were a bit more reliable, it wouldn't be necessary to bother mother. It's truly bothersome. I wish he had a bit more awareness as a member of the royal family. The next day, I had some business with Duke Gronum, who is the Prime Minister. So I was heading briskly to his office. While descending the stairs, I saw maids chatting in front of my brother's room. I thought they were reporting something, so I didn't pay much attention. But late when I tried to climb the stairs again about an hour after finishing my business, the maids were still talking. Moreover, they weren't just standing, they were sitting in the chairs set up on the side. When they noticed my presence, they hurriedly stood up and bowed their heads. "What are you all doing instead of working?" We are currently on break. We will resume our duties shortly. It's quite a long break. It's at His Highness Ediardo's arrangement. When I asked, they replied with bowed heads and raised voices. "Arranged by my brother? Isn't be giving them too much rest?" I wanted to tilt my head. But well, maybe my brother is trying to do things on his own without relying on maids, so it might be better not to interfere too much. 3 days later, I heard a rumor that the maids exclusively assigned to my brother, introduced by mother, were dismissed after only 2 days on the job. I'm talking about those maids who were talking all the time in the hallway. Wasn't it that they were not given a long break, but rather kicked out of the room? Since then, there hasn't been a single maid to take care of my brother. No one wants to take care of him anymore. Can my brother, who used to rely so much on maids, really manage on his own? Chapter 19. The Villain Prince announces layoffs. One-side Ediardo. In the Hardin Kingdom, spring is in full swing. There are even days when it feels like summer. The greenery in the castle's gardens has become vibrant, adorned with colorful flowers. One good thing about being reborn is not having to worry about cedar pollen or PM 2.5. In those days, I suffered from hay fever to the extent that I couldn't even afford to admire the flowers in the flower bed. Now, I'm enjoying a comfortable spring life. I am Ediardo Hardin, a sensitive 17-year-old burdened with the memories of a villain prince due to certain circumstances. It might sound complicated, but well, the core is that of a 17-year-old boy. The memories from my previous life aren't very useful in this different world, and there are still many aspects of the world that I don't know. So, I need a mentor. Since welcoming Georges as my teacher, I've been learning various techniques, tips, history, and trivia about magic. I've been living fulfilling days. Unlike intermediate magic, where things work out if you follow the manual, advanced magic, which requires the knack of concentrating magical power, is something you can only understand when taught. So, concentrate the magical power in the palm of your hand. Not yet, keep accumulating. The power of advanced magic varies depending on how you concentrate magical power at a single point. Georges instructs me to memorize the timing of releasing magical power with my body. In practical lessons, I repeatedly chant spells and release magic until my magical power runs out. The timing of chanting spells and the degree of concentration of magical power greatly affect the power. Giga Flame. I chant advanced fire magic at the Magic Training Institute, which also serves as a training ground for refining the skills of the court magician. A blaze of crimson flame spreads in the area, roughly the size of a baseball stadium dome. However, the institute is protected by powerful defensive magic, both outside and inside, so the building won't catch fire. How was that, Georges? I glance at Georges, my mentor, with a slightly triumphant expression. At first, the flames were only of intermediate magic power, but gradually, the power increased, and the one just now was the most successful. Georges shrugs slightly and extends his hands forward, chanting the spell, Giga Flame. At the moment he calmly chants the spell, with a more cool tone than before, a louder explosion echoes, and intense flames engulf the area. Despite the powerful defensive magic cast on the walls, some parts are scorched, and cracks have appeared due to the impact of the explosion. Wow! Is this the top-class ability of a court magician? The power is on a different level than the flames I released earlier. Amazing. Georges, how can you produce such flames? With gleaming eyes, I scrutinize Georges intently. His somewhat casual attitude was a bit off-putting, but I was intrigued. Georges wore an indescribable expression and chuckled. Just showing a bit of magic, didn't expect to be so impressed. What are you saying? When you see fantastic magic, it's natural to be genuinely impressed. When it's just the two of us, Georges speaks to me casually. He frankly couldn't care less about royalty. If Georges wanted to, he could leave the castle anytime, and go to other countries. As a skilled magician like him, he would be valuable to the royalty of other nations, and even if he couldn't serve the court, he could make a living as an adventurer. Georges is originally a commoner, seems to have no family ties, and has no attachments in this country. Moreover, he lacks any sense of ambition, making him practically invincible. Well, in public, he maintains a respectful attitude as a prince, so it's not an issue. When we're alone, it's more comfortable for both of us if he treats me more casually. I've never met someone who reacts like your highness. Usually, those with power deemed unsuitable for commoners are criticized for having excessive strength or being beyond what a commoner should have. Anyone can become a court magician and court apothecary if their abilities are recognized, even if they are commoners. However, most are dominated by nobles, and powerful commoners become the target of envy. They console themselves by insulting Georges as a commoner, comforting themselves that their talents are lacking. Georges looked at me with an unexpectedly strange expression. Perhaps, that wasn't the kind of statement expected from a prince. The memories from my past life, when I was Japanese, are making me say such things. I don't want to boast about my current status or mimic a condescending attitude towards those of lower status. The version of myself before the revival of past life memories was quite embarrassing in that sense. I arrogantly flaunted my status and had a domineering attitude, thinking of people of lower status as beneath me. Wanting Georges as my mentor would have never crossed my mind. I want to completely reset myself until now. If this were a game, it would be easy to reset. There's no point in lamenting the past. From now on, even if I were to lose my status as a prince, I need to master magic, swordsmanship, and various skills to live comfortably on my own. After practical classes, the next lesson involves studying advanced magic rituals and history. The learning space is the exclusive office for the first prince. As a royal, I'm gradually being entrusted with public duties, so I've been given rooms like this. However, as a student about to enter Heroine Academy, I mainly use it as a study room. After about an hour and a half of class, we take a 15-minute break. I sit at my desk, sipping tea, while Georges leans against the window, munching on cookies. If you're going to Heroine Academy, read the magic news. The old man who teaches magical history always comes up with questions based on the magic news. Magic news? It's mainly read by magicians, but if you're learning magic, it's good to go through it. It is abundant information on the latest in magic and item details. Thornton Sensei, who teaches magical history at Heroine Academy, is also a lecturer at a magician-exclusive school. Georges mentioned that they had a lively Q&A session in the past. Georges handed me a newspaper with magic news written on it. Come to think of it, in magic movies from my past life, newspapers had moving pictures. Oh well, in this world, magician newspapers are just like regular ones. There aren't even photos yet, just cute illustrations. Indeed, the newspaper contains interesting topics, such as new theories about earth magic, tips for effectively capturing magical creatures with capture magic, and the efficient use of items. It seems that not only magicians but also ordinary people should read it. However, it appears that this newspaper is more popular among enthusiasts. My eyes catch a section about recruiting candidates for advanced magician exams. Should I aim for the qualification of an advanced magician? If you perfect wind magic and ice magic, you should pass. There's also a paper test on magical history and rituals, so make sure to memorize that perfectly. You could also aim for the exam next year with some ease. I've just started learning from Georges, so that might be a safer option, I muttered while taking a sip of tea. Recently, the maids haven't been making tea for me, so I've been bringing a pot, tea leaves, and a teacup from the kitchen and making it myself. and I haven't been cleaning the room or bringing in meals. So, what have I been doing? Well, I chat in the corridor, pretend to clean the garden while napping in the shade. Basically doing nothing. The maids introduced by Tias are unbelievably cheeky. When I reprimand the maids for not doing their jobs, they laugh as if mocking me. To encourage His Highness's independence, we are doing the minimum amount of work. Please follow Prince Arnold's example and become independent soon. And they casually talk like that. Fine. Even if they're encouraging my independence, it doesn't justify them sitting around gossiping or taking a nap in the shade. They're underestimating me, thinking I'm a fool. Well then, I'll completely become independent from you all. You don't need to come here from tomorrow. For the short time. Thank you very much. And so, the new maids, who had just been assigned, were handed dismissal notices after only 2 days. The maids were dumbfounded, but they stopped coming the next day. It spread as a rumor that I, a whimsical person who fired maids he didn't like, would likely continue for a while. Georges, looking at the scenery outside, said with a chuckle mixed in, the first prince, hidden in the shadow of the genius second prince, possessing magical talent surpassing the court magician. Everyone would be surprised if they heard that. Don't spread that around too much. If it gets known that I have talent, the furious old lady might be plotting against me. The furious old lady, is that the second queen? Yeah. She's obsessed with trying to crush my talent. I see. While maintaining the appearance of being the queen's friend in public, she desperately tries to make her child known in the castle and groomed as the top candidate for crown prince. If it's known that I have talent in magic, she might even try to kill me. Ugh. That sounds terrifying. Casually discussing dangerous topics like small talk with Georges, someone came rushing into the training hall with a clatter. It was Barrios, the court magician, a slightly skinny man. His big, round eyes stared at me from above with an upward gaze. Georges Romeo, who gave you permission to instruct Prince Ediardo in magic. Chapter 20, The Villain Prince announces layoffs to side Ediardo. Georges Romeo, who gave you permission to instruct Prince Ediardo in magic. In a fit of rage, the person shouted at Georges, prompting Georges to plug his ears with his fingers. Court magician Barrios Gain is an advanced magician who provides magical tutoring to nobles and royals. While technically my teacher, I've never received any instruction from him. In place of Georges, I responded in a calm tone. I gave permission. Can't outsiders leave? Barrios stared at my face intently, though he didn't say it aloud. His expression conveyed, how insolent. His face turned red as he protested. I have the Queen's permission and officially serve as your tutor. I got your dismissal approved by Her Majesty. You're an outsider now. Oh, by the way, here, I was planning to give this to you. I handed Barrios a pink dismissal notice. It bore the Queen's signature. Barrios shook his head as if unable to believe it. What? There's no way Her Majesty would permit such a thing. Barrios was too busy teaching the second prince, and since I asked to be released, Her Majesty gladly signed the dismissal notice. By the way, when I dismissed the maids before, I appealed. I intentionally want to distance myself from the maids to become fully independent. I apologize to Queen Tias for going against her recommendation, but as long as the maids are around, I might end up relying on them, and she promptly signed the dismissal notice. Sometimes it's helpful that she's easily fooled. No. Prince Arnold is not too much trouble for me. It's a misunderstanding. Attempting to justify himself, Barrios received a cold response before he could finish his lines. Regardless of the circumstances, you haven't come to teach me magic in the past 6 months. Have you? Not working after receiving a salary is negligence. If teaching the second prince is keeping you busy, I'd prefer you focus there and not bother with me. I haven't been teaching because your abilities are not up to par. Yeah, but Georges can teach me even if I'm not up to par. Cutting him off, I left Barrios pale-faced. He probably didn't expect such a retort from the prince he considered a fool. Moreover, he likely never thought I would bring in a replacement magician. Oh, by the way, you might not know, but that man is an orphaned commoner. The same common either you look down upon? I don't recall looking down on commoners. Although I had looked down on commoners before my memories returned, I decided to play it off. Berrios stared at me incredulously. This man has a bad reputation. I'm aware he behaves rudely even toward higher-ups, including the court magician. I know. Attempting to criticize Georges further, Berrios, unable to come up with anything, flapped his mouth like a goldfish. I decided to deliver the final blow. Your ability to teach someone as incompetent as me is lacking, right? It's regrettable to assign a task that doesn't match your abilities. So, thank you for your efforts so far. Well, not that I've learned anything. I smiled at Berrios and made a throat-slitting gesture with my thumb, announcing, "You are fired." Berrios crumpled the notice in his hand. "This can't be." "I'll protest to the royal family," he said, and left. Protest to the royal family? I wonder how he plans to justify that. Even if he was unfairly dismissed, he's not in a position to complain. If he cries to second Queen Tears, I'll respond by protesting Berrios's job negligence. By the way, Georges has been laughing as if he watched a comedy, holding his stomach. I don't remember making him laugh. QQ. Ahahaha. That Berrios got fired by the kid. How uncool. Don't call me a kid. I'm already 17. Well, it's certainly amusing to see an unpleasant guy being fired by someone much younger. It must have been humiliating for Berrios, but it's his fault for not doing his job. Georges continued to laugh until the break was over. Section. Now, shall we go for an extracurricular lesson? Yeah, sure. An extracurricular lesson means going out of the castle and venturing into the imperial capital. Basically, as long as the royals have guards, they can secretly go out. Georges, being an advanced magician, is my guard. However, once we leave the royal castle, we split up. Georges heads to a pub. I stroll around the city. I asked Georges to get me some commoner's clothes. Wearing a magician's robe lowers the risk of being involved in crimes. Criminals supposedly prefer not to deal with people who can use magic. In the novel Destined Love, From a Commoner Girl to a Queen, there's a scene where Georges introduces his favorite miscellaneous shop to his disciple Mimilia. The shop, run by the dwarf race, sells many rare items not found in regular stores. Sorry to the heroine, but I got introduced first. This time, I'm going to visit that miscellaneous shop. The shop, situated inside a shabby white brick building, usually doesn't attract many customers. Still, it's a well-known store with rare items not found elsewhere. What I particularly want is the water from the meal fountain. This water is a mysterious liquid that reacts sensitively to poisons threatening life. For example, if you put a drop of this water on food, the dish immediately turns blue upon detecting poison. Currently, I feel fine, and I don't believe there's poison in my food. However, I can't completely deny the possibility of slowly accumulating poison in the dishes. If it's the type of poison that accumulates, as featured in novels, even small amounts consumed daily can become lethal. Considering the possibility of already having ingested poison, I also want to buy medicines that can counteract any type of poison. Welcome to the miscellaneous shop. Picarin, a seemingly joking store name, but it seems to be derived from the owner's name. The owner appears to be a chubby child at first glance, but she's a female dwarf wearing a red pointed hat. She looks like a dwarf straight out of a fairy tale. Her round face and round eyes make her resemble a doll. I promptly asked Picarin to sell me water from the meal fountain. Customer, you know about the existence of meal fountain? With one eye closed, she raised her thumb and willingly sold me the water. Yeah, the store is shabby and dimly lit, but the owner is endlessly cheerful. A small bottle containing meal fountain water was placed on the counter. After paying, I put the bottle into my bag. It's been a while, Picarin. I came today to get meal fountain. Oh, Vine-san, long time no see. Huh? Is the girl with you your sister? No, she's my apprentice. When I turned around to see the newcomer and heard their conversation, two women were standing there. One was an enchanting beauty dressed in a quite daring one-piece dress. Coming here probably means she's either a pharmacist or a magician. The other woman, her face looked familiar. Why is she here? For a moment, I thought I was mistaken, but under the hood, I could see beautiful red hair and pink gold eyes. It was unmistakably the face of Clarice Charlotte, the one with the combination of strength and cuteness that I fell for. Standing there was Clarice Charlotte, dressed in a magician's outfit. See Clarice. Why, Your Highness. Ediardo. Chapter 21, Unexpected Reunion. Sighed Clarice. See Clarice. Why, Your Highness. Ediardo. Both of us had the look of pigeons hit by pellets at the unexpected reunion. Accompanying my mentor, Vine, we had come to the miscellaneous shop Pucarin in the imperial capital. To our surprise, Prince Ediardo was there as well, dressed in attire similar to mine, that of a magician. Moreover, this scene was not described in the novel. Clarice, who appears in the novel, has never visited this store. I had joined the shopping trip upon hearing from Vine that the meal fountain, essential for the creation of universal medicine, could be obtained here. Given Pucarin's reputation as a treasure trove of rare items, I thought it would be a good opportunity to get various items. Are you acquainted with each other? Vine grinned, looking between me and Prince Ediardo, and even the shopkeeper was smiling slyly. No, no, don't give me that expectant smile. This is not some sweet scenario from a girl's manga. Prince Ediardo calmly answered Vine's question with a smile. I am Clarice's fiancé, Prince Ediardo Harden. Prince Ediardo Harden, the first prince. I may have glimpsed you from afar when you were younger, but you've grown splendidly, Vine replied, recognizing him from her days as a former court apothecary. That's right, Vine used to be a court apothecary, so she likely saw Prince Ediardo when he was a child. After casting a glance between me and Prince Ediardo, Vine covered her lips with her hand, seemingly amused, and then deeply bowed to greet Prince Ediardo. Your Highness Ediardo, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Vine Ariana, a humble apothecary. I've been teaching her the art of apothecary. Vine Ariana? Prince Ediardo seemed taken aback by the name. Perhaps he knows Vine? It wouldn't be surprising given her former role as a court pharmacist and her considerable skills. Prince Ediardo quickly regained his composure and asked, Apothecary? What exactly are you teaching Clarice? To this, Vine responded with a mischievous smile. Well, of course, I'm teaching her things like love potions and libido-enhancing agents. Please don't say such things. I immediately protested. What is she saying? If people think I'm making those kinds of things, I'll be labeled as a perverted woman. She's teaching me the basics of medicine. Remedies for colds, stomachaches, and the like. He. Should I teach you the recipe for a potent love potion that would make your beloved even more infatuated? Vine suggested with a sultry voice. My head instantly heated up at Vine's suggestive comment. Why am I imagining scenarios where Prince Ediardo embraces me from behind? Begone, sinful thoughts. Regardless, we don't need to learn such things. Let's finish our business quickly and leave. Oh, we finally meet. How about going on a date with your fiancé, Prince Ediardo? Why suggest such unnecessary things? Seeing me turn even redder, Prince Ediardo chuckled and extended his hand towards me. Clarice, since your teacher is suggesting it, why not take a stroll through the city together? In my past life, I had seen paintings of Archangel Michael in Western art. If that painting were to come to life, this might be the smile at war. Can I refuse such a beautiful smile? No, I can't. Unable to resist, I nodded and took his hand. In my previous life, I had a boyfriend, and walking hand in hand through the city was something I was used to. However, those were memories from a distant past. Now, I'm a 17-year-old girl inexperienced in love, and my heart couldn't stop pounding. That over there is Milan Square, the largest park in the capital. Prince Ediardo often walks around the capital, guiding me as if he knows it well. In the center of Milan Square is a large circular fountain, with a statue of a goddess in its center. Flowers are planted throughout the square, and currently, there are many blue-toned flowers, making it a picturesque scene with the blue rose arches. Nevertheless, Prince Ediardo looks especially beautiful against the backdrop of flowers. His beauty is almost unreal. I want to admire it forever. As if he noticed my gaze, Prince Ediardo turns to look at me and tilts his head. What's wrong? Claris and nothing. Could it be that you're fascinated by me? Ah. Yes. Although he likely asked in a joking manner, I inadvertently nodded honestly. It seems Prince Ediardo didn't expect me to answer truthfully. His eyes widened, and then his face turned bright red. Oh, even his ears are turning red. His cute reaction makes my heart flutter. I need to drink something cold to calm down. Do you want something to drink? There are stalls in the park selling fruit drinks. It's partly to cool down my flushed face and also because walking made me thirsty. Prince Ediardo nods and leads me towards the stall, hand in hand. It feels like we're a couple. I shouldn't get my hopes up, but he might fall in love with the saint someday. But for now, I want to enjoy this heart-pounding feeling. After buying drinks, we sit on a bench in the park. By the way, why did you decide to study apothecary under Vine Ariana? Exclamation mark. For a moment, I felt like I was choking on the juice. Right. Why would a noble daughter seek instruction from an apothecary living in a corner of the city? It's not unreasonable to find it strange. I excel in healing magic, but there are illnesses that magic alone can't cure, and there are special poisons that magic can't detoxify. When I felt frustrated about that, I remembered the person who prescribed medicine for my bedridden mother. I see. And that person was Vine? Yes. Despite being young, she was an incredibly talented apothecary. Prince Ediardo seemed to understand. Although I concealed my true intention, to gain various skills for emergencies, he probably got the gist. Is the study of apothecary interesting? Yes. It's very deep and interesting. If I had the time, I'd like to give it a try. Your Highness is interested in apothecary? Yeah. Currently, I'm studying magic, but advanced magic consumes a lot of magical power. I thought it would be good to learn how to make recovery potions just in case my magical power runs out. That's why I was thinking of seeking guidance from the court apothecary. I was taken aback internally. In the novel, Ediardo is supposed to have trouble learning magic. I recall his mentor, Berrios, giving up on him due to the prince's extreme foolishness. Since the tea party, I had thought that Ediardo was different from the one in the novel, and now, he's diligently studying magic. Moreover, he wants to learn pharmacology. Is he genuinely eager to learn? As I was mulling over these thoughts. Hey, when the mentor is drinking alone and feeling lonely, the disciple is on a date with a cute girl. From behind the bench, I heard a somewhat eerie voice. Turning around. A very handsome guy, but he looks a bit flashy. He wears a white hooded mantle with a wing and sword emblem drawn in blue and silver threads, a court magician, and a senior one at that. If he's the mentor, does that mean he's Berrios? Wait, was Berrios this handsome and flashy? Chapter 22. The Meeting of Masters sighed Claris. Drinking alone again? Did you get rejected by the dancer, Lily-san? Whether he's exasperated or not, Prince Ediardo sighs heavily, and the young man purses his lips in a sulking manner. Shut up. I'm a guy with no luck in love anyway. To be surpassed by this brat is just great. Brat? I happen to be the first prince of this country, you know? Just arrest me for disrespect, and please, kill me. Ediardo looks extremely exasperated as the young man clings to him, crying. Is this person really Ediardo's teacher? He's drunk and acting strangely. It's quite an unexpected encounter. Looking bewildered, Ediardo gives me a wry smile and introduces the crying young man to me. He's George's Romeo, my magic teacher! Exclamation mark. George's Romeo? Ah, that explains his handsome appearance and the fact that he's drunk. In the novel, he is a very popular character, a womanizer and drinker who reforms after meeting the heroine. He becomes deeply devoted to the heroine. And the comments section went wild when Georges died. But wait, wasn't Georges supposed to be the mentor of the heroine? Mimilia? Why is he Ediardo's teacher? I almost dropped my drink while alternating my gaze between Ediardo and Georges. Even though he's drunk, Ediardo doesn't seem particularly annoyed by Georges, who is clinging to him. In the novel's context, Ediardo wouldn't typically look up to a commoner like Georges as his teacher. The two seem to share a closer relationship than just teacher and disciple. Anyway, since it's our first meeting, I should at least greet them. Nice to meet you. I'm Claris Charlotte. Claris Charlotte. Ah, the first prince's fiancée. I've heard rumors, but, as I stand up from the bench and curtsy, Georges looks at me with a surprised expression. It seems the rumors about the stubborn Claris have reached his ears. Perhaps he heard that I was initially engaged to the second prince because the first prince disliked me. Claris is known for her stubbornness, so she's dissatisfied with the engagement to the first prince. And I heard she's ugly. But the rumors are completely off. Is such a rumor circulating? I am truly grateful for the engagement with Prince Ediardo. I have no complaints whatsoever. That's right. If she had any complaints, we wouldn't be so close. I don't recall being close. Gradually, I'm getting angry. Being falsely accused of things I didn't do. If it were just about me, it would be fine, but I can't stand Ediardo being spoken ill of. Most likely, Natalie or Bermira is spreading all sorts of false information. The nobles who attended the tea party know that the rumors about me are baseless, but those who didn't attend probably still believe them. Don't worry about it, miss. Rumors are usually coated with malice and desire, spreading far and wide. Especially for someone of high status and beauty, there are plenty of people who envy them. I'm fine with how things are, but to hear rumors about dissatisfaction with Prince Ediardo, there's absolutely nothing to be dissatisfied with him. So I don't understand why such rumors are circulating. Well, there are rumors that the first prince is foolish. That's also fueled by malice and desire. Some people probably wish for the first prince to be foolish. My indignant words made Georges wear a surprised expression for a while. Did I say something strange? Georges tilts his head at me, and he puts his hand on Ediardo's neck, rubbing his head. This guy, your fiancé, ain't she an amazing girl? Georges, if you don't stop, I'll charge you with disrespect. Right now, you're not a prince but a commoner, aren't you? If it's revealed that the prince, dressed as a commoner, was on a date with his fiancée in the city, that would be a real problem. Indeed, the current Ediardo doesn't look any different from a commoner. I think it might have been more challenging for a prince to acquire commoner clothes than the other way around. Perhaps he asked Georges to buy them for him, but even so, their relationship is really good. Hugging the prince from behind is an act that can only be done if you're quite close. Does it resemble a bit the relationship between me and Vine? The villain Ediardo in the novel is a very lonely person, so it's nice that the real Ediardo has someone he can trust. At that moment, a pillar of water passes in front of me like a train. Then, the reproachful voice of a woman echoes. Anyone who interferes with the young couple's love will be kicked by a horse. George's body is suddenly sent flying several meters as if he were kicked by a horse. It's a magic attack called Water Missile, which sends pillar-shaped water as missiles. If a person's body is hit by the attack, they will easily be sent flying as if kicked by someone. Even though the atmosphere was so good, why would you do such a thing? Wait. This voice, I know it well. I grimace and turn around. Vine is standing there with a peeled face, folding her arms. Even the owner of the miscellaneous shop, Pecorin, is here, pouting and looking bored. Could it be you were observing us all this time? Surprised by my exclamation, Vine covers her mouth with her hand and, along with Pecorin, giggles. Nah, not at all. Pecorin and I were just out for a walk. It just happened that our direction coincided with yours. Right, Pecorin? Yes, exactly. We were just taking a stroll together. The two curious girls are making excuses while looking in the opposite direction. Did these two observe our actions without us noticing? Remarkable. I didn't feel even the slightest hint of being followed. I thought we were almost there to see a kissing scene. That's right. Give me romance, romance. As Vine and Pecorin look at me with glistening eyes, my face becomes hot. Even if they say that, we're not close enough to kiss yet. We've only met twice, and we hardly know anything about each other, despite being officially engaged. But, when they say that, I can't help but imagine it, a kissing scene with Prince Ediardo. Enough. Evil thoughts, be gone. While internally scolding my wicked self, I glance at Prince Ediardo, who is also smiling shyly. Ugh, it's unfair how cute he looks when he smiles. Drenched from the water pillar, Georges, with a bitter expression, lifts his hair and stands up. Who was it that hit me with a water missile? It was me, Court Magician-san. I see. You better be ready. Georges, who stood up with an angry shoulder, suddenly stopped his lines. As if time had momentarily frozen, he stops moving and stares at Vine. With an outfit emphasizing her ample figure, lips naturally red without any rouge, and a beauty overflowing with sensuality, Vine is captivating. Georges quickly approaches Vine, taking her hand. Even if I'm a good guy, I don't appreciate you mimicking water like that, miss. Oh, disturbing a good moment is worse. Instead of enjoying other people's romance, how about enjoying your own? Saying that, Georges kisses the back of Vine's hand. How frivolous. There was no scene in the novel where Georges Remio seduced Vine Ariana. Naturally, Vine brushes off Georges' hand and turns away. Unfortunately, I'm not into boorish men. I'm the type that burns so much you'd get carried away. Would you like to experience another water missile? If it's your attack, I'll take it with my whole body. Georges, who developed feelings for the heroine Mimilia, fought and died for her against the demon Prince Dino, but before meeting Mimilia, he was a scoundrel who liked alcohol and women. Now, that womanizing charm is on full display. Well, Vine is still turning away after being slapped on both cheeks. No matter how good-looking he is, a frivolous guy who hits on someone right after meeting them is a no-go. Can someone like this truly fall in love with the heroine? Maybe in this world. Georges is different. Already, Ediardo and I have deviated from the novel's plot, and, likely, other characters will too. Georges might be flirtatious, but he seemed dedicated to the woman he loved. So if his heart is now directed at Vine, I think Vine, despite her flashy appearance, is raising a child on her own and is fundamentally serious and hardworking. She also teaches me apothecary diligently. That is why I want Vine to be happy. So, if Georges becomes devoted to Vine, I wonder what will happen? For now, he just looks like a shallow womanizer, so I can't wholeheartedly support him. By the way, miss, are you related to my disciples in some way? To Georges, who is hugging Prince Ediardo from behind and stroking his blonde hair, Vine lightly shrugs her shoulders and answers, I'm the teacher of your disciple's fiancé. We were just watching over the happiness of your cute disciple, along with Pukarin. Pukarin nods in agreement. Though it sounds like they were watching over, they were probably just peeking at someone else's date out of curiosity. By the way, what are you teaching Miss Claris? Apothecary. She wants to learn how to make medicine herself. Vine sits next to me, hugging me tightly. She's somehow strangely competing with Georges. Apothecary. Come to think of it, didn't my cute disciple also say he wanted to learn apothecary? Huh, did he say that to Georges? He did say it, right? Yeah, he did. Pressured by the pressure of the smile, Prince Ediardo averts his gaze while affirming, well, he did say she wanted to learn apothecary in our conversation. While stroking Prince Ediardo's golden hair once again, Georges suggests something to Vine. By the way, miss, would you mind teaching my disciple apothecary? In return, I'll teach your disciple magic. Chapter 23, The Villainess and Villain Prince learn together. Side Claris. In the process of making medicine, the use of fire magic, water magic, and sometimes even lightning magic is essential. Therefore, apothecary and magic are closely related. It turns out that Georges is not an expert in pharmacology, while Vine specializes in pharmacology but can only use intermediate-level magic and not advanced magic. Georges's proposal to teach magic is not a bad idea. However, considering his ulterior motives, it's hard to straightforwardly say yes. Seemingly understanding my inner thoughts, Vine chuckles and pats my shoulder. It's fine. It's an honor to be the prince's teacher, and he seems willing to pay a generous monthly fee. Georges's salary is 300,000 gyro. Is that amount right? Exclamation mark. Ediardo's offer was 30 times the amount I was about to suggest, leaving Vine wide-eyed in astonishment. Well, he is a prince. He's excessively wealthy. Of course, Vine gladly accepts, giving a thumbs up. You wouldn't let go of such a high-paying client. Thus, Prince Ediardo and I started learning pharmacology and magic together at Vine's house. One thing that came in handy was the magic Georges taught me, which repels people. He taught it to me when he learned that I was secretly studying pharmacology at home. Lost interest here. When I cast the spell in the room, a faint purple mist starts to linger. While this mist is present, people become indifferent to me and avoid approaching this room. Although it only lasts for 3 hours, placing a magic stone can make it last half a day. Magic stones are quite expensive, costing 50,000 gyro each, but they can be reused indefinitely, so I decided to boldly buy them at Pukarin. Now, I can freely come and go without worrying about the time. I usually arrive at Vine's house earlier than Prince Ediardo and George's. It seems that leaving the castle requires various preparations and takes time, making them arrive later. Here comes George's and Edie. When George's and Prince Ediardo arrive at Vine's house, Jin-kun happily jumps up and hugs George's. Surprisingly, George's wears a gentle smile and lifts Jin happily. Observing this scene, Vine raises an eyebrow. You seem accustomed to dealing with children. I grew up in an orphanage. Taking care of small children is second nature to me. George's casually mentions it as if it's nothing, but Vine's expression becomes complicated. She seems to sympathize with his unexpectedly troubled past. Come to think of it, besides Mimilia, who shared her past in the novel, not many characters talked about their pasts. Vine quickly changes her demeanor and claps her hands. Well then, let's start the lesson. The first lesson is Vine's apothecary. This time, we're learning how to make poison because, to create an antidote, you also need to know how to make the poison. So, grind the florin fruit and peppermint fruit, catch a Kagadaku snake, cut off its head with scissors, and mix the blood. Then, gradually add the extract of Yamaniko grass. The Kagadaku snake is a small snake about the size of a pencil, but it carries strong poison. It won't thrash around since it's already dead, but I find the task of cutting its head off with scissors extremely unpleasant. But to become a full-fledged apothecary, I need to get used to this task. Ediardo calmly and without hesitation cut off the snake's head with scissors. It doesn't look very princely. Perhaps it's because he's skilled in swordsmanship. As part of their noble customs, royals and nobles often engage in demon hunting. After several preparations, the produced poison turns into a transparent purple liquid. Next, we'll use this poison to create an antidote. This antidote is effective even when bitten by a Kagadaku snake, so it can be sold as a useful medicine. By the way, selling poison is illegal. After completing all the steps, I pour the finished liquid into a bottle. The antidote for the Kagadaku snake bite is a beautiful aqua-colored liquid, not quite as clear as yours. The liquid Ediardo made is a cloudy, bluish broth. Seeing this, Vine says with a wry smile, well, even with that medicine, drinking it a few times will produce results. It's useful when you're stranded on a deserted island and need to make your own medicine. I hope that situation never comes. Repeated attempts are essential. Kids like Claris, who succeed on the first try, only come once in 100 years. So exaggerated. As Prince Ediardo stares at me with admiration, I feel embarrassed and lower my gaze. The antidote I made was of very high quality, so it was decided to be released as a product on the same day. Seeing the medicine I made being placed in small bottles with labels, I couldn't help but feel nervous. Moreover, Prince Ediardo decided to buy all of the antidote. Oh my, unexpected extra income is truly appreciated. Starting next week, I'll be living in the dormitory, and I have to pay the dormitory fee myself, so it's really helpful. I don't want to use my mother's inheritance if possible. However, suddenly curious, I asked Prince Ediardo. But, won't Prince Ediardo ever use the antidote for Kagadaku snake? I won't use it, but the soldiers on guard near the border will. I plan to propose to the general that your medicine could be used as a stock of military supplies. If it goes well, the military might buy your medicine. What? The kingdom's army might buy the medicine? If that happens, I won't have financial troubles for a while. I won't have to touch my mother's inheritance. I must make high-quality medicine that he'll like no matter what. Realizing that the medicine I make can turn into money, I become even more absorbed in pharmacology. The Quiet Corner pharmacy owned by Vine will have very lively days. Vine's adopted son, Jin-kun, who doesn't quite understand the situation, attends George's lessons with us. It's like having a little brother, but Jin-kun seems to view Prince Ediardo as a rival, imitating everything he does with an "I'll do it too" attitude. He's a competitive little boy. George's lessons, with interesting and funny anecdotes, are very easy to understand. Understanding the origin of magic makes it easier to grasp the essence of magic, enhancing its effectiveness and impact. Magical history, or magicology, which is often underestimated as a subject in school, is important, as Georges teaches us. Despite being a frivolous man, he says good things. Whether Vine, Prince Ediardo, and I are avidly listening to the lesson makes Georges proud, and he happily teaches us various things. The most enjoyable part is the tea time during breaks. After each pharmacology lesson, we have a tea party break. Vine generously treats us to freshly baked cakes and cookies each time. The cookies made by Vine are incredibly delicious. They have a different taste from the cookies we had at the previous tea party. Cookies made with whole wheat flour and oatmeal are gentle on the body and ever simple. Delightful taste that I love. The Claris in the novel was foolish to trouble such a good person. I swear not to become a villain like in the novel. Not only because I don't want to die but also because I don't want to lose Vine's kind smile. And I sneak a glance at Prince Ediardo sitting next to me. He is also enjoying Vine's homemade cookies. If this were Ediardo Harden in the novel, there's no way he would eat something made by commoners. He was portrayed as a foolish prince who disliked studying, but the present Prince Ediardo is very enthusiastic about learning. He is trying to absorb everything. The content of the lessons I mastered in a month, he learned in just half a month, catching up in no time. He has already mastered advanced magic of the 4 elements, and now he is focusing on mastering light magic. However, Prince Ediardo is not very good at healing magic. He seems to want to master advanced magic, but he's struggling. Since I'm good at healing and support magic, I feel I can compliment him in that area. Well, I can't match up to a saint, though. While I don't have a definite decision to marry Prince Ediardo yet, no, I shouldn't be discouraged. If things follow the novel, Prince Ediardo will eventually die. Thinking about the future makes me anxious, but to avoid the worst-case scenario, I have to work hard now. Prince Ediardo chose me as his fiancé. At this point, it's a completely different development from the novel. To ensure that he doesn't die, and I won't die either, I have to knock down the flags and avoid the worst outcome. Chapter 24, The Villainess. Achieving the long-awaited dormitory life side Claris. The move-in day for the Harden Academy girls' dormitory is 2 weeks before the entrance ceremony. The early move-in option is available because young ladies who were accustomed to living at home suddenly need time to set up their lives alone, including furniture and clothing. Additionally, before the rigorous academic activities begin, there is a need to gradually acclimate to dormitory life and assess whether it suits the individual. Among other reasons, carrying a small bag, I left my home with enthusiasm. There's no carriage provided, so I have to go on foot. I take breaks along the way, resting in the shade by the river. Eating bread bought in Rennie while listening to the babbling of the river feels like a solo picnic and is enjoyable. Of course, a single woman walking to the capital on foot is inherently risky. Sis, mind stopping for a moment? It'd be nice if you have something valuable. How about selling yourself, sis? It might fetch a good price. The stereotypical bandits. For some reason, I feel a déjà vu. Haven't I seen this situation somewhere before? Normally, criminals who want nothing to do with magicians don't approach when one is wearing a magician's hooded cloak. However, these bandits seem unconcerned. In the sharply divided Charlotte territory, it's quite common for those who have lost their jobs to turn to banditry. A lone woman walking on a mountain path makes for an easy target. When I say, "No, thank you," and shake my head, ha ha ha, I like feisty women, it's worth it when they listen. The burly men laugh mockingly at me and leap towards me in a group of 3. It's unfair for 3 men to gang up on a single woman. Come to think of it, there was a scene in the novel where the heroine was attacked by bandits. Maybe that's why I'm having déjà vu. I remember at that time, Mimilia used a binding spell on the bandits. I should try to imitate that. Captionette. As I cast the spell, A net of light resembling a spider's web spreads under the bandits' feet. The net entangles their legs as they rush towards me. They try to shake off the net by swinging their legs, but the more they struggle, the more the net traps around both legs and the bandits collapse to the ground. This time, the entire body is entangled in the net. What is this? Darn. Can't get it off. Is she really a magician? I thought the cloak was just for show. Damn it. Hey, help me. The leader of the bandits reaches out towards me, but I completely ignore him. Why should I help someone who tried to take my money and even sell me? These bandits seem to have thought I was bluffing by wearing a magician's cloak. Since there are actual noble ladies who do that, they probably tried casting a spell on the assumption that I wasn't a magician. Ignoring the screaming bandits, I decided to move on. Natalie plans to commute to school by carriage, but this is also her commuting route. Well, the knights directly under the Marquis's command will probably escort her, so she should be fine. Moreover, Natalie, who is entering Hardin Academy, should have some knowledge of magic. But I'm glad I can use magic in a real situation. I can't be afraid of a few thieves. Depending on future developments, I might have to fight against hordes of magical creatures. Section. I stood in front of the girls' dormitory attached to Hardin Academy. This is where I'll be living from now on. White brick walls with 3 red roofs resembling triangular hats. The central roof is particularly tall, probably serving as an observation tower. The orange magic stone given to me when I completed the move-in procedure at the school's information office is the key to the dormitory. When I hold the orange magic stone against the colorless and transparent magic stone embedded in the center of the door's magic stone lights up green, and the entrance opens. The entrance lobby inside is more like a hotel than a dormitory. Several young ladies were talking there. Is it true that Clarice Charlotte is coming to the dormitory? No way. I heard she's incredibly arrogant. I'm worried about getting along with someone like her. The last is my line. On the first day of moving into the dormitory, I was visibly guarded by the other residents. The noble ladies who had heard the rumors didn't recognize my face. I haven't participated in high society events, except for Queen Media's tea party. But there are also rumors that she's being mistreated by her stepmother. Oh, then it makes sense for her to join the dorm. You should also be careful with Clarice Sama. A noble lady who joined midway expressed concern for me. Well, it's a bit awkward. Since I came in a plain dress, she probably didn't expect me to be Clarice herself. But I can't stay silent here. I put on the most friendly smile I could and introduced myself. I am Clarice Charlotte! They stared at me intently. For a selfish and arrogant young lady, I look quite modest. Rather close to commoner's attire. It's not unreasonable for them to find it hard to believe. Is it you, Clarice Sama? Yes, the daughter of Marquis Charlotte. That's right. The noble ladies exchanged glances, then turned pale, and to my surprise, they bowed deeply in front of me. We apologize, Clarice Sama, the fiancée of the first prince, for our rudeness. I will accept any punishment. Too. Please show mercy to my family. What kind of villainess do they think Clarice is? With a wry smile, I patted the shoulder of one of the students and said, I am well aware of what is said about me in high society. It's natural for you to be on guard after hearing those rumors. However, I intend to live modestly from now on, so I would appreciate it if you could treat me without fear! My words brought tears to the eyes of the noble ladies, and they clasped their hands as if praying. Those who had feared and fought against me as a villainess were now worshipping me as if I were a goddess. Thank you so much, Clarice Sama. What kind and gentle words. I am Susan of the Baron Webst house. I will never forget Clarice Sama's mercy. I am Kate of the Viscount Cohen house. Please forgive our rudeness. Both the Webst and Cohen houses are not wealthy, and they are far from the capital. Clarice had taken in such noble ladies as her followers. In the novel, Susan and Kate were, I believe, part of Clarice's entourage. Even though they seem like they would listen to anything I say, I want to be friends with them as equals, not as subordinates. Let's forget about what happened earlier and get along, shall we? My words made the 3 of them tear up, and they repeatedly bowed their heads. I don't think they are fundamentally bad people. They are just easily swayed by rumors. There's still a bit of fear towards me, though. Anyway, I need to be diligent and live a modest life so as not to cause trouble for the other residents. Since I don't receive financial support from my family, I have to pay for dormitory and tuition fees myself. Fortunately, I haven't faced financial difficulties so far. I do have my mother's inheritance, but I've also started earning a bit on my own. Vine's shop and Pukarin, the miscellaneous store in the capital, stock the medicines I make. I also receive requests for healing and detoxification potions from the kingdom's army. My high-quality healing potions sell well, and on good days, I can make sales of up to 200,000 gyro in a day. Although the dorm room isn't spacious, it's enough for one person. Some noble lady complained about the simple bed, but for me, it's much better than the bed at home. Claris-sama, these are apples harvested from my territory. Please enjoy them. Well, thank you, Susan-sama. Was this her way of apologizing for the earlier rudeness? About an hour later, Susan brought me a basket full of apples. Original Claris would probably have scoffed at this, but I'm genuinely delighted. The slightly small red apples have a sweet and refreshing aroma. When I can't finish them, I'll use these apples to make an apple pie next time. In my previous life, when I was an office worker, I got hooked on making homemade pie crusts and used to make them on days off. I use the pie crust to make quiche, meat pie, and apple pie. I'll borrow Vine's kitchen and try making it this time. Sniffing the refreshing scent of apples, I thought from the bottom of my heart, entering the dormitory was a good idea. Now I won't have unpleasant family members or troublesome servants. I'll enjoy a carefree single life. Chapter 25, The Beginning of School Life. Side Ediardo. My name is Ediardo Hardin. I lived a relatively smooth life as a company employee, but I died in an accident, and I was reincarnated as none other than the villain prince from a novel. Following the novel's plot, I was supposed to become the dark hero leading a demonic army, only to be defeated by the main character, my half-brother Arnold. Naturally, I didn't like such a bad ending, so I decided to take actions different from the novel. First, I made the villainous Claris, who was supposed to be engaged to Arnold, my fiancé. Then, I chose the mage who was the heroine Mimilia's teacher in the novel as my teacher. Perhaps because of that, the story's development started to deviate. Claris, the villainess, also took a different path from the novel. The villainous Claris, who was supposed to resist becoming my fiancé, accepted without any resistance. I believe Claris from the novel would have vehemently opposed it. In the novel, the pharmacist Vinariana, whom Claris was supposed to request the prescription of a poison while holding her nephew hostage, became my mentor in pharmacology, and she and Claris got along like sisters. The deviation in the story wasn't just that. Georges, who was supposed to fall in love with Mimiria, ended up harboring feelings for Vine instead. Due to his light-hearted approach of flirting right after meeting her, Vine is now completely on guard against him. However, Georges seems to have different feelings when he looks at Vine, who is raising a child that isn't even her own, compared to when he used to flirt with the barmaids. Moreover, he seems to be fond of Vine's nephew, Jin, who lost his real parents and casually brings him sweets, picture books, and small toys. We gradually spend more and more time at Vine's house, almost like a family. Today, Claris and I made apple pie together. Vine and Claris each held a plate of freshly baked apple pie. It seems they received a lot of apples from a fellow dorm resident and decided to make apple pie since they couldn't eat them all. Claris is surprisingly good at cooking. This apple pie could sell well as a product. Geez, Vine. Vine and Claris laughed together, showing their genuine camaraderie. Vine might have become a pillar of support for Claris, who wasn't loved by her family. Sliced apple pie and tea. In my vision, they looked as if they were sparkling. I am going to eat the handmade pie of my fiancé. As someone who died without any romantic experience, I felt so happy that I wanted to cry. Moreover, this apple pie seems to have a quality that could be sold as a product. As Vine said, many pharmacists are good at cooking. Occasionally, some make dishes so awful that they could be considered lethal weapons. I agreed with Vine's words. After all, making medicine and making food have many commonalities. I took a bite of the apple pie. Delicious. I'm not good at food reviews. Only simple words came out, but the other people there immediately exclaimed, delicious. And it's too good. The crispy crust, the moderately sweet sugar cooked apples, and maybe there's even custard cream. Even when it's cooled, it tastes delicious. Saying that, Clarice smiled. I couldn't help but be captivated by her smile while she held a fork in her mouth. Uh-oh. I knew I had fallen for her at first sight, but now I feel like I'm falling even more in love with her. Clarice and I are just engaged for political reasons. Is it okay for us to be this carefree? Well, before being a prince, I'm still a 17-year-old boy. It's okay to be a bit carefree. Clarice doesn't seem to have the same ambitions as in the novel, so I might as well abandon the position of the crown prince, even discard the noble title, and live together in a single-story house. Although I momentarily daydreamed about unrealistic things like that. But now, as we enjoy the time savoring Clarice's homemade cake and drinking tea, the cozy moments make me dream of such things. By taking a different course from the novel, I am becoming happier and happier. Although I'm anxious about what future awaits, I can't help but hope that everyone will continue moving in a happy direction. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and a month had gone by. Clarice and I were about to enter Hardin Academy. When you turn 17, members of the royal and noble families start attending school to acquire social skills and education as part of their upbringing. In my previous life, compulsory education lasted until 15, but in this world, private tutors were provided until 16. And then the students began attending school from the age of 17. Moreover, unlike Japan where enrollment is in April, here it is in June. Starting after the social season ends, upon enrolling in the Hardin Academy, I found myself placed in Class A. Upon entering the classroom, I discovered that Clarice was also in the same class, and to top it off, our seats were adjacent. It seemed like the school had arranged this on purpose. In this world, 2 class names are in alphabetical order. I recall that even adventure classes were designated by letters. Well, it's more of a novel world than another world. They probably designed it to be easily understandable for the readers. Classes are assigned based on academic performance, with S class being the highest. Following a class, there is B class, and so on. Students are categorized into honors and non-honors classes upon enrollment. Since I took the school exams before my memories returned, I don't know Ediardo's grades, but considering he couldn't even perform basic magic, I think he might have been in a lower class. However, it would be unseemly for a member of the royal family to be in C or E class, so they probably placed him in A class. In the novel setting, Clarice is in S class. While she would probably be in S class in reality as well, they might have put her in A class to take care of me, a mediocre student engaged to the first prince. Well, that's just my speculation. I studied all the textbooks before attending school, but that's something most other students probably did. I'll have to bite the bullet and catch up as best as I can. The second prince is in S class, but the first prince is in A class. Well, whether he's in A class is also doubtful. 2 male students murmured audibly. I didn't know their names, but they seemed like Arnold's lackeys. They might be subtly trying to pressure me. A noble from the tier's side. If I were to retort, they would probably immediately seek help from Arnold. Well, it's foolish to even bother dealing with them, so I'll just ignore it. On the other hand, Clarice, seated next to me, also attracted a lot of attention. Especially prominent were looks of admiration and envy. Well, that's understandable. Clarice was more beautiful than any other student in the room. Clarice, who had never participated in high society until now, had only been seen by those who attended the last tea party. Even then, her beauty was concealed by her clumsy hairstyle and plain clothes. However, since the school uniform and bangs were properly cut according to the school rules, Clarice had asked Lenny's town beautician to tidy up her hair. Now that her bangs were cut, Clarice's beauty, which only I knew until now, was revealed, and when she entered the classroom, everyone's attention focused on her. Who said Clarice Charlotte is ugly? Maybe it's her personality that's ugly? Well, I don't mind if she has a bad personality. I'd marry such a beauty any day. That's right, that's right. My fiancée is beautiful. I'll clarify, her personality isn't ugly either. HMPH, it seems her face is her only good point. She suits the first prince. Those guys who had been bad-mouthing me earlier now spoke as if spitting out. Even if they say it in a resentful voice, it's futile. Being good-looking is a weapon that advantages one's life in this world. It's the same in both my past life and this life. Fortunately, in this life, I've been blessed with good looks. The phrase Claris and I look good together, to the point where she can be considered a beauty beyond compare, might be intended sarcastically, but for me, it's the greatest compliment. Chapter 26, History of Magic Side Ediardo. Claris, what's the next class? It's the history of magic. Ah, the history of magic. The years are a bit fuzzy for me. Me too, and it's easy to get confused between Irene, who created the water magic formula, and Irina, who created the fire magic. Their names are too similar. Claris chuckled amusingly. Q, she's cute. My fiancée, a beauty beyond compare, looks cute when she laughs. Observing our interaction, the whole class seemed to buzz with disbelief. Wasn't Claris reluctant to be engaged to the first prince? I heard the prince was the one reluctant. They seem close. Prince Arnold isn't very popular, so she compromised with Prince Ediardo. Hey, who just said I compromised? Just because I'm inferior to the second prince doesn't mean they can look down on me as a member of the royal family. As I was about to say something, Claris stood up. With a smile on her face, she spoke clearly in front of the girl who had been gossiping about us. I was chosen by Prince Ediardo to be his fiancé, and I am sincerely happy about it. I have no complaints, and there is no compromise on my part. What? Acting so tough. I heard Prince Arnold doesn't like you. He didn't even attend the tea party the other day because he didn't want to see you. What's with this girl? Talking casually to Clarice means she's from a duke class or maybe even a grand duke's daughter. Despite her quite rude remarks, Clarice remained unfazed and spoke resolutely. I have not yet met Prince Arnold, but if you have heard rumors about me, it's natural to think that way. However, even after hearing such rumors, Prince Ediardo chose me as his fiancé. I have nothing but gratitude, not complaints. I swallowed hard at Clarice's words. Honestly, in the corner of my mind, there was a thought that maybe Clarice had compromised by choosing me because she couldn't attract the attention of Arnold, but Clarice clearly stated it in front of everyone. That being engaged to me is a happy thing, and she's grateful for it. I never thought she would feel that way. Ericana-sama, please do your best to become Prince Arnold's fiancé without compromise. There are many daughters of higher status than you who are offering themselves, so it must be tough! Huh? I thought she was casually talking to Clarice, so she's not from a duke class or higher. She's probably just a girl who's acting out of place. The girl named Ericana unintentionally raised her hurdles and turned pale. Although there were students with bitter expressions witnessing Clarice's dignified attitude, there were more who sent admiring glances toward her. At first, considering the novel's plot, there was a part that valued Clarice's abilities, and her inner self was secondary. However, the actual Clarice Charlotte turned out to be not only humble but also modest in her daily life. On the other hand, she displayed strength when faced with unfair comments. I was truly glad I chose her as my fiancé. The class for the history of magic is taught by Professor Tolman, who is 88 years old. Unlike my previous life, there seems to be no retirement age for instructors. Professor Tolman is a dwarf, with a height equivalent to that of a human child. Only about 100 centimeters tall. His hair is smooth, but his pure white mustache is quite impressive, reaching the length of just above the floor. Huff, huff, huff. Clarice Charlotte Kun, I assume you already know about the founder of the Four Elements magic. But who was the founder of fire magic? It's Irina Heath. It's said that her disciple, Aflos, completed it perfectly. Exactly. You seem to be reading magic books other than textbooks, Clarice Charlotte Kun. Now, Ediardo Harden Kun next to you, who is considered the founder of wind magic. The founder of wind magic is Vindio. Do you know the name of Vindio's house? This old man asks some tricky questions. The origin of Vindio's name is not written in the textbook. Well, if I couldn't answer, he probably planned to give me a lecture, suggesting that I should learn from Claris, the royal family, about the importance of studying. Sorry, but I don't plan to listen to lectures from the first day. So I answered clearly. Vindio's house is the Nord royal family. He was originally a prince of the Nordland kingdom. The Nord family, a royal family, has been tyrannical for generations, causing suffering to the people. Vindio was ashamed of such a royal family and left a will not to leave the family name for future generations. I see, Your Highness, you seem to be well versed in magical books. Professor Tolman stroked his long beard while expressing genuine admiration. Given the results of the entrance exam, he probably didn't expect me to answer. Well, if my memories from my past life hadn't returned, I might not have even bothered to review the textbook. Glancing around, I noticed that some students were looking at me with an unusual gaze. They probably didn't expect me to answer so smoothly. If it's His Highness Arnold, he would answer immediately. Curtis muttered quietly. Then Professor Tolman widened his eyes when he looked at Curtis. I see. Could you have answered sooner? That's impressive. Eh? No, not me, but His Highness Arnold. Then how about you tell me about Earth Magic? Who is considered the founder of Earth Magic? No, I told you, it's not me. Who is considered the founder of Earth Magic? Professor Tolman asked the question with a particularly strong tone, and Curtis turned pale. Stupid, making comments comparing me to Arnold during class. Probably, if I make a little achievement, he'll reflexively praise Arnold. Well, it's Billman Peck. I see. However, in recent years, there's a theory that someone else might be the founder of Earth Magic. Who is that? Hey, this old man is asking about a new theory that's not in the magic books. This theory was recently announced at an academic conference, and it caused a shock among the magicians. They have to rewrite the textbooks. Georges said that Professor Tolman always asks questions from the magic journal, and it seems to be true. Don't you know? You are a student of Hardin Academy and an adult at the same time. Can't you at least read the newspaper? Curtis blushed brightly and bowed his head. In the novel, there was a scene where Ediardo couldn't answer the teacher's question and bowed his head, feeling down. The teacher then praised Arnold and told Ediardo to learn from him. Now Curtis is in that situation. As expected, His Highness knows. Eh? Your eyes aren't wandering like the others. Yes. I've only read the newspaper, so I don't know the details, but the founder of Earth Magic is Claude Fons, who is also a disciple of Billman Peck. That's correct. In other words, Billman took over his disciple's research. Next year's textbook will be revised to mention Claude as the founder of Earth Magic. Everyone, make sure to remember that. The class's gaze is now focused on me. Everyone is looking at me with an unusual gaze. How much of a fool did they think Ediardo was? I wanted to behave inconspicuously, but as a prince, it's not that simple. Chapter 27, The Villain Prince heads to the library side. Ediardo. After the magic history class, I decided to go to the library. There might be magic books there that aren't available in the Royal Library. On the way, I passed by Class B's classroom. Come to think of it, Class B is where Claris's sister, Natalie, is. Her father paid a considerable amount to the school, hoping she could enter Class A with Claris, but due to limitations, she ended up in Class B. However, perhaps due to her position as a duke's daughter and her inherent queen-like temperament, she has many followers, and Ericana, who often picks on Claris, is one of them. Wait, that girl is in Class B? I thought she was in Class A because I only saw her in the Class A classroom during break times. As they saw me passing by in the hallway, they exchanged glances and giggled. Girls like them existed in my past life too. I sighed and continued walking towards the library. Then, a female student approached from the opposite direction. At that moment, my face tightened. With pastel pink long hair and vivid pink eyes, a lovely and glamorous girl approached. Could it be the novel's heroine, Mimilia Bordel? In the novel, the two would collide in the hallway, and Ediardo would fall in love at first sight. To avoid any collision, I smoothly sidestepped her. Eh? She let out a surprised voice. She was probably surprised because it seemed like we were about to collide. But was it really necessary to be so shocked? Moreover, she and the other girl accompanying her looked at me with an unbelievable expression as we passed each other. I felt a sense of discomfort with Mimilia's attitude, but before I could dwell on it, I heard Natalie's loud voice, like a piercing scream. Mimilia Bordel, do you think a commoner like you can enter this classroom? I'll tell you. Your seat is no longer here. This is so cruel. So, that girl is indeed Mimilia. I stopped and turned around. Immediately after, Noble's children gathered in front of Mimilia, and they yelled at Natalie and the others, "Don't lay a hand on her anymore. We saw you hiding chairs and desks." "Why didn't you stop them when you saw them hiding chairs and desks?" I wanted to say, but those noble sons probably wanted to look good in front of Mimilia. The heroine Mimilia is a bewitching woman. Even in the novel, not only the protagonist and supporting male characters but also many noble children fell for her cuteness. It's annoying. A mere baron's son. Don't get conceited just because you're a marquis' daughter. Well, with so many knights around, there doesn't seem to be much to worry about. Although that girl seemed half in tears, for a moment. She smiled happily. She was a more cunning girl than I had thought. After being shown such a bizarre spectacle, I sighed deeply. The school library turned out to be surprisingly spacious, with bookshelves reaching high up to the ceiling, filled with both old and new books. This is beyond my expectations. Considering the upcoming plot in the novel where a horde of monsters attacks, it would be necessary to know a bit about the culprits, the demons. The bookshelf containing information about demons. This one. Oh, there are many books with black covers. I picked up one of them and flipped through its pages. Once every few hundred years, the world is threatened by the demonic forces. When demons descend upon this world, a holy maiden is born, and a hero is also born. However, the demons also find a dark witch and a dark hero from among the people. The dark witch and hero then lead the forces of monsters, plunging this world into terror. Basically, the contents written in the novel are written in this book. So, once every few hundred years, such battles have taken place. If a saint is born, it means there is a hero, and at the same time, demons have also descended into this world. However, how many people are aware of this? Even though there might have been a battle with demons a few hundred years ago, the fact is treated as if it were a fairy tale. Even if I were to appeal, "Be cautious because demons are coming," hardly anyone would believe me. Nevertheless, it would be better to focus on strengthening the military and training magicians and pharmacists for national defense. While I was contemplating such matters, I heard voices from behind the bookshelves. "Is that story true?" "Yeah, it seems," he confidently answered in Professor Tolman's class. Professor Tolman must have asked him a favor and gave an easy question. That old man is known for asking especially difficult questions to the royal family. It seems he was strict with the previous generations too. That's ridiculous. But there must be some underlying reason. If you doubt it so much, why don't you investigate? The last line was from me. The two students who were whispering secretly in the library probably didn't expect me to be on the other side of the bookshelf. They bowed repeatedly. Sorry. What I just said was just a slip of the tongue. There's no deep reason. Then can you tell me the not so deep reason? The students paled at my words and bowed their heads. In the novel, these guys are probably the mob among mobs, and I wouldn't pay attention to them, but I don't want them spreading strange rumors. Moreover, it's disrespectful not only to me but also to Professor Tolman. Well, then, let me ask Professor Tolman whether he gave you an easy question due to Professor Tolman's favoritism. No, it's not that we desperately want to know. Why were you spreading rumors about something you desperately didn't want to know? And mentioning the name of the royal family, too? They couldn't answer and just stared with wide eyes. If it were before my memories resurfaced, Ediardo probably would have just listened to their conversation behind the bookshelves with a frustrated look. That would have increased Ediardo's inferiority complex towards Arnold even more. I smiled cheerfully and said to the two, "Don't worry about it. Professor Tolman will teach you directly in the next class. You should have a clear understanding of the truth, right?" Sorry. Please, keep this a secret from Professor Tolman." The two of them apologized profusely before hastily leaving. Are they going to seek help from Arnold? Even if they complain about being bullied by me, I doubt he'll come to their rescue. Arnold, the protagonist of the novel, always had eyes only familiar and ignored other characters. Although it worked for the romantic story, he didn't try to save or protect the friends who sacrificed themselves. I disliked that aspect of Arnold. It wasn't as noticeable because Ediardo was even worse. But maybe the real Arnold is different from the one in the novel. Perhaps he's a kind protagonist who helps even the most insignificant characters. But if he were that kind of person, we should have become good friends as brothers a long time ago. I think it's unlikely. Either way, I'll report this to Professor Tolman. Those two should know better than to spread baseless rumors about the royal family. I sighed lightly and looked at the library shelves. When I was about to review the history of magic, I tried to take out a book titled The Origins of Magic. At that moment, a female student entered the library. "Oh, it's Claris." She looked around in a hurry, seemingly searching for something. Unable to find what she was looking for, she leaned against the library window and sighed. Seeing Claris in distress, I lightly tapped her shoulder. "What's wrong? You rushed into the library in a hurry." Prince Ediardo. Professor Tolman asked about a new theory earlier. Since I haven't read the newspaper, I had no idea. I thought there might be one in the library, but it seems there isn't. "So, you came to the library in a hurry." "Well, what the professor said was quite a specialized topic, so I don't think you'd understand just by reading a regular newspaper." "Eh? What kind of newspaper is it?" "It's called the Magic Newspaper, a newspaper dedicated to magicians. It's interesting because it contains the latest information about magic. If you want, I can bring the newspaper I'm reading tomorrow." "Eh? Really?" "Knowing the current state of magical research is important even for the royal family." Thank you very much, Your Highness." Claris's gesture, with her hands clasped as if praying to a god, and her sparkling eyes, was cute. However, being addressed as Your Highness by her, my fiancé, felt like a line was drawn. Somewhat lonely. At this point, I decided to express my feelings clearly to her. "Hey, you're my fiancé, right? If possible, could you call me by my name?" I thought I was already calling you by your name." "Even though it's just a name, you call me Prince Ediardo. You don't need the prince. Ediardo is fine." It's too presumptuous." "It's not presumptuous." "So, let's go with Ediardo-sama." Ediardo-sama, is that okay?" I felt a sweet emotion as Claris timidly asked. In the novel, Claris, despite being the formal fiancé, couldn't call Arnold by his name. But I won't let her experience such sadness. "Ediardo-sama. Yeah, it sounds good. From now on, call me that." Saying that, I kissed the back of Claris's hand. Claris blushed so much that it seemed like steam might rise from her face. If she reacted like this to a hand kiss, I wondered what expression she would make in more intimate moments. Driven by the impulse to see her more embarrassed face, I unintentionally fantasized about kissing Claris. In a hurry, I shook off such impure thoughts. "Well, it's not like we're that close yet, Ediardo." "Love affairs are something I can't handle even with the wisdom of my past life. My experience in love was extremely limited. I had a slight crush on a girl, but it was just love at first sight from a matchmaking photo, and we never met in person." I died before the romance could even begin. Suddenly, I felt that Claris resembled the girl in the matchmaking photo for a moment. Especially the strong-willed gaze. In reality, they looked nothing alike, but for some reason, I associated Claris with the girl in the photo. I rubbed my eyes and looked at Claris again. What stood before me was Claris with crimson hair and beautiful rose-gold eyes, and there was no trace of that girl from the past life. Nevertheless, for some reason, looking at her made me remember that girl from the matchmaking photo. Even though there was no resemblance. Even so, why did I feel like that when looking at her? Chapter 28. The protagonist captivated by the villainous side. Arnold. My name is Arnold Hardin. As planned, I managed to enter Class S, where the most outstanding students gathered. It was surprising that my older brother was in Class A. Originally, his abilities were supposed to be at the level of Class B. No, maybe even Class C. I wondered if he was struggling to keep up with the classes. However, when I happened to have business in the staff room, I overheard a conversation between the staff. "Did you hear?" The prince answered Professor Tolman's question properly. "No. That's impossible, right? He couldn't even score 20 points on the magical history entrance exam," and Professor Tolman was determined to retrain the prince. But when the class started, the prince answered Professor Tolman's question smoothly. Maybe he studied hard over spring break. If that's the case, it's a good thing. When the staff noticed me in the staff room, they hurriedly fell silent. Pretending not to notice, I submitted the necessary documents to the grade coordinator and left the staff room. Professor Tolman doesn't show any favoritism toward the royal family. On the contrary, he is known for asking tough questions precisely because they are part of the royal family. I was no exception, and there was no way my elder brother would only get easy questions. So, he must have studied magical history to some extent. But what about the other subjects? I hope he doesn't embarrass the royal family too much. On my way back to the classroom, 2 students rushed over to me. Who were they again? Some students often wander around me, but I don't know their names. "Oh, Prince Arnold. Please help us. Prince Ediardo said something unfair to us." "Unfair?" I tilted my head. Did he say something reckless to students of lower status again? One of the students couldn't explain the situation well, and the other clenched his fists and passionately explained to me, "Prince Ediardo should not be able to answer Professor Tolman's question. We suspect there's something fishy." "Something fishy? Like what?" "We believe Professor Tolman deliberately asked an easy question to save face for Prince Ediardo." I don't want to think about it, but maybe he's showing favoritism to the royal family. I can't believe Professor Tolman would do such a thing. They must find it hard to believe that my brother answered Professor Tolman's question correctly. "So, what unfair thing did my brother say to you?" Well, one of them couldn't explain the situation well, and the other clenched his fists and passionately explained to me, "We just doubted that Prince Ediardo could answer Professor Tolman's question truthfully." However, Prince Ediardo became so indignant, claiming that he was being accused, and said he would report it to Professor Tolman. Professor Tolman is undoubtedly on Prince Ediardo's side. I don't think Professor Tolman is that kind of person. But, well then, I'll ask him. If he's showing favoritism to the royal family, he should honestly answer my questions too. For some reason, they panicked and shook their heads at my words. What are they hesitating about? No, we just didn't want to make it a big deal. We don't want to cause a commotion, so we wanted Professor Tolman to keep it confidential. But, in that case, the truth will never come out, right? You came to me because you wanted the truth to be clear, didn't you? Well, not that. But their attitudes seemed evasive. In the end, what do they want me to help with? They're complaining about unfair treatment, but if my brother answered Professor Tolman's question properly, then they are the ones being rude. It's also disrespectful to Professor Tolman. Originally, he was determined to retrain my brother, and now they think he's showing favoritism. I guess you want to clarify the truth, so I'll report the situation to Professor Tolman. Upon hearing my words, the 2 of them turned pale and shook their heads again. Strange. I thought they would be happy. Waving to the bewildered bear, I decided to return to the classroom. "Prince Arnold, the next class is practical magic, so let's move." Back in the classroom, I was prompted by my classmate and one of the top-ranking members of the Night Order, Ivan Steek. He is my classmate and my bodyguard of the same age, part of the elite group selected by my mother to be my guards. Although there are 4 of them, he is one of them. Ivan is very diligent, and I've only seen him doing things related to swordsmanship, magic, and studying. I think it's okay for him to relax or read books other than academic ones occasionally. Exiting the classroom, Elder Muller, my other bodyguard, followed behind Ivan and me. Elder, known for drawing pictures on her nails, applying makeup to her face, and dyeing a strand of her sandy hair red, had a unique appearance. Despite her eccentricities, her androgynous beauty made her popular among both male and female students. Furthermore, some noble students admired me, following in line. "Look, It's Prince Arnold and everyone from S class. The impact is different, as expected. Following right behind is Ivan Sama and Lady Sama, two of the four guardians. The four guardians. That's what people had started calling the skilled knights my mother assigned to protect me. Among the four guardians, Ivan and Elder were in the same class as me. Another was a year ahead, and the last one was in Class A. Gay Ive Harkson from Class A, along with Curtis, was tasked to monitor my brother to make sure he wasn't doing anything reckless. Walking through the courtyard with my classmates, I noticed my older brother and a female student talking by the library window. Even from my perspective as his younger brother, I could acknowledge my brother's handsome appearance. Women must constantly approach him because of his looks and status. Curious to see what kind of foolish girl she was, I looked at the girl and involuntarily gasped. Whether my brother said something or not, she blushed and smiled happily. Glossy red hair, eyes of pink gold like jewels, and a complexion as pale as porcelain with lips tinted in light red. Even from a distance, her beauty was striking. Thump. Who is she? Who is that girl? She's quite beautiful. I might have never seen such a pretty girl before. Oh. Isn't that Prince Ediardo and Claris Charlotte Sama? Even for a political marriage, it's a good thing for the engaged couple to get along. One of my classmates seemed to know about the girl. Wait a minute. That's Claris Charlotte. That spoiled and arrogant Claris? I almost fell for her appearance. But, unexpected as it may be, she's such a beautiful girl. Who said Claris was unattractive? Is their sense of aesthetics messed up? I see. My brother was drawn to that face. Well, that's understandable. However, no matter how good-looking she is, if she's a selfish girl who messes with their family, his feelings should cool off. If Claris heard the rumors about my brother, she should have been reluctant to become engaged to him. Rumors were circulating in high society that they both disliked being engaged to each other. Brother only wanted to snatch away his fiancée from me, and Claris compromised with my brother, or so the rumors went. Why do they both look so happy? And my brother is kissing the back of his fiancée's hand. Does he like her that much? Claris, blushing, lowered her head shyly, but her expression seemed somewhat wistful. Seeing my brother making her show such a face, I felt a gripping sensation in my heart. Why didn't I attend that tea party at that time? If I had attended the tea party properly, both that smile and that wistful expression might have been mine. No, calm down. Don't be fooled by appearances. She's supposed to be a willful girl who can't even be handled by her own family. There are other candidates for my marriage partner, a kind woman with a pure heart. Yes, the legendary saint is the woman destined to be my partner. The power of the saint is crucial for this country. In the history of kings, some have married the saint. The saint, chosen by the oracle of the goddess July, is a virgin girl. Several hundred years have passed since the previous saint passed away 17 years ago. Upon hearing the oracle of the birth of the new saint, the former high priest, who conveyed the characteristics of the new saint, took his last breath. A girl with a rose-shaped birthmark on her wrist is the saint. The temple had been searching for the saint, but it took time because the only clue was the birthmark on her wrist. Finally, at the beginning of this year, they seem to have found the saint. The priests are already protecting her, but her identity has not been disclosed. Since the royal family cannot intervene in the internal affairs of the temple, I cannot know who she is. I don't know who she is, but she is sure to be a wise and pure woman, chosen as the saint. Yes, the most likely candidate for my fiancé is the saint. No other woman is possible. But Claris's smile kept burning into my eyes and wouldn't leave. Chapter 29, The Villainess Encounters the Enemy Character Side. Claris. I am Claris Charlotte. Right now, my heart is pounding so much that I can't focus on the lesson at all. While I was good at math in my previous life and had prepared for the class, it was no good. Ediardo Sama's smile, that kiss, the softness of those lips touching the back of my hand. I just can't get it out of my head. I timidly glance at the profile of Ediardo Sama sitting next to me. Even his profile is perfect. His serious face as he takes notes is also cool. No matter how good-looking he is, I don't think I would be so thrilled if he were an idiot. Ediardo Sama is making a genuine effort. He found a mentor for himself, diligently trained in magic, and covered a wide range of information related to magic. Whether he properly prepares for other classes or not, he effortlessly answers even the tricky questions from the mean teachers. Learn a bit more from His Highness. Inwardly, I thought, see that? Not really, I thought. Watch it. But anyway, Ediardo-sama is not only not an idiot, but he is also very wise. Moreover, for his age, he seems mature, and as someone with memories of my late 20s, I somehow find our conversations matching. If we could continue getting along like this forever, it would be great. At that moment, a sense of tension ran through my fluttering feelings. The sliding door of the hallway opened, and a female student entered. I apologize for being late. I'm Sonia Kelly, the classroom echoed. The female students usually wear blouses with ribbon-shaped ties, jackets over them, and skirts below. However, this girl was wearing riding pants and had a sword belt around her waist. Students in the night order dress like that. She tied her ice blue, neatly trimmed long hair into a ponytail. Her facial features were pretty, but her navy eyes looked sharp. She seemed quite spirited. It seems the morning training for the night order took longer. Please take your seats. Sonia nodded before taking a seat in front of me. When she sat down, she switched the bag she held in her left hand to her right hand and hung it on the side of the desk. At that moment, she reflexively held her left shoulder with her right hand. Is her shoulder injured? Anyway, Sonia's name sounds familiar. Sonia. Ah, it's the name of the female knight that appeared in the novel. In the story, Sonia Kelly slashes the shoulder of the villainous Claris, dealing a significant blow. She immediately received a counterattack and suffered severe injuries, but thanks to her efforts, Claris became unable to use magic. She, who was just an unknown knight until then, rose to fame. After the battle ended, she pledged loyalty to Saint Mimilia. Wait a moment. There might be someone in front of me who could attack me in the future. I'm scared. I want to hide under the desk right now, but if I hide under the desk, it might seem weird. I secretly took a few deep breaths. Calm down. I'm not a villainess yet, and I'm not a witch leading a demonic army. There's no reason for her to attack me. Besides, if I take the story in a different direction than the novel's development, becoming friends with Sonia Kelly might be a good move. When my thoughts became more positive, I suddenly noticed Sonia touching her right shoulder with her left hand. Is her shoulder still hurting? Maybe she's seriously injured, and it looks quite painful. Excuse me, I said quietly and then placed my hand on Sonia's right shoulder, and I chanted a healing magic. Her shoulder was enveloped in a white light tinged with purple. It seems like a minor bruise. It's not a significant injury, so it healed quickly. In the novel, Claris is supposed to be attacked on the shoulder by Sonia, but in the real world, I'm healing Sonia's shoulder. It feels like a strange connection. She might become my enemy in the future, but I can't just leave her like this. I let go of the hand that was touching her shoulder, and as if nothing happened, I started taking notes. She probably wanted to thank me right away. Since it was during class, she couldn't express her gratitude verbally. Instead, she casually wrote a message on a scrap of paper torn from her notebook and handed it to me. Thank you very much. Thanks to you, my shoulder feels much better. Please let me express my gratitude properly after the class. Sonia Kelly. Along with the message, there was an illustration of a bear-like mascot. Despite Sonia's dignified appearance, she seems to like cute things. A letter on a scrap of paper. I remember sending such messages to friends during my student days. While feeling a bit nostalgic, I sincerely thought it was good that her shoulder returned to normal. I apologize for not knowing about the Duke's daughter Claris and for sending such a scrap of paper. I'm sorry. More like a samurai than a knight. Sonia Kelly, who was late due to the extended morning training of the night order, kneeled in front of me and apologized in a calm tone. She wanted to express her thanks immediately, so she wrote a thank you message, but unfortunately, she didn't have any stationery, so she had to write it on a scrap of her notebook. I hurriedly waved my hands. No, your feelings came across, and I'm very happy. More importantly, is your shoulder okay? I got careless during practice, took an opponent's attack, and injured my shoulder. But thanks to Clarice-sama, it's completely painless now. That's good. I heaved a sigh of relief at those words. Before I knew it, Sonia and I had become the center of attention. Different from the rumors I heard she treats lower nobles like trash, and she healed a shoulder injury. Huh? Could Claris-sama be a good person? Well, I don't know if I'm a good person, but at the very least, I'm not an arrogant person who manipulates my sister and stepmother with my whims and looks down on lower-class individuals. She must be scheming something for sure. Akarina assumes so. I'll just ignore what that girl says. It seems like the people around me don't agree with her either. Oh, by the way, Sonia-sama, would you like to see the notes from the previous class? I'd be happy to explain the lesson if you're interested. Is it okay? It's good for me too since it'll be a good review. As I was taking out my magical history notes from under the desk, the classroom became lively again. A girl approached us. Daisy, the daughter of the Duke, should not get involved with such a villainess. Ikarina stood in her way, but without saying anything, Daisy smiled and smoothly passed her, approaching us. With her fluffy bob cut, platinum blonde hair, and orange eyes beneath silver-rimmed glasses, she was a beauty, but there was a mischievous and youthful charm about her. She came to me holding her notes. Nice to meet you. I am Daisy Crinum, the eldest daughter of the Crinum Duke. Duke Crinum, a family deeply connected to royalty, and if I remember correctly, the head of the family was supposed to be the Prime Minister. That means she is the daughter of that Prime Minister. I believe Queen Media and Duke Crinum are cousins, so Ediardo and Daisy are cousins too. The country's Prime Minister, Duke Oliver Crinum, is famous for being ruthless to his enemies, known as the Steel Prime Minister. Even more famous is the story of how he dotes on his daughter. Actually, before I was nominated as a fiancé candidate, it seems that this daughter was initially considered as Prince Arnold's fiancé candidate. However, Duke Crinum firmly refused. Prince Arnold is praised by other nobles for his excellence, but from the perspective of Duke Crinum, he might still have a long way to go. The reason I became the leading candidate for Arnold's fiancé, surpassing the Duke's daughter, was likely due to these circumstances. Daisy Crinum appears in the novel as the supportive sister to her brother, who will become the future Prime Minister. Although described as a very talented girl, it's surprising that she's in Class A and not Class S. She looked into my eyes and asked, regarding magical history, did Claris-sama know about Claude Fons? No. I also didn't read the newspaper. I thought I had read every corner of the newspaper, but I didn't grasp anything about Claude Fons. What date and content were they talking about in the newspaper? Oh, about Claude Fons. It wasn't in the regular newspaper but in a magic newspaper that magicians prefer to read. I learned about it from Ediardo-sama for the first time. I see. I should read magic newspapers from now on. Daisy happily jotted down notes in her notebook. A studious girl as described in the novel. Behind her, Ikarina looked irritated, biting her finger. She probably wanted to have Daisy on her side. Being a duchess's daughter, she has a higher status than me, and she's the daughter of the Steel Prime Minister. Her parents might have advised her to get close to the Prime Minister's beloved daughter. Also, Daisy's brother, Adonis Crinum, is famous for being an incredibly handsome man. Thank you, Claris-sama. May I come to you again if there is something I don't understand in the future? Of course, I might ask Daisy-sama for help if there's something I don't understand as well. Oh, by the way, I plan to teach Sonia-sama about the content of the magical history class right away. Would you like to join us? It would be a good review, so definitely. From then on, I, along with Daisy, showed Sonia the magical history notes and explained the lesson. Sonia's eyes widened when she heard the names of people not mentioned in the textbook. I recommended her to read magic books and magic newspapers. Daisy Crinum, Sonia Kelly. Though they were supporting characters in the novel, they played a crucial role in saving the royal family from a crisis. Both are intelligent and, without being swayed by rumors, have seen my character positively. Considering avoiding the novel's development, it might be better to keep a distance from the characters, but it's too late now. When it comes to classmates, you can't avoid them even if you try. So, let's get along as much as possible. From that day on, I deepened my friendship with Daisy and Sonia, and we often acted together at school. Chapter 30, The Villainess enjoys school life. One side. Claris. Susan-sama, I made apple pies with the apples you gave me the other day. Please enjoy them. These were made by Clarice-sama. Using Vine's kitchen, I made several palm-sized apple pies and handed them to Susan as a thank you for the apples. She was so delighted that I felt my effort in making them was well worth it. A few days later, Susan and other dormitory residents who had tried the apple pies visited my room. They expressed a desire for me to teach them how to make them. Pressed by their enthusiasm, I hastily borrowed the dormitory kitchen and decided to hold a cooking class. Oh my, the flour is gradually turning into something like clay. Is this really going to become that pie crust? Aristocratic young ladies who usually act refined had sparkling eyes like children. Observing such expressions, I could understand the feelings of teachers who find purpose in teaching. I wondered if Vine and Georges felt the same way. For these girls with no cooking experience, cooking together turned out to be unexpectedly enjoyable. It led to discussions about making cooking classes a regular occurrence. I, too, looked forward to writing down the recipes for apple pie, meat pie, and quiche with illustrations in a notebook for them. With the cooking class, the distance between me and the dormitory residents shortened considerably. Even the senior dormitory residents, who were initially cautious due to rumors in high society, observed that I caused no particular trouble and never made unreasonable demands. Furthermore, the cooking class was well received, and even the seniors began to participate. While there were rumors in high society that I was a capricious person, there were also rumors circulating about me being mistreated by my stepmother. Observing my daily attitude, it became recognized within the dormitory that the latter was more accurate. Other young ladies complained about the small size of their rooms, uncomfortable beds, and early curfews. It seems that only a handful of the entrants could adapt to dormitory life. Most of them were from distant regions and led lives not much different from commoners. For me, my home was more like hell, and this place was heaven itself. There were no bothersome servants, and my sister, who occasionally disturbed my studies with incomprehensible boasting, was not here. I was grateful to be able to concentrate on my studies even though I had a single room. Thanks to this, I achieved a high position in the midterm exams. In the corridor, papers were posted with names and rankings for those with good grades. My name was third in the year. To be honest, I was not confident because magic history included detailed explanations of magical formulas, not just the history of magic. Still, I managed to rank within the top 5, which was quite an accomplishment. The rumor that Claris was supposed to be in the Class S was true. She seems to excel in magic too. I heard she has already surpassed the teachers in healing magic. If she wasn't engaged to Prince Ediardo, she could have studied in Class S. What a pity. No, I'm not at all pitiful. I'm rather glad to have met friends with whom I get along well, and I'm happy in Class A. Moreover, the days spent with Ediardo-sama are enjoyable. Looking at Ediardo-sama's profile standing next to me, I blush alone. As expected of Clarice-sama, I won't lose next time. Daisy is a close friend, but when it comes to studying, she is also a good rival. In this test, I ranked third in the year, and Daisy was fourth. The difference was only 1 point, so Daisy seemed frustrated. Thanks to both of you teaching me, I was able to rank within the top 10 as well. Sonia also looked up at the posted rankings with a happy expression. Daisy, and Sonia exchanged glances and shared a laugh. Now, who are the top 2 in the year? It turns out Ediardo-sama and Prince Arnold were tied for first place, so both of them were listed as first. Consequently, the second position was vacant. No way. That foolish Prince is in the first place. What kind of tricks did he use? He must have peeked at Clarice's answers. It seems that the students harboring ill will towards Ediardo-sama could not believe it and were freely expressing their doubts. No, if he had cheated, it would be strange for him to have higher grades than me. At the very least, Ediardo-sama solved problems that I couldn't. There were no multiple choice questions, and it wasn't the kind of test where you could score points with luck. Well, even if I explained this, they probably wouldn't admit it. Maybe I should have taken it a bit easier. Ediardo-sama muttered quietly next to me, and internally, I was surprised. It seemed he didn't particularly want to stand out. He intentionally held back to achieve a reasonable grade, but it seems he still ended up in first place. This test was quite difficult, and I think the overall average for the year might be low. There were several problems that I couldn't solve as well, but could Ediardo-sama have solved all the questions if he wanted to? I should have left about half of them, but no, dropping below 50 points would be a blow to my pride. He's muttering something. He could have scored a perfect 100. So why did he intentionally hold back? It's difficult to ask with everyone around now, but maybe I should inquire when there's no one around. At that moment, Curtis, Ediardo-sama's attendant, approached me. Claris-sama, please refrain from indulging Prince Ediardo, even if you are engaged. Huh? What nonsense is he talking about? This person. But Curtis had a serious expression. You showed your answers to Prince Ediardo, didn't you? If not, I can't accept it. Well, Ediardo-sama has higher grades than me, you know. Even if I showed him my answers, it would be strange if he had better grades than me. No. There are probably some questions he solved on his own. It's about 80% due to your efforts, isn't it? On what basis do you decide it's 80%? It's really rude, accusing me, Ediardo-sama's fiancé, of cheating. Are you really Ediardo-sama's attendant? To my barrage of words, Curtis couldn't say anything in response. Karina, who was nearby, raised her voice intentionally. Scary. She really is a wicked woman. And then, the aristocrats who harbored malice towards Ediardo-sama began to agree. That's right. I thought she was a bit more refined. Poor Curtis. I've done it now. This aspect of me, lacking in charm, is disliked. I wonder if Ediardo-sama is also repelled? Timidly turning to Ediardo-sama, he suddenly embraced me with a chuckle. It's all thanks to Claris, who taught me so earnestly. Ediardo-sama. Even though I shouldn't harbor sweet expectations, the joy was so great that I couldn't suppress the pounding feeling. Wait, I don't recall teaching you anything, okay? As I widened my eyes in disbelief, Ediardo-sama gently kissed the back of my hand and spoke. Thank you truly. Because you became my fiancé, I've been able to work this hard. I plan to continue striving for your sake in the future as well. Why does it sound like Ediardo-sama's grades improved because of me? Even if Ediardo-sama hadn't met me, he already seemed diligent. Upon hearing this exchange, the surrounding female students, their eyes sparkling, commented. My, Prince Ediardo has worked diligently for Claris-sama. I understand. If one had such a wonderful person as Claris-sama as a fiancé, they want to improve themselves. I would also like Claris-sama to teach me various things. Admiring glances from the female students were directed at me, while envious gazes from the male students were fixed on Ediardo-sama. My popularity quickly rose, and Karina hurriedly raised her voice. But Claris has been scolding the son of Count Haley relentlessly. Well, isn't it strange not to speak up when subjected to such unfair things? Or perhaps, do you intend to appeal to your family's honor and accuse the royal family of wrongdoing? Exclamation mark. Upon Daisy's words, Karina and the nobles, who had harbored ill will towards me and Ediardo-sama, fell silent. Even if they looked down on him as foolish, royalty was royalty. They finally seemed to realize that making careless remarks might lead to their family's downfall. Prince Ediardo seems to have been blessed with a good fiancé. It seems the rumors about her being a wicked woman were false. To change Prince Ediardo into a diligent student. Claris-sama is a model fiancé. What? I feel like I'm being overestimated for no reason. I don't want to stand out that much. Inadvertently, I shot Ediardo-sama a resentful glance. Perhaps feeling a bit sorry, Ediardo-sama whispered into my ear. Sorry. I'll treat you to a delicious cake later. Even if you make such a sweet invitation with that beautiful voice, I won't be fooled. Don't get so close to my face. I won't be fooled. I won't. Why is he so unfairly handsome, and with those friendly, puppy-like eyes staring at me? I feel like saying, well, whatever. The cake is a whole cake from a pastry shop, you know? Do you eat that much? I'll take it back to the dorm and share it with everyone. Then, You should buy a cake for souvenirs and one to eat together. Tea to eat together. That sounds like a date. My face is burning up right now. I might be falling for him. Even though Ediardo-sama might fall in love with the saint someday, don't have expectations. After all, in my past life, I went through painful experiences. Why can't I learn my lesson? No matter how much I resist, in the end, it might turn out just like a novel's plot. Chapter 31, The Villainess Enjoys School Life. Two-side Claris. While I made friends like Sonia and Daisy, it seemed that Ediardo-sama was actively interacting with his classmates. In the novel, Ediardo Harden always looked down on his classmates, but in reality, Ediardo-sama was completely different. Whist Belmont, would you mind sparring with me? Whist Belmont was a character who, in the novel, single-handedly decimated the demon army. However, despite being granted the title of Knight Baron, he wasn't considered a true member of the nobility. Whist's family was a commoner, but his father had been awarded the title of Knight Baron, allowing Whist to attend the academy. However, unless a Knight Baron performed exceptionally well in battle, they were often looked down upon by other nobles. If the story had followed the novel's plot, it would be unthinkable for Ediardo-sama to approach Whist Belmont. With brown hair and eyes, a height of around 180 centimeters, and a well-trained physique that could be imagined even through his clothes, Whist was an imposing figure. Having learned swordsmanship only from his father, who was his master, Whist joined the Knight Order. However, due to his low status, he was often scorned, and no one knew of his true abilities. The classroom buzzed with excitement. Gaiv Haruxan, one of the strongest members of the Knight Order and renowned as one of the Four Guardians, was among the classmates. Despite this, Ediardo-sama had approached the son of a lowly Knight Baron with no notable achievements. What can a commoner like him do? Gaiv Haruxan muttered bitterly. He had probably expected to be the first one approached. However, Gaiv had already pledged loyalty to Prince Arnold. Even if Ediardo-sama had approached him, Gaiv would have joyfully declined, using Prince Arnold's name as a shield. Such a scene had also occurred in the novel. However, being surpassed by someone of lower status and less known achievements seemed to be quite frustrating for him. Whist, blushing, spoke as if to say, "Is it really okay with me? I want to spar with you. If it's not inconvenient for you, please." "No inconvenience at all." Whist blushed, and then they both went to the courtyard within the school. The courtyard was a relaxing place with lush green grass. Students engaged in various activities, such as ball games, running, or lying down as they pleased. Ediardo-sama and Whist secured a place where there were no people nearby, facing each other. Swords clashed. Both aimed their swords directly at each other. Although they continued to push against each other's swords, unable to make progress, they decided to create some distance and jumped back. Ediardo-sama continuously attacked, but Whist skillfully parried each blow. "I don't understand swords, but it's quite impressive to watch." Before I knew it, other classmates were also watching the training scene through the classroom window. "Good job, Whist Belmont. Prince Ediardo is quite skilled as well." Some classmates acknowledge Ediardo-sama. While I feel relieved, Gaiv, one of the Four Guardians, has a face as if he's just bitten into a bitter bug. If it bothers you that much, just don't watch the training of those two. Focus only on the face of Prince Arnold, whom you've pledged loyalty to. From that day on, Ediardo-sama and Whist began practicing swordsmanship during lunch breaks, and the number of spectators watching them increased day by day. Section. Claris-sama, these are cookies I baked. Please have some. Claris-sama, I made this pouch. Feel free to use it. Claris-sama, these are rare herbs grown in our garden. Please use them. It's been a month since I entered the academy. Recently, my classmates have started approaching me, and I receive gifts of gratitude quite often. This is probably because I've repeatedly performed small acts of kindness, such as using healing magic on a classmate who collapsed from heat stroke, assisting an heiress who was being harassed by misbehaving noble children, and making ointment for another heiress troubled by skin issues. It feels like I've become a character from a folk tale. Thanks to these good deeds, I've made friends in both the dormitory and the class. with Sonia, a female knight, and Daisy, the Duke's daughter, being particularly close. I never expected to get along so well with characters who are supposed to be antagonistic in the novel. Daisy, the girl with glasses, is quite diligent in her studies. If it were only about studying, she could belong to Class S without it seeming strange, but Class S requires excellence in both academics and magic. Daisy seems to struggle with magic, so she ends up in Class A. I was originally supposed to be in Class S, but the homeroom teacher secretly told me they wanted Ediardo-sama to help with his studies. It turns out Ediardo-sama's grades were quite poor during the entrance exam. However, since a royal cannot be placed in Class B or below, he was enrolled in Class A. Entrusting the education of the prince to his fiancée. What kind of decision is that? But in reality, Ediardo-sama is quite capable in his studies, and my help was unnecessary. I wonder if Ediardo-sama wasn't feeling well during the entrance exam? In my past life, I also had an upset stomach during an English test, and my grades were terrible while eating cookies received from classmates with Daisy and Sonia. Today, His Highness is training with Whist again. Do you know him? Sonia, referring to a male by his first name without an honorific implies a close relationship. Sonia, blushing a little, explained to me as I asked, "We're childhood friends from neighboring houses. Also, I learned swordsmanship from Whist's father and consider him my brother in arms." Wow, an unexpected relationship. Was that written in the novel? Ediardo-sama's training with Whist is not a development in the original plot. Come to think of it, the heroine should have enrolled in the academy. According to the plot, the scene where Ediardo-sama and she meet should have happened long ago, but that hasn't happened yet, and Ediardo-sama is as kind to me as always, and there's no sign of love at first sight. The bell for the next class rang, and Ediardo-sama and Whist stopped their training. Ediardo-sama wiping his sweat with the towel is incredibly attractive. The two of them return to the school building, chatting about something. At that moment, a girl ran towards them from the opposite direction and collided with Ediardo-sama. I gasped. From her back, she seemed very delicate and graceful. Although I couldn't see her face, the undulating pink hair was exactly the trademark of the heroine. Could it be that she is Mimilia Bordel? Chapter 32. The heroine's entrance. Side Claris. Ediardo-sama was practicing swordsmanship with Whist as usual when the bell rang, signaling the end of the practice, and they were about to return to the school building. A female student collided with Ediardo-sama. Though her face wasn't visible, the rippling pink hair was unmistakable. Her delicate figure made you want to protect her just by looking at her. Even from behind, her charming appearance and irresistibly captivating presence were undoubtedly that of the heroine. Could it be that she is Mimilia Bordel? I widened my eyes in surprise. It wasn't just me. Sonia and Daisy also had round eyes. The girl with pink hair seemed to be lovely even from her back, but her actions were not befitting her appearance. She charged at Ediardo-sama with the force of a wild boar. It was unnatural for her to run in the opposite direction of the school building while the bell was ringing. She must have been in quite a hurry. No, it somehow looked like she intentionally collided with him. Now, did she intentionally collide with Prince Ediardo? That girl? Daisy frowned. It looked like she intentionally collided, too, Sonia said, looking at the back of the girl with an unusual gaze. Even from their perspective, it seemed like she intentionally collided. Ediardo-sama helped up the girl with pink hair who had collided and fallen. Exclamation mark. The scene from that novel was now happening in reality. There's a scene where the hurried Mimilia collides with Ediard, and despite wanting to scold her, he loses his words due to her beauty. Ediardo ends up falling in love with Mimilia at first sight. My chest ached sharply. Why would that girl intentionally collide with Prince Ediardo? Daisy muttered in frustration, and while maintaining composure, I replied, she might have been in a hurry. It might be better not to assume it was intentional, but Sonia shook her head. It's too unnatural for her to be running in the opposite direction of the school building when the bell is ringing. No. Maybe she forgot something at home and went to get it? It's the opposite direction of the school gate. She intentionally collided with Prince Ediardo. There are many women who want to get close to the prince. Daisy's tone was full of indignation, and Sonia was frowning. Unlike the novel, their impressions of the heroine were terrible. Certainly, there was some unnaturalness, but if this world is progressing as the novel says, then some forceful setups are possible. Claris-sama, if you remain so carefree, you might lose Prince Ediardo, you know? Daisy nodded in agreement with Sonia's words. Thank you. Both of you are worrying about me. Even though I had mentally prepared myself, being rejected is still painful. If my engagement is cancelled, will both of you encourage me? What an ominous thing to say. Sonia widened her eyes. You shouldn't be so pessimistic. His Highness, who is so infatuated with you, shouldn't easily change his mind. Daisy clenched her fist and passionately asserted. Thank you both. But, you know, you never know what will happen in life. In my past life, I was on the brink of marriage, and suddenly my boyfriend betrayed me. Yeah, if I get rejected, maybe I'll go on a journey of heartbreak. I think I'll be expelled from home as a useless person anyway. For a while, I'll be a bother to Vine. Prepare for the journey, and, while I was drawing a gloomy future scenario in my head, Ediardo-sama and Whist returned to the classroom. He's probably in a daze after meeting the heroine. In the novel, it was written that he became absent-minded. It's scary, but to confirm, I look at Ediardo-sama's face. Ediardo-sama had his usual composed expression, but when our eyes met, he approached me with a slightly worried look. What's wrong? Claris, you look pale. In his absent-minded state, he gently placed his hand on my forehead, showing concern for my well-being. He's truly a kind person. But I must not take advantage of that kindness. If he has fallen for the heroine, I need to encourage him. Ediardo-sama. Earlier, you collided with a female student. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm not injured, and she seems unharmed too. What kind of woman was she? No matter how you describe her, for now, she seemed like an extremely rude woman. I blinked at Ediardo-sama, who wore a displeased expression. Has he not fallen in love yet? He let out a sigh mixed with frustration. Intentionally bumping into me, not offering a single apology. Just staring at me, calling me by my first name all casually. She resembles your sister quite a bit. What? She had a really bitter expression. Not only did she collide with Ediardo-sama, but she also called a person she just met by their first name. Certainly, she was doing the same thing Natalie did. Well, the novel did mention her being carefree and natural, so being friendly with anyone could be possible. However, it's surprising that Ediardo-sama would get a bad impression from it. Thinking about it, he is completely different from the novel. He doesn't act thoughtlessly, and he isn't sensitive to gossip around him. His personality is already different, so it's not strange for him to have a different impression of Mimilia. While bewildered by the completely different turn of events from the novel, I felt relieved. It's good that Ediardo-sama didn't fall for Mimilia at first sight. For now, I'm relieved, but there might still be a chance for Ediardo-sama to fall in love with Mimilia due to some trigger. Men seem to be interested in women who are hard to handle. My past life's boyfriend was like that. I shouldn't harbor any expectations. If not, I might experience miserable and sad feelings again. But she was a lovely person, right? Our engagement is something the royal family decided. So if you find someone you like, Ediardo-sama, I will gracefully step back. So, please let me know if your feelings change. What foolish things are you saying? Besides, our engagement wasn't decided by the royal family. It was my decision. Ediardo-sama. Suddenly, I was embraced by Ediardo-sama. Is still inside the classroom? He whispered in my ear, ensuring it was only for me to hear, with a voice as beautiful as a voice actor. I will cherish you for the rest of my life. Ediardo-sama. So don't worry about anything. Each day, I find myself liking you more. Oh, Goddess July, is this a dream? It's so blissful that I want to cry. This world is different from the world of the novel. It's not a world painted by someone else's hand but a world lived with one's own will. I can't completely erase the anxious feelings, but for now, I want to believe Ediardo-sama's words. Ediardo-sama, thank you. I also have feelings for you. I wrapped my arms around Ediardo-sama's back and honestly conveyed my current feelings. His expression brightened instantly, and he hugged me even tighter. Two applause sounds, Daisy and Sonia, were blessing us. Other classmates followed suit, clapping as if drawn in. It was embarrassing, but with warm and happy feelings. Tears welled up in my eyes. Chapter 33. The heroine prioritizes settings. One side Mimilia. My name is Mimilia Bordel. In my previous life, I was named Mikoto Nakabe. I was born into an ordinary salaryman's family. Despite having ordinary-looking parents and siblings, I, alone, was born remarkably cute. Like a sudden mutation. Everyone praised me, saying how cute I was. My two older brothers even fought over me. I received numerous confessions from boys at school, and some girls envied me. But whenever it seemed like I might be bullied, there was always a boy who would protect me. The teachers were on my side too, so I didn't face much difficulty despite being cute. Since I was born cuter than others, I didn't want to end up with an ordinary life. With this appearance, my only option was the entertainment industry. I wanted to become acquainted with cool actors and funny comedians. In the end, I'd marry a handsome CEO. With such dreams, I applied for an entertainment audition. However, reality wasn't so sweet. Instead of standing on the audition stage, I got rejected in the document screening. I saw the girls who made it in magazines, and there were many photos of girls as cute as me. I didn't have the style to become a model, nor did I have a distinctive character to shine on variety shows. Why not aim to become an actress? I think you're pretty suited for it, but becoming an actress involves rigorous training. I didn't like the idea of being scolded by a stage director or getting admonished by seniors. Those were the images I had, so I didn't like it. Upon hearing this, my friend smiled dryly and recommended a book to me. Well, how about reading this for now? I'm hooked on it right now. A novel? I'm not really into that. The writing is easy for Mikoto to understand. What do you mean easy for Mikoto? Haha, sorry, but reading books is a good thing. It can make you feel like you've experienced love or gone on an adventure. Meeting a book could change your way of thinking. My friend passionately talked about books. She was a plain and kind girl who always played a supporting role for me, even though she didn't realize it. As long as she had books, she seemed happy, but she never envied anything about me, making it comfortable to be around her. Looking at the book she handed me, it had beautiful illustrations. The writing was easy to understand, and I was able to read it surprisingly smoothly. Destined Love. From a commoner girl to a queen, the story revolves around the protagonist, Prince Arnold, who falls in love with a commoner girl named Mimilia. However, the prince already has a fiancée, making their love story extremely challenging. The heroine, being excessively cute, also captures the attention of Arnold's half-brother, Ediardo. However, Ediardo, despite having a handsome face, is portrayed as foolish and has a bad personality. Additionally, Mimilia starts receiving attention from others, such as George's Romeo, a magic instructor, and Adonis, the son of the Prime Minister. The narrative unfolds like a at-home game, where in a game, you could choose who to have a happy ending with. Despite facing various challenges, Arnold and Mimilia eventually come together. The tale of a commoner becoming a queen, like Cinderella, is a wonderful story. It's heartwarming to see the protagonist and the heroine find happiness. Inspired by Mimilia's positive outlook, the narrator also tries to live positively. However, just as she starts living positively, she gets hit by a car and dies. Upon being reborn, she becomes Mimilia, a commoner's daughter. Surprisingly, she realizes that she has been reborn as the protagonist from that novel. Her family environment is similar to her past life, with ordinary-looking parents and siblings, and she is still the only cute one. The significant difference is that she has been chosen as the saint in this life. A priest comes to her house one day and inquires, "Is there an unmarried woman here with a rose-shaped birthmark?" Having had this birthmark since birth, which was a complex before her memories from her past life resurfaced, She realizes that this mark is absolute proof that she is the heroine. Women chosen as saints often become brides of royalty, as the royal family wants to have the saint's incredible power. The priest predicts that she will eventually marry someone from the royal family and suggests she become the adopted child of a baron. The baron and his wife, who welcome her, are surprisingly kind, both elderly. They couldn't have children of their own, so having a cute child like her makes them very happy. In the novel, Mimilia is adored by the baron and his wife, especially the mistress, who seem to have wanted a daughter, buys her many beautiful dresses and jewels. Baron Bordalo also treats her affectionately, saying she can learn etiquette later at school. He cherishes her as if she were his real daughter. And so, I enrolled in the Royal Hardin Academy. I became a member of Class B. Up to this point, it follows the novel's setting. To progress as per the story's outline, I need to start with the encounter with Ediardo. The plot dictates that he falls in love with me after colliding with me. By the way, heroines often encounter villains before meeting the protagonist. The first encounter with the protagonist usually involves the hero rescuing the heroine from the aggressive advances of the villain. The second meeting occurs when the heroine is being bullied by classmates and is rescued again. In the novel, Mimiria is drawn to the hero, Arnold. Anyway, to stay on track with the plot, I must first collide with Ediardo. Despite thinking that way, that moment just wouldn't come. There was a time on the first day of class when I almost collided with him, but he blatantly avoided me. Our eyes met directly, so I thought he might have fallen for me at first sight. It seemed like he didn't care about me at all. On the contrary, after a while, I found out that Ediardo was already engaged to Claris. At that point, it deviated completely from the novel. Why isn't it following the script? Arnold is supposed to be Clara's fiancé, right? When I discreetly asked someone from Class A, they said Arnold disliked Claris and didn't attend the tea party, which is consistent with the novel. The problem is that Ediardo took advantage of this and made Claris his fiancé. So, in the end, Arnold and Claris's engagement didn't happen. What is this? Why are the villain prince and villainess suddenly getting together on their own? In the novel, Ediardo should have disliked Claris, calling her a cold woman. He didn't even attend the tea party, and yet, what's going on? I discreetly looked into the Class A classroom, and Ediardo and Claris sit next to each other. They talk so amicably that they look like a happy couple from any perspective. Moreover, Ediardo, when I look closely, he's incredibly handsome. I vaguely remember the novel describing him as having a good face. But isn't he way cooler than the illustrations? Ediardo's smile as he laughs happily with Claris. That smile isn't directed at Claris. It must be directed at me. No, this can't be. If it continues like this, it will deviate from the novel. In that case, I have no choice but to forcefully create the encounter between Ediardo and me. Ediardo must fall in love with me. Although I was almost always with Claris during school, I finally spotted Ediardo one day practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard with classmates. Chance. Pretend to go fetch something I forgot and accidentally bump into him. It's a bit inconvenient that there's a small night with him, but anyway, I just need to show my face and make him fall in love at first sight. As soon as the school bell rang, I rushed out of the school building and collided with Ediardo. If the story progresses as it should, he should fall in love with me. I am aware that my current self is several times more beautiful and cute than my past self. Some classmates have already confessed to me, so he should. What are you thinking? Intentionally colliding with me like that? After tackling him, I sat on the ground and looked up, surprised. Wait, he was supposed to fall in love at first sight, right? Why is he looking at me with such a scary expression? I thought you were an assassin aiming for the prince. I almost cut you down. The knight standing next to him said with an innocent smile. He really had drawn his sword. Ediardo sighed heavily before helping me up. Is it just my imagination, or did he reluctantly help me up? Ediardo-sama. Your Highness. Huh? I don't recall becoming so close to you that you can call me by my first name. If you want to use my first name, you must attach the title Your Highness. W.Y. Sama is a splendid honorific. isn't it? What's the difference between Sama and Your Highness? When addressing royalty by their first name, it is allowed only for those who are close. If someone not familiar addresses royalty by their first name, the appropriate honorific is Your Highness. Haven't you learned the manners of nobility? I haven't. And why can't I use Sama? What if we become close in the future? Don't you understand? In simple terms, it means I don't want you to call me familiarly by my name! Exclamation mark. Wait a minute. Wasn't that line what Arnold said to Claris? Why should I be told such a thing by the foolish prince? This is irritating. Fine, I don't really want to attract the attention of the foolish prince anyway. Mimilia Bordel, from now on, don't get involved with me at all. Huh? How does Ediardo know my name? Wait, does that mean he has been checking on me all along? What's the matter? Despite saying such cold things, he's still interested in me. Ediardo Hardin is unexpectedly a tsundere character. It's different from what I expected, but he's fallen for me. Since it's following the script properly, it's fine. Ediardo is practically falling for me already, so now I have to fulfill the encounter with Arnold. Oh, but before that, I need to meet Georges, my favorite, but then, I have to become his apprentice. I hate studying magic. It's such a hassle. Magic is much more complicated than I thought. I've read books, but none of it seems to stick in my head. It's okay if the later encounters don't follow the order of the novel. I should start with the classic route. Let's proceed from the scene of meeting Arnold. Wait, it might not be too late to check on Adonis, who will become the Prime Minister later. I'm torn about who to choose. Chapter 34, The Villain Prince and the Unknown Knight. One side Ediardo. Let me be clear. My fiancée, Claris Charlotte, is adorable. First of all, her smiling face is cute, the way she earnestly studies is cute, and her puzzled expression when tilting her head is cute too. And her eyes, looking at me with a hint of anxiety, are so cute that I want to hug her. Ediardo-sama, please don't chase monsters alone. I was a bit careless. Well, it's just a scratch, and it'll heal on its own. You must get it treated properly. Even her angry face is cute. Moreover, since she gets angry for my sake, I find her even more lovable. Recently, before school starts, I've been going on monster hunts with Whist. To increase combat skills and experience, practical training is the best. However, today I pursued the monster too far and suffered an unexpected counterattack. It was just a light scratch from a cat-like monster, though. Ignoring it, I went to school as if nothing happened. Claris, who noticed my injury, quickly healed my wound with healing magic. Claris's healing magic is top-notch among magicians. She healed the scratch in an instant, making it seem like nothing happened. Moreover, she gives me high-quality recovery potions taught by Vine. Even if my body is exhausted, I can regain my energy with Claris's potent and immediately effective recovery potion. Claris's high-quality recovery potions, almost like panaceas, are traded at a high price. Seeing the relieved face of my fiancé after the injury is healed, I feel a warm sense of happiness. In my previous life, when I died suddenly in an accident despite a smooth life, I felt it was unjust, but now, being reborn in this world, I think it was a good thing. My days are filled with the youthful moments with girls that I didn't have in my past life. Claris, whom classmates initially believed to be capricious and arrogant due to rumors, was gradually noticed by classmates who watched her from a distance. They observed her talking with me, earnestly participating in class, healing Sonia's injury with recovery magic, and being kind to other students. Eventually, they began to realize that the rumors were wrong. Soon, Claris found herself surrounded by classmates who started talking to her. Well, some students still look at it with bitterness. I, on the other hand, actively engaged with classmates, trying to identify talented knights and magicians and recruit them to my side. Prince Ediardo, you unleashed a whirlwind in the recent combat class. How do you do that? Oh, it's about concentrating magic power and timing. It's also important to read the wind direction. Are you planning to become a magician in the future? No, my family has been knights for generations, so I plan to become a knight, but I'm also interested in magic. If you're interested, How about studying to become a court magician? I think you're more suited for being a magician than a knight, but my family has a tradition of becoming knights. If your parents oppose it, I'll help convince them. I'll support you to focus on magical studies as much as possible. Thank you. It might be difficult on my own, but if possible, definitely. Through casual conversations, I started to get asked about class content, magic tips, and even counseling about worries and plans. However, since most of the Class S students are Arnold's followers, and there are Arnold-leaning students in Class A, expanding my network was challenging. For now, I have to start by turning the students I have a good relationship with into talented individuals. Unlike the S class, which excels in both academics and martial arts, the A class has many individuals with unbalanced skills. However, if directed toward mastering their specific skills, they can become a valuable asset right after graduation. Like the student I just spoke to, guiding them to a profession they're suited for rather than following family traditions isn't a bad idea. For that reason, I want to establish connections not only in the royal court, where using the prince's authority should suffice, but also in the Adventurers Guild, Merchant Guild, and Information Brokers Guild. Anyway, it's crucial to surround myself with useful talents. Curtis is officially my aide, but during break times, he leaves the classroom and goes somewhere. Well, he's probably reporting my current situation to Arnold. It's important to surround myself with capable individuals, but I also need to improve myself. Especially, I want to develop practical combat skills. To achieve that, I need a training partner who can enhance my abilities. The one I chose as my training partner is Whist Belmont. In the novel, he's a side character, but a formidable warrior who single-handedly decimated hordes of monsters. Currently, he's considered a lower status individual due to being the son of a common-born knight and his petite physique. Despite belonging to the Knight Order, he hasn't had the opportunity to demonstrate his abilities, making it difficult to gain recognition and entry into the Execution Squad. The Execution Squad is a group of acknowledged skilled knights within the Knight Order, typically recruited through scouting. However, even with the skill, one cannot join the Execution Squad without someone recommending or scouting them. I know that Whist is stronger than anyone else, and I intend to elevate him to a position that leverages that strength. While I may not surpass Arnold, I don't dislike swordsmanship myself. Even before my memories were revived, I never neglected daily sword training. Moreover, I didn't practice with the same knight every day. I requested practice with different knights, aiming to learn their fighting styles and characteristics. As a result, Ediardo's memory contains a vast amount of data on various fighting styles. He seemed to avoid training with some knights who were too devoted to Arnold. Though, if I hadn't read the novel, I probably wouldn't have approached Twist. Recently, I've become hooked on going on monster hunts with Whist. Georges might join us if he feels like it. Not only do we gain experience points, but we also earn money. When we bring defeated monsters to the Adventurers Guild, they pay well for them. It's a win-win situation as my allowance increases. Dealing with monster extermination with a pampered noble knight would be unlikely, so Whist's existence is genuinely appreciated. On that day's break, we faced each other in the courtyard, readying our swords. As I settled into a stance and adjusted my posture, Whist, who had been hesitant until then, sharpened his gaze. At that moment, a puppy transforms into a wolf. Whist knows that he's an opponent who I won't hold back against, and he knows he'll be defeated if he lets his guard down. I also possess the skills to match his level. As I closed the distance and swung my sword down, Whist intercepted it. He caught it with his right hand. While I swung the sword down with both hands, he effortlessly caught it. Mind you, I'm not weak. This guy just has ridiculous strength. Other knights typically intercepted my attacks with both hands. There should be a considerable weight to it, since the difference in strength is evident. Pushing swords against each other isn't wise. I immediately jumped backward, swinging the sword horizontally. Naturally, Whist retreated and avoided the blade. Now, I attacked Twist continuously. However, he dodged all of them and occasionally countered. I quickly avoided the swung sword. It's all I can do to keep up with his movements, but that's good. If I can keep up with this speed until the end, my skills should improve significantly. Caught up in the exchange, the bell rang, signaling the end of our practice. Thanks, it was a good learning experience. No problem at all. Anytime you want. Whist, looking pleased, blushed, and I couldn't help but smile. He's truly like an affectionate dog. I hope other knights at school will pay attention to his abilities. I intentionally chose the courtyard as the practice area, visible to students through the school building windows. Do you know? The first prince practices swordsmanship during lunch breaks. Oh, it's just an extension of his play, right? Actually, it seems pretty impressive. Sometimes even knights join in. Our practice scene started to attract spectators due to the powerful nature of our training. Some enthusiastic knights who heard rumors even volunteered to join. The rumors gradually spread throughout the school, and it seemed that even my younger brother Arnold had heard about it. As usual, facing off with whist and holding our swords, I suddenly felt someone's gaze. Looking up towards the school building, Arnold and his entourage were staring directly at us. Arnold might be fine, but his lackeys behind him have this vengeful spirit-like gaze. Are they ghosts or something? I shrugged my shoulders and nodded to whist, and we decided to resume our practice. Chapter 35, The Villain Prince and the Unknown Knight. Two-side Ediardo. Whist, please join our squad. We're short-handed due to the recent increase in monsters. Please, come to our unit. With your skills, you'd be an immediate asset. Please join the second squad. A student from the execution squad, impressed by Whist's abilities during training, quickly extended a scouting invitation for him to join their team. I had always been acknowledged, at least in part, for my swordsmanship. Considering Whist could hold his own or even surpass me in our practice sessions, I anticipated that someone from the execution squad would approach him sooner or later. The reason I deliberately chose a visible location for our training sessions was precisely for this purpose. I wanted Whist to join the execution squad early on. Entering the execution squad would provide regular opportunities for monster subjugation, allowing Whist to gain experience points. I hoped he could accumulate practical combat experience to prepare for future monster invasions. However, even after witnessing our training sessions, Arnold's entourage was reluctant to acknowledge me. Especially the nobles without knowledge of swordsmanship dismissed our practice scenes, attributing Whist's success to him holding back. But Arnold seemed to have some acknowledgement of my swordsmanship. He had even invited me to practice together a few times in the past. However, in my previous life, before remembering my memories, I had stubbornly refused his invitations. It was a foolish display of stubbornness, denying myself the opportunity to improve. Maybe next time, I would be the one to extend an invitation, even though he might reject it. On that day, before classes began, we entered the Forest of Silence to deal with monsters lightly. It wasn't a very deep forest, and usually, not very powerful monsters appeared there. Whist and I entered the forest with the spirit of preschool warm-ups. However, an unusual fog surrounded us, obscuring our vision. Maybe I should have brought Georges along. Suddenly, a creature called a killer rabbit, a rabbit-shaped monster, approached us. Despite being called a rabbit, it wasn't cute like the rabbits in my past life. It had long ears but coarse black fur, and it was larger than us. The killer rabbit attacked with rabbit-like leaps. Mega Flame. When we intimidated it with a small flame spell, the rabbit-like monster was startled and made a quick retreat. As we were about to chase it, large hands with sharp claws emerged from the mist and caught the killer rabbit! Looking up, we saw the fog acting like a screen, displaying the silhouette of a Hardian Giga lizard, a giant lizard unique to the Hardin kingdom, resembling a Tyrannosaurus from my past life. In other words, an incredibly huge monster was standing right in front of us. Such formidable monsters appearing in the Forest of Silence near the academy had never happened before. After swallowing the rabbit whole, the giant lizard locked onto us. The hand that had caught the rabbit now reached out to capture us. Unlike a Tyrannosaurus, its long arms were dexterous. I raised my sword and immediately cut its hand. The gigantic lizard screamed in pain. Surprised, birds in the forest flew away in unison. This was no longer the Forest of Silence. For now, Whist and I decided to run from the spot. I wanted to keep a distance from the monster before launching magical attacks. But isn't that thing surprisingly fast for its size? Roaring, it pursued us with thunderous footsteps. Just when I thought I had to cast spells while running, a voice echoed from the sky. "Captain-et." Before I could even look up, the giant lizard's scream deafened us. The footsteps that had been chasing us abruptly ceased. Turning around, we saw the giant lizard entangled in magical threads like a spider's web. While the monster struggled to escape the bindings, a man descended from the sky and simultaneously slashed its body with a large sword. Despite its tough, armor-like skin, the giant lizard's body was cleaved in two. I won't go into gory details, but in any case, it was defeated in a single blow. Before us stood a man with a robust and muscular figure, evident from his back. Adorned in a cape with a crossed sword and wing emblem, he was no ordinary knight. No, he was not just any knight. Common knights like Whist wore blue capes, but the person in front of us had a black cape with golden embroidery on the emblem. Only one person could wear that cape. Robert Steiner, the general of this country. In his late 40s, with a dark complexion that made his silver hair stand out. His eyes were also silver, and he was once called the Silver Noble in his youth. However, as he accumulated military achievements, his gaze became sharper, and his physique became bulkier, leading to him being nicknamed the Demon Noble. The person holding the highest military position in the country was now right in front of me. He knelt before me and spoke calmly. "I'm glad you're safe, Your Highness Ediardo." "Oh, Robert, but why are you here?" "I make it a habit to take a stroll here in the early morning." Although he answered with a very serious tone, I couldn't help but grimace. "No, I can't believe it, but I think, could it be that you were guarding me?" "What are you talking about? I was just taking a walk. Recently, powerful monsters have been increasing around here, so I'm also on patrol." According to the novel, General Robert was someone who cared about Ediardo until his dying moments. Perhaps, this time too, he had been secretly watching over me. Despite his busy role as a general, being called the useless prince or the disappointing prince, and feeling abandoned by those around me, I thought that's how people saw me. But there were people like Robert who genuinely wanted to protect me. "Thank you, Robert. How about we take a stroll through the forest together next time?" "Well, Your Highness, if creatures like the one just now appear, I want to become strong enough to fight in real battles. To achieve that, I need to gain as much experience as possible. It's not worth talking about unless I can defeat giant monsters like you did in a single blow." "Why do you seek power to that extent? I can't just be someone who's protected." "But challenging huge enemies from the start would be reckless. For a while, I want to rely on your strength, Robert." I wanted to be prepared for the future invasion of monster forces. If the story unfolds as it does in the novel, General Robert will die in a confrontation with the incarnation of darkness, the Dark Dragon. To prevent that from happening, I need to become stronger. I couldn't say all that now, but Robert seemed to sense my earnest feelings and nodded without asking any questions. Then, his gaze shifted towards Whist. "Whist Belmont, I've been watching your battles for the past few days." The generally serious general casually revealed that he had been secretly observing us. Whist, upon hearing his name, immediately tensed up and assumed a vigilant posture. "If your abilities are as they seem, you should be able to contribute immediately to the execution squad. If you have a preferred squad, I'll write a letter of recommendation for you." "Thank you, but why go to such lengths? I once had my life saved by your father. Though he was just a common mercenary back then, he received a knighthood from the royal family for his significant contribution. That contribution was protecting the young Robert, who had just become a general, from a monster's attack." The novel didn't seem to mention such an episode, or maybe it was an undisclosed setting. Regardless of the details, with Robert's letter of recommendation, Whist's entry into the execution squad would be assured. Since that day, the early morning monster hunting, with the powerful ally known as General Robert, became more challenging as we faced even stronger foes. It carried some risks, but I learned how to fight against formidable monsters, and that experience would prove to be invaluable for me in the future. Chapter 36 The Villain Prince and the Unknown Knight 3-sided Isekai. During break time, while practicing swordsmanship with Whist as usual, I heard approaching footsteps, so I interrupted the training to see what was happening. When I turned my face in that direction, there was Arnold and his cheerful companions. Well, calling them cheerful companions is a joke. Ivan Steek and Elder Muller, the four guardians, were Arnold's bodyguards and classmates. They were always together. A few Class S individuals were also standing behind Arnold. A bit further away, Curtis was also there. Formally, he was my close aide, so he was positioned behind the Class S group, but his expression seemed displeased. "Brother, can I join in the practice as well?" I had secretly wished to practice with Arnold at some point, but the chance had arrived sooner than expected. I never imagined Arnold would be the one to propose it. Despite being rejected by me before, his resilience to propose training was quite remarkable. With dark brown curls and eyes the same sky blue as mine, he truly had the look of a protagonist. While I considered myself attractive, he exuded freshness and, above all, elegance. It wasn't unreasonable for the pre-memory me to feel inferior. However, I reset such thoughts and gave Arnold a friendly smile, nodding approvingly. "Sure, I don't mind." Arnold's eyes widened at my unexpected response. His entourage, standing behind him, looked at me as if they couldn't believe it. Well, that kind of reaction was to be expected. Thinking back, I had never given a smiling face to my brother. Despite speaking in hushed tones, Arnold's entourage seemed to be saying something like, "Be careful, Your Highness," or "He must be plotting something." Dismissing their concerns, Arnold looked at Whist. "First, I'd like to practice with you." Whist seemed a bit puzzled by Arnold's words and looked at me. I nodded slightly, silently conveying to Whist that he should be Arnold's training partner. In response to our silent exchange, Curtis frowned, looking unimpressed. It couldn't be helped if he felt annoyed. After all, I and Curtis hadn't established a relationship where communication could occur without words. Facing each other, they raised their swords. Whist was truly skilled. If I were to launch a preemptive attack, it would be challenging to decide where to strike. However, Arnold, without hesitation, launched a direct attack from the front. He knew the sword would be parried, intending to seize an opening on the next turn. Of course, Whist didn't show any openings, immediately deflecting the sword and countering swiftly. Arnold elegantly turned his body to avoid the blade. Truly the protagonist of the story, his evasive movements were like a dance. Each gesture was beautiful. I couldn't comment on my swordsmanship since I hadn't seen it, but it didn't seem as graceful as that. "Amazing, Prince Arnold," Curtis praised enthusiastically. Arnold's entourage, including his bodyguards, cheered him on. However, the reactions of the two guardians were different. I never expected such a skilled individual to be hiding. One of the guardians, Ivan, seemed genuinely surprised by Whist's abilities. If I were to give him a nickname, it would be Mr. Stoic. Eld nodded and then whispered with a mischievous smile, "How adorable. I could just eat him up." Hey, don't eat him, lady." According to the novel, Elder Muller was skilled in spear techniques and, being one of the four guardians, was undoubtedly a formidable warrior. However, her character was designed to be a maiden who loved beautiful and cute things. She seemed to be admiring Whist, who was petite and had the cute face, like a puppy. For a while, the sword exchange continued, but suddenly, Whist looked in my direction. He seemed to be seeking my judgment on how to proceed with this match. "We're not exactly in a master-servant relationship yet, so I think you can do as you please. However, in this situation surrounded by Arnold's followers, well, intentionally losing might avoid causing any trouble." I shrugged lightly and then nodded once. It was a sign to let him lose. Whist carefully observed my signal and continued to parry Arnold's sword for a while, but within a few clashes, he casually let go of his sword. To onlookers, it would have appeared as if Arnold's sword had deflected Whist's. Arnold pointed his sword at Whist. "I concede," Whist said, bowing his head, and his entourage cheered, unaware that he had intentionally lost. However, the reactions of the two guardians, Ivan and Elder, were more complex. At their skill level, it would be easy to discern that Whist had intentionally lost. Ivan, in particular, leaned toward me and said quietly, "Thank you for your consideration." He expressed his gratitude. Ivan and Elder were Arnold's bodyguards, but they have never looked down on me. Ivan was naturally serious, and Elder, well, she was someone who appreciated beauty, so I thought she might like my face. Arnold probably understood that Whist had intentionally lost, but he chose not to pursue it. He gave Whist a bright smile. "You have a remarkable presence. Would you like to become my guard? If you join, we might need to change the name from the Four Guardians to the Five Guardians." Arnold's offer stirred up his entourage. The Four Guardians were young knights selected by tiers from within the Knight Order, and becoming one was not easy, making it a highly coveted invitation for knights who admired Arnold. At this point, Arnold had a higher chance of becoming the Crown Prince. If he were an ordinary knight, he would have gladly accepted Arnold's offer. In the novel's setting, Whist pledged loyalty to King Arnold after the battle with the demonic race. "But, I'm sorry, I already have someone in my heart." Whist's unexpected immediate response left those around him dumbfounded. I was also surprised. I didn't expect him to answer without hesitation. Most people present had anticipated that almost everyone would gladly accept Arnold's offer. The unexpectedness of Whist's refusal was apparent. "I see. But if you ever change your mind, feel free to call me." Arnold smiled with a hint of loneliness, but his hand clenched into a fist. What a foolish guy. Curtis and Arnold's followers, including Arnold's entourage, mocked Whist. However, Whist, unaffected by the mockery, approached me. "It's time to return. Classes are about to start," Whist said, staring into my eyes. Without saying anything, I could strangely understand what he intended to convey. "The one I've decided to serve as you." Accepting Arnold's offer would have increased his chances of advancing his career. Even so, I was genuinely pleased that he chose me. Concealing my happiness as much as possible, I maintained a cool expression and, with Whist, returned to the classroom. Glancing toward the school building, I saw Claris and others looking worriedly in our direction through the classroom window. I waved to them as if nothing had happened. "Ah, my fiancé is truly cute." When I almost let my face relax with a sloppy smile, I suddenly felt a sharp gaze and turned around. Arnold is glaring at me? Did I do something wrong? Did he get angry because Whist rejected him? But that was Whist's decision, and there's no point in holding a grudge against me. Besides, Whist hasn't publicly declared that I'm the one he has chosen. When Arnold's eyes met mine, he immediately acted as if nothing had happened and started talking with his entourage. What on earth was that about? Chapter 37, The Villain Prince and the Headstrong Heroine Side. Ediardo. One day, I found myself unintentionally in contact with the heroine, Mimilia. As usual, I was immersed in practice with Whist during break time. When the bell rang, signaling the end of the break, we decided to return to the classroom. "Prince Ediardo, if you were to join the Execution 7, which unit would you choose?" "What? Are you getting invitations from all the units?" Yes. I hadn't expected invitations from all the Execution 7 units. Some of the knights who witnessed Whist and me practicing might have taken an interest in Whist, but the enthusiasm was beyond my expectations. If all the units were equally welcoming, there was only one unit to choose, the one originally led by General Robert and Whist's father. The unit that suits you the best will be the first unit. It gathers the finest elites among the Execution 7. Being in that unit, you can face more formidable enemies and easily find companions for mutual improvement. I didn't say this to Whist, but the commander of the first unit was strictly merit-based and would reward subordinates based on their performance, regardless of their status. Other unit commanders tended to consider status and other factors in personnel matters. "All right, then I'll join the first unit," Whist decided without hesitation. I couldn't help but think, couldn't you hesitate a bit more? He was so loyal to me that I almost wanted to give him the title of Loyal Dog. He never doubted any of my words. Nevertheless, the summer heat was becoming intense. Even with a little movement, sweat poured like a waterfall. I wiped the sweat flowing down my forehead with a towel I had draped over my shoulder. While discussing what kind of practice Whist and I would engage in during the next break, we heard thunderous footsteps approaching. Thud, thud, thud. Were these the footsteps of a wild boar-type monster? I hastily prepared to defend myself, but as the approaching figure came into view, I realized it was an unarmed female student. I relaxed my guard. I thought she would stop when our eyes met, but instead, she continued her sprint towards me. What is this charging boar of a girl? With undulating pastel pink hair and vivid pink eyes, she had an incredibly lovely appearance. However, the eyes fixed on me gleamed like those of a beast. Ah, those eyes and that hair belongs to Mimilia Bordel. Since the first day of class, I had been avoiding her, even taking detours to the library to minimize contact. Who would have expected the heroine herself to collide with me? Is this world truly following the novel's plot as if scripted? After colliding with me, Mimilia intentionally raised her voice and demonstrated a fall. Whist next to me began to draw his sword, but I restrained him. She's not an assassin targeting me. I extended a hand to help her up, but she stared at me with teary eyes. Her reaction irritated me. You deliberately ran into me, didn't apologize, and now you're looking at me with those teary eyes? In the novel, Ediardo is supposed to fall in love with Mimilia at first sight when their eyes meet. However, my emotions didn't seem to align with the novel's loyalty. No matter how intensely the heroine looked at me, I felt nothing. Rather, my frustration gauge continued to rise. What the hell do you think you're doing? Running into me on purpose? When I asked in a cold voice, Mimilia looked extremely surprised. She must have been pampered by the opposite sex for a long time. My indifferent attitude seemed incomprehensible to her. I thought you were an assassin targeting the prince. I was just about to cut you down. Whist, shrugging his shoulders, muttered, causing Mimilia to shiver. It was astonishing how calmly he could say he would have cut her down, leaving no room for complaints. I sighed deeply and then helped Mimilia get up. Ediardo-sama, Your Highness. Huh? I don't recall becoming so close that you can call me by my first name. If you're going to use my first name, you should still address me with the title Your Highness. Sama is a splendid honorific, isn't it? What's the difference between Sama and Your Highness? Even though she might be a commoner unfamiliar with noble society, isn't she lacking too much in manners? What were the Bordel couple doing? She might become someone important, like the future queen. I decided to explain it from the beginning as if talking to a child. When addressing royalty by their first name, it's only permitted to use Sama when you're close. If someone not close calls royalty by their first name, the appropriate honorific is Your Highness. Haven't you learned the etiquette of nobility? I haven't. And why can't I use Sama? We might become close in the future, right? Mimilia pouted, and I immediately felt exhausted. This is hopeless. Since I realized explaining further would be futile, I decided to cut it short with simpler words. Don't get it? In simple terms, I don't want you to call me by my name in a familiar way. Mimilia stared at me with vivid pink eyes, looking like an alien who had just witnessed something extraordinary. Just to clarify, she's the extraterrestrial here. Let me say it more clearly. Mimilia Bordel, from now on, don't have anything to do with me. How she interpreted my words, I couldn't tell, but Mimilia, who was shocked just a moment ago, suddenly broke into a smile. Hey, what was that joyful reaction to my words just now? I don't understand. She must be an alien, after all. A different race living on a different planet than me. Anyway, I just hope that Mimilia never gets involved with me again. When I returned to the classroom, Claris didn't look well. Was she feeling unwell? Worried, I called out to her, and just that made her very happy. Maybe she hadn't received much attention since her real mother died. Ediardo-sama. Earlier, you collided with a female student. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm not injured, and she's unharmed too. What kind of woman was she? Well, no matter how you describe her, at the moment, she seemed nothing more than an extremely rude woman. Even recalling it made me feel uncomfortable. It's the end of the world if such a rude extraterrestrial is the heroine. Could it be that Claris wasn't feeling well because I was talking to Mimilia? Is she worried that I might be moved by another woman? I'm not Arnold, so there's no way such a thing would happen. But, she was cute, right? I mean, our engagement was decided by the royal family. and if you happen to like someone else, I will gracefully withdraw. So, please let me know if your feelings change. What nonsense are you talking about? Also, our engagement wasn't decided by the royal family. It was my decision. Ediardo-sama, the villainous Claris in the novel, feared losing her fiancé to Mimilia, eventually resorting to harassment. It escalated to the point where she attempted to take his life. Unlike the Claris in the story, the current Claris, sensing that I might be attracted to Mimilia, said she would gracefully withdraw. Truly, she is far from a villainess. I even want to erase anyone who has ever called her a villainess. I embraced Claris tightly and said, I will cherish you forever. Ediardo-sama. Whether she was nervous or not, Claris's shoulders were trembling. I gently stroked her back to reassure her. With such a delicate body, she carries the heavy responsibility of being the prince's fiancé. Thinking about that, an indescribable tenderness welled up within me, and a strong determination was born in my heart. No matter what happens, I will protect Claris. Absolutely, anyone who tries to turn her into a villainess will be my enemy. Looking up at me with a still somewhat anxious expression, Claris. I wanted to kiss those lips just thinking about it, but since we were still in the classroom, I decided to hold back and just hugged her. Next time, let's make sure to choose a proper place before embracing Claris. Chapter 38, The Villainess and the Love Potion. One side. Claris. I am Claris. Charlotte, a character from a certain novel, occupies the position of the villainess. Jealous of the heroine who became romantically involved with my fiancé, I constantly harassed her, eventually attempting to take her life. However, reality is completely different. In the novel, Claris engages with the main character, Prince Arnold, but in reality, I am engaged to Prince Ediardo, Arnold's half-brother. Furthermore, Claris, how about going to the art museum together sometime? Ediardo-sama, casually observing the paintings displayed in the school's art room, I was unexpectedly embraced from behind by Ediardo-sama. A hug from behind. There was a time when I had daydreamed about it, but I never thought it would happen in reality. When I turned around, he was staring at me with eyes burning intensely as if to say, is this passionate enough? It was summer, perhaps due to the unusually hot weather this year. Or was it something else? Our eyes met, and Ediardo-sama gently brought his face closer. He's going to kiss me, here, at school. But there was no one else in the art room, and no one was watching through the windows, right? However, just as our lips were about to meet, I heard footsteps approaching the art room. As if Ediardo-sama suddenly came to his senses, he hastily moved his face away. I was surprised. I thought we might actually kiss. Even though we're engaged, kissing at school is absolutely forbidden. There are other engaged noble students besides us. While some couples act affectionately like lovers, kissing within the school premises is still a no. Maybe they discreetly kiss somewhere else. Wait, what am I even thinking? I must regain my composure. When Ediardo collided with Mimilia, I had worried that, following the novel's plot, he might fall in love with the heroine at first sight. I believe my anxious expression at that time was evident. Don't worry about anything, because with each passing day, I find myself liking you more. Those words, along with his beautiful voice, still linger in my ears. Remembering them makes my face heat up, and my heart pounds. In my past life, I had a boyfriend, but no one had ever said such things to me. I can't do without you. You're the only one I rely on. I need your strength. Although those words were spoken to me, I had misunderstood them as whispers of love. Ediardo-sama has gradually been closing the distance between us since that incident, casually putting his arm around my shoulder, discreetly holding hands in inconspicuous places, and now, hugging me in various situations. Despite being engaged for political reasons, the atmosphere between us is excessively sweet. It feels almost guilty, as if it were a normal romantic relationship. Moreover, every time our eyes meet, it feels like our lips are about to touch, but precisely at such moments, someone rushes into the classroom, or the footsteps of a teacher approach. Typical interruptions. Claris, how about making a light love potion today without letting your beloved fiancé know? What are you talking about? Don't worry, It's a legal love potion. Vine also supports our relationship, which is nice, but sometimes offers unnecessary encouragement. What is a legal love potion? Anyway, I mean, even though you're engaged, how come you haven't shared a single kiss? Being nobles doesn't mean you have to be so uptight. Ediardo-sama is a prince, after all, and he needs to maintain a lifestyle that can be respected by everyone. You guys are too serious. By the way, this is a light love potion, commonly known as the lovey-dovey potion. It has a strawberry flavor that's easy to drink, unlike illegal aphrodisiacs that make people fall in love with those they don't like. This one only works on partners who have feelings for each other. It's a light love potion to enhance the feelings between lovers or spouses. In a small bottle is a red liquid resembling strawberry syrup. As a pharmacist, it's something I'd like to try making, but I hesitate due to the impure motives associated with it. During this exchange, Ediardo-sama and Georges, along with Jin-kun, who had gone shopping, returned. Vine took the lovey potion to the adjacent kitchen, which also served as a workspace, and seemed to stash it somewhere. The shopping included ingredients for potion making, tea leaves, and coffee used for alchemy classes. Holding a can of tea brought by Jin-kun, he enthusiastically said, "I've recently learned how to make tea. Today, I'll make tea for everyone. What kind of tea would you like?" In response to Jin-kun's offer, everyone had faces full of affection. "Though I want to say, I'll drink anything you make. Let's take this opportunity to place an order. Then, I'll have straight tea, please," Georges ordered while sitting in his chair. "I'll have the same, please." Vine set up her tea set and placed the same order as Georges. "Can I have milk tea, please?" Ediardo-sama ordered while carrying the purchased potion ingredients. "Can you make me milk tea too?" I placed an order while setting up plates and forks. Jin-kun, having asked everyone's preferences, nodded and immediately took the tray with the tea set to the kitchen. Vine also brought pound cake and cookies filled with nuts from the kitchen. Shortly after, Jin-kun, pushing a cart, brought straight tea and milk tea. Making tea is challenging because it requires timing and letting it steep. Let's see how it tastes. When I tried it, there was a pleasant bitterness with milk and a slight tingling sensation. "Oh, could there be ginger in it? My body feels pleasantly warm. It's delicious." Jin-kun, "Did you add some ginger?" "When you add this, Mom said your body warms up. She also said women shouldn't let their bodies get too cold." Unbelievable for a 5-year-old statement. Jin-kun seems like he'll become a good pharmacist. Sweet cakes made by Vine would pair well with this. Vine and Georges were also enjoying their straight tea. "How is it?" "I added strawberry syrup to the tea earlier." "Oh, I can definitely smell the strawberry." Georges admired the scent of the tea with a gesture of interest. "It seems like Jin-kun added strawberry syrup to the tea. The scent of strawberries wafts over here." "Strawberry syrup," Vine muttered in a trembling voice, abruptly placed the teacup, and hurriedly went to the kitchen. What's happening?" Immediately after, when Georges also placed his cup on the saucer, he suddenly clutched his chest and began taking deep breaths. His face turned bright red. "So, Jin, what you added was strawberry syrup, right?" "Yeah, probably. It was in a small red bottle, and it smelled like strawberries." "Eh? Could it be? Did Jin-kun mistake strawberry syrup for the lovey potion and put it in Georges and Vine's tea?" Georges, seemingly grasping the contents of the potion from his symptoms, blushed but laughed somewhat delightedly. I see. Ha ha ha. I wonder why Mom made something like that." Ediardo-sama looked worried as he observed his odd teacher. Jin-kun was also bewildered. "There's probably no antidote for the love potion. It's an item meant to enhance the mood between lovers or spouses." What should we do in this situation? Chapter 39, The Villainess and the Love Potion. Two-side Claris. "Georges, can I talk to you for a moment?" After blushing for a while, Vine timidly came out of the room. Georges quickly stood up, approached her, and forcefully leaned against the wall, peeking into Vine's face. Oh, that's the legendary Kabadon. It's the first time I've seen it in real life. There really are people who do that. I have a lot of questions. We'll talk about it later." Georges pressed closer, questioning Vine, who turned her face away. The magician with a sweet mask and the enchanting beauty of the pharmacist made quite a picturesque scene. Ediardo-sama and I were completely absorbed in watching the drama of their relationship, holding our breath. It is to be now. How are you going to take responsibility for this? If we wait, the effects will wear off. Don't be foolish. This potion is like an ignition device. Do you understand what happens when you stimulate something that is already smoldering? This flame won't just go out with time. This time, you're going to respond to my feelings. While blushing, Vine fell silent for a while, seemingly pondering something. The love potion should only work on partners who have feelings for each other, right? Georges liked Vine, and I knew that, but maybe Vine had the same feelings. Without showing her face to us, Vine said in a soft voice, "I'll be studying by myself today. I'll be going out with Georges. Jin, take care of the shop." Saying that, Vine pulled George's arm and left. Ediardo-sama and Jin-kun, who didn't understand the situation, were left bewildered. At that moment, a customer called out from the shop, so Jin-kun left the room. Seeing him close the door, Ediardo-sama asked me, "You seem to know something, Claris." What do you mean?" When Jin mentioned adding strawberry syrup, your face showed a lot of surprise. He's observing my face well. He must have seen my shocked expression when I heard Jin-kun's words. Ediardo-sama lifted my chin and whispered in a low voice, "Will you tell me what you know?" There's no way I can say that. If I say that, I'll have to talk about the kiss between Ediardo-sama and me. I can't say something so embarrassing. Claris, what's wrong? Is it something embarrassing? What should I do? If I stay silent, he might become suspicious. I might be seen as a perverted girl trying to make an aphrodisiac secretly. Claris, you don't have to be embarrassed. Okay? This is unfair. Yielding to the pressure of his gentle smile, I honestly told Ediardo-sama about the love potion. It's not like I wanted to make it. It was Vine's meddling, that's all. After hearing the circumstances, he showed a somewhat dry smile. Well, if there were no romantic feelings on both sides, the love potion wouldn't work. If it has an effect, we can consider it mutual feelings. They're adults, so we can leave them alone. Ediardo-sama looked at me. Then, he gently touched my cheek with his right hand, gazing into my eyes. "I don't need any love potions." Saying that, he kissed my lips. It was a light kiss, enough to feel the softness and warmth of each other's lips. An intimate kiss. As soon as Jin-kun's footsteps were heard returning, he quickly separated our lips. But Ediardo-sama placed his index finger on his lips, making a gesture to keep it a secret. He looked so cool, like a figure in a painting. I mean, I've had kisses in my past life, but this is totally different. My heart is pounding so much. It feels like my chest is going to explode. I have no confidence that I can sleep peacefully tonight. Even after Jin-kun came back, I couldn't cool down the heat in my face. Clarice-san, is something wrong? What's wrong? Is the room too hot? Jin-kun noticed my reddened face and tilted his head. I vigorously shook my head and smiled. My body feels really warm right now. Maybe it's because I drank the tea Jin-kun made so quickly. Was the tea I made good? Yeah, it was delicious. Thank you, Jin-kun. Blushing, I managed to deceive him. But Ediardo-sama, who was beside me, chuckled. If Jin-kun weren't here, I'd want to pat Ediardo-sama on the back. Jin is good at making tea. Ah really? Georges, with a pleased expression after being praised, Ediardo-sama smiled and lightly raised his teacup, saying, "I'd like another cup." Upon hearing this, Jin-kun blushed and nodded repeatedly. "I'll make it right away," he said with enthusiasm and went to the adjacent kitchen. Then, we were alone in the room again. My heart started pounding again. I could feel that my face was hot. Without saying anything, Ediardo-sama embraced me and lifted my chin again. A second kiss. This time, it was a long kiss with our lips touching several times. Even after kissing me, Ediardo-sama's face was red and he looked happy. Could this be his first time kissing a girl? Despite being called a foolish prince, he has such a good-looking face, and being a royal, I think many women must have approached him. Ediardo-sama hugged me tightly. Speaking of which, in the novel, Ediardo also had his first love with Mimilia. His first love. Ever since meeting Mimilia, his otherwise gloomy school life became enjoyable. Just her smiling at him made Ediardo happy. If Mimilia's heart hadn't belonged to Arnold, maybe Ediardo wouldn't have fallen into darkness. Ediardo-sama, I won't let you be lonely. Definitely won't let you become a dark hero. I placed my hand on Ediardo-sama's back. Surely, you'll be fine now. Because you're not alone anymore. It's not just me, there's Georges and Whist, too. Vine also thinks of you like a little brother. Hearing Jin-kun's footsteps approaching, Ediardo-sama released the hug. I wonder if Georges and the others are on a date by now. Milan Park should be in full bloom. I never thought the distance between those two would shrink like this, but if they both have feelings for each other, I should just sincerely bless them. Considering George's past, I involuntarily murmured, feeling a bit like a busybody. If you make Vine cry, I won't forgive you, though. I don't think Vine will cry. Georges might cry, though. If Ediardo-sama says so, then maybe. Georges is currently captivated by Vine, although I tend to be a bit of a meddlesome sister-in-law when thinking about George's past. I decided to sincerely congratulate them now. A month later, Georges Remio left the court magician's bachelor dormitory. Apparently, he started living in Vine's house. Originally, he rarely went back to the dormitory and often stayed at Vine's house. Since meeting Vine, Georges had stopped going out for drinks and didn't show interest in other women. In the novel, Georges changes after meeting Mimilia, but in this world, Vine fulfills that role. With Georges now, the likelihood of him sacrificing himself to protect the heroine has significantly decreased. Even though there won't be someone to shield the heroine, I'm working hard now to ensure that no one becomes a sacrifice in the unfolding events, so I shouldn't worry about that. Chapter 40, The Villainess and the Spy. Curtis sighed. Claris, since Georges officially started living with Vine, Jin-kun began calling him Papa, watching the three of them laughing happily. I wonder if this is okay? I initially acted only with the thought of surviving, but now I have people I want to protect. It's a very happy thing, but at the same time, it's frightening. The future, thinking about what lies ahead, is even scarier. I don't know how long this current happiness will last. So, I need to become stronger. I may not be a chosen figure like a saint or a hero, and the power I can gain is limited, but as Ediardo-sama's fiancé and a member of the royal family, I need to do what I can to protect the country, to protect my loved ones. Claris, what's wrong? You look troubled. During our break that day, Ediardo-sama and I were strolling through the greenhouse garden on the academy grounds. Various orchids were in bloom now, and colorful birds flew under the ceiling, giving it a tropical atmosphere. While reminiscing about Vine, I inadvertently wore a stern expression, considering the future. Oh, it's nothing. If you have any worries, I'm always here to listen. I can't say the real reason. I can't say that this is a novel world, and you and I are villains. I'm always on Claris's side. Ediardo-sama gently embraced me. While my heart was pounding from the warmth and spaciousness of his chest, I felt the weight on my shoulders lighten. For some reason, being with him makes me feel that everything will be okay. Even if the story takes any turn, there's no basis for it, but there's a reassuring feeling. As the hug became tighter, I felt the determination that he would never let me feel uneasy. In response to his unwavering feelings, I, too, felt affection for him. Most of our classmates, except for a few, watched us with smiles, as we deepened our relationship day by day. Sigh, Claris-sama, you're so enviable. Being loved so much by Prince Ediardo. Indeed, you said you might break off the engagement back then, but it turned out to be an unnecessary worry. Especially close friends Daisy and Sonia rejoice as if it were their matter. I can't believe it. Is it okay to be this happy? No, it's not good to just immerse myself in happiness. If the story unfolds as in the novel, the demon prince Dino of the demon tribe might lead a demonic army to attack the royal capital. Even if, contrary to the story, Dino doesn't attack, Ediardo is the prince of this country. Even if things don't go according to the novel's plot, There's a high probability of being drawn into a power struggle. In the school rumors, it's said that Tears, the second queen, who is Prince Arnold's mother, is coaxing influential nobles one after another. Also, I heard about the circumstances of Ediardo-sama making Georges his teacher. It turns out that Barrios was introduced by Queen Tears herself. Despite receiving tuition from Ediard, Barrios never taught him magic, saying, "I can't teach magic to someone with no basic skills. A teacher has to teach from the basics." Thinking Ediardo-sama was a clueless child, Barrios even went so far as to say things like it's natural not to teach the basics and basic magic is something you're born with. I have a feeling that Tears' influence looms over Barrios, who refuses to teach magic to Ediardo-sama. Tears, the second queen and the mother of the protagonist known for her cunning in the novel, was described as a supporting figure in the shadows. However, it might be more accurate to think of her as a quite shrewd person. And then there's Curtis Haley, Ediard's aide. He often makes remarks comparing Prince Arnold to Ediardo-sama. Even when Ediardo-sama is achieving something, Curtis never acknowledges it. Curtis is truly loyal to the second prince, Prince Arnold Hardin. He is also a spy sent by Tears, tasked with monitoring Ediardo's actions. However, if he's a spy, he should at least act like one and openly praise Ediardo-sama, even if it's just on the surface. To be clear, Ediardo-sama doesn't trust Curtis at all. After school, when Ediardo-sama and I are supposed to go directly to Vine's house, Curtis never tries to approach me unless he has some business. If he persistently tries to follow, Georges, who comes as a guard, sometimes uses sleep magic to put him to sleep or uses hypnotic magic to divert his interest elsewhere. Although Curtis doesn't come near when Ediardo-sama and I are alone unless there's a reason, he constantly keeps an eye on Ediardo-sama's actions, which is honestly annoying. One day, Curtis approached me and said, "Claris-sama, may I have a moment?" I, along with Sonia and Daisy, had been chatting while watching Ediardo-sama and Whist practicing in the courtyard through the window. Since I was approached by an unexpected person, I tilted my head in confusion. "Haley-sama, what brings you here?" "Prince Arnold requests your presence." "Could you come to the student council room immediately?" "Oh, it's quite unusual for you, who is Ediardo-sama's aide, to come to me as a messenger for Prince Arnold." "Strange things do happen, don't they?" Exclamation mark. Curtis shudders, causing a slight jerk in his shoulders. I can tell he's surprised, perhaps realizing that his role as a spy has been exposed. Even though I knew from reading the novel, his behavior makes it evident. Even if one hasn't read it, with all the praise he showered on Lord Arnold, one might not immediately think he's a spy, but anyone would suspect that he's affiliated with Arnold in some way. You might be better off serving Prince Arnold already, don't you think? Daisy throws a direct question with a cute smile. As a knight, one should serve those they truly want to serve. I agree with Sonia, Sonia adds with a serious expression, throwing another direct question. Curtis winces at the direct hits from Daisy and Sonia, unable to maintain composure. Truly, he's not suitable for the role of a spy with his inability to remain calm. Ideally, Curtis would want to serve Prince Arnold openly, but as he's tasked with monitoring Ediardo-sama, he must outwardly serve as Ediard-sama's aide. It's like being an employee forced into an unsuitable job. Feeling sorry for him, yet, he must show respect to Ediardo-sama, his superior. Disregarding royalty is unacceptable no matter who you are. Choosing Curtis as a spy was a clear mistake in Queen Tears' selection. After clearing my throat, I address Curtis. "I'd like to bring my two friends who are here with me. Is that okay?" That's. Meeting a man alone while being engaged could lead to misunderstandings. Depending on the circumstances, it might also reflect poorly on Prince Arnold's position. Alright, I understand. In that case, bring your friends along too. The mention of Prince Arnold's position seems to have an impact, making Curtis hastily nod his head. I look apologetically at my two friends, and they nod as if to say they're okay with it. I wonder if the gesture is something common across my past and present lives. With that, I decided to go meet Arnold, the protagonist of this story, with Sonia and Daisy. Chapter 41, The Villainess and the Protagonist. One side. Claris. I've just entered the school, so I don't know the detailed system, but it seems there's a unique selection process for student council members in this academy. Individuals who excel in academics, have a prestigious background, and meet various conditions such as social reputation are scouted by the active student council members. Adonis Cronum, Daisy's older brother, was scouted by the student council due to his excellent academic performance and distinguished family background. However, he declined the offer, expressing a desire to focus on his studies. On the other hand, Prince Arnold, who fulfilled all these conditions, became a member of the student council. In the novel, Ediardo complains, "Why can't I join the student council?" The real Ediardo doesn't say such things, though. But Prince Arnold could join the student council. But as for Prince Ediardo, once again, there's a gap between the brothers. People around us make fun, comparing them without any regard. Ediardo himself seems completely unconcerned, but there are moments when I honestly feel regret. Arnold Hardin, the protagonist of the story and, in the narrative, the fiancé of Claris. Let's see just how remarkable Arnold, praised by many nobles, truly is. Welcome. Please, have a seat. The student council room is as spacious as a classroom, with an impressive reception set placed there. Following Prince Arnold's suggestion, I, along with Sonia and Daisy, take our seats, finally getting a proper look at Prince Arnold sitting opposite us. Truly the protagonist of the story, his uniquely sky blue eyes give a refreshing impression, and his hair is a dark brown, almost black. Unlike Ediardo, who occasionally has a sharp gaze, Prince Arnold has a gentle face, a handsome man. Many girls must have fallen for him. Well, I think Ediardo-sama is more handsome. A girl wearing glasses promptly brings tea and sweets to us. Tea and sweets are served even in school. Huh? Come to think of it, there was a scene in the novel where Mimilia drank tea with Arnold in the student council room. Prince Arnold offers, please, so I take a sip of the Darjeeling tea. Ah, it's delicious. However, I sense a gaze and glance at Prince Arnold. Why does he look so stern? Did I do something? Prince Arnold crosses his arms and lets out a sigh. I have something to discuss about your sister. Sister? Unexpectedly, I widen my eyes. When it comes to a sister, I can only think of Natalie, my half-sister. She's the same age as me, in the same grade. According to Ediardo-sama's information, Natalie was originally placed in Class C, but father paid money to the school officials to move her up to Class B. Father even tried to have her placed in Class S, making an unreasonable request to the school principal, but it seems they could only manage to upgrade her to Class B. Arnold, who is in Class S, was not happy that I was in a higher class than Natalie. Hardin Academy, which sings the praises of equality, is still influenced by money and power. While promoting equality, it seems quite impossible for the school to promote someone from Class C to Class S, and upgrading to Class B was the best they could do. Prince Arnold questions me with a stern voice. What kind of education are you giving your sister? What do you mean? She boldly enters the classroom, and talks to me incessantly. She calls strangers by their first names familiarly, forces handmade dishes on me, and even invites me to lunch without considering my schedule. Natalie, what are you doing? Feeling a headache from all this, I press my hand to my forehead, but come to think of it, didn't Claris in the novel do the same thing? Trying to catch Arnold's attention by making handmade dishes, giving embroidered handkerchiefs, and inviting him to lunch. Oh, so Natalie is doing it in my place? Moreover, they're not even lovers or engaged. Handmade dishes by Natalie, most likely, it's something she had the head chef make, and I've heard that she's made an enemy out of Mimilia Bordol, who is in the same class, constantly harassing her. What? She's doing that on my behalf too? Oh no, the story is unfolding in unexpected ways. If I hear anything more surprising, I feel like I'm going to spit out the tea I'm drinking, so I decided to place the cup on the saucer for now. Poor Mimilia, she seems to have lost all her energy. What kind of education are you giving your sister? Excuse me, but the education is handled by our parents, And as her older sister, I'm not involved at all. What are you saying? If you're her sister, it's only natural that you would be involved in her education, right? He's a talented prince, right? Wasn't he called a rare genius? Even Curtis praised him so much. Certainly. He might be excellent in academics, magic, and swordsmanship. But he's incredibly simple-minded. He doesn't think deeply about things. And his way of thinking seems younger than his age. Huh? Is 17 like that? Maybe it's because I have memories of being in my late 20s, but that's how I feel. However, it seems I'm not the only one who thinks that way. As Daisy lifts her slightly askew glasses. May I have permission to speak, Your Highness? You're the daughter of the Prime Minister. Sure. Daisy's father is the Prime Minister. You know, he plays a central role in national politics, supporting the king from the shadows. Even attending this school as the daughter of a noble, Arnold can't disregard or ignore her. If the common sense you speak of is correct, then wouldn't Prince Arnold be receiving education from Prince Ediardo? Why should I receive education from my older brother? Because you're his younger brother. Naturally, as your older brother, he should have educated you, right? My case is different. My mother is different, and we don't live together. With a childish response, I sighed with a mix of frustration. I and Natalie also have different mothers. Besides, even though we live in the same mansion, we don't live together. But the circumstances are different between royalty and nobility. Royalty and nobility are indeed different. But that doesn't mean an older sister has to educate her younger sister. If there's an age difference, it might be understandable. But Natalie and I are the same age, and in the same grade. Anyway, I'm not in a position to educate Natalie. Please address your complaints to our parents. Even if you complain to me, my sister won't listen to what I say. You're her older sister. You should be able to make her listen. Why are you so sure? Although I'm smiling sociably, irritation is about to show on my face. Maybe there's a $sign on my forehead. As I mentioned earlier, following that logic, you should also listen to everything your elder brother says, right? That's because the circumstances are different between royalty and nobility. I understand your words, but there is no difference between siblings in royalty or nobility. It would be better to speak to my father. She usually listens to what my father says. I stared at Prince Arnold and said, suppressing the feeling of irritation for now, I appealed with sincerity, offering advice in a calm tone. As soon as Prince Arnold's eyes met mine, he inexplicably averted his gaze as if trying to escape and said in a slightly raised voice, Fine. There may be some truth in what you say. I'll file a complaint with Marquis Charlotte. Huh? Unexpectedly, he agreed quite easily. I guess he's not that stupid. After taking a light deep breath, Prince Arnold took a sip of the tea on the table. Now, Claris-sama, let's get to the main topic. Huh? Wasn't the conversation until now the main topic? What's with this prince? Chapter 42, The Villainess and the Protagonist. Two-side Claris. Now, Claris-sama, let's get to the main topic. Huh? Wasn't the conversation until now the main topic? What's with this prince? I inadvertently looked at Daisy and Sonia. Both of them had an indescribable and complex expression. Prince Arnold, unaware of the subtle atmosphere between us, continued speaking. Actually, a few members have resigned from the student council. So, we are recruiting new members. Since Daisy-sama and Sonia-sama are also here, I would like to ask you to join. I want you to become members of the student council. We were dumbfounded. I totally don't understand. Someone, please explain the mechanism behind the second prince, who, after complaining to a person he just met, is now scouting for the student council. Daisy once again raised her slightly askew glasses and spoke. I have a question, if you don't mind. I don't mind. What is it, Daisy-sama? You mentioned that a few people left the student council. If it's not too much trouble, could you please tell us the reason? One wanted to focus on academics, and the other cited health reasons. I wasn't in the student council for long, so I don't know the details. Once again, we exchanged glances. Although they officially stated academic and health reasons, one could speculate that Prince Arnold didn't want to work with the student council shortly after joining. We figured that out in less than 5 minutes. This second prince is not as good as the rumors suggest. If I have to work with such a person, I can already imagine the mess I'll have to clean up. The future looks dark. I deeply bowed, then explained a plausible reason and politely declined. I appreciate the kind invitation, but I am currently dedicated to studying magic, to support this country in the future. I want to learn more magic. To achieve that, I need to study magic not only in class but also individually after school. Oh, I see. How commendable. Daisy, with a determined expression, also bowed respectfully and said in an apologetic tone, I am currently assisting my father to support the country in the future. I am honored by your kind invitation, but please allow me to decline. Sonia followed, calmly and solemnly informing His Highness, I must dedicate myself to sword training now. As a woman, physically and constitutionally disadvantaged, I require more practice and experience. Please allow me to decline as well. Seemingly shocked that all of us declined, Prince Arnold had quite a shocked expression. Well, if we were ordinary female students, we might have jumped at the chance if a prince invited us. At that moment, I had an idea. I believe there is someone more suitable than me. Curtis Haley-Sama, who guided us here. He is outstanding even among the Class A students and seems to greatly respect Prince Arnold. That is appreciated, but he is my brother's aide. Prince Arnold, looking in Curtis's direction, had an indescribable expression on his face. He probably thought that putting him back by his side, even though he served as Ediardo's surveillance, would be meaningless. Oh, I see. If it bothers you to have your brother's close aide by your side, please don't worry. The student council activities are after school, and during that time, he is studying with me. Please feel free to ignore it. I see. Looking at Curtis, he was pleased. Good, he's not a person who thinks deeply like the original master. So, Curtis, would you help me after school? Yes, I'd be delighted. Birds of a feather flock together, don't they? Well, I absolutely don't want to work with him. Having successfully pushed Curtis, who was about to follow me to Vine's house after school, onto Prince Arnold, I secretly celebrated. Also, I would like to recommend Mimilia Bordel-sama, whom your highness is concerned about. At my words, Prince Arnold's eyes widened. He probably didn't expect me to mention her name. In the novel, Mimilia joined the student council with Arnold's recommendation, engaging in volunteer activities. She saved many injured and sick people during the activities, gradually improving her skills as a saint. I think that part should stay the same. Considering that she will have to fight against the Demon Prince in the future, having the power of a saint would be beneficial. However, Prince Arnold said something outrageous to me. Aren't you jealous of Milia? Me? Why? I am attracted to Milia. She feels the same way. That's fine. Many are jealous of our relationship. You were also a candidate for my engagement. I thought maybe you still have lingering feelings. Huh? Not just me, but Daisy and Sonia, too, had eyes widened. What is this guy saying? While managing to keep a smile that seemed social, I said to Prince Arnold, Your Highness, my fiancé is Ediardo-sama. Although your name came up as a potential candidate for engagement, we are meeting for the first time today. What reason would I have to harbor lingering feelings? Even if we're not acquainted, many like me, that may be true, but I'm different. Moreover, it's inappropriate for me to consider other men besides my fiancé. I stated something quite reasonable, but Prince Arnold shook his head as if he couldn't believe it and asked with a trembling voice, Could it be, you prefer my brother over me? Yes. Ediardo-sama is an important fiancé to me. When I nodded with a smile, Prince Arnold's face was like the sky and earth were turning upside down. His face turned pale, and his eyes were wide open. No, no. Why so shocked? I am your brother's fiancé. It's absurd to think that I would like you. Perhaps he thought that every girl in the world liked him. If so, that's a gross misunderstanding. If he were my relative, I would want to give him a lecture like, You are too conceited. At that moment, the bell rang, so I stood up and curtsied. Daisy and Sonia followed suit. The bell has rung, so I'll excuse myself. Your Highness, I believe Mimilia has talent in magic. Please support her so that her talent can flourish. Oh, Claris, you are truly an accomplished woman. Prince Arnold, snapping back to reality upon hearing Mimilia's name, Seems like the protagonist still likes the heroine. This part of the setting hasn't changed. Regardless of what he meant by calling me an accomplished woman. Unlike Natalie, he seemed to have a favorable impression of me, who was cheering for Mimilia. Simple-minded but still the protagonist. Arnold, Mimilia, please be happy. The villainess will quietly exit here, so please don't get involved with me anymore. Chapter 43, The Villain Prince is in high spirits. Sighed Ediardo. Long time no see, Prince Ediardo. Upon hearing that cold voice, Ediardo Harden clicked his tongue, looking displeased. He had come to the tea party hosted by the Grand Duke in high spirits. Having heard that Mimilia would be attending, little did he expect to encounter this woman first. Marchioness Claris Charlotte. Ediardo disliked her, the fiancée of his half-brother. Especially her cold gaze that made no effort to hide her feelings of disdain. She was the opposite of Mimilia, who always wore a radiant smile. Claris lifted the corners of her well-shaped lips and chuckled. Would you like some time alone with Mimilia, Ediardo-sama? In that case, I'll assist and give you some privacy. Though he disliked her, Ediardo recognized the necessity of her cooperation to win Mimilia. Excerpt from the novel Destined Love, From a Commoner Girl to a Queen. I am Ediardo Harden. Reincarnated as a villain, but there's hardly a trace of villain elements. I am enjoying a bright and cheerful school life. You might be surprised at what happened when you saw the above passage, but it's a sentence from that novel and not about us. In the novel, Ediardo and Claris cooperate, but they dislike each other. Ediardo resented Claris, who looked down on him, and Claris scorned the foolish Ediardo. However, reality is different. I like Claris. No, I love her. She is not a cold woman like in the novel. On the contrary, she is kind and has a loyal side. Her strong-willed nature is charming and cute. Moreover, she cooks unbelievably well, especially with pastry dishes like apple pie, pumpkin pie, and meat pie, all of which are superb enough to be sold in stores. Ediardo-sama. Even when separated, Claris's beautiful voice doesn't leave my ears. Her body is so delicate that it feels like it might break if I hug her. Her lips are surprisingly soft and glossy when kissed, making you want to savor that sensation forever. And her shy face is so adorable and sexy that it tightens my chest. It's irresistible. Honestly, let me confess, I want to marry Claris right now. I want to possess everything about Claris quickly. Such a charming woman is surely unmatched. Despite knowing that she is my fiancé, many noble children send passionate glances her way. Moreover, the protagonist, Arnold. I don't think it will follow the novel exactly, but there is a non-zero chance that her heart might turn towards him due to some trigger. With such impatience, my desire to marry Claris grew stronger every day. Maybe I should ask my father for permission to marry Claris at the monthly audience with the king, but before that, a proposal is necessary. A proposal? What should I say? In what situation and with what words? I also need to prepare a ring. Oh, in this world, I remember there were wedding rings, but were there engagement rings? Clang. The sound of swords clashing brought me back to reality. Oops. I got carried away. I'm quite inexperienced in romance. I can tell I'm getting overly excited. Right now, I'm in the middle of training with Whist. I hastily caught the sword swung down by Whist. Leave now, worldly desires. Don't interrupt my training. At that moment, the bell rang, and we interrupted our practice. I sweated more than usual, wiping my forehead with the towel hanging on my shoulder. Whist, puzzled, asked me, "Your Highness, were you thinking about something?" "No, it's nothing significant." I couldn't reveal what I had been thinking about during practice. On our way back to the classroom with Whist, we encountered Claris and the others at the landing of the stairs. She has been spending a lot of time lately with Sonia and Daisy. By the way, Daisy Crinum is my cousin. My mother, Queen Miria, and Daisy's father, Prime Minister Crinum, are cousins. It's hard to believe that Daisy's father, known as the Iron Prime Minister, and my mother, who is rather laid back, are cousins. Anyway, it's a good thing that talented individuals are gathering around Claris. Sonia, a member of the Harden Knights, will support Claris as an excellent guardian, and Daisy, inheriting her father's intellect, will assist her. However, They seemed unusually tired. "What's wrong, all of you? You seem quite exhausted." "Well, Ediardo-sama, it's more like mental fatigue or exhaustion, question mark. There, I heard from Claris and the others that Arnold, my half-brother, had summoned them. First, there were complaints from Natalie, followed by an invitation to join the student council. They were utterly shocked. What's the point of complaining first when you're going to ask for a favor? If Arnold were there, I'd like to give him a piece of my mind. Furthermore, Daisy reported to me, sounding disheartened. Moreover, despite today being their first meeting, Prince Arnold seemed to assume that Claris-sama had feelings for him. Of course, Claris-sama firmly denied it, but Prince Arnold seemed quite shocked to be outright rejected and is in considerable distress. Shocked, huh? Shocked. Certainly. At this point, he's touted as the most likely candidate for Crown Prince, thanks to his mother's connections. With a good-looking face and financial power, he must have been popular among women. There must have been countless women who approached him even on their first meeting, but not everyone should assume that they are liked. Rumors are really unreliable. Claris-sama, who was accused of being capricious, is very kind and intelligent. Similarly, Prince Ediardo, contrary to the rumors, is very capable. However, it seems that Prince Arnold, despite Claris-sama's clear denial, did not expect such a resolute rejection and is quite shocked. Sonia stopped herself from saying disrespectful words. I understand what she wants to say. Well, he's still 17, and there are parts where he's inexperienced in the ways of the world, so it's entirely possible for him to do something out of common sense. Moreover, growing up being praised so much, misunderstandings are likely. However, what is said to be the most likely candidate for Crown Prince is more because Arnold's mother, Teresa, is skilled in his abilities. In this respect, my mother is too absent-minded. She was completely outsmarted by tears. I wonder how she manages to be a queen. Claris continued. Since Prince Arnold joined the student council, several students have resigned. They claim it's due to health or academic reasons, but I think the cause is Prince Arnold. Someone who saw through Arnold's true nature so quickly. While saying this, I think about the students who left. Even if they were incompetent, they would willingly work with Arnold, the second prince, and the most likely candidate for the Crown Prince, for the sake of their future careers. Even after subtracting the potential for future success, if they quit the student council, they probably either believe that the second prince will never become the crown prince or that even if he does, they have no intention of serving him. It's worth investigating who the students who left are. There might be hidden talents among them. Chapter 44, The Villain Prince Scouts a Senpai Mobside. Ediardo. 2 members resigned from the student council. One of them, it seems, is currently at home recovering due to a genuine illness. The other person who left, citing academic reasons, is Cornet William, a second-year Class S student. He was considered the next student council president. He had received the nomination for the position from the former student council president and had almost completed the handover process. However, shortly after Arnold joined the student council, Cornet left, citing academic reasons. Currently, the second-year Class S students are practicing magic in the courtyard, and Cornet's figure is visible. He is the only one among the second-year students wearing the hood of an advanced magician. Van Dragon, one of the students, chants a spell, creating a tornado. Indeed, as one enters the second year of Class S, individuals capable of using tornado magic emerge. Since adjustments to magic power are necessary to prevent damage to the school building, even though it's intermediate magic, the difficulty level is high. The tornado has a length and range comparable to a utility pole from my past life, and it has enough force to send humans flying. Guardy Shield. In response, Cornet casts a defensive magic. A bluish, transparent dome surrounds Cornet. The tornado, hitting the wall of the dome, disappears instantly. He effortlessly dispelled the tornado. He seems quite skilled, even among advanced magicians. Cornet Williams' name didn't appear in the novel. He was probably a mob. No, an extra. In the background of Arnold and Mamilia's story, There might be individuals with exceptional abilities working behind the scenes. As part of practical combat lessons in magic and swordsmanship, there is a task to clear a dungeon. Students must form teams, and a condition is to include at least one upperclassman familiar with the field. In such cases, outstanding seniors become sought after. Despite being an extra in the novel, Cornet William was a capable individual who was part of the former student council. Naturally, many underclassmen approached him. However, he didn't accept any invitations. Arnold also tried to invite him, but he declined immediately. Well, it's a natural reaction to be invited by the person who caused him to leave the student council in the first place. Recently, perhaps finding it troublesome to respond to invitations, he often spends his break time reading in the gazebo in the courtyard. Even so, people still approach him, like me. When Cornet noticed my presence, he stood up and respectfully bowed his head. I extend my greetings to His Royal Highness the First Prince. Formalities are unnecessary. I casually took a seat opposite Cornet. It's unusually hot this year, and it should be sweltering here too. But the gazebo feels surprisingly cool, as if air-conditioned. Upon closer inspection, the magic stone inserted into Cornet's staff is emitting a blue light. That magic stone is probably what's cooling this place. His slightly nervous, single-lidded eyes with a distinct crease are a deep green, and his neatly parted short hair is a pale green. It's almost a waste to keep him as a mob. He has a handsome face. He exudes an air of seriousness and diligence, making him seem like he'd make a good salaryman. Why did His Royal Highness Ediardo bother to come alone to me? Already aware, aren't you? Of course, it's an invitation to the dungeon. I declined an invitation from Prince Arnold the other day. I respectfully declined. It seems you didn't like the plan proposed by my younger brother. From our side, we intend to proceed with the plan as much as possible in a way that suits your preferences. Could you spare a bit of your time to hear us out? Unable to believe my words, Cornet widened his eyes in surprise. Then, he scrutinized my face. Are you His Royal Highness the First Prince? The one said to be inferior to His Royal Highness the Second Prince in swordsmanship, magic, and academics? He intentionally throws a rude question, probably testing whether I'm short-tempered or if I have an objective view of myself. I shrugged casually before answering. Yeah, I'm that first prince. Let's put academics aside. I've never directly competed in swordsmanship or magic against the second prince, so I don't know who's superior. Cornet seemed to be contemplating something as he stared at me. Well, it feels like I'm conducting an interview or something. Loud cicada cries could be heard from outside. Cicadas exist in this world too. They're called black cicadas here. Their cries are quite similar to those of the brown cicada. Seemingly timing it with the subdued cicada noises, Cornet further inquired, Your Highness, what specific assistance do you seek from me? Support magic, including healing magic. Currently, my party consists of 3 individuals focused on sword attacks, myself as an offensive magician, and we need 1 more magician skilled in healing and defense. I've heard that Clarice Sama, your fiancée, is adept at healing magic. Won't you be acting together with her? Of course, she will be with me, but this time, she'll be concentrating on offensive magic alongside me. Although there is someone assigned to support with magic, it seems she's not proficient in magic, so I'm looking for another magician to assist her. Dungeon conquest isn't just about gathering friends and acting together. While it's ideal to act with individuals you trust, creating a team with a balanced offense and defense is crucial. Sonya and Whist excel in swordsmanship, and Claris excels in both offensive and healing magic. Besides, my aide Curtis is at least a Class A in terms of ability, so he can use both magic and swordsmanship reasonably well. However, the current composition leans too heavily towards offense, and the balance between offense and defense is lacking. Although Daisy serves as the support magician, she is not proficient in magic. Hence, we need someone to compensate for Daisy's lack of combat ability. Prince Arnold didn't seem to consider team composition at all. He seemed to think that as long as he had strong knights and magicians around, It would be fine and declined when I offered. If there's an overwhelming power difference against the monsters, that approach might work. Arnold will probably deploy powerful knights and magicians and conquer the dungeon faster than anyone else. If it's a dungeon arranged by the Academy, that approach might suffice. However, considering future real battles, it won't be that simple. Dino, the demonic prince planning to overthrow this country. In the novel, he elevates Claris to the status of the Black Flame, which in turn Ediardo into the Dark Hero. Leading a legion of monsters, he attacks the royal castle. I have no intention of turning Claris, my fiancée, into a Black Flame witch, nor do I intend to become a Dark Hero myself. However, I can't imagine Dino giving up just because we aren't suitable. If Claris and I fail, there's a possibility he might raise someone else. I believe it's better to experience battles prepared for a confrontation with a legion of monsters even now. Aren't you frustrated, Your Highness? At this rate, you'll lose to Prince Arnold. I'm not interested in winning or losing against my brother. What I need now is the experience of every kind of battle. Cornet fell silent. I asserted that this recruitment is not only for practical training but also for the future. For a while, Cornet furrowed his brow, deep in thought. It's better to think of him favorably since he hasn't flatly rejected the idea. You don't need to answer immediately, but I'd like you to consider it. If you have a position you would like to try other than the support role, feel free to suggest. Depending on the situation, both Claris and I can take on support roles. No, I'm fine with the support magician role. However, I have developed a product, and I would like to try using it. What kind of product? It's a perfect item for this practical training. I felt a sense of relief as Cornet grinned. Perhaps he was seeking an opportunity to test his developed product. With our team, comprised mainly of strong knights and magicians, it might not have been straightforward to find such opportunities. For instance, if someone like a magician wanted to try a new healing potion when injured, they might prefer to heal with magic instead of using an item. On the other hand, with my team, it's flexible enough that if Cornet wishes to use his developed item, both Claris and I can act as support, allowing him to do so willingly. Cornet's proposal was rather welcomed. When stepping into an unknown dungeon, it's essential to conserve magic power as much as possible. If there's a way to replenish it with items, that's even better. According to what I heard, the items he's developing were quite groundbreaking in this world, although they would have been quite common in my previous life. If they become widespread, exploring cave dungeons will likely become much more comfortable. Thus, I successfully gained a reliable ally. However, at that time, I still didn't know that the dungeon, which should have been prepared by the school, was filled with traps as dangerous as those encountered by S-rank adventurers. Chapter 45, The Villains Conquer the Dungeon. One side. Ediardo. Harden Academy, first year practical assignment, Dungeon Conquest. The mandatory task was to retrieve designated items from the maze prepared by the school. Additional points would be awarded for obtaining items other than the specified ones, and those additional items could be claimed as personal possessions. It's not a world of novels. It's an RPG world. The Academy had prepared several mazes, ranging from advanced to intermediate, and then to beginners. Naturally, I intended to challenge the advanced dungeon. There seemed to be only our party and Arnold's party attempting the advanced dungeon. Other classmates undoubtedly chose the intermediate dungeon to ensure they completed the assignment. Foolhardiness has its merits. Except for Claris, of course, and Prince Ediardo. Withdrawing midway is the pitfall. He doesn't seem to have senior students with him, he lacks popularity. The ones making these audible comments were significant characters from the novel. Two of the four guardians, the strongest knights protecting Arnold, had arrived. One was Gerd Moores, a second-year student, the other was our classmate, Gay Ive Harokson. The four guardians, whom I had considered reliable comrades in the novel, seemed like annoying individuals from a different perspective. Their unnecessarily good looks might lead someone to be deceived. We invited Cornet, a former student council member, to join our team, but there was no sign of him here. While we had received a positive response, there was no way he'd cancel at the last minute. right? On the other hand, Arnold had 2 Class S magicians in addition to Gerd and Gaive. Surely, with such a powerful lineup, they would clear the dungeon effortlessly. Well, I had no intention of trying to defeat a party with such strength. I just wanted to clear it safely. At that moment, a flying dragon descended onto the plaza, the designated gathering place. Cornet was riding on the back of the temperamental flying dragon. He gracefully dismounted and walked toward me. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Prince Ediardo. I thought you might not show up anymore. My apologies." Various preparations took some time. Arnold's side was in an uproar at Cornet's appearance. They stared at us with eyes reflecting an unbelievable sight. Lies. Did Cornet-senpai really join forces with Prince Ediardo? Even though he declined Prince Arnold's invitation? Was he bribed or something? It can't be otherwise. But the William family is one of the richest among the nobles. Cornet kneeled before me before anyone else. What that meant. At this moment, Cornet William chose to serve me, not Arnold. Looking toward Arnold, he wore an expression of regret. Declining his invitation was one thing, but responding to mine seemed quite humiliating for him. As if representing Arnold's feelings, Curtis asked Cornet. "Cornet-senpai, why did you choose to join this party rather than attaching yourself to a promising individual?" "Because I thought my abilities could be better demonstrated here. Prince Arnold already has many reliable allies, so my presence is probably unnecessary until later. I thought you were a smarter person." "What a shame." With an expression that seemed to say he was disappointed, Curtis turned away. Cornet, in response, offered a wry smile. "What's with that guy? Even though he holds the position of my aide and is now a member of the party we'll be cooperating with, saying such things so casually." I couldn't help but question his nerves. I involuntarily spoke to Curtis. "Curtis, if you wanted to go with someone promising for the future, how about going now?" "No, I am Prince Ediardo's aide. I will be by his side at all times." "Well, if you say so." A sigh was all I could muster in response to Curtis's serious answer. In his way, he was playing the role of my loyal subject. Well, I'd take it with a grain of salt. At that moment, a teacher called for everyone to gather at their respective positions. "Wait, that's not the usual Maya-sensei. If I remember correctly, that was a third-year teacher, Capes-sensei." There was a somewhat gloomy atmosphere around him. His fair skin made the dark circles under his eyes quite prominent. I've only glimpsed him in the staff room, but I recalled him being a more cheerful teacher, offering a friendly smile whenever our eyes met. "Maya-sensei couldn't make it due to urgent matters, so I'll be in charge of the practical lesson this time." As he spoke, Capes-sensei, with visible dark circles and a lean figure, glared at us. "Why is he glaring? We don't even know each other." However, the teacher quickly composed himself, as if nothing had happened, and began to explain in a monotone voice. "This maze has 2 entrances. The difficulty is the same regardless of which one you enter. Prince Arnold, please use the left entrance, and Prince Ediardo, the right entrance." Politely guiding Arnold to the left entrance, the teacher said, "Come, Your Highness, this way," with a grin, and stationed Arnold's party at the left entrance. On the other hand, we were left alone. It was clear they favored Arnold. That's odd. Capes-sensei wasn't the type to show favoritism, I thought. Cornet, a former student council member, seemed to know Capes-sensei, who took charge of the third-year students, quite well, and he felt a considerable sense of discomfort. I asked Cornet casually. "Cornet, if I remember correctly, you're an advanced magician, right?" "Yes. I passed the exam when I was 14. Among advanced magicians, how strong would you say you are?" "It's not for me to say, but I'm stronger than the core magicians around here." "I see. I might have something to ask you later." Except for Cornet, no one seemed to notice the discomfort with Capes-sensei. Claris probably found it hard to feel uneasy about someone she didn't know. "This dungeon has a slightly suspicious atmosphere. It seems we need to be quite cautious." The beginner's dungeon is called Ghost Palace, the intermediate one is the Vampire Tower, and the advanced one is the Maze of Bewilderment. We were walking through the Maze of Bewilderment, the advanced dungeon. Once the entrance light no longer reached us, everything was pitch black. Chanting the illumination magic spell made my body glow, brightening the surroundings. However, it was originally magic to repel creatures that hated light. If I kept using it to illuminate the area, it would consume a considerable amount of magical power. At that moment, Cornet took a marble-sized round stone from his waist pouch and chanted a spell. Fraught shyness. Instantly, the marble-like stone floated gently, emitting an unimaginable light, a spell that combined levitation and illumination magic. A spell that only advanced magicians could use by combining two types of magic. The light was surprisingly bright, illuminating the surroundings. In my previous life, it was like a flashlight, but more extensive in range and as bright as an LED light. When you chant levitation and illumination magic spells toward this magic stone, the effects are reflected in the stone. My magical power doesn't decrease, rather, the magic power contained in the stone is consumed. Amazing. Is this glowing magic stone an invention of Cornet-sama? Daisy blushed, casting a gaze of unabashed admiration toward Cornet. Scratching his cheek, Cornet responded somewhat shyly. It's still in the experimental stage. If its practicality is proven this time, I intend to commercialize it. With just this small marble-sized stone, it was grateful that the surroundings became so bright. Moreover, perhaps due to the intense light emitted from the stone, weak magical creatures stayed away. No unnecessary physical strength needed to be exerted, and there was no need to consume magical power to illuminate. Even if high-level magical creatures attacked, it was easier to fight with a bright field of vision. We reached the center of the cave, driving away small magical creatures along the way, and were able to proceed relatively smoothly. We decided to take a break in the spacious area of the cave, each enjoying the portable food we had brought. Thanks to Cornet-sama's invention, we were able to safely come this far. Oh, this was made by our chef, but if you'd like. While saying this, Daisy handed the portable food she brought to Cornet. It looked like a luxurious sandwich from my past life, with soft-looking bread and seemingly high-quality meat. Accepting the portable food, Cornet said to Daisy, "Your father and brother have requested me, with full determination, to protect you." "Well, they threatened me to consider you as good as dead if anything happened to you." "No, I mean, they asked me to protect you with all my might." "Oh, father and brother are always like that." Cornet gently laughed and reassured Daisy, who was bowing apologetically. "Cornet-sama, what is the name of the item you just used?" "I haven't decided on a name yet." "If it's okay, Daisy, would you like to name it? How about Turtle Ball?" "Turtle Ball, huh?" "Daisy, your ideas are always so unique." Regardless of their status, Daisy and Cornet called each other by their first names. Watching the exchange between the two with curiosity, Claris explained to Sonia, "Oh, Cornet-sama has been a friend of my brother since childhood. They've been visiting each other's homes since they were little. He has always treated me like a little sister." "Oh, I see." Claris and Sonia nodded as if convinced. Well, Cornet's gaze at Daisy was undoubtedly gentle, but it seemed slightly different from the way one would look at a friend's little sister. With both beauty and talent and being a duke's daughter, she was a prime candidate for marriage. Moreover, if they had been interacting since childhood, she would be a precious person in the noble society with whom one could feel at ease. Even if Cornet harbored feelings for Miss Daisy, it wouldn't be surprising. However, to have feelings for the daughter of the Steel Prime Minister would require a resilient spirit, like that of a hero. Since we were currently exploring the dungeon, I decided to overlook the budding atmosphere between the two. I received a handmade rice ball from Claris. It's reassuring that there is rice in this world. Moreover, it's similar to the rice from my previous life. Conveniently shaped into a small round form for easy carrying. It was very easy to eat. I'd prefer seaweed, but that seems unlikely in this world. While pondering if I should ask a seaweed dealer to develop seaweed, it happened. Kick. Monkey-like cries echoed from deep within the cave. Presumably, it was a monkey-type magical creature. It might have come here lured by the scent of food. Sonia and Whist immediately stepped forward, drawing their swords. The reflected eyes, intensified by the light of the magic stone, multiplied in the darkness. Hit GI, accompanied by high-pitched threatening cries, blue-furred monkey-type magical creatures attacked us. Chapter 46, The Villains Conquer the Dungeon 2 Side Isekai Adu. Kick. Monkey-like cries echoed from deep within the cave. Presumably, it was a monkey-type magical creature. It might have come here lured by the scent of food. Sonia and Whist immediately stepped forward, drawing their swords. The eyes reflected by the light of the magic stone multiplied in the darkness. Kick kick hit to GI, accompanied by high-pitched threatening cries. A blue-furred monkey-type magical creature attacked us. One monkey swiftly snatched Curtis's portable food. It would have been better to act quickly. Curtis stared blankly at his hand, which was now empty without the portable food. A jewel monkey. I muttered the name of the magical creature. Since it was a magical creature that also operated outside the cave, it had no resistance to light. It wasn't a strong magical creature, but it had a strong attachment to food. Cornet bounced 2 or 3 magic stones the size of ping-pong balls, causing small explosions that enveloped the creatures in smoke. Sonia and Whist defeated the hesitating creatures one by one. As their companions were defeated, the remaining creatures, while making kick-kick sounds, turned their backs and fled. Possibly attracted by the scent of the creature's blood, bat-like magical creatures with blue wings attacked. Half of them feasted on the corpses of the monkey-type creatures, but the other half flew towards us. Mega lightning. When Claris chanted the spell, lightning struck the creatures. The light of the lightning was white with a hint of purple. It closely resembled the white lightning said to be emitted only by Saint. However, unlike the Saint's lightning, which had both an attacking and purifying effect, Claris's magic had no purifying effect. Nevertheless, many creatures were deterred by the light alone. For a moment, I thought it was Saint's armor. Sonia couldn't hide her surprise at Claris, who had swept away the swarm of bats. Daisy nodded in agreement. Oh, come on. It's too much. If I were the Saint's armor, I'd have cleared all the cave creatures by now. Smiling shyly, Claris, despite her embarrassment, made me want to agree with Sonia. Claris, who wielded magic, had a divine beauty. A jewel monkey, B-rank magical creature. A jewel bat, C-rank magical creature. If it were a dungeon prepared by the school, well, that would be expected. Generally, only magical creatures that wouldn't cause students harm should be prepared. The monster extermination I did with Whist in the early morning often involved dealing with A-rank creatures. It was a bit unsatisfying. Well, for now, the top priority was to clear the dungeon unharmed with everyone. The complex paths were well lit, and we could move forward smoothly without stumbling on extreme steps. There were several forks, dead ends, and places blocked by large rocks where we had to turn back, but overall, it seemed like we were making good progress. At this rate, we thought we could clear the dungeon surprisingly quickly. Just as we were thinking that ahead looks a bit unnatural, Daisy said that certainly, it had been a rocky area until now, but where she pointed, the ground was covered with gravel. Whist, could you throw a slightly larger stone towards that gravel? When I said that, Whist nodded and effortlessly threw a basketball-sized stone toward the area covered with gravel. As soon as the stone fell on the gravel, its figure disappeared. A hole appeared in the gravel ground, and the stone fell straight down. It's a child's trap. Curtis shrugged his shoulders, but Daisy's expression darkened slightly. To her, I asked, is there something bothering you? Even though it's a child's trap, if it weren't for Cornet's armor's light, we wouldn't have noticed the existence of this pitfall. Indeed, the illumination magic cast by magicians doesn't brighten up to this extent. If the visibility is poor, there's a high chance we wouldn't notice. As I nodded, Cornet also showed a slightly stern expression. This is something set up artificially. Avoiding traps is also one of the challenges, right? When I asked, Cornet shook his head. In the case of dungeons created by humans, such as buildings or towers, traps like this may be set in advance. However, in dungeons that have naturally formed like this one, the Academy wouldn't prepare such artificial mechanisms. If that's the case, then who did it? The first person that came to mind was the teacher who explained the dungeon. Claris seemed to be thinking the same thing. That Capes sensei tried to lead Ediardo-sama into this dungeon. The real Capes sensei wouldn't do such a thing. That was probably someone else who transformed into Capes sensei using transformation magic. Everyone in the room, except Cornet, seemed surprised by my words. Well, Cornet didn't seem that surprised. Transforming magic? Even if it was transformation magic, I'm confident I can see through it. For an advanced magician skilled in transformation magic, it would be difficult to see through. I still have a long way to go. Clarice bit her lip in frustration. It seemed shocking to her that she couldn't see through transformation magic and couldn't avoid the danger. However, even if she had seen through the transformation, I don't think the current situation could have been avoided. When I felt something off about Capes Sensei, I vaguely had a bad feeling. Perhaps Arnold had prepared a favorable dungeon for me, but I didn't think he would go so far as to set a trap for me. Cornet sighed. He didn't transform into Maya Sensei but deliberately transformed into the third-year Capes Sensei because if he had transformed into a teacher I was familiar with, the deception would have been exposed. Daisy, as there were only second-year seniors accompanying us this time, could recognize the difference. Yes, as a student council member, I knew about Capes Sensei, who is the advisor. So, I felt that something was different from the usual teacher. If he's a dangerous person, I hope Maya Sensei and Capes Sensei aren't unconscious somewhere. Or worse, killed. Daisy murmured something quite ominous. But it might be a good idea to consider that possibility. The false Capes' intention was thought to be leading Arnold to victory, but perhaps the real purpose was to guide me into a dangerous dungeon. A cute little mechanism like a pitfall is still fine. Huh? When I muttered that, Clarice tilted her head. At that moment, a sound like the rumbling of the earth echoed. Shortly after, we realized that it wasn't an earthquake but footsteps. The surrounding ceiling and the rocks on the ground were slightly trembling. Capture net. When Daisy chanted the spell, a net like a spider's web was spread on the ground. However, the net was only about 1 meter in diameter. Daisy, who wanted to create a larger net, twisted her mouth in frustration. Cornet tapped Daisy on the shoulder. Calm down a bit. Take a deep breath before chanting the spell again. Daisy nodded at his words, placed her palm on the ground, and chanted the spell again. Capture net. This time, the net, which was originally only about 1 meter in diameter, expanded to a width of 3 meters, matching the width of the cave. Daisy, pleased that the magic succeeded, seemed happy. However, I wondered if it would be beneficial for her. Sensing my inner thoughts, Cornet spoke in a low voice. Building her confidence is one way to go. She just has a bit of a complex about magic. It's not that she lacks talent. While everyone was occupied with this conversation, the source of the approaching footsteps revealed itself. It was a red dragon, easily 3 meters long, with red scales and flame-like manes. It was a size larger than the dragon that Cornet rode. Clarice and Daisy's faces stiffened with fear, while Cornet and Sonia gazed up at the dragon with tense expressions. Curtis had completely lost his composure. Except for me and Whist, none of them had faced such a large magical creature before. It's natural to feel scared and tense, and they would be nervous too. Whist and I, who confronted big game every morning, weren't afraid of the fear of the difference in size. Our experience from the morning hunting was proving to be quite useful now. The red dragon, although caught in Daisy's net, effortlessly broke free and charged toward us. This level is beyond what even high-level adventurers can handle. Chapter 47, The Villains Conquer the Dungeon 3-Sided Isekai. This is a level that can't be dealt with unless you're an advanced adventurer. Facing the approaching red dragon, Cornet muttered as he immediately cast defensive magic around us, enveloping us in a transparent dome. At first glance, it looked like a thin glass dome, but it successfully blocked the powerful flames released by the dragon. We were completely unharmed. I couldn't be more grateful that such a capable senior had joined us. I took a deep breath. This is beyond a simple pitfall. I wonder if the mastermind behind putting us in this dungeon knew that the strongest class of dragon, capable of spewing flames from its mouth, was here. If it weren't for Cornet, we wouldn't have come out of this unscathed. It seems that the teacher wants to kill me. Why would they go so far as to transform into Capes and try to kill me before the memories of my past life resurfaced? I might have been a bit overbearing, so I guess I've earned some resentment. But I haven't done anything to deserve being killed. No, I can't believe that the teacher wants to kill me personally. Someone must be behind them, someone who wants to eliminate me. There's only one person that comes to mind. Second Queen, tears harden. I recently dismissed her subordinates, Birios, and the maids, so maybe she's becoming wary of me. It wouldn't be strange for her to consider eliminating me before I become a threat. Giga breed. As I chanted the advanced ice magic spell, a blizzard struck the dragon. The dragon's attribute is fire. Therefore, ice magic would cause significant damage. The flames on the dragon's mane disappeared, and frostbite marked its skin. Nonsense. Unbelievable. Curtis seemed to find it hard to believe that I was using advanced magic. He kept rubbing his eyes and looking at me. Well, if the current scene in front of him is unbelievable, he doesn't have to believe it. Whist, Sonia, cut the dragon's horns while you can. Can we cut dragon horns? Whist's concern was valid. The sword he had was just an ordinary iron sword. Dragons tend to lose strength when their horns are broken, but it's impossible with an ordinary sword. Cornet, reinforce Whist and Sonia's swords. Understood. Whist, aim for the right horn. Sonia, aim for the left. Got it. After giving each of them instructions, I looked at Curtis. It's no use. He's completely frozen and can't move. Whether he's surprised by the dragon or by the fact that I can use advanced magic, I don't know. Since he's useless, let's just pretend he doesn't exist. Daisy, reinforce the binding magic you used earlier. Your Highness, that worked well earlier, but keep chanting until it works. Since it worked before, it should work again. For now, I decided not to expect too much from Daisy's binding magic. Let's just think of it as strengthening practice in combat. I looked at Claris. This time, we'll chant blizzard magic together. The effect will be doubled if you chant together. Claris nodded at my words. We synchronized our timing and chanted the spell together. Giga breed. The dragon, bathed in a blizzard twice as powerful as before, tried to breathe fire, but only a small flame came out. The blazing flames on its mane were completely extinguished. Attempting to spew flames from its mouth, the dragon struggled, but only a feeble fire emerged. Whist and Sonia then struck and cut the frozen dragon's horns, which were about 30 centimeters long, causing them to shatter along with the ice. Immediately, the dragon knelt and collapsed in place. Captionet. Daisy's incantation echoed through the cave. She, who could only create small spider webs until now, managed to weave a large spider web that covered the dragon, and she did it using her power. It seems that belief can indeed lead to success. Cornet, looking delighted as if it were his accomplishment, raised his thumb. Caught in the perfect binding magic, the dragon roared. It struggled for a while, attempting to escape from the net, but the more it resisted, the more entangled it became, making it difficult for even a dragon to break free. For a while, the dragon thrashed about, but it suddenly noticed that its massive body had shrunk to the size of a horse. After a bit more waiting, it was further reduced to the size of a medium-sized dog. Eventually, the dragon, now as small as a lapdog, looked up at us in a somewhat awkward manner. It appears that the giant form was a temporary one, and its true form was that of a young dragon. The small dragon, with its round eyes glistening, trembled as if it were shivering. I'm sorry for waking you up while you were sleeping. I lifted the small dragon and stroked its head. The dragon made a cute sound and buried its head in my chest. I wonder where its parents are. If the child is fighting humans, its parents should rush to its aid from anywhere. The broken dragon horn will regenerate, but until then, its body remains weakened. It will likely be vulnerable to other magical creatures in this state. Cornet walked over and stared at the dragon's child. Are you going to take it with you? The dragon. Yeah, it seems like there's no parent around, and leaving this weakened child dragon with a broken horn here would be pitiful. I see. Then, shall I take the dragon eggs? On a straw bed, 5 large eggs were scattered. Cornet collected the eggs, wrapped them in cloth, and placed them in a bag. The dragon child in my arms made a worried sound, probably a sibling of the eggs. This dragon, to protect its eggs, intended to drive us away by transforming into an adult dragon. It's okay, we'll take good care of them. Cornet comforted the dragon by stroking its head. With no parent dragon around, leaving the eggs alone would likely make them prey for magical creatures. The success rate of artificial incubation is not very high, but it would be great if even one hatches safely. If it grows up safely, it could become a significant force. We barely made it out of the dungeon exit before the time limit. Gapes, who hadn't expected us to return safely, or rather the fake Gapes, was startled. With that teacher by his side, the four guardians Gaive looked down on me and smirked. It took quite a while. Prince Ediardo. Hey, Gaive. Arnold might be exasperated by my antics internally, thinking of me as an unbearable brother, but he wouldn't openly look down on me. So, if his friend were to make such a statement, he would reprimand him. Well, because he's the protagonist. Basically, he's a good kid. It's more the people around him who look down on me and mock me. Oh, it took some time for mining, you say? Skeptical, Gaive looked at me. I took a handball-sized, 7-colored magic stone from the bag I held. It's this. The fake Gapes was even more astonished. This item can only be obtained by defeating a dragon. There are various types of magic stones, including red and blue ones. The mechanism behind it is unknown, but places with magic stone crystals are often considered the nesting grounds of magical creatures, and the richer in magical power, the more abundant the magic stone crystals are said to be. The location that was the dragon's nesting ground had the crystal of rainbow-colored magic stone with significantly powerful magical power. This is called a rainbow magic stone, alias dragon nest, and it is impossible to collect it anywhere other than a dragon's nesting ground. This rainbow-colored magic stone shines with all the colors, making it a rare item among rare items. We were mining rainbow magic stones as long as time allowed. Cornet, who enjoys making magical tools as a hobby, was particularly enthusiastic about excavation. The fake Gapes was trembling in both voice and body. Such magic stones exist. When I went there was nothing like that. I stroked the head of the dragon child sleeping in my arms. It's common for a child dragon to transform into the appearance of an adult dragon to protect itself. A child dragon transformed into the appearance of an adult dragon can be more difficult to control and become more ferocious than an actual adult dragon. If it were an ordinary student, they probably wouldn't have been able to return alive. I asked the fake Gapes. By the way, who are you? Huh? You're not Professor Gapes, are you? What are you talking about? I shot a cold glance at the feigning fake Gapes before looking at Cornet. Cornet, the spell to nullify magic. Yes, nullify fade. Cornet aimed the magician's wand at the fake Gapes and chanted a spell. Smokes began to envelop the area in front of the fake Gapes, covering his figure. What are you doing? Confronting a teacher. Panicking, he shouted, and a figure attempting to leave this place was visible through the smoke. I also chanted a spell. Capture net. Though it was difficult to see through the smoke, I could hear a scream. When the smoke cleared, what appeared was not the figure of the magic teacher Capes but that of the cord magician caught in the binding spell. Birio's Gain. Chapter 48. The villains conquer the dungeon four-side Ediardo. What appeared there was not the figure of the magic Capes but the cord magician, Birio's Gain, captured in a binding spell. Perhaps Arnold and the others hadn't considered the possibility of someone impersonating a teacher, as they were now in shock. Birios, with eyes full of resentment, glared at us and raised his voice. I came here today as a substitute, and yet, not only did you dismiss me, but you also. Such rough treatment. Prince Ediardo Harden is truly unworthy of being the crown prince. Whether I'm suitable as the crown prince or not is another matter. But, did you notice that there's a dragon in the dungeon? Well, that is, you came here as a substitute for Professor Meyer, right? If you didn't notice, you're incompetent, and if you noticed and left it unattended, it's negligence. I'll report this to my father. Upon my words, Birios turned pale, bowed down on the spot, and pressed his forehead to the ground, pleading, Please forgive me. Please, keep this a secret from His Majesty. You want to keep it a secret, even though someone tried to kill me? What do you think the royal family is? Arnold, not understanding what was happening, looked back and forth between me and Birios. The other students were unsettled by the teacher bowing down. Then, Cornet, with an unnaturally bright smile, spoke. Although it's an advanced dungeon, it's used as part of students' lessons. The school must eliminate creatures above a certain level in advance to ensure the safety of the students. The fact that S-rank adventurers have to deal with monsters that should have been eliminated in this dungeon is a serious problem. Upon hearing those words, Arnold's party became restless. If they had chosen the opposite dungeon, they would have ended up fighting a dragon themselves. While Berrios was trying to guide Arnold and the others to a safe dungeon, they, unaware of the situation, blamed him. Facing even the blame from Arnold's side, Berrios, still in a kneeling position, shrank further. Daisy added to his misery, and putting a members of the royal family and nobles' children in a dungeon where dangerous monsters were left is a serious crime. I will report this incident to my father as well. Please keep this a secret from Prime Minister Sama. Oh my. Why should I keep it a secret from my father that I was almost killed? Daisy's voice turned exceptionally cold. Oliver Crenham, the Prime Minister of Hardin Kingdom, is known as the Steel Prime Minister, but there are rumors that he dotes on his daughter. It's hard to believe that the Steel Prime Minister would forgive someone who put his daughter in danger. Berrios's face had turned completely pale. No matter how much he wanted to kill me, involving the daughter of the Prime Minister was a mistake. Did he think that even if Daisy died during dungeon exploration, Tears would manage to cover it up somehow? Even if I had dismissed Berrios, Tears never said anything. Rumors had spread throughout the court that while accepting tuition fees, he had neglected the education of the first prince. Perhaps it was Georges who spread the rumor. Tears had not protected Berrios, and she also dismissed Arnold's magic instructor role. When dismissing Berrios, Tears probably gave him the following order: if you want to restore your honor, deal with Ediardo. Even if we died in the dungeon, Tears would never have protected Berrios. He probably pinned all the blame on him and silenced him while taking advantage of it. Berrios looked at Arnold, seemingly seeking help. However, Arnold, having heard Daisy's story, looked at his former mentor with disdain. To think that such a thing happened. I couldn't believe it when you were dismissed by my brother for neglect of duty. But hearing this story now, I understand. What on earth are you doing? Well, I, was ordered by Queen Tears. What did my mother order you? If you just spout nonsense, you'll be executed on the spot. You know? Arnold pointed his sword at Berrios. The pure protagonist, unaware that his mother was scheming, did not know that Tears was actively working to make him king. In the novel, Tears's involvement to secure position of her son as king was casually written. Naturally, Berrios, with his mouth agape, couldn't say anything. Unable to speak the truth. It's not unreasonable. I suspect that Tears has ordered him to kill me. Arnold probably wouldn't believe that his mother had such a demonic side. Berrios, knowing that he would be dealt with the moment he spoke the truth to Arnold, remains silent. Well, it's fine. The royal family will handle the aftermath. I'm truly grateful that my brother is safe. Arnold, with a genuinely relieved expression, looks at me. While he still lacks some consideration, it's clear that he's not inherently a bad person. After all, we're brothers connected by blood. I don't want to have a relationship where I conflict with my half-brother. Even if Arnold becomes king, I think I'll try to step back as peacefully as possible. Thank you for protecting my brother, Claris. I'm honored. I haven't done much. Rather, I've been protected by Ediardo-sama. Responding to Arnold's gratitude, Claris seemed momentarily surprised, but she quickly composed herself, placed her hand on her chest, and bowed her head. If you weren't here, my brother wouldn't have come back alive. No, I believe that if it weren't for Ediardo-sama's instructions, none of us would have returned safely. Cornet and Daisy nod in agreement with Claris's response. However, probably underestimating me deep down. Arnold, with a wry smile, laughs. You don't have to praise my brother so much. For a moment, Claris seemed irritated, furrowing her brows, but she quickly put on a friendly smile. It looked like a deliberately crafted business smile, but Arnold, who couldn't read the atmosphere, was captivated by her smile, staring at her as if enchanted. Wait a minute. Does this guy, by any chance, like Claris? Hey, let's stop with the common setup where the protagonist falls for the villainess, especially not in this situation. Just to be clear, I have no intention of handing Claris over to you. Don't you have the heroine mimilia? Just go and be happy together. Don't involve me in this section. And so, our dungeon assignment ended safely. By the way, it seems that Professors Meyer and Gapes were found in the form of mice sharing a room in the bachelor's dormitory. The two were discussing what kind of dungeon to prepare for the first-year students when court magician Birios suddenly barged into their room and turned them into mice. Then, taking on the appearance of Gapes, Birios volunteered to take charge of the first-year practical training. The two magic teachers transformed into mice were packed into a small box and thrown into a well, but fortunately, the well was dry, and soft soil had accumulated at the bottom. As a result, the mice didn't drown or die upon impact. Using the well's rope, the teachers managed to get back to the surface and went to the school principal to have the magic undone. Afterward, Birios again became a wanted man, pursued by the court search team, serving a role akin to the police in my previous life. However, no one ever saw him again. Whether the Steel Prime Minister secretly dealt with him, or Tears disposed of him to silence him, is unknown. Either way, it's highly likely that he no longer exists in this world. Arnold's party quickly cleared the dungeon, collected the specified items, and obtained rare items beyond that, earning them excellent grades. Our party, despite being right on the time limit, managed to collect the specified items and, on top of that, received additional points for recovering a rare magic stone that astonished magicians worldwide. The overall scores resulted in both my and Arnold's parties achieving a perfect score. The first place was shared between the two groups. Their first prince was saved by his senior. The power of Claris, the fiancé, is significant. Well, you shouldn't underestimate the power of the first prince who gathered such talents, but he is no match for the popularity of His Highness Prince Arnold. The Academy buzzed with talk of our unprecedented achievement in clearing the dungeon. The praise for Arnold was still prominent, but classmates from Class A came to hear about the events in the dungeon with keen interest. The story of us fighting a dragon became a legend within the Academy. Chapter 49, Dark Side of the Second Queen. I see. Birios is dead, then. Yes. We buried the body in the mountains. Since it's an area with many monsters, the corpse might be dug up and devoured. I see. In her office, Tears Hardin, the second queen of the Hardin Kingdom, took a sip of wine from a golden glass while listening to her subordinate's report. On the desk next to her, a slightly thin but handsome young man with a well-groomed face was diligently working on documents. Originally, the tasks belonged to the second key, but Tears disliked tedious work, so she left all the paperwork to him. Nevertheless, Ediardo Hardin, I wonder what happened to him? It didn't seem like he had the determination to dismiss Birios. Lately, the maids we sent over have also been dismissed. It seems he was told that those who can't perform their duties are not needed. The subordinate, with a deeply hooded face, had a bitter expression on his lips. Tears made a slight clicking noise with her tongue, then carelessly placed the wine glass on the side table. The wine spilled, staining the tablecloth. I underestimated the foolish child who resembles the queen, or perhaps, someone whispered something into his ear. In my opinion, Prince Ediardo changed right after meeting Marquis Charlotte's daughter, Claris. Maybe she influenced him? Oh, she's a somewhat clever girl then. Judging by her academic achievements, she's at the top of her class. She should have been in Class S, but the school placed her in the same class as Prince Ediardo to encourage them to study together. Claris Charlotte. She was originally one of Arnold's candidates for an engagement, right? Tears rested her chin on her fingers, looking up at the ceiling thoughtfully. The hooded subordinate reported calmly on Claris. Marquis's daughter Clarice's willfulness was annoying her father, Marquis Charlotte, and Mistress Belmira. According to social gossip, they were exasperated with her. It's just social gossip. Claris is the stepdaughter of Belmira, right? It's a common story. Stepmothers spreading bad rumors in society to undermine disliked stepchildren. Yes, that's correct. Under the hood, the man had an indescribable expression on his face. He had been instructed by Tears to spread negative rumors about Ediardo, the son of the queen, in social circles. The second queen completely disregarded her involvement. However, perhaps due to their similar way of thinking, The motives of Belmira Charlotte might be transparent to him. Prince Arnold, who had heard rumors about Marquis's daughter, Claris, disliked her and did not attend tea parties, which were also occasions to meet her. Well, that's too bad. It would have been better if they had met. That girl is good-natured, but believing rumors without question is a tricky thing. Tears let out a deep sigh and took another sip of wine. When the glass was empty, a serving woman who was nearby immediately approached and poured wine generously. Seeing the woman's hands trembling slightly, Tears glanced at her. "Oh, you're a new girl." "Why yes." The woman was not yet 20 years old. Although she was currently wearing a maid's outfit, her strikingly beautiful brown hair and fair skin were too beautiful to be limited to a servant role. The young man working as a secretary stopped writing on the document, staring at the woman in a daze. The woman also met eyes with the young secretary and shyly looked down. The young secretary was Tears's favorite handsome young man, and most women who met his gaze tended to react that way. Tears chuckled at the scene of the two and then gave an order to the serving woman, "Pour the wine to the very brim, just right before it overflows." "Why yes." With trembling hands, the woman slowly poured the wine. Just when it seemed she had managed to pour it without spilling, a drop of wine trickled down from the edge of the glass. "Unfortunately, you fail." "We don't need a servant who can't even pour wine properly." Tears rang the handbell placed next to the wine glass. Two burly soldiers appeared in response to Tears's call and grabbed the woman on both sides. "Dispose her." "Understood." The soldiers responded with emotionless voices to Tears's command. The woman's face turned pale, and with teary eyes, she pleaded, "Please, Queen Tears, have mercy. I must work for the sake of my young siblings in place of my injured brother, who participated in monster subjugation." "I don't know anything about that." The serving woman glanced at the secretary as if seeking help, but he awkwardly avoided eye contact. Frowning as if she were hearing the woman's sorrowful voice as mere noise, Tears ordered the soldiers to take her away quickly. The hooded man present sighed. It wasn't that Tears disliked the serving woman's mistake. It was more likely that Tears didn't appreciate the fact that, despite her low status, the woman's appearance was so beautiful that her favorite secretary was captivated by her beauty. The hooded man continued with his report as if nothing had happened. "Upon investigation, Marquis's daughter seems to be far from the rumors. She is well liked by her classmates, and her dormitory lifestyle is exemplary. She seems to strive for a modest lifestyle that doesn't befit a noble. An ideal match for marriage. Prince Ediardo seems to have taken a liking to Marquis's daughter at first sight and appealed to His Majesty to make her his fiancée." Prince Arnold, upon hearing this, blessed their relationship. As a result, their engagement was decided easily. He was probably secretly delighted to pass off the willful daughter to his brother. Truly a foolish child to willingly hand over such a high-quality item to an enemy. Tears drank the wine poured generously in one gulp. Although she had already opened a bottle, her complexion remained unchanged. She drank the wine with the same ease as drinking water. Tears's mood seemed to be uplifted, and her tone was somewhat cheerful. He. I wonder if it's still possible to bring that girl to our side?" The hooded man raised his face in surprise at the consort's joyful murmur. "You mean, making Clarice Charlotte the fiancée of Prince Arnold again? Originally, she was a candidate for that boy. But does Prince Arnold really dislike Miss Clarice? In a political marriage, likes and dislikes shouldn't matter." Saying so, Tears picked up the golden glass, took a sip of wine, and then, looking at the young man writing documents, she ordered him with a gleeful voice, "Write an invitation to the ball for Clarice Charlotte." Chapter 50, Invitation from the Second Queen. Sighed Clarice, "An invitation from hell." If I were to title that envelope, it would probably be something like that. The envelope, adorned with a blood-like deep red paper and black rose patterns with scattered gold foil, was remarkably artistic. However, whether it was the combination of colors or the sender's name, to me, it seemed like an invitation from hell that couldn't be ignored. It was an invitation to a ball sent by Queen Hardin, the second queen. Moreover, it was not addressed to the Marquis Charlotte family but was personally sent to me. It seems that invitations are sometimes sent directly to individuals whom the host wishes to meet. But does the second queen want to meet me? The invitation was handed to me by Curtis Haley in the classroom. I grimaced and couldn't help but protest. Haley-sama, for such important invitations, they should be sent through my family. There was no other choice. When I sent it to the Charlotte Marquis's house, the only response I got was that if Clarice couldn't attend, Natalie would go in her place. Ah. So invitations addressed to me had been arriving at the Marquis's house for some time. From the perspective of Belmira and Natalie, receiving an invitation directly from the second queen, who is the mother of Prince Arnold, wouldn't be amusing. They probably sent a stubborn response insisting that Natalie would attend the ball in my place, just to prevent me from going. The academy will enter its autumn break from tomorrow. Unlike in my previous life, this academy has both spring and autumn breaks. The autumn break lasts for 3 weeks. During the long vacation, the dormitory where I currently live will be closed for maintenance. I have to return to my family home. Already feeling depressed, this invitation arrives as if to add insult to injury. I can't refuse an invitation from the royal family. Even if I decide to attend the ball, I wonder what hindrances I'll face from Natalie and the others. It seemed that it hadn't reached Clarice-sama, so as a classmate, I was entrusted with the task of delivering the invitation. Queen Tia is sending a ball invitation to Claris. Ediardo-sama sitting next to me stared at Curtis with a piercing gaze. Curtis, seeming flustered, said, "I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave here," and hurriedly left the place. He should have at least given the invitation when Ediardo-sama wasn't around. Since the envelope was shown to me, I handed it over. Either way, this is an issue that should be discussed with him. Ediardo-sama took the envelope with a black rose depicted on it and looked at it with a bitter expression. "Have you realized the size of the fish you caught, huh? Did they use that saying about catching a big fish even in this world?" Tilting my head in confusion, I was taken aback by Ediardo-sama's unfamiliarly icy expression as he stared intently at the invitation. "Flame spirit, turn this letter to ashes, MILF." He began to chant a fire spell, attempting to burn the letter, so I clung to Ediardo-sama's arm and hastily stopped him. "Wait, Ediardo-sama. It's not good to burn Queen Tia's invitation. It's not a problem. Clarice Charlotte won't attend due to an unexpected illness." "Wait a moment. What are you arbitrarily deciding?" "That hag. No, Queen Tia's probably intends to pull you over to Arnold's side again. She likely plans to dress you up once again as Arnold's fiancé." Just now, he was about to call her a hag, this Prince Charming. But why is Queen Tia suddenly concerned about me? Puzzled, I tilted my head, and Ediardo-sama gently drew me closer, lifting my chin with his hand. "I wonder if you're completely unaware of your worth." "My worth?" Ediardo-sama's slender fingers moved from my chin to my cheek. Just the touch made my body react with a slight shiver. Just feeling the warmth of his fingertips, my heart raced, and my face grew hot. "You are the eldest daughter of the Marquis's family, bearing the blood of the Grand Duke's lineage. Furthermore, you excel in academics, and your reputation among the teachers is good. Most people in the social circle know that most of the bad rumors about you are lies. Many nobles' sons and daughters are staring at you with heated eyes." That's. "Please don't say it so softly in my ear. Your voice is really like a professional voice actor, and it resonates directly in my chest." Ediardo-sama released the hand that was against my cheek and touched my hair this time. "The fact that I started studying seriously and improved my grades, it's all recognized as being thanks to you supporting me." "How rude." "It's all Ediardo-sama's ability." Internally fluttering with excitement, I was getting annoyed with the rumors circulating. My emotions are quite busy right now. As the gazes around us started turning towards us, Ediardo-sama casually released the hand that was embracing my shoulders. While holding up the deep red envelope to the ceiling, he continued talking. "Indeed, it might be half true that you've helped me, but on Tia's side, she might have thought that I began to change because of Clarice. That's, Tia's probably wants to have a woman who supports Arnold around her. She might think it's thanks to Clarice that I started changing." "No way." "Oops." Before Ediardo-sama could finish his lines, my true feelings slipped out unintentionally. Given my immediate response, Ediardo-sama also seemed to have round eyes, staring at me. No, because she's not a fiancé, and she's not supposed to be a substitute mother for Arnold. Why do I have to be Arnold-sama's mother? I cleared my throat once and decided to change my wording. The second prince's protection is too burdensome for a foolish person like me, I said, and Ediardo-sama couldn't help but burst into laughter at my words. It seemed like he was trying to hold back loud laughter. Did I say something strange? You say such harsh things casually. Oops, I thought I rephrased it, but unconsciously, I ended up saying something rude again. It seems I really dislike being engaged to Prince Arnold. If it were Claris from the novel, she would have been thrilled, but I can't become like that Claris. However, I can't outright refuse Queen Teres's invitation. She is on good terms with Ediardo-sama's mother, the Queen. If I decline and somehow displease Queen Teres, there's a possibility it could affect the Queen's impression of me negatively. That ignorant woman doesn't doubt a fox like her, which is troublesome. Oh, Ediardo-sama, you give such an unsparing evaluation even to your mother. If I miss the ball, Queen Teres will likely use her good relationship with the Queen to spread rumors about me being rude and thoughtless. On the other hand, if I accept, there's a risk of rumors circulating that Clarice Charlotte accepted because she's interested in Arnold-sama. Either way, it's going to be troublesome. Then Ediardo-sama chuckled. This ball is also a celebration of Arnold's birthday. I usually abstain, but if you're going, I think I'll participate as his brother. Ediardo-sama. Daisy and Sonia will also be there, so during the ball, try to stay close to us as much as possible. Ah really? If Ediardo-sama and Daisy and Sonia are with me, it would be very reassuring. The ball won't be frightening if we all go together. While that encouraging thought crossed my mind, I suddenly remembered a fundamental issue, and I couldn't help but feel embarrassed, so I bowed my head. As grateful as I am, there's another problem. I don't have a dress to wear to the ball. The clothes in my closet are all like those worn for shopping in town. Yes, the clothes I have are dresses that commoners would wear. The fabric is cheap, and all of them have faded colors. Rather than calling them dresses, it might be more accurate to say they are one-piece dresses. For a noble to attend a ball hosted by the royal family, these clothes are inadequate. Ediardo-sama seemed to be deep in thought with his arms crossed. When Sonia and Daisy, who had finished their business, returned to the classroom, Ediardo-sama looked at them and spoke. I don't know much about dresses, so it might be better to consult with the ladies. Chapter 51, The Villainess Chooses a Dress. Sighed Claris. A few days later, Hardin Kingdom had a flourishing fashion industry, with numerous clothing-related stores in cities beyond just the capital. Among them, the boutique Immerse stood out, a dress specialty shop established at the request of Queen Immerse, the consort of the previous king. They offered not only custom-made dresses but also a variety ranging from classic to cutting-edge designs. Such expensive-looking dresses. Will my funds be enough? I only have 30,000 jaro right now. Seeing my worried expression, Ediardo-sama whispered to me. I'll buy the dress for you. What? I can't let you go to such lengths. Just think of it as an early birthday present. Ideally, I'd like to give you a special dress made just for you, but there's not enough time until the ball. So, let's choose a dress suitable for you from this boutique together. Oh, the payment has already been taken care of, so feel free to pick any dress you like. I could only widen my eyes in disbelief. How much did he pay? The elegant sheen, the decorations that seemed like precious gems. Unbelievable. Claris-sama, how about this dress? The subdued, high-quality pink color suits you better than a cute pink, Daisy said, pointing to a dress adorned with flower embroidery and diamond beads. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she presented the dress. Sonia, not to be outdone, began showcasing the dress she had chosen. For the beautifully shaped Claris-sama, I think's bold designs are suitable. Mermaid-style dresses emphasizing a beautiful figure are trendy these days. The mermaid line dress, a design commonly seen in my past life, was considered innovative in this world. Women, especially trend-sensitive debutantes, were starting to appear in social circles wearing mermaid-lined dresses. Sonia-sama, such a dress is not suitable for a royal ball. Oh no, Daisy-sama. Even among royalty, dresses of this style are becoming popular. I think it's wise to keep up with the latest trends, but that dress shows too much skin. But, well, I suppose I'd like to see how it looks when worn. After that, I became like a dress-up doll, from a navy, chic dress to a vibrant orange one, a slightly mature purple dress, Daisy's top recommendation, a deep pink dress that matched my hair color the best. Which one suited me the most? But Sonia's top pick, the mermaid dress, might be a good idea too. Sonia looked at me with eager anticipation, and even Daisy, who was initially against it, was now watching with curiosity. The aqua-colored mermaid dress had a bold design, revealing the chest area and featuring a slit. According to the shop assistant, it was inspired by the dress worn by the goddess Jury and was considered somewhat sacred. However, this was like the glamorous attire of Hollywood actresses walking the red carpet in my past life. It was daringly revealing, and while it paid homage to the goddess, it would be embarrassing to wear. The lines of my body were visible, and the back was wide open. The neckline was so deep that it almost revealed cleavage. No, no, that dress is rejected. Ediardo-sama's face turned bright red as he stood in front of me, resolutely opposing it. Then, he draped his cloak over my shoulders and clenched his fists, making a fervent declaration. If you wear this dress, other men will undoubtedly be ogling Claris's body. This dress is rejected. Ediardo-sama, you don't have to get so angry. But, well, it feels kind of nice that he's trying to protect me. Ediardo-sama casually put his arm around my shoulder and pulled me toward him. However, I want you to wear it in front of me, so we'll purchase this dress. I almost stumbled in a comedic fashion. Sonia and Daisy simultaneously applauded Ediardo-sama's words. Both of them were saying, Claris-sama is truly loved, with sparkling eyes. It's kind of embarrassing, though. In the end, Daisy's chosen dress would be worn for the ball, and Sonia's chosen dress was reserved for private occasions. Later on, to help carry the purchased dresses, Sonia and Daisy came to my dorm room. Daisy, who was about to take the dress out of the box and put it in the closet, widened her eyes in astonishment. Claris-sama, are these clothes for the servants? No, they're mine. There are no servants in the dormitory. All of them belong to Claris-sama. Why yes, they're all mine. As I awkwardly scratched my cheek while answering, Sonia and Daisy exchanged glances. Then, Daisy let out a trembling voice filled with anger. I had heard rumors, but this is too much. Even our servants wear better clothes. Sonia, too, looked stunned as she examined the clothes lining the closet. I felt embarrassed and miserable. I knew my clothes were old, but I didn't expect such a reaction. People in the dormitory occasionally looked at me with pitying eyes. At that moment, Daisy's eyes welled up with tears, and she hugged me. Daisy-sama, Claris-sama, I'm sorry for not realizing your suffering until now. I was surprised by her unexpected words. Daisy, are you crying? Why are you apologizing? What are you saying? Daisy-sama, there's no need to apologize. I'm not suffering. I'm very happy now. Only now, right? But just by looking at those clothes in the closet, I can imagine what kind of treatment you've received until now. Daisy's words made my eyes well up with tears. Even though I'm happy now, she cares so much. It's touching. Sonia, too, was expressing anger toward my family, who wasn't present. I want to slash those Charlotte family members to pieces. Sonia-sama, please leave it to me when the time comes. I'll handle it on our end. What time are you talking about? Don't say such ominous things. Even Daisy, with her cute face, casually says she'll handle it discreetly. She really is the daughter of the Steel Prime Minister. Both of you, just being angry on my behalf is enough. There's no need for Sonia to go slashing anyone. Daisy clenched her fist, looked at me with fiery eyes, and said, the servant of Charlotte's family, I don't think they can dress Claris-sama appropriately for the ball. My servants will do their best to dress you beautifully, so please stay overnight at my house the day before the event. So, The night before the ball, instead of going home, I decided to go directly from the dormitory to Daisy's house. Sonia, who was requested by Ediardo-sama to be my escort, also stayed overnight. When we arrived in front of Daisy's mansion, we were taken aback. It's not a mansion, it's a palace. It was as gorgeous as the Palace of Versailles. The bright white walls against the backdrop of the blue sky had intricate carvings from pillars to window frames. The area around the deep green roof was adorned with gold ivy and bird decorations. While not as grand as the royal castle's garden, the expansive grounds featured geometric patterns on the grass, and a rose garden with vibrant red, pink, and large white roses, among other varieties. Furthermore, welcome. Feel free to consider this your home and make yourself comfortable. In the mansion's lobby, a handsome young man with platinum blonde hair and slanted orange eyes welcomed us. Nice to meet you. I'm Daisy's brother, Adonis Crinum. Chapter 52, My friend's house is a palace. Sighed Claris, Adonis Crinum, Daisy's older brother, and in the novel, the one who eventually becomes the Prime Minister, takes over from his father. If his father was the Steel Prime Minister, he is the Cold Prime Minister, known for ruthless interrogations and torture for those deemed enemies. He handed down executions without hesitation, even for those who sold their souls to the demon Prince Dino. By the way, in the novel, the Charlotte family, including their servants, was sentenced to execution, and considered responsible for creating the Black Flame which Claris. When I read the novel, I felt sorry for the Charlotte family, but if there was an underlying story of mistreatment towards Claris, it would make sense. Even such a cold prime minister was softened by the innocent and cheerful nature of Mimilia. He secretly harbored feelings for her and remained single for life. Adonis Crinum was described as an unparalleled handsome man in the novel, but in reality, he was even more beautiful, flawless. While Daisy also had a beautiful face, there was a fox-like charm about her. In contrast, Adonis's face was perfectly symmetrical, like a doll, with no flaws. Moreover, from my perspective, his eyelashes were enviably long. Perhaps it was my imagination, but I could see anemone flowers in the background. Moreover, his surroundings were sparkling. Could this be the aura of a handsome man? Ediardo-sama and Prince Arnold are also undoubtedly handsome, with a distinctive aura, but Adonis's beauty is godlike. Just hearing the name Adonis makes him a handsome character. In my past life, too, it was the name of a beautiful youth loved by the goddess of beauty in Greek mythology. Since he is also a senior at school, outside of social events, I call him Adonis Senpai. He is classmates with Cornet, whom I accompanied to the dungeon the other day, and apparently, they're close friends. Despite the impression of being an unapproachable beauty, he shows a gentle smile to his sister Daisy and us. While heading to the room where we would be staying, I asked Senior Adonis to give us a tour of the mansion. Well, even the lobby is quite spacious, but there are also rooms decorated for the ball, a meeting room, and even a room adorned with artworks reminiscent of a museum. It feels more like sightseeing than visiting a friend's house. The room where Sonia and I are staying is a loft type, similar to a mezzanine in my past life. It's a two-story room with beds and baths on both floors. From the window, you can see the bustling cityscape of Lean, the most prosperous city in the Crinum territory. The city's buildings are all white-themed. Now, bathed in the light of the setting sun, the city is dyed golden. For a while, Sonia and I were captivated by the cityscape, but we can't stay melancholic forever. After putting away our luggage, we are scheduled to have a tea party in Daisy's room. Tea parties in high society may be depressing, but tea parties among friends are enjoyable. By the way, the clothes I'm wearing now were given to me by Daisy. The knee-length orange dress is not only stylish but also easy to move in. Since then, all my casual clothes, except for the magician's hood and dress for visiting the Vine family, have been disposed of by Daisy and Sonia. Well, most of them were too worn out to wear anyway. Moreover, Daisy said, there are still many clothes you haven't worn. Since Claris-sama and I have similar body types, I think you can wear them, and gave me new clothes. I remember that Daisy is slightly shorter, but our body types are almost the same. The clothes fit perfectly. Also, Ediardo-sama gave me clothes for noble girls, casual wear, and outfits for tea parties, tailored to various situations. The closet in the dormitory is filled with a surprising number of beautiful clothes, and this time, I chose my favorite outfit from among them. Sonia, being from a Viscount family, is a member of the nobility, but since she's staying at a duke's house, she was put on her best knight's attire. At that moment, we heard a knock on the door, and Daisy entered. "I'll guide you to my room." Yes, for first-time visitors to this mansion, without guidance, reaching the destination is impossible. There are just too many rooms, and it's vast. Walking with Daisy, Sonia and I felt a bit nervous, and ahead, a man was standing. He had silky platinum blonde hair, and his eyes were the same orange color as Daisy and Adonis. He looked to be in his 20s. But is he older? Laugh lines become noticeable when he smiles. "Are you my daughter's friends?" "I am Oliver Crinham. You can call me Uncle Oliver." Here comes the final boss. Not really, but within the Hardin Kingdom. He's undeniably a boss-like figure. The Steel Prime Minister, Uncle Oliver. I want to call him like that, but you can't address the Prime Minister of a country in such a way. Duke Oliver Crinham. Perhaps due to the resemblance to Daisy's nifty-faced baby face, he looks more like a big brother than a father. Probably, he looks young enough to wear a school uniform without feeling out of place. When compared to senior Adonis, they look more like siblings than father and son. This person is the Steel Prime Minister. At first glance, he seems gentle enough not to harm a fly, but there's something inexplicable in his eyes. Probably the type to have a demon's judgment behind a Buddha's face. "Father, brother, we're starting a tea party with friends now, so please don't disturb us." With a background of cute white daisy flowers and a smiling Daisy, His Excellency Oliver Crinham had a shocked expression. "So, Daisy, won't Papa be allowed to join the tea party?" "Father, there are things that can only be discussed between girls, you know." Then, His Excellency Oliver Crinham made a shocked expression, similar to a crying scream, and asked Daisy with teary eyes, What is this thing that can only be talked about between girls?" "Father, please calm down." "She's a daughter in her teens, so there are at least one or two or maybe three things she doesn't want to tell her father!" With a gentle smile on his face, Adonis-senpai seems to be advising his father, but what he's saying is completely cornering his father. That's what is it that my daughter can't talk to her father about? "No way, it's about love." "No, impossible." "Daisy in love." "Papa won't allow it, won't allow it." "He's so fragile." The Steel Prime Minister has turned into a tofu Prime Minister. Somehow, while shouting, his face turned pale, his eyes rolled back, and his body became limp. Looking at her father, who seems to be having fun, Daisy's older brother seems to be quite sadistic. "Still, I heard that he dotes on his daughter, but it's beyond imagination. If Daisy were to get a boyfriend, would he go insane? If it turns into marriage, maybe he'd die?" Leaving her tofu-like father, Daisy guided us into the room. Oh, there are so many stuffed animals in Daisy's room. There are teddy bear stuffed animals the size of a human placed in the corners of the room, cat stuffed animals lined up on the shelves in different colors, and a rabbit stuffed animal holding a cup. Passing through the stuffed animal room, we went out onto a spacious terrace where the high tea set was already set up, ready for a tea party at any time. A tea party overlooking the cityscape of the evening we saw earlier. It's called an evening tea. And in addition to appetizers and sweets, there are also main dishes lined up. Daisy said to us with a beaming smile, "Today, let's have a leisurely meal and talk a lot." Chapter 53, Crinham Family's Girls' Night Outside Claris. "I've been troubled by father as well. I'm not a child forever, you know." Daisy sighed, then took a sip of herbal tea. I chuckled and said, "But it's enviable. I'd brew Daisy's father's toenail scrapings and make my father drink it." "Yes, if it's okay with my father's toenail scrapings, I'd gladly make Claris's father drink it to his heart's content." Daisy's smile turned dark. Perhaps she said it in jest, but the thought of making my father drink toenail scrapings is terrifying. Anyway, let's change the subject. "By the way, I'm grateful. Thanks to Daisy-sama and Sonia-sama, my dress for the ball is decided. I couldn't have done it alone. Hee. We enjoyed choosing dresses so much that we got carried away. Right, Sonia-sama? Indeed. And the reaction of Prince Ediardo when Claris-sama wore the dress I chose. Upon recalling, Sonia laughed, and Daisy seemed to remember as well, giggling. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I decided to focus on my tea. It was so cute with a possessive air. Indeed. Claris-sama, you're loved too much. No. That's not. I mumbled my words and took a sip of tea. Oh, I forgot to add sugar. It's delicious straight, though. After sipping the warm tea, I felt a bit calmer, so I decided to turn the conversation to their love lives as if to reciprocate. What about you two? Is there someone you're interested in? At my question, the two exchanged glances and shyly looked down. Oh, from that reaction, it seems both of them have someone they're interested in. I don't want to be the only one teased, so I might as well dig deeper. Occasionally, please share your love stories. I'll be happy to listen and offer advice if you want. Daisy, looking fidgety, glanced around the room as if making sure there were no servants nearby. Well, it would be troublesome if her liking someone got known to Duke Grinham through the household staff. I've been training in magic recently with someone. He carefully teaches me the secrets of magic, and he's considerate, always listening to my troubles. Is it perhaps Cornet-senpai? I asked in a hushed tone. Walls have ears, after all. I asked quietly not to be overheard. Bingo, it seemed, as Daisy blushed and nodded vigorously. Hee, cute. I already knew that she was training in magic with Cornet-senpai. It was easy to guess. So, she likes Cornet-senpai. Cornet-senpai is from the same marquis as me, and although his status is lower than that of the Grinham Duke, he's the wealthiest person in the Harden Kingdom. He wouldn't be a bad match for the Grinham family, but considering the father, he might oppose regardless of who the partner is. You two would be a good match. I'll be cheering for you. Sonia said it in a normal voice. We don't have any magical stones with eavesdropping functions in this room, right? Thank you, Sonia-sama. I'll make this love come true by any means necessary. Surprisingly passionate. Using any means necessary sounds a bit dangerous, but I guess it's possible. But indeed, Cornet-senpai might be a good match for her. Although he seems to have his quirks, he's undeniably handsome. Now it's Sonia-sama's turn. Daisy's eyes sparkled as she looked towards Sonia. Interested as well, I stared at her with expectant gaze. Her usually dignified face turned bright red. And, uncharacteristically, she let her gaze wander as if flustered. My story, it's not interesting at all. There's nothing dull about love talk. Without hesitation, I blocked my escape route. Daisy nodded in agreement, then added with a smile, please don't run away, Sonia-sama. Sonia took a sip of slightly cooled tea, sighed, and began speaking in a low voice. Well, he's my childhood friend, but I've always thought of him as a younger brother. When we were kids, he was shorter than me, so I thought he was cute. When it came to childhood friends, there was one person that came to mind, and Daisy and I exchanged glances. Both of us silently confirmed, it's him, right? We nodded at each other. Just recently, during night training, I twisted my ankle while limping towards the infirmary. He helped me. He carried me to the infirmary, holding me at his side. Carried at the side. In other words, a princess carry. Sonia covered her now bright red face with her hands. Having a man carry me was an experience I had never had in my life. I always thought of him as cute, like a younger brother, but at that moment, I realized he was a handsome man. Daisy peered into Sonia's face mischievously and asked, is Whist Belmont-sama the one Sonia-sama likes? Why yes. Sonia, usually dignified, showed an unexpectedly cute face and reaction. I wanted Whist to see her like this. Daisy excitedly cheered. You two make a great couple. I'll be cheering for Sonia-sama and Belmont-sama too. In this way, the girls' romantic talk became quite lively. In the adjacent room, the Steel Prime Minister was nervously sipping tea alone, wondering what could those girls be so happily talking about. Section. Next day. After a leisurely breakfast on the terrace, about an hour later, Daisy's room turned into a battlefield. The maids of the Crenham family mobilized to prepare me and Daisy. Sonia, acting as my escort to the tea party, had already dressed herself in the knight's attire. She sat on a chair, watching our preparations leisurely. The maids, with free hands, said, "Let's adorn the escort's hair too." They untied Sonia's long hair, bundled it up, and added a beautiful flower hairpin to the ponytail knot. Sonia looked a bit happy with the sparkling hairpin. While finding her adorable, I soon found myself groaning as the maids tightened the corset. I apologize. I'll loosen it right away. It's okay, but, if you could loosen it a bit, that would be great. The preparations for noble girls are quite challenging. Corsets need to be fastened, and dresses suitable for social events are not easy to put on alone. The maids played a role similar to today's hairstylists and coordinators. And then, exclamation mark. In front of the mirror, seeing myself dressed up for the first time, I was so surprised that I couldn't speak. Since my mother passed away, I have only worn simple dresses that commoners wear. My hair had never been set so neatly. Daisy, also beautifully dressed, looked several times more beautiful than usual. The maids, seeing us fully prepared, cheered aloud. "Wow, beautiful indeed. Like flowers just bloomed." "Oh, I want to call a painter right now and have them paint us." I was surprised to see myself in the mirror, more beautiful than I ever thought. Oh, after all, I'm a girl. Being dressed up so nicely made me feel overwhelmingly happy, but I couldn't just be overjoyed. Unlike the previous tea party, the host of this ball is a formidable opponent, practically a political enemy of Ediardo-sama. "We're with you." Seeming to sense my anxiety, Daisy stood next to me and reassured me with strong words. "I'll protect you even at the cost of my life if anything happens." Sonia's words from her position were a step behind. I was happy enough to want to cry, but I didn't want her to risk her life. Before being my escort, she is my friend, right? However, such true feelings couldn't be expressed. Living in an aristocratic society requires understanding one's position. Unconsciously, my expression tightened, and my eyes became more determined. "Now, let's go to the battlefield called High Society." Chapter 54. The villain prince goes to the ball. Side Ediardo. Crystal Hall. Crystal Court in the royal castle. The most beautiful room in the entire palace is said to be the Crystal Hall. In the center of the hall stands a large, naturally pure crystal. The huge chandelier adorning the ceiling, as well as the pillars supporting the castle, are also made of sparkling crystals. Sculptures of goddesses, fairies, and flowers decorate them. Guests are gathering in the venue. Accompanied by my aide Curtis and the appointed guard Whist, I step into the hall. "Oh, you've never attended this ball before. It's truly an honor for Prince Ediardo to grace us with his presence." "Yeah, it's an unbelievable story, but I heard that if Clarice-sama, your fiancé, is going, you decided to attend as well. His Highness seems particularly infatuated with his fiancé, isn't he?" I accidentally overheard hushed voices discussing this, and, well, the rumors are mostly true. It's a fact that I'm infatuated with Claris. You could say I came here to crush any bugs trying to approach her. Behold, it's Prince Ediardo. He's as beautiful as the Queen. Lately, he seems to be earnestly studying both academics and magic. Come to think of it, his expression seems to have changed more than before. That's because it's said he's been studying alongside Clarice-sama. He seems to spare no effort for the woman he loves. Clarice-sama might become the ideal woman as his wife, though they intend it as a private conversation. I can hear you loud and clear, young ladies. In reality, I started studying on my own before my past memories returned. Well, I'll accept the rumors if they paint me in a better light because of Claris. I take a seat in the royal family's section set up beside the throne where the king and queen usually sit. Normally, the queen would occupy the throne, but for this celebration of the second prince's birth, the queen, who is also the second queen, is allowed to sit there. Curtis, standing behind, seems to be looking at Whist with a rather unamused expression. Perhaps he finds it amusing that a knight of lower rank, like Whist, is standing beside me. Suddenly feeling a gaze, I look forward, and there's Tears, seated on the throne. staring intently at me. She's not glaring at me or anything. It's more like she's observing me as if trying to peel off my disguise. Furthermore, there are sharp glares from the nobles supporting Arnold, and the whispered attacks are audibly reaching me. I've avoided attending Arnold's celebration balls until now because of this. However, it's different this time, as Claris received a personal invitation. Claris' Sama influence seems to have improved his grades a bit, but he's still nowhere near Prince Arnold. That person is a rare genius of the modern age. He came here as if chasing after his fiancée. Isn't he ashamed? The nobles surrounding Tiras are speaking ill of me, trying to drive me away from this place. If I were me before my memories returned, I might have bitten my lip and left the scene. Then I would have complained to my father about those gossiping, though the complaint wouldn't have gone anywhere due to Tiras' influence. I planned to arrive at the castle with Claris and head to the venue together, but Curtis, seemingly discontent, urged me to hurry to the venue. Perhaps they wanted to drive me out before Claris arrived. Well, even if that's the case, it won't go the way you want. Why is he here? Ignoring my lack of reaction, one of the nobles expresses their frustration, seemingly directed at me. Whist, unable to bear it any longer, quietly suggests to me, "Shall we secretly shut him up later? Leave him be. There will be plenty more like him." Curtis doesn't seem to like that Whist and I are whispering, wearing an unhappy expression. At that moment, the venue buzzes with excitement. Arnold Hardin and the heroine, Mimilia Boldor, appear arm in arm. The two of them are walking arm in arm, looking very close. When they come before me, Mimilia smirks at me. Come to think of it, in the novel, doesn't Ediardo get jealous of the two being affectionate at the party? That's when he first realizes they are in love, right? I have no interest in any of you, so feel free to get along without me. With a composed expression, I see Mimilia laughing softly, saying, he, pretending to be okay, or something like that. It's not pretending. I'm okay. Arnold gives me an innocent smile. I didn't expect my elder brother to come to the ball. I apologize for not coming until now. No. It's not like that. Perhaps he didn't expect to be apologized to. Arnold, in an uncharacteristic manner, seems flustered. Mimilia is also scrutinizing me closely. Considering my actions before my memories returned, it's understandable. Maybe I've never apologized to anyone in my entire life. Even if it's not sincere, I can at least apologize to someone who might become the future king. Besides, the me before my memories returned was, from the current perspective, quite unbearable. I decided to ask Arnold. Arnold, what about the young lady over there? I can't go into details right now, but if you could consider her my one and only. I see. That's a joyous thing. Love her devotedly. Of course. Arnold nods emphatically. Well, at least the answer is good. Despite acting all lovey-dovey with Clarice the other day. Internally, I find it a bit ridiculous, but I won't deliberately spoil their moment since they're getting along now. Mimilia looks at me with an unexpectedly surprised expression, and she mutters, "Something's different." What's different? I don't get it. Understanding extraterrestrials is challenging. What? Are you Ediardo? Mimilia Boldor, as I've mentioned before, address me as Your Highness in front of royalty. Arnold forgave me. Are you really that mean? Hey, calling me by my name and using casual language. Moreover, openly talking about the possibility of facing charges of disrespect. Are you trying to act like you're part of the royal family just because you became Arnold's lover? Mimilia hasn't fully accustomed herself to the noble society. Big brother. Sweet. You're so sweet to your lover. If you're entering the social scene, get used to it quickly. Can't you even educate your lover? I want to express my anger, but this is a social event, so I'll keep quiet. Most of the surrounding nobles are Arnold supporters, and even if I say something reasonable, I'll end up being portrayed as the villain. Arnold dislikes the selfish Claris, even skipping a tea party, yet the woman he caught himself turns out to be just as selfish. Fortunately or unfortunately, Arnold hasn't realized it yet. By the way, isn't Clarice Charlotte Sama, your fiancée, with you? She's currently staying at the Cronum Duke house. She's planning to come here with her friends. I plan to escort her once she arrives. I actually wanted to go and pick up Claris, but the Duke of Crenham opposed it. If a carriage carrying the first prince headed to the Crenham family's house on the day of the ball, it would cause trouble. I might be seen as neglecting my fiancée to welcome Daisy. Even if I explained that Claris and Sonia were also staying there, it would take time to quell the already spread rumors. So, the decision was made to escort Claris after her arrival. Arnold is visibly disappointed. So, you didn't have a fight or anything? What were you expecting, Arnold-kun? You're quite unpleasant, you know. Or rather, are you still pursuing Claris, even though you have a lover right in front of you? Well, in the case of royalty, having more than one lover is quite common. Even our father, the king, had 3 queens, but now there are only 2 queens. The first and third queens both died of illness. Well, officially. In reality, they were apparently poisoned by someone, and though the culprit is still unknown, it's easy to guess who it might be. I glance briefly at Tears. The socially adept second queen is fully engaged in greetings with her noble allies. She seems to be happily chatting with some noble couple even now. Anyway, Arnold doesn't seem to feel much guilt about having 2 lovers, which is probably different from my ethical standards. Well, in the past life in Japan, some people cheated, but, all right then, big brother. We'll be going now. Please enjoy yourself. Yeah, the surrounding nobles look at us surprisingly. Well, seeing me and Arnold talking so amicably must be an unusual sight in the social scene. I feel a gaze on me, so when I look toward the throne, Tears is wearing quite a bitter expression. I wonder if my presence here really bothered her. Or maybe she didn't like the fact that Arnold and I were having a conversation. If she's planning to dispose of me eventually, she probably won't be pleased with Arnold and me becoming close. Feeling another piercing gaze, I turn around. Hey, Curtis, don't look at me with that jealous expression. We're just having a normal conversation as brothers. If you're going to be jealous to this extent, just go back to Arnold. You're a troublesome one. Chapter 55, The Villain's Ball. Once Ediardo. I extend my greetings to His Majesty, the symbol of the glory of the Hardin Kingdom. I sincerely thank you for hosting such a grand ball for my sake. Even if they are father and son, in this setting, Arnold must address his father as His Majesty. Arnold places his hand on his chest and bows deeply. His demeanor is very elegant. I wonder if I used to make such greetings before my memories returned? No, I can't remember. Your Majesty, the Queen, thank you very much for inviting us to this wonderful party. For Mimilia, she's putting in more effort than usual in her greetings. She can perform the ladylike curtsy, and considering her previous behavior, the standards for evaluation are low, but she's trying. Arnold and Mimilia stand side by side, making greetings in front of King and Tears, almost like a married couple. Curiously, I glance at Tears. Oh, she's staring at Mimilia with an intense gaze. I can almost feel the murderous intent in her eyes. Why are you here? You weren't invited, were you? It's as if I can hear the angry shouting in her mind. She probably planned to bring Claris to her side, but I showed up, and on top of that, Arnold brought Mimilia without permission. Nothing is going according to her plans. She seems frustrated. The fan she's holding is bent and likely snapped in her anger, but the insensitive Mimilia doesn't seem to notice Tears' gaze at all. Naturally, the oblivious Arnold doesn't notice his mother's anger either. In a way, their lack of sensitivity might be a part of the hero power and saint power. To me, who is an alien, Mimilia appears as a beautiful woman to the nobles who don't know much about her. Who is that beautiful and charming young lady? She is the young lady of the Bordeaux family, Miss Mimilia Bordeaux. Bordeaux family? Was there a young lady in that family? Mimilia was originally a commoner and became an adopted daughter of the Bordeaux family. It's not surprising that this fact isn't known in high society. As expected of the heroine, she has a beautiful face, and when she smiles, there's an indescribable cuteness to it. Arnold's handsome appearance and presence also help make them the center of attention in no time. Curtis sighs in admiration and praises Arnold. Indeed, Prince Arnold, I mean Ediardo, is in a different league. Hailey-sama, if you're Ediardo-sama's escort, Isn't it enough to handle it on your own? Prince Arnold doesn't seem to have an escort with him right now. Whist immediately adds a sarcastic remark. Curtis hurriedly shakes his head and responds in a flustered tone. What are you saying? I am merely Prince Ediardo's retainer. Please leave Ediardo-sama to me. Unlike you, I sincerely wish to serve Lord Ediardo from the bottom of my heart. Do you dare to suggest that you're aiming for the position of a retainer? I simply want to serve Ediardo-sama with all my heart. Unlike you, Whist doesn't actually have any ambitions. He genuinely admires me, the first person to acknowledge his strength. That's why he doesn't like Curtis, who constantly praises Arnold. Whist doesn't seem to appreciate Curtis trying to get close to Arnold, but Whist's words make sense. Arnold and the others don't have guards, which is a bit concerning. Well, it's inside the castle, so there's no need to worry about being targeted by someone. And that's probably why Arnold didn't bring the 4 guardians. Still, just to be safe, would you mind being by his side, Prince Ediardo? But I'm asking. Please protect my little brother. I appeal with a serious look, and Whist, with shining eyes, nods vigorously. He must think that being able to stand confidently by Arnold's side is a great opportunity. Maybe he'll be treated as an intruder by Mimilia, though. He quickly runs toward Arnold and informs him of the order to serve as his guard. Arnold looks over at me and bows lightly, expressing his gratitude. It's probably a thank you for providing Curtis as a guard. On the other hand, Mimilia gave me a brief glare. It's like she's saying, "Don't send extra people, it's annoying." Arnold signals to the court orchestra conductor by snapping his fingers. The conductor bows and raises both hands. Elegant music fills the hall, and people start dancing with their partners. Arnold and Mimilia also begin to dance. Oh, the saint is skilled at dancing. As expected of the main characters, they create a picturesque dance scene against the backdrop of crystals. Looking at them like this, they really seem like the hero and heroine. I had been absent-mindedly watching the scene for a while when a messenger approached. The Crinum carriage has arrived. Upon hearing that the Crinum family carriage, with Claris on board, had arrived, I stood up from my seat. Seeing me in this state, some nobles nearby misunderstood and chuckled. I guess he couldn't stand being there any longer. Indeed, His Highness Arnold is on a different level. Unlike that arrogant Claris, it must have been displeasing to see him happily escorting an amiable and charming beauty. Hey, they're freely interpreting things. Even Tiras, who was upset with Mimilia just a while ago, is now looking at me with disdain. Well, enjoy it while you can. I'll be back soon with my beloved fiancé. Whist and I went to the royal gate to welcome Claris. Daisy was just descending from the carriage, being helped by a handsome young man. That young man, with platinum blonde hair and orange eyes like Daisy, was probably Adonis Crinum, her brother and my other cousin. When Daisy noticed my presence, her face brightened, and she said, "Please escort Clarice-sama." I nodded and approached the carriage. Ediardo-sama. Clarice, coming out of the carriage, called my name. Unconsciously, I held my breath. I already knew she was a beautiful woman, but today, Clarice was unbelievably stunning. Clarice. I took Clarice's hand and escorted her to the ball venue. The Daisy siblings followed, and Whist and Sonia walked behind as guards. I have to be careful not to trip while being enchanted by her beauty. But I can't take my eyes off her. I want to keep looking at her. Damn. Why isn't there any photography in this world? I want to capture her image forever. As we entered the venue, the nobles were in a stir. Oh, His Highness Ediardo has returned with Clarice-sama. What is that Clarice-sama? What a beauty. Whoever spreads rumors that she's not attractive is spreading baseless gossip. Numerous glances are directed our way, not only at us but also at the Crinum siblings behind us, and Whist and Sonia as well. The bespectacled lady is Daisy Crinum, the daughter of Duke Crinum, right? Duke Crinum's daughter? So, the one escorting her is Duke Adonis's son, isn't it? The Crinum siblings, dressed up, were also incredibly beautiful. The guards following them, Sonia and Whist, were also exceptionally good-looking. Who is that young man with Ediardo-sama since earlier? That is Whist, the vice captain of the first unit, who captured a griffin alive recently. Due to his outstanding strength and leadership, He was selected as the vice captain of the first unit. Since joining the executive unit, Wist has made remarkable achievements. When the previous vice captain retired due to old age, he nominated Wist as the next vice captain. The news shocked the Night Order, and there were opposing voices, but General Robert, acknowledging Wist's strength, put his seal of approval on it, and the objections quickly faded. And that tall and beautiful woman? That's Sonia Kelly, the vice captain of the 7th unit. So far, she's the only woman who has risen to the position of vice captain. Sonia had become a topic of discussion as the first woman to achieve the position of vice captain in the combat unit. While there were many female knights in the unit, it was still rare for a woman to be chosen among strong male knights. Claris Charlotte. I see. It's understandable why His Highness Ediardo would be infatuated. Such a beautiful woman, he won't easily let her go. Many nobles are making bitter faces, but some genuinely praise us. Moreover, despite knowing that I am here, several young nobles are still sending admiring glances at her. There are people who, once in love, become oblivious to their surroundings. Having a girlfriend like mine can be genuinely sinful. We headed towards the throne to greet King and Tears. The gaze of the second queen is piercing. Her eyes feel like they are stabbing me. I'm bowing, so I don't know what expression she's wearing right now. However, when I finished bowing and raised my head, Tears already had a graceful smile on her face. In my past life, she might have become quite a famous actress. Chapter 56, The Villain's Ball. Two-side. Ediardo. Second Queen Tears Hardin. In the novel Destined Love, from a commoner girl to a queen, Tears is portrayed as a deeply religious woman. As the niece of the high priest, she received a divine revelation one day. Tears, the child you will bear will eventually become the king, and awakening the power of a hero, he will save this country. Devout Tears followed the divine revelation. Initially, she ingratiated herself with the king. As the second queen, her goal was to eliminate the first and third queens to secure the throne for her son. However, she found camaraderie with Queen Media and eventually became close friends. Still, she considered her son Ediardo selfish, tyrannical, and intellectually lacking, thinking him unfit for the good of the country. Feeling apologetic towards her friend, Tears planned to assassinate Ediardo, for the sake of the country and to make Arnold the king. Even when Ediardo became the Dark Hero, her stance remained unchanged. Tears bravely confronted Ediardo, wielding a self-defense knife, prepared to cross swords. However, her attack was quickly evaded, and she would have been stabbed by Ediardo if not for the intervention of her son, Arnold. Tears's ruthless yet courageous character had become secretly popular among a small portion of readers. Well, the actual Tears is a bit different. While she is indeed the niece of the high priest, she is not particularly devout. I have never seen her go to the temple to pray. To make Arnold the king, she spread rumors about me, exerted pressure to prevent other nobles from getting close to me, and, most importantly, hindered my progress in magic and scholarship. Although her motivation to target my life is similar, it probably doesn't come from the religious or patriotic sentiments depicted in the novel. Nevertheless, did she order Barrios to kill me? She has a kind and gentle face with downturned eyes. It's hard to believe that she ordered a psycho woman to kill a 17-year-old boy. In my past life, there was also a person who had a gentle face but was devious. His Majesty, Queen Tears, thank you for inviting us to this wonderful ball. I would like to sincerely congratulate my brother Arnold on his 17th birthday. It's been a while, Ediardo. Yes, since my birthday. By the way, there was a ball on my birthday as well, but it wasn't as grand as this one. There were fewer guests, the venue was smaller, and the decorations were simpler. That's all from before my memories resurfaced. It was such a lonely ball that I left halfway through. I had no dance partner and no friends. Although the cause was my fault, the pre-memory resurfacing me was lonely. But now, I have a beloved fiancé and I have friends. The presence of Wist and Sonia guarding me from behind is reassuring. I look at Tears. I won't let you have it your way. A declaration of war in my mind. Of course, my expression remains calm, like ripples on the water. However, Tears might have telepathic skills. Her smiling face turns expressionless. And with a cold gaze, She looks down on me. After the greetings with the king and tears, we move to the center of the hall, facing each other. Then we bow. It's the first time I'll be dancing with a woman other than my mother at a ball. Moreover, the partner is my beloved fiancé. There couldn't be a happier occasion. If I step on your foot, I apologize. I should be the one apologizing if I can't lead well. We both apologized in advance, and feeling a bit ridiculous about it, we started dancing with a chuckle. Since I've received praise from teachers during dance lessons at school, I have some confidence. Claris also danced with me during class and was very skilled. People's attention turned towards us. Somehow, Arnold-sama is better at dancing. I don't care about those comments. There are overwhelmingly more words of praise. And no matter what others say, it doesn't matter. Dancing with the girl you love is so enjoyable. Suddenly feeling someone's gaze, I glanced to the side and saw Arnold with a complicated expression and Mimilia, who was openly hostile towards us. Strictly speaking, Mimilia's hostility is not towards me but towards Claris. She probably didn't like her attention being stolen so quickly. No matter how lovely a face is, when jealousy twists it, it becomes unbearable. I shot a brief glare back at Mimilia. She flinched and quickly averted her gaze, and I felt several piercing gazes directed at me as well. If I weren't in the position of a prince, there's no way a fool like me could have such a beautiful woman as my fiancée. Well, before my memories returned, I was indeed foolish, proud, and had high expectations. Despite being a prince, I had trouble finding a fiancé. After enjoying the dance for a while, we sat on the chairs placed against the wall and took a break. At that moment, Adonis Crinum approached us. "Allow me to greet you once again. I am Adonis Crinum, the eldest son of the Crinum family. Is it my imagination, or can I see sparkling things in the background? He is that dazzlingly handsome." Naturally, the gazes of women directed at him double. I've been wanting to talk to Adonis at a more leisurely pace. The honor is mine. I, too, have heard about His Highness from my sister and Cornet, and I have been wanting to talk to you. He is a strategist much like his father, a thorough meritocrat. He's already in charge of military personnel affairs, and he dismisses knights in the execution unit who do not produce results, regardless of their status. The fact that Wist and Sonia became vice-captains is largely due to his personal decisions. The fact that Adonis greeted me before Arnold has significant meaning in this social setting. The Crinum family is practically declaring support for me over Arnold. After Adonis, Cornet also greets me. He participated in this ball as a representative of the Marquis family. By the way, these two seem to be good friends at school. The greetings of these two aristocrats with tremendous power caused even more commotion among the people. Could it be that you intend to make Prince Ediardo a puppet? Certainly, that's one possibility. Those who do not doubt that I am nothing more than a fool interpret it this way. While many nobles are greeting Arnold, some of them have also come to greet me. By aligning with the Crinum and William families, it seems that people now view me as a person who could become the crown prince. Also, classmates who are friendly with me at school came to greet me. As I respond smoothly to the nobles who approach me, the entrance to the venue becomes noisy. Turning our faces in that direction along with the nobles we were talking to, we see, oh my, Natalie Charlotte, who put in a lot of effort to dress up, is entering with her mother. Why is my sister here? And Mimilia Boldor, someone like you being invited to the royal ball is unthinkable. Perhaps feeling a headache, Claris pressed her forehead with her palm. Sonia stood protectively in front of Claris, ready to draw her sword at any moment. Following suit, Wist also stood in front of me, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword. Natalie, taken aback by the gaze of the two guards, flinched and quickly averted her gaze. To protect Claris from her mother and sister, I also put my arm around her shoulder. At that moment, Arnold's voice echoed through the venue. "Natalie Charlotte, stop following me already." It's like the line of a protagonist ready to condemn the villainess. Perhaps feeling déjà vu, as the novels Arnold probably said something similar. Arnold Hardin, accompanied by the heroine, passed by us and confronted the villainess. Chapter 57, The Villain's Ball 3 Side Ediardo. Natalie Charlotte, seriously, Stop following me. Why? Why would I? I am obedient, unlike my willful sister, and I'm not of lowly birth like Mimilia. Unlike my sister who betrayed you and ran to Prince Ediardo, I have done my best to serve you. When humans speak ill of someone, it's often a manifestation of trying to make oneself look good. Natalie's current demeanor is blatantly self-elevating, putting down Claris and Mimilia. However, it's futile to say anything to Arnold, who is infatuated with the heroine. He lovingly embraces Mimilia and declares, "I found true love." Mimilia Bordel. She is the saint chosen by the goddess July, and the woman I have chosen as my partner. Oh, he's announcing that Mimilia is a saint here. Come to think of it, there was a scene like that in the novel. Wasn't that scene related to this ball? Mimilia's announcement of being a saint caused a commotion in the hall. Tears. Her fan is completely snapped in two. She bites her bright red lips, seemingly unable to hide her anger. What's with her, making such a declaration on her own? That's probably what she's thinking. The people around don't seem to notice Tears' anger. Impossible. A common-born baron's daughter as a saint? In the novel, Claris says this line, but Natalie is saying it now. Mimilia seems to be hiding behind Arnold, appearing to tremble. Yet she turns a secretly triumphant face toward Natalie. In the novel, she is a kind girl who doesn't forget to show consideration even to an opponent who belittles her. I didn't want to see that kind of face on the heroine. Is she the saint? If the saint is Prince Arnold's lover, doesn't that mean there's a high possibility of Prince Arnold becoming the crown prince? People present are skeptical about Mimilia Bordel being a saint. Well, although she has the image of a pure saint. Right now, Mimilia, who is clinging to Arnold like a spoiled child, is wearing a flashy dress with plenty of frills and jewelry, a low-cut neckline, and heavy makeup. It's hard to describe her as very pure. Wasn't Mimilia terrible at magic? And she doesn't seem to be very good at studying either. She's the saint? Hey, is the Harden Kingdom okay? Noble children who know Mimilia from school are expressing uneasy voices. Yeah, it's not unreasonable for you guys to feel uneasy. Of course, many nobles are captivated by Mimilia's beauty and admire her. Especially those who were enthusiastic about Mimilia at school are now both praising and lamenting. Mimilia looks even more adorable today. I see. She's a saint. May Prince Arnold be happy. Considering the invasion of the demon Prince Dino, it would be helpful to have the power of a saint. But there is considerable anxiety about whether the current Mimilia can obtain such power. If she were chosen as a saint, she would have to pray in the temple every day and devote herself to the training of magic. If she earnestly trained, she should have acquired at least the ability of an intermediate mage by now. But there is no mention of such training. It is suspected that this saint has not been earnestly devoted to training. While the power of love for Arnold might awaken Mimilia's power, it is highly questionable whether the power of love for the saint, who also sends passionate glances to Adonis Crinum, can be exerted. Ideally, Arnold should admonish such a saint, but from the looks of it, he is quite indulgent. Indeed, it's better not to rely on the power of the saint. I need to develop the power to protect myself. At that moment, Belmira shouted hysterically at Claris. Claris, you are someone who should not be here. You are not suitable for this ball. I have received approval for Natalie to attend this ball on behalf of the Marquis family. Looking at Claris in her splendid attire, Belmira seems to be quite upset, becoming emotional. Oh, the pitiable image of Belmira, struggling with Claris's whims and causing trouble, is collapsing. It seems Belmira found it amusing in some way, as she smiled and said, "Indeed, I have received approval for Natalie Charlotte to attend the ball as a member of the Marquis family. However, I have also sent a direct formal invitation to Clarice Charlotte personally." "Directly? You mean, without going through our house?" Unbelieving, Belmira shook her head. Tears tilted her head slightly and spoke in a questioning tone. "Well, if I sent a letter to the Marquis Charlotte family, it would never reach Clarice, would it? I've sent letters 3 times, you know. Even though I wrote that this time I wanted the letter to be given to Clarice, the responses were all the same as if they were copied. Send Natalie instead of Clarice." Belmira's face is visibly contorted. "Stupid. If you ignore the content of a letter from the royal family, replying with such a response is not acceptable. right? In principle, the person to whom the letter is given must write the reply. Especially in the case of letters from the royal family, it is better not to have someone else write their reply unless there is a very good reason. It involves the trustworthiness of that family. Initially, I thought it was only my mother who was being treated lightly, but if Tiras received the same attitude, then the people of the Charlotte family must have been looking down on the entire royal family. The piercing gazes of the people in the room are concentrated on the mother and daughter. Judging by Belmira's scolding of Claris and Tiras' words, it seems that the rumors about the two mistreating their stepchild are true. I'm not feeling well today, so I'll excuse myself. Mother speaks in a dignified voice, and Natalie, who doesn't understand the situation, looks dissatisfied. Why do we have to leave this place? She seems to be saying that. She doesn't seem to notice the gazes around her. In a way, she is a fortunate person. Mother, why? Let's go to another ball. I'm not feeling well. Mother, but Claris and Mimilia. Let's just go. Natalie is pulled away rather forcefully. She tries to shake off her mother's hand, but her mother doesn't let go easily. Perhaps frustrated by not being able to participate in the ball, Belmira and Natalie turn back and glare at us with eyes filled with something close to murderous intent. Daisy puts her hand on Claris's shoulder and whispers, "Claris-sama, please stay at my house tonight again." Daisy-sama, did you see the faces of Natalie and the others just now? When you return home, they might impulsively kill you. Hardin Academy is currently on autumn break. Unlike my previous life, there is no summer break, and there is an autumn break instead. For nobles for whom socializing is important, spring and autumn, when the weather is good, are times when various events are held. The children of nobles must participate each time, so the school tends to be closed. Therefore, when the school enters autumn break, dormitory students must return to their homes. So, from today, Claris has to go back to her family's home instead of the dormitory. Right now, it's unpredictable what will happen to Claris if she returns to that house. At this point, I'll tell Claris something I've been preparing for a while. I have prepared a room for you to live in within the castle. I wanted to separate you from that house for a long time, but my father and mother were not convinced. It took time to persuade them. Even though we're engaged, Claris is not yet part of the royal family. If we let a woman who is not yet part of the royal family live in the castle, it wouldn't look good to other nobles, but given the situation of Claris being mistreated at home, this is an emergency. However, my mother, who had a good relationship with Belmira, did not agree with my persuasion. Despite explaining from 1 to 10 how Belmira treated my mother with disdain and used her as a friend, she still couldn't seem to believe it. In the end, I want her to develop a better sense of people, but it seems my mother doesn't understand. I'm just a 17-year-old young man. Moreover, I was called stupid until recently. It seems there's no convincing power no matter what I say. It would be good if someone older than my mother could persuade her. Chapter 58, The Villain's Ball for Side I Adu. As we left the ballroom, Belmira and Natalie directed hostile glares that bordered on murderous intent towards us. Realizing that we couldn't just let Claris return to her family like this, I suggested that she stay at the royal castle. However, Claris shook her head and said, "Thank you for your consideration, but I intend to return to my family once, but if you stay at that family as it is, it's all right. I think I'll spend most of my time sneaking out of the mansion and staying with Vine." Claris seemed somewhat optimistic. Did she think it would just be more of the same harassment as before? The looks in the eyes of Natalie and Belmira were close to madness. Frankly, it was unclear what they might do. I, for one, couldn't allow Claris to go back to that house. If she couldn't stay at the castle, I wondered if there was good accommodation somewhere. But unfortunately, in this country, there is no safe and well-equipped luxury hotel-like facility where a noble daughter can stay and be stopped. It might be a good idea to ask Duke Crenham, Daisy's father, to create such a facility. Not having a place to stay and not being able to travel to the capital would be useful for the local nobles who wanted to travel during the autumn break. And it could also be used as a facility to host foreign dignitaries. The autumn break is about 3 weeks. I can't leave you in that family for 3 weeks. When I said that, Claris shook her head. Living in the royal castle at the engagement stage will incur the resentment of other nobles. There's no arguing with that. Only the royal family can live in the royal castle. Of course, there are rooms for guests, but those are also designated as places for foreign dignitaries to stay. It's unthinkable for a daughter of a domestic noble to sleep and stay in the royal castle. If I let Claris live in the castle, those who don't like me will seize the opportunity to criticize me. Claris is probably concerned about that. However, I can't just watch her go back to the dangerous family. While thinking about what to do, Daisy made an offer to Claris. If the royal castle is not an option, please stay at my house for as long as you want. Sleepovers between female friends are quite common among noble daughters, so you don't have to worry about anything. I appreciate that, but we just troubled you yesterday. Don't worry about that. Claris seems to be quite hesitant. She probably doesn't want to go back to that house, but at the same time, she likely thinks she can't depend too much on her friends. If she stays with the Crenham family, I would be relieved. Sonia-sama, please stay overnight with us as well. I want the three of us to talk a lot again today. Is that alright? Sonia also looks a bit apologetic but also somewhat happy. It seems she enjoyed yesterday's sleepover party quite a bit. I wonder if sleepovers between friends are really that enjoyable. I didn't do much of that in my previous life. Maybe just once when I drank too much and ended up staying at a friend's apartment during university. It was quite different from a sleepover party. At least it wasn't a party. Should I stay at the Wist's house? If I do that, I can go monster hunting earlier than usual. It's not a bad idea to go on a trip unexpectedly. If I cast a spell in my room to erase my presence, I should be able to stay without reservation. While I was thinking about that, Daisy seemed to have come up with something and clapped her hands. That's it. Every year during the autumn break, we go on a trip. This year, let's go together, Claris-sama and Sonia-sama. A trip? Clarice widened her eyes. It seems like the story is becoming quite extraordinary. According to Daisy's explanation, it turns out that the Crenham family goes on a family trip every year to an island within their territory. That island, a perpetual summer island, is said to be a beautiful place with colorful plants, a clear blue sea, and a wide white sandy beach. Travel. I haven't gone on a trip since I was reborn. In my previous life, I used to go on trips with friends during my student days. Sonia had a very interesting expression. Oh. A trip. So, what kind of dungeon are we challenging? Come on, Sonia-sama. Adventures and trips are different things. But, for our family trips, dungeons are a staple. What kind of family is that? Everyone present there seemed quite disgusted. It turns out Sonia's family, under the guise of family trips, regularly challenges dungeons. I usually spend my time relaxing, but my brother sometimes ventures into jungles like Sonia-sama. Jungles. Whist, Sonia, and I all raised our voices in unison. A dungeon in a jungle on an isolated island. I can't help but feel like there might be some rare items there. Plus, there's a high chance of encountering unique monsters. Maybe we can meet sea monsters too? Perhaps find items at the bottom of the sea? I want to participate in this. Whist seems to be joining, and if I invite Cornet, we might be able to stay with the Crenham family in the form of a training camp. And the air on a remote island should be good. Can't I take Mother, who has been prone to falling ill lately? While I was thinking about that, Daisy excitedly talked about the island. That place is still undeveloped, so you might discover new species of monsters and items. Oh, so that's how it is. I'm even more eager to go now. But as it gets to this point, I have to ask Father for permission. The monthly royal audience is coming up soon, and I need to get permission for the trip. I originally intended to request Father's permission for marriage with Clarice, but, considering Mother's fragile health, I'll postpone that request until next month. Since Sonia heard about the jungle dungeon, she's very excited. With sparkling eyes, she looks at Clarice. She doesn't say anything, but there's pressure on Clarice as if saying, let's go together. In front of her delighted friends, Clarice couldn't possibly refuse. Okay. If it's not too much trouble, Please take care of me. Yay! I'm so happy. This year's trip is going to be even more enjoyable than before. Daisy hugged Claris without thinking. Sonia also clapped her hands beside her. Claris looked somewhat embarrassed but laughed. It's been a while since I went on a trip. With the anticipation of enjoyable events to come, I might be able to endure this heavy ball. That's the spirit, Claris-sama. Huh? Has Claris ever been on a trip? I wonder if the people from the Charlotte family took Claris on a family trip. Perhaps it's a story from when Claris's birth mother was still alive. When I thought that, a woman who seemed to be a maid of Queen Tia's approached us. With an expressionless face like a mask, she curtsied and delivered a message to Claris in a flat tone. Marquis Clarice Charlotte, Queen Tia's wishes to have a private conversation with you. Chapter 59, The Invitation of the Second Queen sighed Claris. Marquis Clarice Charlotte, Queen Tia's wishes to have a private conversation with you. Reflexively, Ediardo-sama stood in front of me as if to shield me from the maid. Why would Queen Tia's specifically want to talk to me? Originally, your son rejected me, right? You believed the rumors and refused to acknowledge our meeting. So, what's the matter now? That's my true feeling. In the novel, Tia's Harden is portrayed as a capable woman supporting the protagonist. Even in the real world, she has successfully gained the support of many nobles, and she's lifted that hopeless, oh, excuse me, to the position of a leading candidate for crown prince. Considering this, she seems to be quite capable. I'm quite irritated at the moment, but refusing the direct invitation from the consort wouldn't be wise here. It would leave a bad impression not only on me but also on Ediardo-sama. I touched Ediardo-sama's shoulder as if to advise him, signaling with a gesture to keep things calm. Ediardo-sama reluctantly stepped back from the maid. He then whispered something to me. I'll keep an eye on your surroundings. If anything goes wrong, signal me immediately. Understood. After nodding to Ediardo-sama, I followed the maid. Queen Tia's left her throne and moved to the table set up on the terrace to talk privately. It seems she specifically prepared this to speak with me alone. On the table were particularly luxurious sweets and snacks. Oh, is that foie gras on these crackers? I sit down with a nervous heart, and she smiles at me. She then suggested I drink tea, so I obediently complied. I don't think she'd poison me here. For now, Queen Tia seems to want to win me over. Claris Charlotte, I've heard rumors about you. You're well liked at the academy, and your grades are excellent, I hear. Receiving praise from Queen Tia's, the honored Red Rose of the Kingdom, is truly humbling. I'm cringing at my own words. I briefly hesitated between extremely delighted and humbled to the extreme. Either way, it's cringeworthy. Queen Tia's is called the Red Rose of the Kingdom not only for her beauty but mainly because her invitations always come in a red envelope adorned with a rose. Well, the rose is drawn in black, so it's a black rose. Black doesn't fit the image since it has a sinister connotation. Anyway, it's not a suitable catchphrase. Many young girls are attending the ball now, but you stand out among them for your beauty and intelligence. Oh, no. I'm still very inexperienced. What a waste. Are you content with the current situation? Don't you think there's a more suitable position for you? Immediately responding to the probing question, I stopped my hand from reaching for the tea. After placing the cup on the saucer, I gazed at Queen Tia's and calmly inquired, what do you mean by the current situation? Of course, the present circumstances. I believe there is a more suitable position for you. She wouldn't state it explicitly in this setting, but I wondered if she was indirectly asking whether I was satisfied as Ediardo's fiancé. I placed both hands on my knees, composed my posture, and with a gentle smile, answered Queen Tia's question. I am content with the current situation, whether I am aware of my value or not. If there's something specific you mean by suitable, could you clarify? I gazed at Queen Tia's with an upward glance, trying to project an aura of ambition. In response, she promptly revealed the specifics. You were originally the candidate for my son Arnold's engagement. If you wish, I can reinstate you to your former position. If I request it, the Queen should reconsider the engagement between you and Prince Ediardo. So, you mean breaking off the engagement with Ediardo-sama and entering into an engagement with Prince Arnold? He, that's right. I'm sure a clever person like you understands which prince has the advantage. I understand. It all depends on Queen Teresa's discretion. Oh my, you understand that much. You're a very good girl. Prince Arnold's position is certainly more advantageous than Ediardo-sama's. However, I intended to imply subtly that it's not due to Arnold's abilities, but it seems Queen Tears took it at face value and is pleased. While I am honored by the consort's offer, I must decline. At my words, Queen Tears, who had been smiling until then, raised her thin eyebrows slightly. To avoid provoking her too much, I maintained a friendly smile and provided a plausible explanation. Didn't Prince Arnold mention it earlier? He found true love. Mimilia Boldor-sama is the chosen saint by the goddess July. I cannot engage with Prince Arnold, bypassing the saint. No need to worry about that. We can have you as the queen and Mimiria as a consort. It's a good arrangement. Oh, she's saying incredible things. Moreover, the saint is just a consort. Although it sounds nice to be a consort, bluntly speaking, it means being an officially recognized mistress of the king. I don't know about other countries, but in this one, that's how it is. Even if the temple remains silent, having the saint as a prince's mistress doesn't seem likely. But then again, Queen Tears herself is a consort. She thinks of herself not as the king's mistress but as one of the queen, so she casually sits on the throne where the queen should be, even if the king allowed it, a consort should show restraint. Well, that's probably her thought process, which makes it easy for her to accept the saint as a consort. I told Queen Tears in a calm tone, I cannot become the queen by disregarding the saint. I am determined to contribute to this country as Prince Ediardo's fiancé. Oh, that child isn't suitable for you. It's infuriating. Ediardo-sama is not someone to be called that child. Marrying Arnold would be much worse. If I marry him, I'll not only have to support my husband but also his mistress, won't I? For the sake of your beloved child and your ambitions, you may willingly support your son, but unfortunately, I don't have affection for Prince Arnold like you do, nor do I have any ambitions. I can't willingly play the role of a protector. I want a modest life, living peacefully with the person I love. Please don't compare me to yourself, Queen Tears. Prince Arnold has a saint. Moreover, Prince Arnold himself is a talented person. I believe he can lead this country in a positive direction even without me. Well, yes, that's true, but even though we are in a tea space on the terrace, many nobles are listening attentively from a distance. It must be hard to ask someone to support your son because he's considered a genius. But, you know, look, I don't want to waste your talents. I have an acquaintance who runs a wonderful boutique. I'll introduce you next time. I received a lovely dress from Ediardo-sama the other day. I can promise you a much better life than the Charlotte family. The current situation is already a better life than at my parents' house. Queen Tears went on to list various favorable conditions, but none of them resonated with me. I have no interest in power. As long as I can live a healthy and culturally rich life, that's enough. Feeling tired after listening to her long talk, I looked toward Ediardo-sama. After he nodded, he approached. Thank you for the invitation today, Queen Tears. It seems my fiancé is getting impatient, so I'll take my leave now. I stood up and performed the curtsy of a lady, and when I returned to the hall from the terrace, Prince Arnold hurriedly approached us. He grabbed my elbow tightly. What is this? More than my brother. I can make you happier. Chapter 60, The Second Prince's Confession. Sighed Claris. More than my brother. I can make you happier. It's like a scene from a drama. If you just look at the picture, many girls would probably be thrilled. If the despicable guy like Ediardo in the novel was your fiancé, Arnold would seem like a savior. But the lines he just said were spoken by the same mouth that declared true love to Mimilia earlier. Yes, he boldly declared a two-timing situation. Polygamy is accepted in this country, and I understand that their ethics and morals are different from Japan's. But no, this is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Happier than my brother? Where does that confidence come from? Does he truly believe he can make both of us happy, this prince? His mind seems like an infinite flower field. If he wasn't a prince, he would have yelled that only if the person wasn't a prince. Oh, that annoyingly refreshing face is even more irritating. Wait, where did Mimilia go? You should be properly keeping an eye on your lover. Nice to meet you, Adonis-sama. I am Memilia Bordel. I'm very happy to meet you today. Yeah. Whatever. I would like to talk with you alone. Saint. Are you not His Highness's lover? If you talk alone, people will misunderstand. I'll tell His Highness to clear up any misunderstandings. When did Daisy's older brother, Adonis Crinum, sneak up beside us? Adonis himself looks extremely annoyed. Without noticing that his lover is giving another man flirtatious looks, Prince Arnold gazes at me with a serious expression. I regret letting rumors confuse me, causing me not to meet you. The more I learned about you at the academy, the more I realized how essential you are to me. Those words would make Claris in the novel cry tears of joy. She would have surely taken Arnold's hand with a fluttering heart. But I'm different from the Claris in the novel. My current feelings aren't soaring. Instead, a blizzard is raging inside me. I felt a hint of murderous intent towards this man who was casually attempting to have 2 relationships. He's so similar to my ex. I can't help but wonder why I dated someone like him in my past life. Please consider becoming engaged to me once more. It's impossible. What? I regretted giving such a straightforward answer. I should have wrapped it in more diplomatic language. However, perhaps due to my rejection instinct, the words came out immediately. Prince Arnold, strictly speaking, I was not a candidate or fiancé for you. I can only love someone who loves only me. It's impossible with you, who already has a wonderful lover, the Saint. This time, I used more tact. If I had said it directly, it would have been a refusal, saying that I wouldn't become the fiancé of a 2-timing scoundrel. Claris, shall we go soon? Ediardo-sama, who had been watching everything, approached me at the right moment. I felt a sense of relief. I've never felt so strongly that he is a reassuring presence as I do today. I gently removed Prince Arnold's hand, which was grabbing my elbow, and took Ediardo-sama's hand. When our eyes met, a happy smile naturally spread across my face. As we moved away from the scene, Prince Arnold couldn't hold back and asked, "What's good about that foolish person?" Exclamation mark. Prince Arnold, you misunderstood. Unlike your entourage, you didn't openly look down on Ediardo-sama, but deep down, you were belittling him. I had a hunch, but I didn't want to hear from you, the younger brother, that your elder brother is a fool. Prince Arnold is quite audacious. Even as Ediardo-sama approached me, he was trying to woo me. He was attempting to seduce a woman with an existing fiancé right in front of her engaged partner. Moreover, he seemed to be doing it intending to rescue me from my supposedly foolish fiancé, making the situation even more unmanageable. I stopped in my tracks, turned around, and glared at him. It seemed he hadn't anticipated being viewed as an adversary, as Prince Arnold twitched his shoulders in surprise. Ediardo-sama is not a fool. What are you talking about? He can't excel in studies, and he lacks talent to the point that his mentor abandoned him in magic. That's in the past, isn't it? I don't know how Ediardo-sama was before, but the Ediardo-sama I know now doesn't seem foolish as you describe. That's just him hiding his foolishness in front of you. Unbelieving of my response, Arnold shook his head repeatedly. Well, considering he was raised being told by his mother that his half-brother is a fool and everyone around him mocks Ediardo-sama, it's not surprising he would think that way. If Ediardo had been as foolish as described in the novel, I might have thought you were better and taken your hand. Even the nobles approaching you have similar reasons. Some, considering Ediardo foolish, find it more tolerable to be by your side. In any case, to make it clear, I deliberately smiled at Prince Arnold. Taking your word, I have also found true love! Exclamation mark. The expression true love sounds cheesy, but since you said it with such a serious face, I can't just laugh it off. But it's true, I have genuine feelings for Ediardo-sama, my brother as true love. Completely crushed, Prince Arnold trembled slightly and bit his lip. Ediardo-sama embraced my shoulder and spoke to his half-brother as if advising him. Arnold, don't be greedy. Love only Mimilia. By loving her wholeheartedly, the power of the saint will be fully manifested. Brother. With a frustrated glare at Ediardo-sama, Prince Arnold seemed to be wondering if both of us were born under a star that would cause siblings to resent each other selfishly. Feeling Arnold's piercing gaze, I decided to leave the ballroom with Ediardo-sama. Sonia and Whist, Daisy and Adonis-senpai, followed us. To cheer them up, Daisy said to me and then to Sonia, "Let's have another sleepover tonight. Tomorrow, we'll prepare for the journey together." "Oh, about that, Daisy. Can I join your trip too?" At Ediardo-sama's sudden suggestion, Daisy's eyes widened. She then covered her mouth with her hand, giggled, and smiled gracefully. "Oh, His Highness truly loves Clarice-sama." In a slightly teasing tone, Daisy nodded in agreement with Ediardo-sama's request, even though he looked embarrassed but quickly returned to a serious expression. "Of course, wanting to be with Clarice is one reason. But, actually, I'm thinking of taking Mother along if possible." "The Queen? However, doesn't she have plans?" "Lately, Mother has been prone to illness, and the royal schedule is almost empty. I want to take her to a place with fresh air for a while." "I see. The Queen is a cousin to Father, so I'm sure she can be of help." Daisy also composed herself, and she agreed to Ediardo-sama's offer. The Queen, feeling unwell, isn't surprising. As the Queen, she would likely be overwhelmed with immense official duties and practically have no days off. It would be better for her to rest in a quiet place with fresh air until she recovers physically and mentally. I returned to the dormitory once, packed the essentials in my bag, and headed straight to Daisy's mansion without going home. I wonder what the southern islands in this world are like. I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 61. The heroine prioritizes settings. Two-side Mimilia. My name is Mimilia Bordel. In my past life, various things happened, and I died. But luckily, I reincarnated as the heroine of the novel I admired. To ensure a happy ending, I enrolled in school and walked the path according to the script. The scene of meeting Ediardo. Well, it was a bit awkward, but it went somewhat as planned. Ediardo, with his prominent tsundere remarks, eventually came to like me, and then, the crucial scene of meeting Prince Arnold, the main target, was a great success. I, a baron's daughter from a commoner background, was being ridiculed and bullied by the villainess, Natalie Charlotte. When I heard that Claris was engaged to Ediardo, I wondered how things would turn out, but as expected, this world follows the novel's script. It's like the goddess July prepared a substitute villainess. "Why is a commoner like you at this school? I can't believe it. You can't even use magic properly, and you can't keep up with the classes, right? I wonder why you're in Class B instead of Class C. How did a commoner like you deceive the kind Bordel Baron and his wife?" One day, I found myself surrounded by Natalie and her followers on a staircase landing, being blamed and tormented. Natalie grabbed my wrist tightly, and I bit my lip in pain. Normally, someone would come to my rescue, but unfortunately, no one was around at that moment. They had waited for me to pass in a place where no one could see. "Well, thanks for the trouble." "Ouch. You're gripping my wrist too hard, Natalie. How strong are you?" At that moment, someone rushed down the stairs. Natalie tensed up and reflexively released my hand. The person ran toward us and stood in front of me as if protecting me. "What are you doing, you guys?" "PR Prince Arnold." The encounter between me and Arnold was like that. I think in the novel, it was in the school's backyard, but at this point, the location doesn't matter. I was thrilled that Arnold's lines were just like in the novel. Although the villainess is Natalie Charlotte instead of Claris, as long as it goes according to the script, either is fine for me. The crucial point is that Arnold saves me from being bullied. The faces of Natalie and her group, who were in a hurry, were hilarious. They had been annoying until now, so it felt great. Natalie protested. "We're just admonishing this girl who doesn't belong to her social status." With a disgusted expression, Arnold frowned. He hates discriminating based on social status more than anything else. This is also in line with the novel. Those who have enrolled in the academy are allowed to receive education here regardless of their social status. She must have officially enrolled, right? If so, you have no reason to blame her. However, I dislike people who deliberately harass others! Exclamation mark. Natalie's face filled with despair at that moment was priceless. I wanted to burst out laughing, but I had to endure. I almost had a smirking expression on my face. Making fun of a saint like me made Arnold dislike her. More importantly, "Are you injured?" "I am fine." Even though I said that, I subtly placed my right hand on my chest to make the bruise on my wrist visible. Arnold immediately noticed the bruise on my wrist and took me to the infirmary. Wait, Prince Arnold. There's no need for you to care about such a lowly girl. The one with a lowly heart is you. Arnold coldly retorted to Natalie's complaints. Seeing Natalie getting more shocked, I couldn't help but find it amusing. The more Natalie belittled me, the more Arnold's favorability toward her dropped. Villainesses are truly creatures trapped in a vicious cycle. After Natalie strongly grabbed my arm and left a bruise, Arnold took me to the infirmary, which was good, but the school nurse wasn't there. My healing ability might not completely heal it, but I can't let Prince do that much. Saying so, I casually rolled up my uniform sleeve and showed my wrist to Arnold. The wrist where Natalie had grabbed, and there was a red rose-shaped birthmark on the inside. Exclamation mark. As expected, Arnold noticed the presence of the rose-shaped mark on my wrist. His expression filled with excitement. He tightly held both my hands and said, "You are my fated partner." Arnold's lines were just like in the novel. I was embraced by the prince I admired, and I was full of happiness. I, who could meet the main target ideally, was highly satisfied. After that, my school life turned rose-colored. Except during classes, I spent a lot of time with Arnold. But the prince is paying too much attention to that commoner's daughter. What on earth is she? Rather than the daughter of a commoner baron, the daughter of an earl, am more suitable. Among Arnold's classmates and his entourage, some people did not welcome my presence. Well, mainly girls. Natalie is not the only one targeting Arnold, and then there are the 4 guardians guarding Arnold. I know they were important companions of Arnold who played a significant role in the novel, but I want them to be considerate during our dates. So, I asked Arnold. He immediately agreed to keep the guardians and entourage away when we were on a date. I saw Natalie's face when she saw me talking happily with Arnold. It was clear that she was consumed by jealousy. She can continue bullying me for now. The miserable bad end awaits her. I feel great. Featuring a half-month later, I joined the student council. It's unusual for someone from Class B to join the student council, but Clarice Charlotte recommended me to the student council. Or so they said. I thought it might be a misunderstanding, but when I thought about it, Claris and Natalie are half-sisters, and there are rumors that they don't get along. She may have recommended me to bother her sister. Oh my, Claris here is such a convenient person. This is also according to the novel's script. I started working on student council tasks by Arnold's side, mostly just having tea with Prince Arnold in the student council room, and we gradually became closer. Of course, I received repeated harassment from Natalie, like being talked about behind my back, having my notebook and textbooks hidden, or my desk being vandalized. But it's fine, it's within expectations, and there are boys in the class who stand up for me. The more they bully me, the more Arnold treasures me. Arnold mentioned, "There's a ball on my birthday next time." But isn't that ball supposed to be attended only by selected nobles? You are the one chosen by me, so you should confidently participate. But what about your fiancé? Fiancé? I don't have a fiancé yet. Right? Shoot. In the novel, Claris is the fiancé, but in this world, Claris and Ediardo are engaged. I accidentally said lines from the novel. It's a bit dull without a fiancé, but finally, the long-awaited ball event is coming. I've been looking forward to it for so long. At that ball, Arnold will declare that I am the saint and his future partner. I'm so excited. Chapter 62, The Heroine Prioritizes Settings. 3-Side Mammalia. On the day of the ball, the servants of the Baron's house, where I was adopted, dressed me up excessively. A dress adorned with frills and ribbons. While the cream color gives it a cute look, it boldly reveals the neckline, making it deliberately cute. This dress was something I had made at the boutique. The people at the boutique had a subtle expression. They repeatedly suggested that it might be better not to reveal the neckline too much. but that would reduce my charm by half. And I take pride in the beauty of my décolletage. With my makeup perfectly done, Arnold came to pick me up when everything was ready. Kaya. Arnold in formal attire is super cool. He, the birthday celebrant, came to pick me up. He treasures me. Mimilia, you look even more beautiful today. You look wonderful too, Arnold. Oh, just between us. We started addressing each other without honorifics. Since we're going to be a family in the future, we decided to avoid formal conversations. The ball venue was more glamorous than I had imagined. The giant crystal in the center of the hall shimmered in 7 colors. The dresses of the noble ladies were colorful, and the decorations on the walls and pillars gleamed in gold as if dreaming. Led by Arnold. As I entered the venue, I noticed Ediardo looking at us enviously. He's pretending to be fine, but deep down, he's regretting it. I can tell because it was written in the novel. You fufafu. Too bad. I'm not interested in the foolish prince. I intentionally bumped into you just to advance the story according to the novel's plot. It's not because I like you. Arnold promptly greeted Ediardo. He'll probably be ignored, but anyway. I didn't expect my elder brother to come to the ball. I apologize for not coming until now. No. It's not like that. Lie. Ediardo is genuinely apologizing? It feels like a rare scene in a way, but no, it's different from the Ediardo I imagined. Oh, but maybe he's still pretending to be fine. Arnold, who is the lady over there? I can't go into details now, but if you could consider her as my only one. I see. That's a joyful thing. Love her devotedly. Of course. Kaya. Arnold is so enthusiastic in his response. It's nice. But I still can't accept Ediardo's attitude. I couldn't help but ask Ediardo. What? Are you the real Ediardo? Mimilia Bordel. As I said before, please call me Your Highness in front of the royalty. Arnold allowed me to call him casually. Are you such a bad person? I'm going to be the future queen. Moreover, I'll be a family to you. It's okay. Let's talk frankly from now on. He is a villain prince. I just can't get along with this guy. Mimilia still isn't accustomed to noble society, big brother. In that regard, Arnold is kind, isn't he? The difference between the protagonist and the villain. Ediardo had a slightly irritated expression. Ah, so he was jealous of us after all. By the way, isn't Clarice Charlotte, your older brother's fiancée, with you? She's currently staying at the Duke Crenham's residence. She's planning to come here with her friends. I'm going to escort her when she arrives. Arnold came to pick me up, and you are just waiting there. Really? What an inconsiderate man. No matter how handsome your face is, it's not enough. So, you two didn't fight? Oh, a fight? If that's the case, I would understand. But Ediardo is denying it. But being a villain prince and villainess, I suppose fights are commonplace for them. Then, older brother, we'll take our leave. Please enjoy yourselves. Yes. After parting with Ediardo, we went to meet the king and queen. The queen's face resembles Arnold's mother. I feel like I got a stern look, but oh well. I wonder if there are mother-in-law problems in this world too. Being a mother-in-law seems troublesome. The king, on the other hand, seems kind. Considering there are 4 queens, including the queen, he must be quite fond of women. He does look at me with a fatherly gaze, considering I'm like his daughter. After finishing the greetings promptly, it was finally time for the main dance. I danced led by Arnold. I practiced dancing hard for this event. Everyone is paying attention to us. Yes, it's the best. While enjoying the dance with Arnold, the venue suddenly became noisy. Curious, I looked over there. No way, is that Clarice Charlotte? She looks several times more beautiful than when I saw her at school. And what? Isn't she with us at school? Also, what's with Ediardo escorting her? Wasn't Ediardo unable to stand looking at us and left earlier? Moreover, the people with Claris are high level. And who's escorting the glasses girl? Could it be the super handsome character, Adonis Crenham? Why is he escorting such a glasses girl? Oh, their hair and eye colors are the same. Also, their faces look somewhat similar. Those two are siblings. What a surprise. But everyone's attention is on Claris and the others. Ediardo has a good face. And with Adonis added, of course, everyone would pay attention. And even the escort knights are good-looking. That's cheating. The villainess and villain prince, after finishing the greetings with the king and queen, began to dance. Their dance is so-so. Neither good nor bad. But why do they stand out so much? Ediardo, who should have been looking fine while watching us happily, suddenly looked so pleased as he smiled at Claris. What's this? He looks genuinely happy. That means, earlier, he wasn't pretending to be fine. But he was fine? Why? Why? Both Claris and Ediardo should be insanely jealous watching us. But they don't seem to care about us at all. Why are you so happy without caring about us? You two are supposed to become our enemies and eventually die. Don't arbitrarily turn it into a happy ending. And it's all because of Claris Charlotte. She doesn't behave like a villainess should. So, Ediardo is acting strangely because of her. I couldn't help but glare at Claris, and Ediardo's freezing gaze returned to me. Hey, why are you looking at me with those eyes? There's no other man who looks at me like that. Well, Ediardo is annoying, but his face is good. He's like a supporting character. What? Weren't you supposed to fall in love with me at first sight? Fine, it doesn't matter how Ediardo sees me. After all, we're supposed to become enemies later. My gloomy mood suddenly improved when Natalie and her mother arrived at the venue. Why is my sister here? Moreover, someone like Mimilia Bordel shouldn't be invited to the royal ball. That's right. The real villainess is you, Natalie. I had a big misunderstanding. Claris, who didn't follow the script, seems to have stepped down as the villainess. Look at that frustrated face. It's hilarious. Just like in the novel. Arnold glared at Natalie and shouted, Natalie Charlotte, stop following me around. Why? I am obedient, unlike my selfish sister. Unlike my sister, who betrayed you and ran to Prince Ediardo, I will do my best to serve you. It's unnecessary to compare with Claris, but Natalie is playing the villainess quite well. I guess she's the real deal after all. I found true love. Mimilia Bordel. She is the chosen saint by the goddess July and the woman I have destined to be my lifelong partner. Arnold embraced me and declared, it's the highlight scene in the novel. He proclaims at this moment that he will make me his lifelong partner. Happiness. Right now, I'm the best heroine. Natalie's mother seems to be yelling at Claris, but I don't care. I have nothing to do with the Charlotte family's household affairs. After a while, Arnold was called by a noble. So he said, wait here for a bit, and left the spot. Now it's my free time. I have to find my favorite. Looking around. There he is. Platinum blonde hair, orange eyes, a perfectly symmetrical face. Adonis Crinum. Seeing him again. He's insanely handsome. Incredibly cool. Why are your eyelashes so long? Since there were no illustrations of him in the novel, I could only imagine. But his beauty surpasses my imagination. I've decided I'll love him as well, along with Arnold. It's part of the novel's backstory. Adonis has a hidden love for me. That's why he remains single. But unrequited love is so pitiful, isn't it? I won't let you feel lonely like that. Nice to meet you, Adonis Sama. I'm Mimilia Bordel. I'm very happy to meet you today. Thank you. I want to talk to you alone. Saint, are you not His Highness's lover? If you talk alone, it will be misunderstood by those around you. If there's a misunderstanding, I'll tell His Highness. Adonis sighed deeply. Oh dear. He's tired. Well, it can't be helped. His sister is the villainous Claris, so he must be under constant stress. Poor thing. When I sincerely sympathized with Adonis, I heard Arnold shouting, what's good about such a fool? Surprised, I looked over there. What? Arnold is staring at Claris. Why is he looking at that woman with such desperate gaze? Arnold is yelling about what's good about that fool. To an onlooker, Arnold seems more foolish. Rather, while I exist, why is he fixated on another woman? Didn't you say I was your true love just now? What? Are you trying to cheat on me? And with Clarice of all people, it's impossible. Even though he thoroughly hated her in the novel. Why is he staring at her with such intense eyes? He didn't stare at me like that before. Could it be that he's not cheating, but serious? No way. It's not a joke. Really annoying. Claris Charlotte. I have no use for you now that you've stepped down as the villainess. For the sake of my happy ending, I must make you disappear at all costs. Chapter 63, The Villain Prince vs. the Four Guardians side Ediardo. The day after the ball, I was practicing swordsmanship with Curtis in the castle's garden from the morning. As someone secretly pledged to Arnold, he probably didn't want to practice swordsmanship with me, but officially, he was my close aide. Even if he wanted to refuse practice, he wasn't in a position to do so. Before entering the academy, Curtis and I were almost evenly matched in swordsmanship. Gwar! I delivered a kick to Curtis's abdomen. Curtis opened his eyes wide and collapsed on the spot. Then, while clutching his stomach, he probably glared at me. It's unfair to use a kick in a swordsmanship match. Who said it was a match? I said I was training for real combat. I don't think real combat training is unnecessary in this peaceful world. Don't think this peace will last forever. Well, fine. Let's focus on training with just our arms this time. As promised, this time we engaged in swordplay without kicks. I must emphasize that I've been training with Whist, who is much stronger than you, almost every day. I already know your habits in a fight. Once you get close to your opponent, you always thrust your sword. It's easy to thrust when standing at that point. I arched my chest to avoid his blade and slammed Curtis's hand with the hilt of my sword. In pain, Curtis involuntarily let go of the sword. Foolish. Just a while ago, we were evenly matched or even below. No need to say even below. Doesn't this guy's dictionary have the word disrespect? At that moment, Arnold arrived with the escort knights. They were the knights known as the Four Guardian Knights in the novel. Magic Knight, Ivan Steek, Spear Knight, Elder Muller, Battle Axe Knight, Gerd Moors, Great Sword Knight, Geiv Haroksen. The main characters from the novel were all here. They certainly had an outstanding presence. Geiv, with his blonde hair slicked back, had eyes resembling a lizard, but his face was handsome. Ivan, with hair and eye colors close to black, had eyes that were reminiscent of a Japanese person. Elder looked like a beautiful woman at first glance but was a splendid young man. Gerd was a huge man like a wall and had once protected the protagonist Arnold like Benkai. Looks like you've improved a bit since last time. How about facing them if it's real combat training? Arnold, you've openly shown your competitive spirit. However, it could also be seen as treating me as an equal. Perhaps he didn't like that his friend Curtis was unilaterally defeated. Curtis, who had been crouching in pain after I struck his hand, looked at me gleefully, as if saying, "This serves you right." Come to think of it, there was a similar scene in the novel. The villain Prince Ediardo ambushed Curtis, and beat him up, and then Arnold appeared to scold his half-brother for such behavior. In response, Ediardo justified the ambush by saying it was training for real combat. Arnold then challenged him to face the Four Guardian Knights alone if it was training for real combat. Ediardo, looking frustrated, retreated from the scene. It was a scene like that. However, in reality, I didn't ambush him. Oh, but I did kick without any warning, so maybe it counts as an ambush. It turned into the story's typical development. Arnold said in a chilly voice, "In real combat, you might have to face all four of them, you know?" If this were the novel's Ediardo, he would be surprised by the Four Guardian Knights glaring at him and would escape. However, I had no intention of following the novel's course. Arnold's proposal was something I had been hoping for. Sure, I don't mind. It's not a match. It's real combat training, right? Why yes. Of course. Any attack is allowed. Arnold, who didn't expect me to accept the challenge so easily, nodded in surprise. I looked around at the four knights standing by. Geiv and Gerd were grinning and looking at me. In contrast, Ivan was gazing intently at me. As for Elder, she seemed more concerned about her nails. She has the ability but is more focused on fashion. That's the character. Shall we begin? Facing me, Geiv readied his long sword. Ivan, observing me intently, held a short sword. Yeah, he's good. His cautious stance is admirable. Elder, standing in the rear, yawned a bit before assuming a spear stance. Her attitude clearly showed reluctance to fight. While Gerd grinned at me. Unexpectedly, Geiv and he exchanged glances, nodded at each other, and simultaneously charged towards me. In the novel, these two often use coordinated moves against enemies. I'd like to see what techniques they'd use. But facing all four of them, I couldn't afford to be leisurely. I extended my left hand without assuming a sword stance. Fool. Don't recklessly charge in. Though Ivan shouted, the two mocked their comrades' warnings from behind, raised their swords and axes, and simultaneously attacked me. Captionet. Chanting the spell, spider webs spread across the ground, capturing the two who leapt towards me. Ivan probably anticipated my use of magic. The moment I chanted the spell, he jumped and Elder, who was behind, followed suit. Caught in the spider webs and unable to move, Gay Ive, with bloodshot eyes, shouted at me. Damn it! Using magic wasn't part of the deal. That's cowardly. I've been saying it's training based on real combat since earlier, right? In what world do you inform enemies that you're going to use magic? Exclamation mark. Gay Ive couldn't retort to my words. However, there was someone who agreed with my statement, the Magic Knight Ivan. That's right, Gay Ive. Besides, you should be aware that a situation of 4 against 1 is unfair. Since we're the ones being unfair, they can't complain about whatever attacks we use. Shut up, preaching bastard. You're on our side, aren't you? I am on your side. That's why I'm trying to correct your misguided thinking. Come to think of it, they didn't get along in the novel. These two, the frivolous Gay Ive and the serious Ivan, are contrasting characters, and their fighting scenes were a common trope of the story. While thinking about such things, Elder, wielding his spear, came at me. I brushed it away and chanted a defensive spell. Ivan was casting a fire spell. After casting the defense spell and blocking that attack, I continued to chant another spell. Sleep Pure. Shit. Dealing with two people at once is tough. Focusing on where the spear was coming from, I aimed to cast a sleep-inducing spell at the right moment. As expected, Elder, who met my gaze head-on, fell victim to the sleep magic and dozed off. Now left with one opponent, Ivan was the strongest among the 4 guardian and also used magic, so I couldn't let my guard down. Ice Arrow. The moment Ivan chanted, countless ice blades descended on me. The defense magic wall disappears once it defends against an attack, so I had to chant the spell each time. I chanted the defense spell again and, right after blocking the ice attack, sensed the presence of a sword and raised my sword overhead. Swords clashed fast. In terms of speed alone, maybe he could compete with Whist. I deflected all the consecutive strikes from Ivan's sword. Apparently, he couldn't believe someone like me could do that, and he stared at me in amazement. When did you become this powerful? No time to talk. Wave shock. While receiving his sword with my right hand, I pointed my left hand at Ivan, chanting a magic that sends a shock wave to repel a person. Ivan's body flew, crashing into a tree. Though Ivan staggered and tried to stand up immediately, before that, I held my sword to his throat. He slumped, admitting defeat with a nod. Facing the 4 guardian like this, the future seems daunting. Chapter 64, The Villain Prince vs. Protagonist. Side I Adu. Facing the 4 guardian knights like this, the future seems daunting. I sighed, and Ivan looked at me with an unexpectedly surprised expression. Perhaps he didn't expect me to utter words expressing concern about our future. Well, if it were the Ediardo before recalling my memories, he might have simply felt good about it and looked down on the 4 guardian. Now, there's no time to get intoxicated with such immediate victories. I need these guys to become stronger. If the future unfolds as in the novel, the Harden Kingdom will be invaded by the army of monsters led by the demonic Prince Dino. Monsters are much more formidable opponents than humans. Some monsters are larger than humans, some are stronger, and some can fly. Dealing with various situations in battle requires experience. But these guys fall into simple traps. Their magic is mediocre, and their swordsmanship lacks power and skill compared to Whist. Not to mention me. No, to be fair, they are considerably strong compared to other knights. However, what they lack significantly is experience. Every morning, Whist and I have been sparring with various types of monsters, and I've also had practice sessions with seasoned knights like General Robert. The 4 Guardian, apart from their monster subjugation duties in the execution unit, likely have no real combat experience with monsters. Moreover, their execution unit duties have been pushed back due to Arnold's prioritized security. If it were a battle between humans, their current strength would be sufficient, However, the opponents are those monsters. Furthermore, the demonic prince who controls those monsters is even stronger. Thinking about Dino's invasion gives me a serious headache. If there aren't as many strong knights as possible, I'll end up shouldering a considerable burden. But they need to become stronger than the 4 guardian knights, especially for our protagonist. I have to assess Arnold's true strength once. I put on a somewhat disdainful smile and decided to provoke our protagonist. You've been saying you want to spar with me for a while, haven't you? Since these guys won't even serve as a warm-up, how about facing me? Yeah, even I have to admit that it's a villainous remark. I've, still caught in the spider webs, stared at me with intense hostility. Arnold's gentle face turned unusually stern. He's likely angered by the derogatory comments about his comrades. Well, I admit my choice of words was poor, but I only spoke the truth. Frankly, it wasn't even a decent warm-up. Please refrain from using magic in our match. Real combat situations where magical power runs out are necessary. Sure, I don't mind. Real combat can involve such situations, after all. Well, it might be the right choice to prohibit magic. Arnold is also proficient in advanced magic. Although I don't have the qualifications, I'm familiar with magic at the level of an advanced magician. Getting engrossed in the battle and both of us earnestly casting magic at each other could lead to a disaster. Arnold and I both favor single-handed swords. The length of our swords is almost the same. It seems Arnold has not neglected the training of his swordsmanship. Using a well-worn sword, Arnold and I simultaneously poised our swords. Unlike Whist, whose attacks come unpredictably from anywhere, Arnold's sword comes straight at me. I intercepted Arnold's sword as it came straight at me. Clang. Well, the sword is indeed heavier compared to Ivan's. He has quite a bit of strength, fitting his face surprisingly well. Moreover, his quick transitions to the next attack are impressive. At first glance, he swings the sword gracefully, but when the swords clash, it puts quite a strain on me. The sword itself has weight, and Arnold's strength in wielding it is extraordinary. With this level of skill, he might be able to defeat a dragon-type monster alone. Like General Robert, you deflect Prince Arnold's sword? I've exclaimed in surprise. Since he fell into my trap before attacking me, I don't know the extent of Ive's abilities, but at least he doesn't seem to have the strength to intercept Arnold's sword. That's understandable. Arnold is, after all, the protagonist, a hero chosen by the goddess, possessing strength beyond that of ordinary humans. In my case, I suppose it's the power of a villain born to compete with the protagonist. I have enough strength to intercept Arnold's sword. Clang. When the swords clashed again, sparks flew. The shiver running down my spine is probably what they call the thrill of battle. Arnold's swordsmanship, whether attacking from an inverted position or straightforwardly, is picturesque like a hero. I wonder if my appearance looks picturesque from someone else's perspective. Brother, what are you thinking? It doesn't matter. And don't talk to me while I'm in the middle of a fight. Brother, you never used to respond to preachy like that. That's why I said don't talk. As we exchanged banter and clashed swords, does it feel like we're brothers now? I'm kind of happy about it. Having a quarrel like this with you, it's almost like being real brothers. But maybe you don't see it that way. While I'm effortlessly deflecting Arnold's attacks, I hear Ivan muttering, to block all of Prince Arnold's consecutive attacks. Who was it that said Prince Ediardo was weak? Even Gerd, who had been looking at me with disdain, now wears a stunned expression, seemingly captivated by our fight. When I swing my sword, Arnold jumps higher and dodges it by landing with one knee and one hand on the ground. Why does even his landing pose look so cool? His posture, swinging the sword from that position, looks elegant. He truly is a hero. He's strong, and fighting him is worthwhile. I wanted to fight you like this from a long time ago. But with all my might, I clashed my sword against Arnold's. At that moment, unable to withstand the weight of my sword, Arnold involuntarily let go, and his sword rotated before piercing into the ground. Before Arnold could reach for his sword, I had a sword pointed at his throat. I didn't use magic, and I didn't resort to a surprise attack, and yet, I won against Arnold. But the unease inside me surpassed the joy of victory. What if the protagonist loses to the villain? If things continue like this and a legion of monsters attacks, the Hardy Kingdom will be destroyed in no time. I had a hunch when Whis deliberately lost, but Arnold, for a protagonist, is woefully lacking in strength. Still too soft. Both you and the Four Guardians need to improve more. I sighed dramatically. Whether he didn't like my words or not, Arnold glared at me with frustration. For Arnold and the Four Guardians, being triumphantly ridiculed might have been much better. Probably. They didn't want a lecture from someone they had belittled until now. I hope that frustration becomes the driving force for them to dedicate themselves to more training. My words seemed to resonate only with Ivan, who was probably looking at me with sincere eyes. Elder was still sleeping, and the other members were just glaring at me with resentment. Prince Arnold lost to Prince Ediardo? Curtis remained in a daze, then suddenly dropped to his knees. In his shock, he completely forgot his role as my aide. Leaving Curtis in his stupor, I decided to return to my room. The future looks truly worrisome with this state of affairs. Can we win against the legions of monsters in this condition? If things go wrong, there might be more casualties than in the novel. I need to consult with Adonis and Robert and reassess the entire army. Chapter 65, Royal Audience. One-side Ediardo. In the Harden Kingdom, there is a day each month when the royal family and chosen nobles can have an audience with the king. Those who have something to advise the king or wish to participate in this royal audience event. Arnold actively participates in this event and, in the previous session, he advised the king to cut military expenses. For some reason, he argues that, in the current peaceful world, there is no need to focus on the military. But it's no joking matter, especially considering the possibility of the demon tribe attacking in the future. This was a complaint I heard from Robert since we started exterminating demons together. Ever since my memories from my previous life returned, I hadn't participated in the royal audience event. I had no reason to make requests to the king, and I didn't want to draw attention to myself as much as possible. However, this time, I have a wish that I urgently want to be granted. So I decided to participate. After Arnold's audience is over, it's my turn. I won't worry about why my younger brother goes first at this point. It's convenient that Oliver Crenham, the Steel Prime Minister and Daisy's father, is present. Accompanied by Curtis, I head towards the audience room. Although we arrived on time, the conversation seemed to be dragging on. The king's secretary stands in front of the door and bows, saying, "Please wait for a moment." I take a deep breath and wait for Arnold to come out of the audience room. Soon, I hear impatient footsteps through the door, and the secretary hastily retreats from the front of the door. Bam! The sound of the door being forcefully opened echoes. I reproach Arnold's behavior with bitterness. "Arnold, this is in front of His Majesty. You shouldn't open the door so roughly." "Shut up." "Who do you think is making me do this?" From his demeanor, it seems Arnold's wish wasn't granted. It's probably related to me. Perhaps something about the recent training? Was he complaining that he was bullied by his elder brother or something? No, that can't be it. We're not kindergarteners. The nobles surrounding Arnold hurriedly follow him. Curtis also watches his retreating figure with a complicated expression. Prompted by the secretary, I hand over the sword I'm wearing to the guards. Weapons are not allowed in front of the king. Then, with Curtis, I enter the audience room. Seated on the throne are His Majesty the King and the Second Queen, Tears. Although she is filling in for the bedridden queen in her duties, it's not appropriate for her to sit in the queen's seat. However, no one is pointing that out or blaming her. Early on with the queen's face, if it were the Ediardo from before the memories returned, he would probably have expressed his anger on the spot. Tears wears a triumphant smile, seemingly trying to provoke me. She's probably waiting for me to get angry and start complaining. In the novel, Ediardo yells at Tears, "Isn't that seat reserved for someone like a mistress? Are you planning to replace the queen? You wicked woman." I don't have such intentions. Ugh. I apologize. At that time, Tears cried sorrowfully, gaining sympathy from those around her. The king scolded Ediardo for shouting at her. Consequently, Ediardo was prohibited from attending the monthly royal audience for a while. Of course, there's no way I'd be yelling at Tears without a greeting from His Majesty. Even if I'm irritated by her arrogant gaze, There are times when I need to respond calmly. It used to be an everyday occurrence in my previous life. Despite locking eyes with her, I move forward without saying anything, and for a brief moment, tears furrows her brow. She probably clicked her tongue in her mind. I stop at a distance from the throne and bow as a subject. I extend my greetings to His Majesty, the symbol of the prosperity of the Hardin Kingdom. Just with this behavior, the courtiers around me start to buzz. Why are they so surprised? I tilt my head in confusion, and at that moment, I recall events from before my memories returned. Come to think of it, during the last royal audience, I ran to the throne and cried out, "Father!" and clung to him. Oh, seriously, even reflecting on it is painful. Hey, I was a high school student in Japan at that time. Is it normal for someone of that age to cry and cling to their father like a spoiled child? I shouldn't have remembered. It's way too embarrassing. Well, the courtiers are probably buzzing because, for them, even a simple greeting is a first-time experience. However, His Majesty the King seems to have felt a slight loneliness just by watching my behavior. You're surprisingly well-mannered, Ediardo. Your Majesty, this is a public space. Currently, I'm here as one of Your Majesty's subjects, paying my respects! The reaction is as if struck by lightning. It must have been quite a shock, considering Ediardo's behavior until now. It's expected. Well, there's something I'd like to ask. Did you bully Arnold? Did Arnold say that? No. Well, Arnold didn't say that. I glance briefly at Tears. She must have heard the details from Arnold and reported to the king, exaggerating the situation. Then Tears questions me with a condescending tone. Moreover, it's said that you injured the Four-Guardian as well. Yes, that's true. Since it was 4 against 1, we couldn't afford to hold back. 4 against 1? I haven't heard such a story. To the surprised king, I secretly want to sigh. He wasn't informed that it was 4 against 1. Tears probably selectively reported, omitting the inconvenient parts. Arnold, under usual circumstances, would have honestly disclosed everything. 4 against 1 is such nonsense. Even as His Highness, I cannot approve of that, shouts one of Arnold's supporters without seeing the situation. I respond with a sigh mixed in my voice. Even if it were 1-on-1, it wasn't a match but a training session simulating real combat. There's no room for complaints. In real combat, in this peaceful world, there's no need for such things. In this peaceful world. Well, just because it's a peaceful world, does that mean there's no crime? Who do you think will protect the royals and nobles from criminals? True, that's the role of the knights, but we're not at war. There's no need for real combat training against mere robbers or bandits. Do robbers or bandits follow the rules of a sword fight? The noble supporters of Arnold are left without words at my response. Lips pressed together, they glare at me as if saying, "How dare this foolish prince?" Meanwhile, the nobles involved with the military, while being restrained, seem to be enjoying a subtle smile. The nonsensical talk of peace-loving, complacent nobles must be quite amusing. Facing the piercing gaze of Tears and Arnold's supporters, I secretly sigh. Now is not the time to be contesting the position of the crown prince. Truly pathetic. Your Majesty, the Four-Guardian, renowned as skilled young knights, couldn't defeat me alone. They need to become stronger. However, did the Four-Guardian also hold back? To the king, who seems incredulous that I could defeat the Four-Guardian alone, I respond with an exaggerated sigh. Even before holding back, 2 of the Four-Guardian were caught in a binding magic before they could reach me. The one who grimaces at my words is not the king but the general of the country and the Minister of Military Affairs. Robert mutters, "Those idiots," seeming to be angry at the incompetence of the Four-Guardian who is not present. Firstly, Your Majesty, I would like to propose strengthening the military of this country. It's not just about the Four-Guardian. The knights, soldiers, and the entire military are weakening. I humbly request your consideration. Chapter 66, Royal Audience 2 Side Ediardo. First and foremost, Your Majesty, I would like to propose the strengthening of our military in this country. It's not just the Four-Guardian, but the knights, soldiers, and the entire army have weakened. I humbly request your consideration. Upon my words, the audience chamber fell silent as if someone had poured cold water over it. Not a whisper could be heard. Everyone must be taken aback. Well, that's understandable. Until recently, I was known as the foolish prince, and now I suddenly make comments about military affairs. However, there was someone who applauded my words. General Robert did. He gazed at me with eyes filled with pride, like a parent delighted by a child's growth. I knew he cared about me a lot, and sometimes, during our free time, he would spar with me or support me in subduing monsters. General Robert in the novel is the one who fought and lost his life to the Dark Dragon. He was also the one who worried about the foolish Ediardo to the very end. So, seeing me speak on behalf of what I desired and what was necessary, just like in the novel, must have been especially touching for him. Especially considering that Arnold, during the last audience, advocated for military budget reduction, claiming it unnecessary in this peaceful world. Robert, with excitement in his voice, spoke to me. Well said. Lately, I've been lamenting the weakness of our knights. Military personnel agreed with me, and some even suggested to His Majesty, Your Majesty, please consider increasing military expenses. Prince Ediardo is absolutely right. The knights have become more feeble than ever. With military personnel supporting my statements, the nobles on Tyrus's side found themselves unable to refute anything. They cast furtive glances towards Tyrus, trying to gauge her reaction. Tyrus, on the other hand, maintained a composed expression, feigning a smile when the king asked, "Are you feeling unwell? Furthermore, please focus on strengthening the court magician and nurturing competent court pharmacists." As I spoke, the elderly court magician and court pharmacist, who had been waiting in the corner of the audience chamber, burst into applause. They seemed overjoyed, as if saying, "Thank you for saying that." Surely, there was no noble opposing this opinion openly. Any opposition would turn all military personnel, magicians, and pharmacists into enemies. The king, still bewildered, replied with an attempt to maintain his dignity. Let's consider this positively. I hope you won't just consider it but take action. Even if there aren't any large-scale wars, skirmishes over territory do occur. If our army is weakened, there's a possibility that the neighboring empire, especially the first prince of the Yust Empire, known for his hot-blooded nature, might attack. The first prince of the Yust Empire, Velad, is trying to woo Saint Mimilia and take her back to his country. Well, he appears in the side story after the main story ends, but he plans to use the power of the saint to make the Harding Kingdom his vassal. Even if there were no attacks from the demon tribe, the Harding Kingdom, adjacent to a military empire, should never show any weakness. You know about the Yust Empire as well. Father couldn't help but groan. I just looked at him with an indescribable expression. Well, half of it is knowledge from the novel. The first prince of the neighboring country, Velad, may be a calm and good guy unlike in the novel, but it doesn't hurt to be cautious. I decided to continue and make another request to my father. Since I've inquired about the Four Guardian, I took the opportunity to propose the strengthening of the military, but this time, I have a personal request for you, Your Majesty. Oh, a request? I, along with my mother, wish to go on a trip. More than just a trip. I want to take her out of the royal castle and let her recuperate in a quiet place. Father, who had been on guard, seemed somewhat relieved. His true feelings were probably wishing that I would stop making military-related requests. But with the current situation, my mother's health should take precedence. Have you thought about the recuperation destination? Yes. I would like to go to the Amaryllis Islands in the Crenham territory. I've heard that it's a place my mother used to play in when she was young. At that moment, Further looked at the Prime Minister, Duke Crenham, standing beside him. The Duke Crenham had a gentle smile, and he nodded as if to say he understood. We have no objections. As a cousin, I have been very concerned about the Queen's condition. The Amaryllis Islands have good air, and it's a quiet place, so it's ideal for recuperation. I object. Immediately, the voice that rose was from Tyrus, sitting next to His Majesty. She glared at me with a sharp gaze. That remote place lacks proper medical facilities. The Queen is seriously ill. Traveling will also burden her body. Oh, in that case, no need to worry. Both the carriage and the ship have my exclusive magician and pharmacist. All modes of transportation come with top-grade sleeping arrangements. so there will be no physical strain on the Queen. The quick response came from the Duke Crenham. Even though he had a gentle demeanor and a soft tone, there was a pressure that did not allow for arguments. Tears, who was about to oppose again, became unable to say anything. The Duke Crenham opened his eyes slightly in an arc and asked in a slightly lower voice, "Or is it inconvenient for Her Highness Tears that the Queen leaves from here?" Tears blinked for a moment. She almost dropped the mask of composure, but she immediately regained her calm and nodded as if she understood. "As long as there are proper medical facilities, I have no objections. However, if the Queen's condition worsens, bring her back to the castle immediately." "Understand? To command an imperial son, who is not even her child, in front of His Majesty? The king. This country seems to belong to her. I wish the king would reprimand the consort for her attitude." But the king, who was excessively sweet to his lover, said nothing. "Well, whatever. For now, I've succeeded in getting my mother away from the royal castle." "Understood. I would like to depart as soon as 3 days from now, so please take care of it." "3 days? Can't it wait a bit longer?" "Why? Is there something inconvenient?" Well, the preparations for a royal family trip take time. Already, the requests for escort knights, transportation arrangements, and my mother's enthusiastic travel preparations are all underway. With the cooperation of Daisy Sama, the preparations for the room where my mother will stay have also been completed, so please rest assured. Before they could raise objections, I asserted that all preparations were already in order. The arrangement of escort knights was quickly done by Adonis, who is in charge of knight personnel matters. Transportation arrangements were made by Duke Crenham, who heard from Daisy Sama. I glanced at Duke Crenham. He had a youthful face, so to be honest, he didn't look like a prime minister, but he smiled mischievously, tilted his head slightly, and made the OK sign with his fingers. That gesture seemed to be common between this life and my past life. It felt like he said, "Leave the rest to this old man." End of Volume 1.